Jiang Guo never anticipated that a mere game would lead to her unexpected journey through time and space. To make matters worse, she found herself transported into the very game she had been playing. It is important to note that the game in question is set in a post-apocalyptic world, surely a harbinger of doom. Desperate to escape, Jiang Guo soon realized that running away was futile. She could only adhere to the game's rules in a bid to survive. Yet, as she persisted, she discovered something astonishing. Why was everyone solely focused on violence and frantic escapes? Where were the efforts for infrastructure and management? Wasn't this game fundamentally about survival through strategic governance? In time, Jiang Guo unearthed a bewildering truth. She was the only player in this entire world. The real denizens of this apocalyptic realm remarked, "Why does our Lord gaze upon us as if we were mere NPCs?" Jiang Guo, in her distress, exclaimed, "Help! The more I look at them, the more they resemble NPCs." Chapter 1. The Supreme Leader returns to the novice village. What on earth? Which deranged individual crafted this game? In a sunlit penthouse, within the expansive gaming facility, a girl sat confidently in a luxurious gaming chair. Adorning her head was a pair of cat-ear headphones, which drooped as she yawned. Obliviously, she gnawed on a lollipop that had long since been consumed, her gaze fixed upon an enormous computer screen, her eyes brimming with resentment. Jiang Guo was a prominent reviewer of simulation and management games. This genre is vast, often intertwining with various other types of gameplay, and does not rely on violence. Rather, it is a joyous journey from nothingness to abundance, simple yet profoundly engaging. From ancient wilderness exploration to island farming, and from ancient to modern trade, the variety is extensive, with most games adhering to a model of infrastructure and management. A beloved pastime among the farming enthusiasts of China, in the realm of simulation games, there exists a widely accepted notion. To excel in such games, one must either invest financially or possess unwavering determination. The former, known colloquially as RMB players, caters to the affluent, while the latter signifies those who play solely for the love of the game, refusing to spend a dime beyond the purchase price. Jiang Guo proudly identified herself as a member of the latter group, with her charmingly delicate round face appealing to all genders, coupled with her reputation for never spending money on games. She had earned the title of a titan in the realm of dedicated gamers, amassing a considerable following both domestically and internationally, and becoming the preferred player for numerous new game tests. Recently, a novel game that amalgamates infrastructure, farming, and management, titled Prosperity in the Apocalypse, entered its internal testing phase, and Jiang Guo was invited to participate as a tester. Within a month, she was to provide feedback on her gaming experience. Naturally, upon the conclusion of the testing, she would receive rewards, which would be credited to her account once the game officially launched. Meticulous and patient, Jiang Guo approached her reviews with utmost seriousness, ensuring she fully experienced a game before offering her assessment, refusing to make hasty judgments based on incomplete experiences. Thus, even though this game featured a slow and cumbersome upgrade process and graphics that were abysmally subpar, she persevered diligently. At long last, on the final day of the testing period, she explored every facet of the game and achieved completion status. On a nearby computer, she meticulously recorded her feedback, spending 2 hours organizing her thoughts before sending them to the game company. Once submitted, she removed her headphones and promptly succumbed to sleep. Exhausted, she found herself overwhelmed by a game that had pushed her limits. Atlat Game Company. Hey, why are there still feedback submissions? Didn't this game's internal testing conclude? Upon seeing the ID, a staff member's eyes widened. Jiang Guo? Upon reviewing the content of her submission, their astonishment only deepened. The document contained text, tables, images, and various analytical charts, detailed and comprehensible, resembling a meticulously crafted thesis. Goodness! Did you all see this? She actually completed the game. Someone exclaimed, drawing the attention of fellow staff members, all wearing expressions of shock and disbelief. The internal testing of this game had garnered an avalanche of complaints within a week, with players asserting that the management content was overly complex and that acquiring gold coins was an arduous task. Without gold, upgrades were impossible, and without upgrades, the game was unplayable. In short, players lamented, "If I can't even understand the game instructions, what's the point of playing?" Due to the overwhelming complaints, they had removed the internal testing link and informed testers via email that the testing was temporarily suspended. How was it possible that someone was still playing with the link gone? Where could she even access the game? Moreover, if it was so difficult, how had she achieved the highest status? The technical team found themselves questioning their very existence. This game was not of their own creation. It had been procured by their boss from an unknown source. They had experienced it themselves and concluded that it was utterly incomprehensible. They had advised the boss to simplify the game, but he was as stubborn as a mule, disregarding their counsel, adamant about launching the internal test immediately. Thus, they proceeded with the testing, for who could argue with the boss? However, deep down, they never believed anyone could succeed. If even they, professionals in game development, struggled to comprehend it, how could casual players fare any better? Yet now, the evidence lay before them. The expressions on the faces of the gathered staff were subtly complex, a blend of unwillingness to accept the truth and disbelief. This defied all logic. Meanwhile, Jiang Guo remained blissfully unaware of the commotion. Having immersed herself in the game for an extended period, she dreamt of leveling up, and the sound of in-game notifications echoed in her ears. Congratulations to player Jiang Guo for successfully achieving the prosperity in the apocalypse milestone, receiving an ultimate gift package containing 100,000 gold coins, a full set of divine equipment, 1 lottery chance, and 1 life point. To express gratitude for player Jiang was unwavering support and companionship. We cordially invite you to enter the game, deluxe edition of Prosperity in the Apocalypse. The new game has rectified issues with poor graphics, providing players with an immersive sensory experience. The ultimate gift package earned by the player will be automatically issued to the new game ID. Players are encouraged to enter the game promptly, establish a new ID, and claim their gift package. Irritated by the incessant notifications, Jiang Guo leaned forward, attempting to cover her ears. Inadvertently, her arm brushed against the spacebar of the keyboard, triggering a highly responsive enter button on the screen. The text faded, and a chilling winter enveloped her. Jiang Guo awakened, startled by the cold. The snowflakes landing on her arm felt icy and palpable, compelling her to shrink her neck and glance around, her mind momentarily blank. The sky was shrouded in gloom, obscuring the sun, and she felt as if she stood at a great height, the dark clouds pressing down upon her, making it hard to breathe. After taking a few steps, she realized she was standing atop a tall building. Looking down, she beheld a city ravaged by destruction, the streets littered with ruins and abandoned vehicles, faint echoes of its former glory lingering in the air. Congratulations, player, you have entered the game. The ultimate gift package has been issued. Would you like to view it? After enduring a 3-minute mental whirlwind, Jiang Guo finally recognized the source of the voice that had haunted her dreams. There was no need to pinch herself. The bone-chilling cold was a tangible reminder that this was no dream. She had indeed entered the world of prosperity in the apocalypse. A glimmer of despair flashed in her eyes. Fate had conspired against her. Of all places, why must she end up in a post-apocalyptic world? Reflecting on her 19 years of life, she recalled the daily grind of early mornings and late nights, whether confined to a classroom or huddled at home, glued to her computer. Furiously working to earn money. No joke. She was utterly powerless, a quintessential representation of the fragile modern university student. Zombies devour without a hint of hesitation, one after another. Chapter 2. A high-end start, the joy of cheating. The mere thought of her beautiful little head exploding in the jaws of a zombie sent Jiang Guo into a frenzy, desperately pinching the acupressure point between her brows. I want to go back. Clad only in a thin camisole, she shivered uncontrollably in the sub-zero temperatures, her teeth chattering as if afflicted by Parkinson's, nearly biting her tongue. What a nightmare. The sight of this game made her feel nauseous, even though the deluxe edition, with its significantly enhanced graphics, bore an uncanny resemblance to reality. Yet, let those who enjoyed indulge. All she craved was sleep. Moreover, if she didn't return soon, she feared she would freeze to death here. Once the game commences, exit is impossible. Players are advised to adapt swiftly, striving for survival while managing upgrades to achieve the prosperity of the apocalypse. Jiang Guo, suppressing her urge to curse, she felt a tremor in her jaw, her pale face taut with tension. If I freeze to death here, will you take responsibility? The ultimate gift pack has been dispatched to the player's inventory. Players may check for available resources to escape their predicament. Understood. It meant that failure to complete the tasks would result in her inability to leave. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Guo chose to languish in her current state between freezing to death and ultimately being bitten. Survival first. Death was not an option she wished to entertain. With a stoic expression, she opened the familiar game interface floating before her, accepting her grim reality. Ultimate gift pack unlocked. 100,000 gold coins. Divine combat gear set 1. 1 lottery chance, 1 life point. Upon seeing the contents of the gift pack, her eyes glimmered momentarily, and her expression softened slightly. Truly, it was the ultimate gift pack. With such an auspicious start, perhaps this game was not entirely unplayable. Jiang Guo posed her final question. I only have half a month before school resumes. What if I can't finish the game by then? Having advanced a grade. She had just celebrated her 19th birthday, yet she was already a third-year student. By the time school reopened, she would be a fourth-year graduate. She did not wish for any complications before receiving her diploma. Players can rest assured, game time does not align with real-world time. Upon completion of the game, you will return to your original time and place, with no concerns about missing school. Should players complete the game, various rewards will be granted based on performance, including but not limited to money, properties, jewelry, luxury cars, and genetic enhancement agents. Upon hearing this, Jiang Guo eagerly clicked to equip the divine combat gear. Her attitude shifted dramatically. Who would be foolish enough to forego wealth? In the realm of business, she was known as a titan of tenacity. Ridiculous. Who wishes to toil without fortune? It is the lack of money that drives one to exhaustion. Orphaned from a young age, she had relied on her intellect and computer skills to secure a spacious apartment for herself. While she had a modest sum, she was reluctant to spend it on games. However, should she conquer this game and amass wealth, she would certainly return to flaunt her riches to her fans. The gear consisted of 3 items: clothing, shoes, and a weapon. Item name: Qian Ning Robe. Level: Divine Robe, highest. Defense: maxed. Combat power: maxed. Additional effects: dust and pollution-free state, temperature regulation, indestructible, capable of transforming into 100 different forms. Note: automatically recognizes its wearer upon donning, exclusive to the user. Without hesitation, Jiang Guo clicked to equip it. As the Qian Ning robe enveloped her, it adjusted to her perfect size and the most comfortable temperature for her body, rendering the biting cold a mere nuisance. She sighed in comfort. She would not freeze to death after all. She continued to peruse the rest. Item name: Explosive Speed Shoes. Level: Divine Boots, highest. Defense: maxed. Combat power: maxed. Additional effects: increases wearer's speed by 10-fold. When activating the fire wheel, can leap 100 meters into the air. The higher the wearer's speed, the greater the enhancement. Note: automatically recognizes its wearer upon donning, exclusive to the user. Naturally, Jiang Guo exclaimed, equip. Right now. Item name: Tian Quan Staff. Level: Divine Weapon, highest. Defense: maxed. Combat power: maxed. Additional effects: instantly kills level 5 and below threats, zombies, mutated flora and fauna upon contact. Weapon size and weight can be altered at will. Note: automatically recognizes its wearer upon donning, exclusive to the user. Holding the Tian Quan staff nearly caused Jiang Guo to stumble. It was excessively heavy and large. Fortunately, it could be resized. She adjusted its weight to 10 grams and its height to 1.5 meters. Not too long, not too short, perfect for delivering fatal blows. Detection of a unique player ID confirmed. An additional special gift pack has been issued. Cube Game World 1. Please claim your special gift pack promptly. The claim interface displayed a flat cube pattern. What unique ID? Jiang Guo pondered, likely due to her status as a transmigrator. Not one to let a freebie go. She clicked to claim. In the next moment, the cube suddenly transformed into a 3-dimensional form, slowly rotating in midair, exuding an aura of mystery. A flicker of awe crossed Jiang Guo's eyes as she extended her hand. The cube appeared drawn to her, gliding towards her and, upon reaching her palm, sank into it, gradually vanishing from sight. Chapter 3. A large-scale immersive escape game. Jiang Guo was stunned, inspecting her hand. The cube had disappeared, but a small gray cube mark now adorned her right ring finger, akin to a ring engraved upon her skin. An indescribable excitement surged within her. She had an intuition that this was undoubtedly a marvelous item. Opening the cube's description, she discovered it was a book. As she flipped it open, She found the pages entirely blank, leaving her perplexed. Undeterred, she flipped through the book repeatedly, even shaking it in hopes of revealing something. Alas, nothing emerged. After a prolonged study yielded no results, Jiang Guo reluctantly set aside her inquiries into the cube, placing the book back and turning her attention to the recently appeared panel. Gift pack claim completed. Please name your new ID and accept the beginner-esque quest. Just Jiang Guo would suffice. While she was accustomed to calling herself Jiang Guo, the echoes of the earlier prompt in her dreams made her shudder at the thought. Her true name felt far more agreeable. Please confirm your initial information. Player, Jiang Guo. Age, 19, a charming, soft, and adorable young lady, eager for some fun. Level, LV0, experience points, 0-100, an unremarkable novice. Keep pushing forward. Gold, 100, 000, a modest fortune. Skills, none, sigh. Equipment, Divine Gear Set 1, wow, impressive. Buildings owned, 0, a pauper, destined to sleep under a bridge at night. The parenthetical remarks? She certainly didn't recall them from her previous gameplay. Ugh. Her hand suddenly itched. She longed to tap something. Please confirm that the information is accurate. The prompt chimed in, seemingly urging her to overlook this issue. Jiang Guo huffed, not delving deeper, and clicked confirm. Player identity confirmed. Beginning game narrative import. Your name is Jiang Guo, a wandering merchant. Due to a temporal anomaly, you have arrived at the peace building of Blue Star, only to find it fraught with unknown perils. Yet, your spacecraft lies in ruins, and the trading system has sustained damage in its endeavor to protect you, triggering an automatic 48-hour reset. You find yourself unable to escape. Suddenly, the escape door on the rooftop rattles ominously, an unmistakable herald of encroaching danger. Newbie quest released. Gather available supplies and escape from the ping and building within the 48-hour waiting period for the trading system to reset. Quest completion rewards, 10 experience points, 100 gold coins, and 1 life point. Quest failure. The game will reset, and the player will lose 1 life point. Should life points reach 0, the game ends. Current player life points, 2. Hint. The ping and building harbors 5 hidden quest points. Triggering them will grant hidden missions, with clues to the hidden content found in the Apocalypse Prosperity game manual. Hearing this, Jiang Guo rolled her eyes. A familiar formula. She wondered which perverse mind concocted this game. A management and infrastructure game that begins with a desperate escape, augmented by 5 hidden quest points, with clues buried within the manual. She had spent 2 days poring over that very manual. Fortunately, her diligence paid off as she had unearthed the 5 hidden quest points. Otherwise, relying solely on the rewards from the newbie quest would render her unable to level up for centuries. Unbeknownst to her, among the closed beta players, she was the only one to have fully read the manual, completing the hidden quests and acquiring a substantial amount of starting capital for her management endeavors. Those who failed to locate the hidden quest points received meager rewards and insufficient funds to progress, ultimately leading to their defeat and abandonment of the game. Players, please prepare. The game countdown begins. 10, 9, 8. It was as if the play button had been pressed, and the previously silent surroundings sprang to life. Flurries of snowflakes descended, and faint echoes of screams and howls reached her ears. Positioned high above, the sounds were indistinct, yet the cacophony instinctively instilled a sense of unease within her. Jiang Guo glanced upward at her personal status bar suspended above her line of sight. Player, Jiang Guo. Life points, 2. Stamina, 100, 100. Should stamina reach 0, the player dies. Be sure to replenish food and water. Health, 100, 100. Should health reach 0, the player dies. Injuries, illness, or infection will lower health. Pay attention to weather changes and adjust clothing accordingly. Current temperature, -15 degrees Celsius. Recommended clothing, warmth value 70. Insufficient warmth may lead to illness. Jiang Guo pondered. With her Qianning outfit, she need not worry about temperature fluctuations, merely focusing on her stamina. She recalled the supply points within the building. Bang, bang, bang. A sudden series of knocks resounded from the rooftop escape door. The game had commenced. The cacophony of growls and shrieks indicated a significant number of zombies nearby. Jiang Guo instinctively tightened her grip on the celestial staff. She closed her eyes. They are merely NPCs, merely NPCs. She was simply engaged in a grand immersive escape game. Jiang Guo, steady yourself.
Charge.
Jiang Guo opened her eyes, gripped the celestial staff, and swiftly ascended to the top of the wall above the rooftop escape door. Of course, such a height could not be scaled by her own effort. She had employed her speed-enhancing shoes to fly upward. Initially unaccustomed to this new ability, she nearly toppled headfirst, performing an unintentional aerial handstand. The zombies behind the door were on the verge of breaking through, their violent impacts causing the entire wall to tremble beneath her. Surely, it wouldn't collapse. Just as her thoughts lingered, a resounding crash echoed below as a zombie erupted from the narrow escape hatch. Chapter 4. Slaying Zombies, crossed out. Whacking moles. Upon witnessing these monsters up close, Jiang Guo couldn't suppress a gasp, quickly closing her mouth and biting her teeth together to prevent drawing in more zombies. Her heart raced, a frantic struggle against fear, as she swung the celestial staff wildly. Up, down, left, right, no corner was spared. One emerged, and she struck. Another appeared, and she struck again. Slaying zombies, whacking moles. The celestial staff proved worthy of her trust, unleashing its instant kill abilities with finesse. Zombies below level 5. Should they so much as peek out, met their demise the very next moment. One touch was all it took. Player Jiang Guo has slain one level 1 zombie, gaining 1 experience point and 1 level 1 crystal core. Player Jiang Guo has slain one level 2 zombie, gaining 2 experience points and 1 level 2 crystal core. Player Jiang Guo has slain one level 1 zombie, gaining 1 experience point and 1 level 1 crystal core. After what felt like an eternity, the clamor eventually subsided. Jiang Guo's chest heaved violently, a thin sheen of sweat beading on her forehead, not from exhaustion, but from tension. How exhilarating! As she caught her breath, she turned her attention to her spoils. The celestial staff was a divine weapon, capable of vanquishing zombies in an instant and automatically extracting crystal cores without her needing to dig them out herself. Moreover, the inherent skill of a wandering merchant provided her with a trading system and a cubic meter of personal space. While the trading system was resetting, her personal space remained accessible, though its contents had been destroyed. Now, it merely contained the crystal cores she had just acquired. Jiang Guo counted 17 level 1 crystal cores and 8 level 2 crystal cores. Quite satisfactory. Previously, during her computer gaming days, she had focused on evasion, drawing zombies away and escaping through alternate routes, leaving her without a stockpile of crystal cores. Early in the game, crystal cores were essential for management, while later, they would be vital for repairing the spacecraft. One could not progress without them. Now, armed with a divine weapon, crystal cores were within her grasp. Pure bliss. Jiang Guo continued her search of the rooftop, locating the baseball bat that was part of the original storyline and stowing it in her personal space before descending the escape route. The Ping'an Building, the tallest commercial and financial edifice in view, stood at 308 meters and boasted 62 floors. The elevator was long since inoperable, necessitating a stairway descent. This meant that under normal circumstances, players could spend no more than 46 minutes per floor to escape within the allotted 48 hours. However, Jiang Guo was different. The Qianning outfit mitigated attacks, the speed-enhancing shoes allowed for rapid movement, and the celestial staff forged a path forward. The building's supply points and the 5 hidden quest points were all etched in her memory. Escape? Unnecessary. This was clearly a leisurely stroll through the garden. With ample time at her disposal, Jiang Guo opted not to descend the stairs directly, but instead occasionally veered into the office areas, utilizing her recollections to gather supplies and clues. 1 barrel of drinking water. 1 pair of scissors. 1 pack of beef jerky. 2 bottles of drinking water. 2 packs of compressed biscuits. 2 packs of oatmeal. 1 can of peaches, expired. Consuming expired food will reduce health points. 1 can of luncheon meat, expired. Consuming expired food will reduce health points. The upper floors bore no living souls. They had either fled downward or had transformed into zombies. As Jiang Guo scavenged her way through, she discovered a clue, a radio, on the 58th floor. Static, attention. Infection will lead to zombification. Attack the head. Safety bases are established in various locations. Rescue operations are immediately underway. Jiang Guo activated the device, listening through the procedural announcement. Congratulations, player. On completing Hidden Task 1 and obtaining crucial information regarding the weaknesses of zombies and the existence of safe zones. Through the radio transmission, you have learned that these creatures are referred to as zombies, leading you to speculate that the remaining human populace has erected numerous protective enclaves in their effort to guard against them. However, the latter part of the transmission was unclear, leaving you uncertain whether the message urged individuals to await rescue or to hasten to the safe zones. Regardless, it is undeniable that this world is fraught with perilous uncertainties, and the semblance of normalcy in human life has been irrevocably shattered. Based on the expiration dates of available supplies, you deduce that societal collapse occurred approximately 2 years ago, rendering most foodstuffs spoiled and scarce, with little left to scavenge. As the reconstruction of your spacecraft is not feasible in the immediate future, you must confront this treacherous world head-on. Perhaps, when the trading system is restored, a more advantageous solution will present itself. Nevertheless, survival for the next 48 hours is imperative. Rewards for Hidden Task 1, 5 experience points, 20 gold coins. Upon reaching the 46th floor, Jiang Guo triggered Hidden Task 2 and acquired a key clue, a newspaper from 2 years ago. The blue planet has become the black planet. Recent satellite imagery reveals the blue planet enveloped in an ominous black aura, with its hue continuing to darken. Nearby mountains exude a foul stench, where 3 villagers ventured to investigate and discovered that the flora within had transformed into a peculiar deep purple, with some plants even sprouting teeth and tentacles. 2 of the villagers were killed instantly by an attacking willow tree, while only one managed to escape with severe injuries. The mountains are rife with ferocious beasts that attack humans indiscriminately, resulting in hundreds of casualties. Chapter 5: Toxic Mutations, Flora, Fauna, and Humanity. Cities across the globe are plagued by rampant rodent infestations. Traces of their activities can be found in streets, parks, and residential areas, with over 140 reported incidents of rodent attacks. Numerous individuals exhibiting high fevers have emerged worldwide, all sharing a common history of being bitten by animals. Through the newspaper, you have constructed a preliminary understanding of this locale. This planet is known as the Blue Planet. 2 years ago, a black substance emanated from beneath the surface, leading to global land contamination and plant mutations. Subsequently, animals consuming these mutated plants began to transform, emerging to attack humans, who in turn became infected and morphed into the zombies you now encounter. Such occurrences in the cosmos are typically referred to as a planetary cleansing. The planet is merely detoxifying, yet the fragile organisms inhabiting its surface struggle to bear the resultant toll. This detoxification process can often span centuries, accompanied by a variety of natural disasters, leaving humanity's fate uncertain 100 years hence. However, hope is not entirely extinguished. Such catastrophic events can also yield genetic mutations in some individuals, endowing them with extraordinary abilities beyond the realm of nature, commonly referred to as psychics. You remain unaware of the presence of psychics here, but should they exist, it could herald great fortune for you, as they might assist in the reconstruction of your spacecraft. Congratulations, player, on completing Hidden Task 2. Rewards: 20 gold coins, 5 experience points. Escape countdown reminder: 2 hours elapsed, 46 hours remaining. Indeed, the advantages of leveraging resources are apparent. Previously, she had relied on a baseball bat to stealthily descend, and triggering Hidden Task 2 had taken over 10 hours. Now, merely 2 hours had passed. Jiang would chuckle to herself. This is the joy of investing in enhancements. What bliss! With 3 hidden tasks yet to be triggered within the final 15 hours, there remains ample time for Jiang Guo to continue her search for supplies as she descends further to the 25th floor. Escape countdown reminder: 13 hours elapsed, 35 hours remaining. Alert! Current stamina is 13,100. Failure to maintain stamina results in escape failure. Game reset. Player health 1. Please replenish food and water promptly. Jiang Guo consumed half a bottle of water and a pack of compressed biscuits, witnessing her stamina restored to full. She then sought refuge in an office with an intact door locked to rest. Concerned that the lock may not suffice for security, she barricaded the entrance with desks and other furniture, transforming her heavenly robe into its largest and thickest form, and adjusting the size of her staff of destiny to span the entire office. Only then did she lay down on the staff and drift into slumber. This meticulous arrangement ensured that whether it be rodents or zombies, they would inevitably encounter her staff. Whoever touched it would meet their demise. Jiang Guo indulged in a deeply satisfying sleep. Contrary to her expectations of sleeplessness in such an environment, fatigue from her previous late-night endeavors quickly enveloped her, resulting in a remarkably restful sleep. Upon awakening, she realized she had slept for a full 14 hours. The escape countdown now indicated 21 hours remaining. Jiang Guo, possessing a slight obsession with cleanliness, felt uncomfortable without washing up, so she utilized 2 bottles of water for a brief refreshment. Once the trading system is restored, she mused, there will be no shortage of water or anything else. Thus, she felt no guilt in using it freely. Initially intending to prepare instant noodles, she found no hot water available. Disliking beef jerky and oatmeal, and with canned snacks either nearing expiration or already spoiled, she resorted to the compressed biscuits once again, replenishing her stamina before setting out to explore. Jiang Guo was known as a formidable player, not only due to her impoverished circumstances, but also because of her relentless pursuit of perfection. Once she committed to a task, she aspired to achieve the utmost within her capabilities. In gaming, if she felt she had not performed adequately, or if her stats were lacking, she would incessantly reload her save to ensure she attained the highest possible score. Although, with her current equipment, escaping the skyscraper without engaging in hidden tasks would be trivial, the thought of missing out on the rewards for not completing them left her feeling uneasy. She was determined to obtain all 5 rewards. As the countdown approached 15 hours remaining, Jiang Guo quickened her pace and reached the 19th floor. Trigger Hidden Task 3. Rescue the young girl and her companion, ensuring their safe escape from the peaceful tower. A resounding crash reverberated as a figure collided violently with the glass door of the floor-to-ceiling window. The glass shattered instantly, shards scattering perilously at Jiang Guo's feet. Reacting with lightning speed, she retreated to conceal herself behind a nearby desk, peering cautiously out. Before her lay a man, writhing in agony, bloodied and sprawled amidst the glass debris. Descending from the window were a man and a woman clad in matching blue combat uniforms, each adorned with a wing-shaped flight insignia on their chests. The man carried a small girl in his arms. Upon seeing the bloodied man, the girl gasped in horror, her face paling as she cried out, "Uncle Zhou, enough noise!" The man carrying her cursed, unceremoniously dropping her to the ground, delivering a brutal kick for good measure, and then, unsatisfied, brandished a sharp knife. Chapter 6. A Desperate Rescue. Rising Affection Levels. The woman interjected, "Hold on, we're on the high floors of the peaceful tower, infested with zombies. The 2 of them won't survive. Set up the equipment and let's leave." The man, observing the horde of zombies approaching, smirked malevolently, retracting his knife. "Indeed. This would be an easy death for them. Li Qian has killed so many of us. I want him to witness how his precious daughter is torn apart by zombies." He produced a device reminiscent of a live streaming setup and secured it to a wall, aimed directly at the office. As the zombies burst in, he and the woman leapt through the wide-open window, disappearing into the void, both possessing flight abilities. The little girl left behind was utterly terrified, her tear-streaked face still glistening with remnants of her recent distress. She appeared to be merely 6 or 7 years old, having been sheltered by her family all her life, and was unaccustomed to such harrowing scenes. Uncle Zhou, she instinctively sought the protection of those around her, only to realize that the very man who had stood guard beside her had collapsed, blood pooling from his wounds. "Woo-woo, Uncle Zhou," the girl cried out, fear gripping her heart as she crawled towards the man, oblivious to the zombie that lunged towards her from the side. "Luo, Luo, run." On the other end of the live feed on the wall, Li Qian's eyes widened with fury, his grip crushing the armrest beside him. The others on the helicopter instinctively shut their eyes, unable to bear the sight displayed on the screen. When Luo Luo had gone missing, a tablet had been left on the ground. They had followed the clues to this point, only for the tablet to finally react with such a horrifying scene. Anger and sorrow consumed them, yet the anticipated image had not materialized. To their astonishment, a stick appeared out of thin air, driving away all the zombies surrounding the girl. After saving her, Jiang Guo began her relentless slaughter, sparing not a single zombie that entered the office. Liu Luo stared at Jiang Guo, mesmerized. Clad in orange battle armor and wielding a golden scepter, she maneuvered through the perilous surroundings with remarkable agility. With a swift turn, Her gaze was resolute and piercing as she struck down a creature that had dared to approach her from behind. "Little sister, it's all right now. Don't be afraid," Jiang Guo reassured her, having surveyed the area to ensure no zombies remained. She blocked the door and approached the girl, gently patting her back in a comforting gesture. However, Liu Luo remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Guo, an unusual light flickering in her eyes. Jiang Guo, unaware of the girl's intense scrutiny, merely assumed she was in shock and proceeded to check on the bloodied man before her. Lacking medical knowledge, she hesitated to move him, instead checking for his breath. Thankfully, he was still alive. The sound of a helicopter echoed nearby, and Jiang Guo handed the girl a piece of candy. "Little sister, your saviors have arrived. Until we meet again." Luo Luo. Li Qian leaped from the helicopter, nearly collapsing to the ground upon seeing his daughter. Contrary to his expectations, the girl did not rush into his arms, weeping, but instead clutched the candy tightly, her unwavering gaze fixed on the doorway. Her innocent voice, firm like a sprout breaking through the soil, declared, "Dad, I want to join the Little Knights." The Little Knights were established for children of the apocalypse, primarily to teach them survival skills in the harsh new world, occasionally involving real combat missions. Li Qian had always kept his daughter well protected, perhaps too much so, as she had been somewhat pampered. After a previous visit had frightened her, he had decided to shield her from further exposure, believing he could keep her safe. However, after this incident, he dared not assume such risks again, especially since his daughter had independently voiced her desire. Observing the direction of her gaze, he understood who had inspired this change in her, and he followed her line of sight. This debt of gratitude he would forever cherish in his heart. The other team members had already lifted the bloodied man onto the helicopter. One of the female team members asked, "Captain, should we search for the girl who saved Luo Luo and Zhou He? The Peace Tower is crawling with zombies, and she could be in danger." Her voice trailed off as she glanced at the scattered remains of the zombies, growing increasingly softer. It was uncertain who was truly in danger. Clearly, given the girl's formidable abilities, her concerns were unfounded. Li Qian shook his head. "No need." She left upon hearing the helicopter, evidently wishing to avoid any entanglement with us. "If we encounter her again, I will express my gratitude properly." The others nodded in agreement. "We will remember her appearance. If we see her again, we will offer our assistance. If it weren't for her, we would have arrived too late. She saved Luo Luo and Zhou He, making her a benefactor to our entire Zhenrong squad." The helicopter began to ascend slowly. Jiang Guo peeked out from behind. Thanks to the top-tier defensive capabilities of Qian Ningyi, even if she were an ability user, she could remain undetected when she wished. Congratulations, player, for completing Hidden Task 3, successfully rescuing the little girl and her companion. Rewards: 100 gold, 20 experience points. All members of the Zhenrong squad, 50 affinity points. Li Qian, 60 affinity points. Zhou He, 60 affinity points. Liu Luo, 70 affinity points. Sufficient affinity points can trigger corresponding character storylines, with varied surprises awaiting in different narratives. Chapter 7. The Naive and Easily Deceived Little Pup. The rewards for this task were exceedingly generous, and Jiang Guo lifted her small face, delight radiating from her. "How wonderful!" she exclaimed. On to the next mission. Upon reaching the 10th floor, she found it crammed with an array of items, all pathways locked down, with doors evidently reinforced by metal abilities, rendering any means of unlocking them elusive. In the hierarchy of the Peace Tower, the 10th floor and above belonged to the zombie zone, while the floors below were designated as the currently cleared safe zones for humans. With numerous floors and a plethora of businesses operating within, including dozens of food and clothing companies, various wild squads had banded together to clear the lower levels in a bid to seize the resources within these companies, unbound by the constraints of the base. They periodically gathered their numbers to breach a floor, and presently, they had conquered the 10th floor. This floor served as a bottleneck. All routes had been entirely sealed off, and players wishing to descend would need to procure a set of high-altitude gear to navigate from the window of the 10th floor to the 9th. Although Jiang Guo had gathered the necessary equipment, she saw no immediate need for it. Upon opening a window in an office and activating the thrusters of her explosive speed shoes, she effortlessly soared through the window into the 9th floor within mere seconds. A radiant smile adorned her face, relishing the euphoria of her extraordinary abilities. Who? Zhang Huan suddenly turned towards the window, his eyes brimming with dread. Could the zombies be coming down? The wild squad adhered to the principle of survival of the fittest, devoid of any notions of camaraderie or sacrifice. The stronger the squad, the safer the floors they occupied. Conversely, the highest cleared floors, being closest to the zombies above, served as the front line against the undead, naturally rendering them the least secure. The most vulnerable teams resided there. The current occupants were known as the Ba Tian squad. Though Zhang Huan was not a member, he had been deceived by a friend. A water-type ability user, he had previously enjoyed decent treatment at the base. However, upon hearing from his childhood friend outside the base that his parents were seen in a neighboring province's camp, living in the tent area, and that his father had injured his leg and was now impoverished due to lacking abilities, he hurriedly followed his friend, only to be brought here and forced to provide water for their squad. Zhang Huan appeared haggard, resembling someone utterly drained. They had reduced him to nothing but a mere water dispenser. Not only did the 8 members of their squad demand water from him daily, but they also relentlessly pressured him to release water for sale. To make matters worse, they expected him to perform without providing sustenance, his ability to regenerate akin to a gaming skill cooldown, merely requiring time to replenish. Thus, they disregarded his need for proper nourishment, tossing him only a meager portion of dried steamed buns each day. Their cruelty surpassed even that of his former master before the apocalypse. Starving and continuously exhausting his abilities, Zhang Huan ultimately succumbed to illness and collapsed. The Ba Tian team, reluctant to seek medicine for him, feared that if he died, they would be unable to fulfill others' orders and thus face retribution from rival teams. They cunningly seized the pretext of hunting for crystal cores to abscond with their supplies. When people from other floors came seeking water, they found only Zhang Huan, who, despite the circumstances, managed to endure. However, upon awakening, he was coerced into providing water and repaying the debts left behind by the Ba Tian team. In this apocalyptic world, moral considerations held little weight. Others were indifferent to who had accepted the orders or who had taken the supplies. They merely demanded the water owed to them. Isolated and defenseless, Zhang Huan found himself burdened with an enormous debt as individuals continually approached him for water, with the occasional freeloader exploiting the situation. In just 3 short days, he grew emaciated and his health deteriorated further. Zhang Huan felt certain that he was on the brink of death. How else could he explain the hallucinations? He even perceived someone soaring through the window, brandishing a golden scepter. Was it the Grim Reaper come to collect him? It appeared that his time had truly come. Yet, this Grim Reaper, with such a lively fashion sense, was unexpectedly, rather attractive. No, wait. What descended from above should be a zombie, not the Grim Reaper. Thank you. But I am human. Zhang Huan's eyes widened. Who was speaking? Blinking, he noticed a girl with a delicate, fair face, her expression one of incredulity. It turned out he had unwittingly voiced his inner thoughts. Zhang Huan, still processing the situation, pointed upward, stammering in disbelief. Why you? Yes. I came down from the floor above, but I am a human, not a zombie. Jiang Guo had not anticipated that her gear would trigger a different dialogue. Previously, the NPC merely expressed surprise and inquired, "Who are you? How did you come down?" and then fell silent. This time, however, the conversation evolved. Recalling her recent rescue of a little girl, she noted how the NPCs had displayed rich emotional expressions, much like Zhang Huan. This deluxe version of the game was indeed remarkable. If it weren't for the constant reminders in her ear, she might have believed she had truly stepped into an apocalypse. As these characters showed no signs of being NPCs, Hidden Mission 4 was triggered: provide Zhang Huan with supplies and assist him in escaping from the Pingan building. Jiang Guo did not immediately produce her items. Instead, she casually asked, "I have food. Do you have water? Let's trade." Her nonchalant demeanor, as if it were no great loss if he had none, instilled a measure of trust in Zhang Huan. He had been deceived too many times. Now, he was hesitant to accept food from anyone who approached him. Chapter 8. The Unclassified NPC, Unbound by Persona. Zhang Huan strained to lift himself. I have water. I am a water-type ability user. But I lack the strength now. My powers are depleted. Could you give me some food first, just a little time to recover? Seeing Jiang Guo remain silent, he assumed she doubted him, so he briefly recounted his experiences. My name is Zhang Huan. I was originally from the A City base. Jiang Guo, naturally inclined to trust others, found Jiang's appearance too innocuous to suspect malice. She wore clean, pristine clothing, and her skin was smooth and delicate. How could someone maintain such a condition after 2 years in the apocalypse? She must possess considerable skills. Jiang Guo felt no threat from such a person, so he laid all his cards on the table. By the end of his tale, he was utterly exhausted. Yet he gazed at Jiang Guo with hopeful eyes, as if to say, "You believe me. I truly am not deceiving you." Jiang Guo felt a pang of sympathy. He truly resembled a naive son of a landlord, sharp enough to be cautious, but not overly so. "I believe you. We can trade." Jiang Guo handed him a packet of oatmeal, a chocolate bar, and a bottle of water, all still within their expiration dates. The oatmeal could be consumed dry. Jiang Guo accepted them in a daze, and the next moment, tears welled in his eyes as he looked at the girl before him, his throat choking with gratitude. Thank you, thank you." She could have waited until he recovered to provide him with water, yet she feared he might suffer from thirst and had offered him a bottle. Water was so precious now. She gave it to him without a hint of doubt regarding his honesty. Oh, there are still good people in this world. Had it been before the apocalypse, Jiang Guo's fair, handsome features and his pitiful, watery eyes would have undoubtedly captured the hearts of many young women. But now he was dirty and gaunt, his face pale from hunger, and his tear-streaked visage only served to emphasize his dire state. Jiang Guo looked at him with affection. "Go ahead, eat. Once you're done and have recovered your abilities, fill this bucket for me." She produced an empty bucket and placed it before him. Jiang Guo, momentarily stunned, quickly nodded. "All right. I will fill it for you." Saying this, he grabbed the oatmeal and began to devour it ravenously. The sight of him wolfing down the food made Jiang Guo's throat ache. Could he even swallow it down without chewing? Jiang Guo demonstrated with his actions that when a person is starved, they can consume anything, even if it seems impossible to swallow. Once he finished eating, he hurried to fill water for Jiang Guo, but restoring his powers required time. He could only manage a shallow layer before running out again. Embarrassed and anxious, Jiang Guo explained, "I've exhausted my powers too much these past few days. To fill this bucket, I need about another day to recover." Just then, voices echoed from outside. Jiang Guo's expression shifted. Someone was coming for water. "You need to hide." Although Jiang Guo appeared to be no ordinary person, Jiang Guo was unaware of her true strength. There were many ability users within the building. Jiang Guo, not overestimating her capabilities, nodded and found a place to conceal herself. 3 scruffy-looking men emerged from downstairs. In the apocalypse, most people were thin, but these men were excessively so, their furtive eyes revealing a history of petty theft. One man flung open his cotton coat, revealing 2 hidden bottles. "Jiang Guo, hurry up. Just 2 bottles. Fill them quickly." The other 2 frantically rummaged through their clothes for containers. In the apocalypse, no one would carry supplies openly. These 3, lacking abilities, relied on stealth to survive as subordinates to other ability users. Since the Ba Tian team had left, they had seized new opportunities, repeatedly sneaking up to obtain water when no one was watching. The teams that sought to recruit Jiang Guo waited for him to settle his debts, fearing being swindled themselves. Thus, no one was backing him now, allowing these men to steal with impunity, albeit cautiously. Jiang Guo, seeing these 3, felt relieved. They were nothing formidable, merely 3 opportunistic thieves. He was confident they posed no threat to Jiang Guo. As expected, the next moment, Jiang Guo emerged and swiftly dealt with them, knocking each one down with a single blow. Yet, with only one glance, Jiang Guo could not ascertain whether these men were truly vicious criminals. The game's realism made her feel that killing them would be akin to taking lives. The law-abiding principles instilled in her during peacetime compelled her to temper the force of her attacks, merely stunning them. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Guo had pulled a small knife from his pocket and swiftly approached, delivering a fatal blow to each man. With speed and ferocity, it took mere moments for their breaths to cease. Underneath Jiang Guo's astonished gaze, Jiang Guo composed himself, his tone somber as he explained. "These 3 not only engage in petty theft, they also bully ordinary people. Their clothing and food are pilfered from the vulnerable. If they cannot steal what they want, they resort to violence, and if the victim is a woman, they..." Jiang Guo refrained from continuing his thoughts. Despite his somewhat simplistic nature, He possessed an understanding of right and wrong, and more importantly, he comprehended who truly deserved to live. Individuals like them ought to perish. Their demise would serve as the greatest protection for others. It would be a genuine act of benevolence. A flicker of resentment lingered in Jiang Guo's brows. After 2 years of apocalyptic existence, no matter how obedient or kind-hearted one might be, a hint of bloodthirstiness inevitably tainted the soul. Jiang Guo was momentarily taken aback. The previously simplistic characterization of a sunny, straightforward yet unfortunate figure on her computer screen suddenly expanded, revealing a plethora of descriptors. Words such as sincere, passionate, kind-hearted, and decisive emerged, juxtaposed with starkly contrasting terms like cold-blooded, world-weary, lonely, and violent. Though seemingly contradictory, is this not the essence of humanity? Is there truly a clear dichotomy of black and white? Humans are inherently complex. How could they be encapsulated by mere rudimentary words? Jiang Guo suddenly realized that from the moment she entered the game, she ought to abandon the rigid gameplay mindset that had clouded her thoughts. Rather than fixating on following the storyline, she should immerse herself in the emotions and experiences of every character and event. The unique lessons gleaned from this extraordinary journey might very well eclipse any material rewards such as wealth or treasures. Glancing at the time, Jiang Guo addressed Jiang Guo. You should accompany me. Staying here isn't a sustainable option. Besides, you still owe me for the water. Chapter 9. What use is integrity if it cannot nourish? Jiang Guo hesitated. Water-type abilities are rare. With me, there are only 3 of us in this building. Many are watching me. It might not be wise for you to take me along. You should go on your own. I'll ensure your water supply is replenished. And you can collect it when you have the chance. Jiang Guo clicked her tongue. Enough of this nonsense. What happened to your decisiveness when we faced that knife-wielding man? I assure you, I can lead you to safety. Jiang Guo gritted his teeth. All right. I will do my utmost not to be a burden. Jiang Guo radiated confidence. Rest assured, you won't be a hindrance. Without waiting for Jiang Guo's confusion to settle, she produced a high-altitude work suit and handed it to him. Put this on. Upon seeing the gear, Jiang Guo felt a glimmer of hope. Climbing the exterior walls would indeed be more discreet than traversing the interior. However, he never anticipated just how stable it would be. With Jiang Guo grasping him by the collar, he experienced the sensation of soaring through the air for less than 5 seconds, leaving his hair tousled and his gaze blank. So, why must I wear this? He questioned, having assumed he would be climbing on his own, only to discover she was literally flying him down. The high-altitude suit had gone entirely unused. Jiang Guo, displaying an air of nonchalance, replied, I haven't tried carrying anyone before. If you were to fall, the suit would at least keep you from plummeting to your death. Jiang Guo stifled his words and offered her a thumbs up. Around 100 meters from the Peace Tower, the area had been cleared of zombies, and a perimeter of steel spikes encircled the location. They landed at the back door of a sealed-off building, where the wide ledge conveniently shielded them from prying eyes above. However, should anyone circle around to the back entrance, they could easily discover their presence. Jiang was stowed away the suit he had removed. I need to take care of something. I'll be back within 10 minutes. In the meantime, can you safeguard yourself? Men, regardless of age, detest being doubted, and Jiang Guo, unlike the others, was no exception. All right, just hurry back. I'll hide and ensure I'm not seen by anyone or any zombies. Jiang Guo swiftly dug a small hole in the snow at the back door and curled himself into a ball to conceal himself. He was acutely aware of his limitations. Whether against an ability user or a zombie, he stood no chance. What use is integrity if it cannot sustain one? He was as thin as a piece of paper, and the hole he had excavated was scarcely large enough to hide him. Jiang Guo paused momentarily, covering the exposed part of his body with some snow, then meticulously erased any traces of their presence before turning to leave. Jiang Guo moved with remarkable speed, so swift that her shadow was barely discernible, and soon she found herself at the entrance to the underground garage. On the first basement level of the garage, a group of robust men stood beneath a reinforced off-road vehicle, with the leader brandishing a metallic wolf-tooth club, threatening the occupant of the vehicle. Inside the vehicle, a woman clad in a lab coat maintained her composure despite being bound and gagged, her back straight like a resilient red plum standing defiant against the cold wind. Unyielding to threats or intimidation, she lifted her chin, signaling her desire to speak. The leader narrowed his eyes and removed her gag. Capturing me is futile. My experiments rely entirely on laboratory equipment. As the experiments remain incomplete, the samples you've stolen are merely half-finished products. Once removed from the lab, they will immediately deteriorate. Go ahead, open it, and see for yourself. The man's expression shifted as he hastily opened the sample box, revealing a vial that had transformed from blue to black. Unmistakably spoiled. Damn it! He bellowed, furiously kicking the vehicle. Still dissatisfied, he approached the woman and seized her by the throat, spitting out, "Since you claim to be of no use, then perish." Though pain flickered across her features, the half-closed eyes betrayed nothing but disdain. This only served to further infuriate the man. Suddenly, he released her throat, his gaze lecherously sweeping over her, and glancing at his companions, he declared, "Death would be too merciful for you. Let us take turns." The man laughed boisterously, and the others outside responded with sickening chuckles at the sound of belts being unbuckled. Yet, in the next instant, their laughter was abruptly silenced. With a swift motion, Jiang Guo struck down the four men, all of them collapsing. The man in the vehicle, having just torn the woman's clothing, sprang up, seizing the wolf-tooth club upon hearing the commotion. However, before he could exit, the door swung open, and a long stick swung toward him. The man dodged with remarkable speed, but upon seeing only a young girl, he did not underestimate her. Instead, he immediately unleashed his ability, conjuring over a dozen steel spikes to hurl at Jiang Guo while simultaneously swinging the club. "Watch out!" Elia, scrambling to her feet despite her disheveled appearance, retrieved a sharp object from her hair and hurled it at the man's back. Chapter 10. All missions accomplished. The sharp object flew with astonishing speed, piercing the man's chest before he could react. Simultaneously, Jiang Guo's Qianning attire had already dissipated the oncoming steel spikes, rendering the wolf-tooth club harmless. As it approached, it was deflected, sending the man careening backward. You too," the man gasped, clutching his pierced chest, eyes wide in disbelief as he stared at the duo. He was one of the top metal ability users in the building, and his brothers were formidable ability users as well. Otherwise, they would not have managed to abduct someone from the base and return unscathed. Yet, he never anticipated meeting his demise at the hands of two women. He attempted to utter something, but before he could finish, he succumbed to the silence of death. Congratulations, player, for completing Hidden Task 5, rescuing Dr. Liu and sparing her from inhumane torment. Reward, 200 gold coins, 50 experience points. Affection for Dr. Liu increased to 70. Reaching a certain affection value may trigger corresponding character storylines, and different character arcs will yield varying surprises. Jiang Guo retrieved a piece of clothing and offered it to the woman. "Are you alright?" "Nothing to worry about." Liu Jia, with a nonchalant demeanor, promptly shed her tattered lab coat and donned the clothing provided by Jiang Guo. Once attired, she surveyed her surroundings, her gaze landing on the grotesquely lifeless forms of four men before turning back to Jiang Guo, inquiring if there were any knives available. Jiang Guo shook her head, indicating that only scissors were at hand. "That will suffice," Liu Jia remarked. Grasping the scissors, she weighed them in her hand before approaching the nearest corpse, striking decisively and accurately, causing a crimson stain to spread across the man's trousers. One after another, she continued her grim task. After glancing at the bloodied scissors, she disdainfully cast them aside and addressed Jiang Guo. "I apologize for the mess. I'll owe you a new pair next time." A fierce fire ignited within Jiang Guo's chest. She had thought her earlier actions in slaying those four men were sufficiently decisive. Yet now she felt an insatiable urge for more. "No worries, I still have plenty," Jiang Guo replied, her eyes shimmering with a captivating light. A genuine smile broke across Liu Jia's usually icy countenance as she expressed heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, little sister. I initially feared I would perish alongside them, but it seems I can survive after all." Hidden within her hair was a novel weapon, compact in size, swift in action, and devastatingly lethal. However, she had only brought one for the sake of concealment. Though she had stealthily freed her hands from their bindings, the other four ability users posed a formidable challenge, even if she had dispatched the first. "I am Liu Jia, a researcher at Base A in City A. I possess no exceptional skills, merely a modicum of expertise in crafting weapons and concocting potions, though I carry none with me at present. She smiled at Jiang Guo. Would you care to accompany me back to the base? I can give you a tour of my warehouse. And you may take whatever you fancy as a token of my gratitude. Jiang Guo returned her smile. I am Jiang Guo, and you may call me Xiao Guo.
Hell yeah.
That weapon you just wielded was truly impressive. If you're not keen on it, I won't hesitate to take it. I happen to have a friend at Base A as well, and my intention was to find a vehicle to head there. Lu Jie rummaged through the belongings of one of the men and procured a set of keys. This off-road vehicle seems decent, but I cannot drive.
Can you?
Of course. Jiang Guo replied confidently, tilting her chin upwards. She had obtained her driver's license last year on the first attempt, with her instructor praising her quick grasp of the skills. However, as they climbed into the vehicle, she found herself nervously grazing the sides while turning, and ultimately struggled to ascend a slope. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she stammered, It's been a while since I last drove. Let me think for a moment. Having acquired her license, she had not touched the steering wheel since. Some aspects had indeed slipped her mind, as she preferred to stay indoors and had never owned a car. Thus, despite holding a license for a year, her actual driving experience was still zero. In video games, she could effortlessly maneuver her character, yet in reality, she found herself stalling. Lu Jie couldn't help but ruffle her hair gently, her gaze softening. Take your time. Jiang Guo took a deep breath and pressed the accelerator firmly. As they exited the garage, she quickly maneuvered to the back entrance of the building, retrieving Zheng Huan from the snowdrift. Hurry, we need to drive. Zheng Huan trembled from the cold, bewildered. The vehicle finally rolled smoothly along the road, with Zheng Huan speeding them away from the confines of the peace building. Congratulations, player. You have completed Hidden Task 4. Provide Zheng Huan with supplies and help him escape the peace building. Reward: 100 gold coins, 20 experience points. You have gained Zheng Huan's favor. Now at 70, reaching a certain favor level can trigger corresponding character storylines, each offering unique surprises. Congratulations, player. You have completed the beginner task. Collect usable supplies and escape the peace building within the 48 hours while awaiting the transaction system reset. Task completion rewards: 10 experience points, 100 gold coins, 1 health point. Congratulations, player. You have discovered all 5 hidden task points in the peace building and completed all hidden tasks. Special rewards: 200 gold coins, 50 experience points, 1 health point. Currently, there are 4 hours remaining until the transaction system reboots. The outside world is fraught with danger. Players are advised to seek refuge in a safe location to avoid unforeseen perils. The Base A was not far from their location. After a smooth drive, they encountered several obstacles, mutated animals and zombies, but managed to reach their destination in just an hour and a half. The entrance of the base was bustling, hinting at some significant event. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that someone was posting a fresh missing person notice, surrounded by several tattered old ones. Coincidentally, the new notice bore an uncanny resemblance to 2 faces from the vehicle. Dr. Liu. It's Dr. Liu. The doctor has returned. Lu Jie was immediately recognized by the guards at the entrance, while Zheng Huan, having been missing for several months, was momentarily overlooked. The trio was ushered into the base, where the principal and vice leaders personally welcomed them. After comprehending the situation, the crowd's attention shifted to Jiang Guo, who sat idly by. Jiang Guo discreetly lowered her hands from their idle fidgeting with her clothing and gazed innocently at the assembly. Ahem, little sister. Would you be interested in joining us at Base A? The vice leader chuckled, his face adorned with creases. Jiang Guo blinked innocently, feigning a lack of understanding as she replied bluntly, I fear being abducted. With so many missing person notices posted at the entrance, this base seems rather unsafe. The vice leader stammered, his face turning crimson, unable to muster a retort. Indeed, the base had numerous security vulnerabilities, primarily due to a shortage of skilled personnel. In the vast city A, countless individuals needed protection, yet the number of ability users was limited, making it impossible to cover all grounds effectively, leaving them in a predicament. The base leader pressed down on the vice leader's hand, signaling him to remain calm, and then turned to Jiang Guo with a warm smile. Your concerns are valid. Our oversight is regrettable. A recent cataclysm has plunged the entire world into peril. Ability users are scarce, and many who possess powers are reluctant to be restrained. We genuinely desire to protect everyone, yet we often find ourselves powerless. Your apprehension is not unfounded. We cannot guarantee your safety, But there is little place that can truly be deemed safe. The base, at the very least, has numerous individuals together, which is far better than the dangers outside. Wouldn't you agree? Jiang Guo's expression conveyed disdain, her demeanor exuding arrogance, yet internally, she pondered deeply. The issues within Base A extended beyond mere personnel shortages. Many among the ability users harbored grand ambitions, reluctant to submit to leadership, believing might makes right, and yearning to become heroes in a chaotic world. The laboratory was the most heavily guarded area of the entire base. If Lu Jie could be captured, it indicated not only formidable foes but also significant lapses in security. Bluntly speaking, there were likely traitors within. Having rescued Lu Jie and Zheng Huan from the peace building, she had unwittingly become a target for some individuals the moment she entered the base. Jiang Guo's gaze casually swept over the ability users stationed at the entrance. She possessed a clear understanding of her strengths, which stemmed from her divine-grade equipment. However, she herself was not invincible. In this post-apocalyptic world, where human hearts were treacherous, she dared not gamble. Thus, to avoid drawing undue attention and to lower their guard, Jiang Guo devised two strategies. First, to make it clear she would not be joining the base and would be leaving soon, posing no threat to them. Second, to feign ignorance. Those who appeared foolish and arrogant often elicited a sense of complacency in others. Of course, amidst her act of feigned ignorance, she could also attract a few initial customers. Embracing her persona of a naive and sweet girl, Jiang Guo tilted her chin upward confidently and declared, "Who says I don't have anything? I'll have something very soon." The vice leader appeared puzzled. "What do you mean?" Jiang Guo crossed her arms defiantly, adopting an air of superiority as she proudly pointed to herself with a thumbs up. "I, Jiang Guo, am on the verge of establishing my dominion. Rest assured, security is paramount. No mere zombie, be it crawling on the ground, burrowing underground, soaring through the skies, or swimming in the waters, shall breach my territory as long as I stand vigilant. Furthermore, my domain boasts arable land and pristine water sources, undeniably a veritable paradise amidst the apocalypse. The silence is so profound that even a pin dropping could be heard." The base leader cleared his throat and averted his gaze, reluctant to undermine the child's confidence. The deputy base leader could not suppress a chuckle, hastily closing his mouth and stepping back to gaze at the sky when Jiang Guo turned her attention toward him. "This child seems a bit unhinged. Perhaps it is best not to indulge her fantasies." He even began to doubt the veracity of what Lu Jie and Zheng Huan had conveyed. Were they truly rescued by this girl? Only Zheng Huan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Little Guo."
No.
"Sister."
Guoya.
"Are you serious? Does such a place truly exist? Can I go?" The base leader exclaimed in shock. The deputy base leader echoed in disbelief. "Absolutely not." Both wore expressions of astonishment. Yet, Zheng Huan remained undeterred, fully trusting in Jiang Guo's capabilities. After all, she had saved him, and all that he had witnessed during their journey convinced him that she was not one to embellish her words. Although her current demeanor seemed somewhat reckless and a bit silly, appearing rather unreliable, it mattered not. Just as she had chosen to believe in him from the outset, he too was willing to place his unconditional trust in her. "Of course, such a place exists." Jiang Guo patted Zheng Huan's shoulder. "You're a good lad. Trust your sister. Stick with me, and you shall enjoy a life of luxury." The base leader and deputy base leader could not restrain Zheng Huan, who was already dashing forward, leaving them with pained expressions as they looked to Lu Jie, hoping she might intervene. To their surprise, Lu Jie stood up, gently ruffled Jiang Guo's hair, and, with a smile filled with a tenderness they had never witnessed before, said, "I believe in you too. But there are still some matters to resolve in the laboratory. Once I finish, I will seek you out. We had planned to see the gifts. Let us go now." With that, she took Jiang Guo's hand and departed, with Zheng Huan eagerly trailing behind. The base leader and deputy base leader exchanged glances, realizing that not only had their recruitment efforts failed, but they had also lost one participant, while another remained, albeit her heart was clearly elsewhere. Yet, they could not impede her. After all, it was her choice to go. Their base was not a prison, where one could only enter but never leave. Everyone possessed their rights. Initially thinking the matter concluded, they were taken aback when Jiang Guo emerged from Lu Jie with a handful of gifts. Exclaiming with the exuberance of a child afflicted with a phase of youthful exuberance, declaring her intent to establish a base. despite most expressing skepticism. A few gullible souls were indeed swayed by her enthusiasm, clamoring to join her. Jiang Guo had assumed his role with utmost sincerity, fervently rallying support for her, proclaiming, "Both Dr. Liu and I were rescued by Sister Jiang Guo. My Sister Guo is truly formidable. She is absolutely not deceiving anyone. The territory is situated at Looming Mountain, not far from here. Those with vehicles may travel independently. Those without can accompany us. We guarantee everyone has safety along the way. There's only one seat left in the vehicle, and if you miss this opportunity, it may never come again. Those wishing to join, hurry and get in." His fervent declarations were delivered with such conviction that one might assume he had already visited the place. Jiang Guo, the deputy base leader, bared his teeth, ready to seize him. In a flash, Jiang Guo leaped into the vehicle, slamming the door shut. "Let us go, let us go." Chapter 12. A Tier 1 Lord, not a charlatan. Thus, Jiang Guo managed to recruit 3 individuals, with 2 additional vehicles following closely behind as they boldly exited the base. Once outside, the 3 occupants of the off-road vehicle began to feel a twinge of anxiety, realizing that the 2 companions did not appear to be nefarious characters. Perhaps they wouldn't be deceived after all. However, it was too late for regrets, as they did not hold the steering wheel and could only follow along. In the first vehicle, a man driving sighed, "Son, listen to your mother. Stick with that girl. There's land to cultivate. I haven't had fresh vegetables in 2 years. I'll grow you delicious food every day." The son, looking exasperated, retorted, "Mom, you're just listening to their tall tales. There's no land left to cultivate anywhere. They're definitely con artists. We agreed just to take a look. And if there's nothing, you'll come back to the base with me." In the last vehicle, a young man driving muttered, "Captain, are we really going?" That man and woman look rather dim-witted, spouting nonsense without any foresight. "We passed Looming Mountain just yesterday. It was covered in snow, a barren wasteland. There's no base there." The girl in the passenger seat heated up 5 hot water bags and tossed one to each passenger in the vehicle, casually responding, "My instincts as captain have always been spot on. No need for further discussion. Just follow along." The 2 girls in the back seat hugged their warm water bags and raised their hands in agreement. "Exactly. If we can't trust anyone else, we can trust our captain. She has saved us several times based solely on her instincts. Plus, Looming Mountain isn't far. It won't take much effort to check it out. If it's real, we can bring our parents over when we return to the base." A nearby adolescent boy deftly solved a Rubik's Cube, obediently accepting a warm water bag, and earnestly nodded, "Sister is amazing. I'll listen to her." Not far away, in an inconspicuous gray sedan, the driver spoke into a walkie-talkie. "The individuals have indeed left the base. Should we continue to follow?" After a brief silence, the voice on the other end replied, "No need. Return. Our primary focus is Lu Jie. Keep a close watch on her. Once her experiment is completed, notify me immediately." Understood. The gray vehicle turned around, heading in the opposite direction of the preceding cars. As Jiang Guo sat in the first off-road vehicle, she could see that they were nearing their destination, and finally heard the voice she had been longing to hear. 48 hours have passed. The trading system is rebooting in 5, 4, 3. Reboot successful. The trading channel is now fully open. Gold coins obtained during the game can be used to purchase resources from the trading system. Players' current accumulated gold coin total, 100,740. Detected that the player's current game level is LV0, with accumulated experience points of 462,100. Experience points meet the conditions for leveling up. Would you like to upgrade? Without hesitation, Jiang Guo replied, "Upgrade." The sound of fireworks accompanying the upgrade effect resonated in her mind. Player level upgraded from LV0 to LV1, 362,1000. Health points restored to full. Current total health points, 5. Stamina restored to full, maximum increased by 100, current stamina, 200, 200. Health restored to full, maximum increased by 100, current health, 200, 200. Simultaneously, the game narrative refreshed. In a world rife with apocalyptic crises, chaos reigns within the base, prompting you to worry about your future existence. Constructing a spaceship is a lengthy endeavor, and the technological standards here are evidently lacking. There is only one solution: utilize the trading system to directly purchase a spaceship, but this will require a substantial sum. It seems you must devise a means to earn gold coins in this environment. In the apocalypse, people are primarily lacking resources and a secure refuge, and you can leverage the trading system to provide these necessities. Moreover, the apocalypse holds precious items not found in other realms, crystal cores. You have discovered a method to accumulate gold coins. Main quest issued: establish an apocalyptic shelter. Purchase supplies via the trading system, exchange for crystal cores from the denizens of the apocalypse, and accumulate gold coins through the sale of crystal cores. Once enough gold coins are amassed, purchase a spaceship and escape the apocalypse. Now, please select a location nearby to construct your personal territory. Please choose. Accompanying this was a detailed map of City A. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Guo selected Looming Mountain. As she engaged with her computer, she opted for Deer Call Mountain, a location she had meticulously chosen. The mountain was not particularly tall. Rather, it boasted an expansive plain, ideal for establishing a territory. Naturally, familiarity was preferred. Territory location confirmed: City A, Deer Call Mountain. Construction of territory has commenced. Note: the area of a level 1 territory is 1,000 square meters. The territory is fully fortified, pollution-free, state secure. In the untouched expanse of Deer Call Mountain, a patch of snow suddenly began to melt, expanding outward from a small point. In less than 3 seconds, it grew to encompass 1,000 square meters, and remarkably fresh, tender grass sprouted in the melted area. Unfortunately, this extraordinary spectacle went unnoticed by all but a few unintelligent mutated beasts. Territory construction completed. Experience points 5. Congratulations to player Jiang Guo for becoming a level 1 lord. Great lord, please bestow a beautiful name upon your territory. Jiang Guo pondered the scene she had just witnessed and resolutely declared, Peaceful Harmony Territory. Peace signifies the absence of turmoil or unrest, while harmony connotes warmth and tranquility. Together, Peaceful Harmony embodies safety and stability, an optimistic aspiration in this apocalyptic world. Territory name confirmed. Lord Jiang Guo, the territory is non-transferable. The initial tutorial has concluded. You are now free to explore and establish your own domain in this post-apocalyptic landscape. Just as she finished speaking, the vehicle came to a halt. Have we arrived? A timid boy on the bus inquired, raising his hand. Jiang Guo glanced outside and nodded. Yes, we have arrived. You may disembark. The frail boy gathered his belongings and roused his sleeping brother beside him. Xiao Di, we're here. The boy rubbed his eyes, still groggy. But as soon as he stepped outside, the cold air jolted him awake. He scanned the surroundings and suddenly exclaimed, Brother, look over there. His excited shout captured the attention of others disembarking from the vehicle, all of whom turned to follow his gaze. What they beheld left them utterly astounded. Chapter 13. Astonishment. A light curtain that can identify biological categories. Deer Call Mountain was not particularly high. One could easily see its peak. The flat terrain at the foot of the mountain, previously known as City A's famed 1,000-acre wheat field, spanned 6.75 million square meters. However, what captivated their attention was a towering light curtain near the base of the mountain. What a breathtaking sight it was. The shimmering light flickered delicately, resembling a transparent river of stars cascading down, intermittently visible. The light curtain encircled a small plot of land at its center, while outside, snowflakes danced in the air. Yet within, the grass was lush and vibrant. The stark contrast created an intensely vivid sensory experience. It felt as if they had stepped into a fantastical fairy tale, imbued with an otherworldly sensation. The last to disembark from the off-road vehicle was a middle-aged man with eyes full of weariness. Upon witnessing the scene, he was first taken aback, then seemed to experience a mix of pain and relief, whispering to himself, Heaven does not wish for my demise. Once a wood-type ability user, he had been recruited by the base and had diligently worked there until his wife tragically perished during a zombie siege. Since then, he had lived a life devoid of purpose. He had even contemplated surrendering himself to the zombies, yet an intrinsic fear of death had held him back. When he stumbled upon Zheng Huan and Jiang Guo, he felt compelled to take a gamble. If they were deceivers, his fate would be sealed, yet if they were truthful, he could find a new path to redemption. With a heart resigned to fate, he boarded the vehicle, unaware that they were indeed not charlatans. A woman from the second vehicle slapped her son on the shoulder, exclaiming, "See, what did I tell you? That little girl looks so sweet. She couldn't possibly be a fraud. Look at that. That's grass. Just imagine the possibilities: tomatoes, potatoes, eggplants, peppers." Ignoring his mother's enthusiastic list, the man stood frozen in disbelief. This defied all logic. The same thought echoed in the minds of everyone witnessing this phenomenon. The 5 individuals from the third vehicle were equally astonished. Heavens! This is just too incredible. I knew listening to the captain was the right choice. The boy who had driven earlier no longer questioned. The light curtain radiated an unusual aura. Although it currently housed only grass, the fact that it could sustain normal vegetation proved this land was undoubtedly unpolluted. The boy approached Jiang Guo in awe, exclaiming, "Brother, you truly weren't lying. This place is extraordinary." "Of course, my sister Guo is quite remarkable," Jiang Guo replied, maintaining an outward calm while inwardly he was exuberantly ecstatic. "Ah! His boastful claims have materialized. Sister Guo truly didn't deceive me. Sister Guo, she's incredible." Cheng Xuening was the first to lead her team forward, only to find herself halted by the light curtain. Simultaneously, a luminous screen appeared before each of them. Detection complete. Human, uninfected, entry permitted. You have entered the defensive perimeter of Peaceful Harmony territory. A fee of 1 crystal core is required for entry, 100 hours. The territory is fully fortified and pollution-free. Do you wish to proceed? The group exchanged glances, understanding that each of them had received the same prompt. "Miss Jiang, what is this?" Cheng Xuening inquired. Jiang Guo explained, "This is the territory's defensive barrier, capable of distinguishing biological categories. If it detects zombies or other mutated creatures, it will automatically activate to eliminate them. Humans will be assessed for infection. Only those uninfected may pay the crystal core fee to gain entry. The crystal core grants access to the territory for 100 hours, but any additional expenditures incurred within will require further payment. I assure you, once inside, your safety is guaranteed." The man from the second vehicle squinted, skeptical. "I'll fetch a mutated beast to test it." With that, he turned towards a nearby mutated creature. His mother, feeling embarrassed, glanced at Jiang Guo. "Please don't take offense. My son can be quite stubborn. I believe in you. You radiate kindness." Jiang Guo, unfazed, smiled gently. It was natural to be cautious in the post-apocalyptic world. A moment's negligence could cost one their life. The man, an electricity-type ability user, swiftly captured a mutated deer and tossed it towards the light curtain. Detection complete. Mutated deer, infected. Entry denied. Initiating extermination. The light curtain flickered for a moment, and when they looked back, the mutated deer that had touched the barrier was obliterated beyond recognition. Everyone collectively gasped. Chapter 14. Sister Guo. "She truly, I'm in tears." At that moment, a voice echoed in Jiang Guo's mind. Level 2 crystal core acquired. 1 experience points. 2. The mutated creature's demise automatically deposited crystal cores into her private reserve. Jiang Guo's smile broadened slightly. Was further proof necessary? Certainly not. The man's mother nudged her obstinate son. "Apologize to the young lady." The man pursed his lips and nodded in Jiang Guo's direction. "I apologize. You did not deceive me. I overthought things." Jiang Guo felt no offense. After all, it was entirely reasonable for individuals in an apocalyptic world to be vigilant. The man merely expressed skepticism. He did not infringe upon her interests. On the contrary, he even substantiated the formidable nature of the protective barrier, rendering her fixation on the matter unnecessary. Jiang Guo appeared at ease and inquired, "So, shall we all proceed inside?" "Yes, let us enter." The man seemed eager to demonstrate his sincere apology, leading his mother forth. Such protection indeed surpassed that of the base, which was periodically besieged by mutated beasts and zombies. With his mother here, he could rest assured. Detection complete. Human, uninfected, entry permitted. You have entered the jurisdiction of Jinghe territory. A fee of 1 crystal core is required for entry, 100 hours. The territory is in a state of full defense and pollution-free. Do you confirm your entry? The man produced a crystal core and nodded, affirming yes. No sooner had he spoken than the crystal core vanished from his hand, and 2 lines of text appeared in his field of vision. Name, Sheng, Level 3 Lightning Element. Entry permission duration, 100 hours. Could it truly detect supernatural abilities? Sheng glanced at Jiang Guo's youthful visage, pondering the origins of this girl. However, he chose to conceal his thoughts and refrained from asking any intrusive questions. Stepping forward, he discovered the absence of barriers, feeling no discomfort in his body. He then offered his mother a crystal core, allowing her to enter as well. Name: Chen Jinfeng. Entry permission duration, 100 hours. Sheng turned to his vehicle and inquired, "Can we drive it in?" Jiang Guo nodded affirmatively, "Of course. But a parking fee is required, 1 crystal core for 24 hours. Given the vehicle's larger footprint and the absence of additional expenses upon entry, it was only natural that it would cost more than a person. Staying 1 day in the car equated to her residing for 4 days. Hearing this, Chen Jinfeng shook her head vigorously. "Son, that is far too expensive. Just leave the car outside. It seems there are no mutated beasts lurking about. If anything arises, you can simply walk a few steps over. Besides, didn't he reinforce the vehicle? It should withstand any danger. We shouldn't squander our resources." Sheng contemplated arguing that he was not lacking in crystal cores, but his mother was frugal by nature. If he paid the parking fee, she would likely spend the night restless. To ease his mother's mind, he ultimately parked the vehicle at the foot of a nearby hill, not far from the barrier. The Cheng Xuaning squad, upon witnessing this, also maneuvered their vehicle closer. "Zheng Huan, we can drive straight in. This is my territory. There's no need to pay a parking fee," he exclaimed, guiding it to the far left corner. Jiang Guo tilted her delicate face upward, her expression brimming with pride and satisfaction, emphasizing the phrase "my territory" with particular weight, her demeanor evoking amusement. "All right then," Zheng Huan responded cheerfully, giving her a thumbs up. Her spirits lifted further, her brows arching with delight. Zheng Huan couldn't help but chuckle. Jiang Guo could be quite childlike at times, but then again, she was barely 20. Full of youth and exuberance, a hint of innocence was entirely normal. It is often said that compliments enhance beauty and bolster confidence. He was determined to praise Jiang Guo as the most beautiful and self-assured little fairy in the world. Jiang Guo promptly granted Zheng Huan free entry privileges. After all, he was her little brother, and she had promised to indulge him. It would be too miserly to withhold such a benefit. Moreover, she trusted his character. If the day ever came where he was no longer trustworthy, revoking the privilege would be but a matter of words. Jiang Guo was unaware that she no longer regarded Zheng Huan merely as an NPC. This sentiment extended to others as well. Everything felt alarmingly real, and she seemed to have immersed herself in this world, unable to distinguish between what was genuine and what was not. As Zheng Huan prepared to drive, he remained oblivious to the privileges Jiang Guo had bestowed upon him, still rummaging through his bag for crystal cores. He had exchanged all his previous contribution points for crystal cores at the base. Initially, they didn't permit the exchange for cores, but due to his rare water abilities, he discreetly slipped 2 bottles of water to the staff, who then facilitated a covert transaction. He had traded for 2 level 3 crystal cores, 1 level 2 core, and 3 level 1 cores. The energy difference between each level of core was a factor of 10, hence, the conversions followed suit. For instance, 1 level 3 core equated to 10 level 2 cores or 100 level 1 cores. Thus, he possessed a total of 2 by 101 by 10 3 by 1 213 level 1 cores, making him rather affluent. With these cores, he could reside here for 2.5 years. Zheng Huan, gleefully clutching the cores, drove into the territory without hindrance, the cores in his possession remaining untouched. Name: Zheng Huan, Level 3 Water Element. Entry permission: unlimited free access. Zheng Huan exclaimed in shock. Jiang Guo, I'm about to cry. Zheng Huan's affinity level: 10, current affinity: 80. You have gained an exceptionally precious friend who trusts you implicitly and would risk life and limb for you. Affinity levels can unlock corresponding character storylines, with varying levels of affinity yielding diverse surprises. Chapter 15. Brother, this place is too expensive. Jiang Guo had already entered ahead, fiddling with the transaction panel. The trading system showcased a plethora of items, akin to a shopping application, with everything accessible for search. She typed in keywords: apocalypse, shop, auto-replenishment, upgradable. A cascade of product information appeared, and Jiang Guo clicked on the top-rated item, gasping at the price, 5,000 gold coins. Previously, while gaming on the computer, she had not encountered the ultimate package costing 100,000 gold coins, which is why she never purchased the auto-replenishment feature. She had only established ordinary shops, which required 100 gold coins each. However, ordinary shops necessitated her own efforts to source supplies, whereas auto-replenishment eradicated that worry, essentially granting her access to infinite resources. Yet, starting at 5,000 coins meant future upgrades would be exorbitant. Jiang Guo felt a pang of melancholy. She initially believed that with 100,000 gold coins at the outset, she could purchase infinite resources, but that had proven overly optimistic. Ultimately, she clenched her teeth and decided to buy one. Although it seemed impractical at present, in the long run, the shop would undoubtedly yield profit. New building added to territory. 1 experience. 10. Building, shop, level 1. Area, 10 square meters. Slots, 10. Each slot may only display 1 item, with a maximum capacity of 10 per slot. Auto-replenishment speed, replenished monthly. Upgrade cost, 10,000 gold coins. Jiang Guo adjusted the overall color of the shop to red and positioned it facing the road within the barrier, aligning it outward. The bright red building against the pristine white surroundings resembled a grid wall, enticing passers-by. Those with keen eyes could directly perceive the goods. Those less observant would inevitably be curious about this realm that starkly contrasted with the outside world. Whether future visitors would share that curiosity remained uncertain. But the present onlookers were undoubtedly intrigued. As everyone parked their vehicles, they gradually entered. The drivers were not lacking in crystal cores. Yet the trio who arrived in Jiang Guo's vehicle seemed somewhat financially constrained. "Brother, should we just head back?" "It's too expensive," the young boy said, his small hands, marred by frostbite, clenching tightly. Despite his tender age, he had already learned the harsh realities of life in this apocalyptic world. Though the base lacked the cleanliness and beauty of this place, it did not require a crystal core for entry. With their parents gone, he and his brother were merely ordinary individuals. Where could they find crystal cores? Luke gently caressed his brother's head, his eyes brimming with resolve. "We shall remain here." His brother was unaware that their return was no longer an option. The vice-captain of the residential area guard team, Wu Chonglin, outwardly presented himself as a paragon of virtue. Yet behind closed doors, he indulged in unspeakable depravity, particularly fixating on the innocent. Despite his caution, the perverse man had set his sights on Luke's brother. Today was meant to be the day he would escape the A city base with his sibling, but fate had conspired to bring them together with Jiang Guo and company. And thus they decided to stick together. Luke retrieved a handgun from the tightly clutched bag, a legacy from his father. There were originally 2. One for him and one for his brother, but the throngs of people at the base had instilled a fear in him that had kept the weapon hidden away. Now, however, he felt a sense of liberation. He approached Uncle Chen Sheng directly. "Uncle Chen, would you accompany me for a couple of hunting expeditions? I can operate a firearm, though I lack practical combat experience. I am a quick learner. After just a couple of attempts, I will be able to defend myself. In return, I shall gift you 10 bullets." Chen Sheng looked at him in surprise, taken aback by how the boy knew his surname. Sensing the elder's confusion, Luke wiped his face with his sleeve, revealing a youthful, yet striking visage. "Uncle Chen, my name is Luke. My father is Lu Yuan, a gunsmith. You've had your handgun repaired by him. I assisted him at the time, so you may not remember me, but I certainly recall you." Recognition dawned on Chen Sheng. He recalled a boy who fit this description. Observing the ragged duo before him, it was not difficult to surmise the fate of Luke's father. Chen Sheng's instinct cautioned him against probing further, so he swiftly changed the topic. "Given the danger outside, why are you and your brother not staying within the base?" Luke hesitated briefly, turning his back to his brother, and whispered to Chen Sheng about the perverse man. Chen Sheng's eyes flared with anger upon hearing this. Such a thing exists. Chen Jinfeng, who had been eavesdropping nearby, erupted in outrage. What kind of despicable vice-captain is this? Is the management of the base truly so corrupt as to allow such a monster to remain in the guard team, tormenting innocent civilians? The audacity of this pervert, targeting such young children. Her tirade continued, but upon noticing the obedient boy clad in tattered cotton clothing standing behind Luke, her anger subsided, replaced by a deep-seated sorrow. Son, take the two children inside. It's merely a matter of accompanying them in shooting practice. This child seems quite clever. If you help him learn self-defense, you will have done a good deed. We cannot simply abandon such a young soul. Chapter 16. Oh my, there's a shop here. Despite Qin Jinfeng's boisterous demeanor, her impulsive nature, and penchant for gossip, she was always the first to champion justice when faced with adversity. While most people are often burdened by multiple reservations, choosing to remain passive observers, Qin Jinfeng acted on her instincts, retaliating against any wrongdoing with fervor. Many admired her straightforwardness, while others criticized her fiery temperament, but in truth, her candidness and sincerity made her a favored companion. Her son, raised solely by her, might be a bit oblivious at times and prone to offending others, yet he inherently mirrored his mother's qualities. Without hesitation, he handed Luke 2 crystal cores. Take your brother inside. For the next few days, stick with me. I'll teach you some wilderness survival skills and self-defense techniques. As for the bullets, keep them for yourself. I have no shortage of those. Luke stubbornly shook his head. No, uncle. My father always said one should not take others' kindness for granted. Assistance is a favor, while withholding help is merely one's duty. Your willingness to help is already generous. I cannot accept without offering something in return. He pondered for a moment before proposing, how about this, Uncle Qin? I have some skills in firearm maintenance. If your weapons require repairs in the future, you and your team can come to me, and I shall repair them for free. Would that be acceptable? If you decline, I would feel remiss in seeking your assistance. Very well, Qin Sheng conceded with a resigned nod, patting the boy's shoulder, no longer refusing his offer. The middle-aged man lacked crystal cores himself, yet he showcased his abilities, prompting Qing Xuaning's group to lend him a core. Wood-based abilities possess formidable vitality, capable of fostering plant growth and, at levels above 5, even healing. Though the man was only at level 3, befriending him could only prove advantageous, especially since it was merely a loan, not a gift. Upon entering, they were immediately enveloped by the warmth of spring. Despite the verdant scenery, the atmosphere was imbued with a comforting warmth, abundant oxygen, and refreshing air that evoked a long-forgotten sense of security. Even without the protective barrier, the living conditions indoors surpassed those outside by a considerable margin. Before long, beads of sweat began to form on their foreheads. What had felt like a warm layer outside now felt akin to a steam room within. After shedding their outer garments and taking deep breaths of the fresh air, they felt invigorated. Brother, the Red House, Rudy exclaimed, pointing towards a newly erected structure. The others, having noticed as well, hastened over to investigate the building that had not existed moments before. Though small, the Red House was neatly organized. Upon entering, a long counter obstructed the path, behind which stood a wall of cubbyholes, each crafted from mahogany, containing various items: bottled water, 500 milliliters, 3 crystal cores.
Packaged salt, 500 gramas 6 crystal cores. Packaged sugar, 500 gramas 6 crystal cores. Packaged flour, 25 kg 15 crystal cores.
Electric cooking pot, 20 crystal cores. Toilet paper, 3 crystal cores. Sanitary pads, 24 pieces, 5 crystal cores. Hygiene kit, 10 crystal cores. Multifunctional knife, 15 crystal cores. Storage backpack, 10 compartments, weightless 50 crystal cores. At the top, a bold inscription read, vending machine. Each person may purchase one of each item, refreshed monthly. As this was an apocalyptic shop, the goods available differed significantly from those in ordinary stores, being more practical and diverse. The wall of cubbyholes appeared unobstructed, yet extending a hand over the counter revealed an invisible barrier. There were 2 openings on the counter, one for inserting crystal cores and another for retrieving purchased items. An electronic display atop the counter allowed customers to select desired items, depositing crystal cores into the input slot to receive their chosen goods at the output. This is a shop, Luke exclaimed, astonished to discover that water was available for sale, looking far cleaner than that at the base and half the price. Salt and sugar, too, and flour. Sanitary pads. There are sanitary pads. Among the 3 girls in Cheng Xuaning's team, they were immediately captivated by one of the cubbyholes. What is of utmost importance to young women? Sanitary pads undoubtedly rank high on that list. Typically, sanitary pads have a shelf life of 3 years, and many had expired by now, while those that Han Ti had been hoarded and stored away, leaving no circulation in the market. Although they had managed to gather a substantial stock, they had exhausted their supply 4 months prior, making the past few months exceedingly inconvenient. Chun Sheng, on the other hand, was drawn to the last 2 items. The multifunctional knife was self-evidently valuable, but that storage backpack, with 10 compartments and no weight, it was tantamount to carrying a small space. Chun Jinfeng's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "Son, quickly! Salt, sugar, flour, electric cooking pot. Buy everything. It's all so much cheaper than at the base. And brand new." Chun Sheng withdrew his gaze from the storage backpack, glancing at the items his mother had mentioned. After calculating the prices, he reassured her, "Mother, do not fret. I shall procure everything shortly." The total for all items amounted to 133, a sum that might be considered exorbitant for the average person, yet for someone endowed with offensive abilities like him, it was more than manageable. The group instinctively formed a queue, mindful of the purchase limits, thus unconcerned about the possibility of the items being snatched away by those ahead of them. Store Item 1. Crystal Core 6, Experience 1. Store Item 1, Crystal Core 15, Experience 1. Store Item 1, Crystal Core 50, Experience 1. Chapter 17, Constructing Houses, Collective Cheer. The alert for collecting crystal cores resonated continuously, further elevating Jiang Guo's spirits. She delightedly continued to browse the trading mall. Within the confines of the safe territory, full defensive measures were in place, rendering the houses not necessitating extreme sturdiness. They merely needed to be habitable. Wooden houses, straw huts, earthen homes, bamboo cottages, and tiled houses were all remarkably affordable and practical. Jiang Guo, weary of the concrete high-rises, yearned to create a paradise replete with mountains, water, flowers, and grass, akin to the idyllic haven promoted at the base, featuring clean water sources and arable land. However, such ambitions required substantial resources, and pursuing them prematurely would preclude any hope of profit. For instance, a plot of land could accommodate dozens or even hundreds of residents if a high-rise were erected, but a standalone building would only suffice for one occupant. In the apocalypse, the majority were still ordinary people, constructing single units left few who could afford them. Thus, while the dream of a utopian paradise was enticing, the construction and operational progress would directly stagnate. Therefore, Jiang Guo resolved to initially purchase affordable apartment buildings, opting not for automatically upgrading ones, but rather to acquire various types separately. To put it simply, the prices differed. This also catered to a variety of purchasing needs. After all, the dwelling itself was not paramount. The core objective was to attract patrons. Only with a bustling populace could consumption thrive, allowing her to earn crystal cores. Once the area expanded, ample land would be available to realize her vision of the paradise. Jiang Guo felt a twinge of guilt. This wasn't false advertising. Just because she couldn't achieve it now didn't mean it would remain unattainable in the future. She first purchased the most economical apartment building, primarily targeting ordinary individuals without abilities, providing them with a haven. With them housed, she would also earn experience points, truly a win-win situation. Purchase of 6-story apartment building, gold coins. 300. Placement confirmed, construction commenced, successfully built. New building added to territory, experience 10. Soon after, the group that had just finished their purchases at the small red house shop was met with a notification. Territory announcement: a new habitable building has been added. Those in need may proceed to the rear of the territory to purchase from the apartment building. Upon looking outside, they noticed that, unbeknownst to them, a neatly arranged row of small wooden houses had appeared at the far end of the territory. Building, Residential Area 1, Building 1. Number of rooms, 60, all single rooms. 10 units per stairwell, 6 floors total. Room area, 10 square meters, no private bathroom. Each floor features 1 communal restroom and 1 public bathing area. Maximum occupancy per room, 2 persons. Rental price, daily 1 crystal core, monthly 15 crystal cores, yearly 100 crystal cores. Purchase price, 1,000 crystal cores, permanent. Renting or purchasing a house allows free entry and exit from the territory during the rental period, with any paid entry fees applicable towards the house payment. What on earth? How is this even possible? Just like that, a house is constructed. And another one at that.
I am utterly impressed.
This young lady is truly a hidden powerhouse. What initially seemed absurd now appeared even more surreal. This world is indeed extraordinary. Speaking of the apartment building, it was quite commendable. Only 6 stories tall, lacking the oppressive feel of high-rises. Although each room was small, the construction was remarkably even and sturdy, devoid of any unpleasant odors. Each room came furnished with a small wooden bed and a set of tables and chairs. The windows allowed for ample ventilation, and there was a long corridor outside where one could lean on the railing to admire the scenery, reminiscent of the school's teaching buildings. The rental prices were also reasonable. Daily rental at 1 crystal core, monthly at merely 15 crystal cores, and yearly under 100. If only she had enough crystal cores, she would have considered buying one outright. Indeed, initially, she harbored concerns, but who could have predicted the prices would be so reasonable? Although the ordinary housing at the base required no crystal cores, the threat of mutated creatures was ever present, and it was said that the rooms were not larger than this. Cramming 5 or 6 people into a 10 square meter room was an experience best avoided. Surely, it was far more sensible to spend a few crystal cores on a private room here. Cheng Xuening and her companions chattered excitedly, especially upon discovering the communal restroom. Though shared, it was impeccably clean, featuring 10 separate stalls. What difference was there from having one's own? At worst, it was just a short walk away. Even more astonishing was that the faucets in the sinks had running water. However, there was a caveat. The faucets operated on a metered system with limits. Individual daily water quota, 10L. Water price, 1 crystal core for 5L. Note: for residents of the apartment building only, resale prohibited. Single bath price, 10 crystal cores per use, 30-minute limit per use. Note: bathing water cannot be taken out of the public bath area. While the water costs exceeded the rental prices, the group understood the reasoning, given the scarcity of water resources. They felt fortunate to have access to water here. At the base, one wouldn't even have the luxury of complaining about high prices. There was barely enough to drink, let alone anything else. In contrast, this place was indeed a paradise in the apocalypse. That young lady truly spoke the truth. Just as they were about to inquire about the purchasing process, a voice suddenly echoed in their minds. Notification: a new habitable building has been added to the territory. Those in need may proceed to the right side of the territory to purchase from the apartment building. Another addition? Chapter 18. My apologies. I must take my leave. Simultaneously, a 6-story wooden house suddenly emerged on the vacant land adjacent to the right of the first residential building. Building, Residential Area 1. Building 2. Number of rooms, 24 for units per stairwell, 6 floors total. Room area, 50 square meters, 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom. Maximum occupancy per room, 3 persons. Rental price, daily 3 crystal cores, monthly 45 crystal cores, yearly 300 crystal cores. Purchase price, 3,000 crystal cores, permanent. Renting or purchasing a house allows free entry and exit from the territory during the rental period, with any paid entry fees applicable towards the house payment. Residential Area 2, individual daily water quota, 20L. Water price, 1 crystal core for 5L. Note: for residents of the apartment building only, resale prohibited. Building 2 was slightly more expensive than Building 1, yet not significantly so, and it featured a private bathroom and kitchen. The water quota was also greater than that of Building 1, making it more suitable for larger groups. Chun Jinfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Son, let us rent this one. It's not much more expensive, and it has a private bathroom and kitchen. We can convert the small living room into another bedroom, and we'll both fit perfectly. I can cook for you. It's far more economical than eating out.
All right.
Chen Sheng, not particularly concerned about the crystal cores, but recognizing his mother's fondness for kitchens, agreed to rent it. Chun Jinfeng chose the first room on the second floor, a middle ground in height, conveniently located beside the staircase, and devoid of noisy neighbors. As Chun Sheng's hand touched the door, the purchase information materialized before him. The room is located in Area 1, Building 2, Room 201. The daily rental is 3 crystal cores, the monthly rental is 45 crystal cores. The yearly rental is 300 crystal cores, and purchasing the property costs 3,000 crystal cores, permanently. Please select the duration of your rental or click to purchase directly. Chun Sheng, daily rental for 1 day. He did not have enough crystal cores on him, so he planned to return to the base, bring his team along, and fetch the crystal cores to extend the rental later. Please add co-tenants. This room has a capacity limit of 3. Following the prompt, Chun Jinfeng also touched the door, entering her information. Rental information confirmed. Room. Area 1, Building 2, Room 201. Tenants. Chun Sheng, Level 3 Lightning System. Chun Jinfeng. Rental duration. 1 day. Total crystal cores due. 3. Amount paid. 1. Territorial entry fee automatically deducted. Note: water usage incurs additional charges. The individual daily water limit is 20 L, with 1 crystal core for every 5 L. Please conserve water. Daily rental capacity. 2. Experience points. 2. This information is only visible to the Lord. After completing the rental, 2 small keys materialized in his hand. Chun Jinfeng, astonished, examined the keys and eagerly entered to explore the room, excitedly pulling items from her storage backpack. This was far superior to the house her son rented at the base. It even had water and a kitchen. She was grateful she had trusted that young girl's words. Otherwise, she would have missed out. Luca, knowing that he and his brother could not afford to stay here, returned to Building 1 to rent a single room. Initially, Luca had not planned to rent, even though this single room was only 1 crystal core per day and could be offset by the entry fee. However, after the deduction, they could only stay for 1 day. Without the deduction, he and his brother could safely remain here for 3 days. But seeing his brother sneakily glancing at the small room and quickly retracting his gaze filled Luca with pain, prompting him to grit his teeth and rent it. Uncle Chun had promised to take him hunting on the way back to the base, and he was determined to earn crystal cores. He would ensure his brother received clean clothes and fresh water. That middle-aged man also converted the entry fee into a daily rental for the single room, pondering how he could earn crystal cores. While they had secured a place to stay, the accommodation was the cheapest aspect. The true expenses lay in water usage and purchasing necessities. People needed food and drink. He found himself coveting the items in the store. Originally planning to rent Building 1, Cheng Xuaning's team changed their minds upon seeing Building 2. Captain, let us rent Building 2. It has a private bathroom and kitchen. With so many of us, it's more cost-effective. Cheng Xuaning, however, shook her head, insisting they wait. What if something better appeared? Her intuition proved correct. Shortly after, behind the red house, an elegant and charming 3-story bamboo villa emerged.
Wow.
How beautiful. That one. Captain, let us check that out, exclaimed 2 girls from Cheng Xuaning's team, their excitement palpable. Cheng Xuaning's eyes also brightened, but inexplicably, she felt a sense of foreboding. Indeed, upon arriving at the bamboo villa, they saw a girl stepping out, humming a tune while cradling a beautiful decorative potted plant, her delicate face radiating contentment. Upon noticing them, she curiously inquired, "Are you looking for me?" One girl clutched her chest. "Miss Jiang, is this your house?" Jiang Guo nodded in confusion. Yes. Observing their expressions, a light bulb went off in her head. "Are you interested in renting? Do you like this kind of place?"
Who wouldn't he like it?
"This little bamboo house is exquisite," exclaimed another girl. Instantly, one girl's eyes sparkled. "Can we rent it? How many crystal cores?" Cheng Xuaning had already begun to shake her head. Her instincts told her it wouldn't be affordable. Sure enough, when Jiang Guo revealed the prices, one girl nearly fainted, and the other's voice changed pitch in shock. Daily rental, 70. Monthly rental, 1,000. Yearly rental, 10,000. To purchase, 150,000. They hurriedly excused themselves, as if their feet were equipped with wheels, disappearing before Jiang Guo. "Let us stick with renting from Building 2, it's perfectly fine." Jiang Guo hugged her potted plant, knowing all too well that this was why she hadn't opted for a standalone house. It was simply too expensive. Very few could afford it. The crystal cores accumulated by these NPCs were more likely to be exchanged for essentials, such as food, weapons, and other resources. As for housing, as long as it was livable, they were content. Even a bare patch of grass would suffice for them. Jiang Guo sighed softly, realizing that to earn crystal cores, she would need to focus on production. Currently, the territory encompassed only 1,000 square meters. Building 1, with its rooms, bathrooms, staircases, and corridors, occupied 180 square meters. Building 2 took up 250 square meters. The bamboo villa covered 80 square meters, and the small red shop occupied 10 square meters. After reserving space for pathways, not much land remained. Jiang Guo rummaged through her options and selected a standard supermarket to place in the central location of her territory, conveniently close to her bamboo house and the 2 residential buildings. Gold coins, 200, territory newly added structure, 1 experience points, 10. Building, standard supermarket. Area, 150 square meters. Item categories, 1,200 types, food, 500, non-food, 700. Stock, 8,000 items. Once sold out, they are gone. The advantage of this supermarket was its wider variety compared to the apocalyptic shop. The downside was that it did not automatically restock. Once sold out, it was up to her to replenish. The apocalyptic shop had too few items, making it unprofitable in the long run. For now, she needed a supermarket with abundant goods to attract customers. With the establishment of the supermarket, the 1,000 square meters of land felt quite cramped. Jiang Guo decided against adding more structures. She disliked a cluttered environment, which could create an inexplicable tension. She would wait until expanding her territory before constructing anything new. However, to expand, she must upgrade, and upgrading required meeting experience point conditions. Jiang Guo checked her current experience points. Current level, LV1. Experience points, 473, 1,000. Since leaving the base, her experience points had increased by over 100, totaling 473 when combined with the previous 362. Experience points were directly related to territory development. Whether adding structures, earning currency, or increasing the number of inhabitants, all contributed to gaining experience points. For instance, constructing a building in the territory grants 10 experience points. Selling an item in the shop earns 1 experience point. Renting a room for 1 day yields 1 experience point. The apocalyptic shop's limited offerings made it challenging for the average person to purchase, thus stunting experience point growth. She could only rely on the supermarket and housing rentals. The supermarket would run out of resources, requiring her to restock independently. Therefore, the most efficient and cost-effective way to accumulate experience points was through renting rooms. As long as someone rented a room in the territory, experience points would be gained. The duration of the rental directly influenced the experience points. Renting for 1 day yielded 1 point, while a 31-day rental yielded 31 points. Additionally, rentals were calculated by the number of tenants, not by the number of rooms. Even if a single room housed 2 individuals paying for just 1, the experience points for a day's rental would be 2. Thus, attracting people to rent was of utmost importance. While contemplating this, Zheng Huan rushed in, eyes brimming with tears. Sister Guo, sister, you're my real sister. You've arranged a free room for me. And it's a suite with 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom. He was so overwhelmed with emotion that he nearly knelt before Jiang Guo, with a slight smile curling at the corners of her lips. Jiang Guo thought to herself, there are no free lunches in this world. If you reside in my abode, you must serve me without charge. Of course, Zheng Huan replied, adjusting his expression. From this day forth, I shall be your most capable assistant and your most loyal subordinate. Any arduous or unpleasant tasks you wish to avoid, entrust them to me. I assure you, I will meet your expectations. After presenting him with a house, Zheng Huan's favorability rating increased by another 10 points, bringing his total admiration for her to a remarkable 90. It could be said that this was the highest favorability rating in the game world. Managing the territory was no longer as simple as clicking a mouse on a computer. Now, every matter, big or small, required personal effort and time to undertake. She was alone, and the workload was overwhelming. Naturally, she needed a brilliant fool crossed out to assist her. This individual had to be trustworthy. With a favorability rating of 90, who better than him? Moreover, if his favorability were to decline, she would receive a notification, alleviating any fears of his potential betrayal. Jiang Guo opened the trading system's marketplace, inputting the keywords, instant camera, photo paper. Initially, she merely sought to purchase a standard model, but unexpectedly stumbled upon one that could capture video photos, with a unique feature of unlimited photo paper usage for 30 years. The sole drawback was that it cost 3 times as much as the ordinary version. Tempted, she ultimately decided to purchase it, high-end instant camera 90 gold coins. Jiang Guo handed the camera to Zheng Huan, instructing, "Let's set aside other matters for now. Take this and capture a panoramic video of our surroundings along with some photographs, particularly of the resources in our shops. Feel free to take as many as you like. The photo paper is limitless, so there's no need to worry about waste." The tenants who accompanied us today were in a hurry, and surely some will return to the base with you. Chapter 20. Only I am the lackey. I understand, Zheng Huan exclaimed, suddenly enlightened and brimming with excitement. I will disseminate the video and photos at the base. They will undoubtedly be captivated.
If they doubt me,
I can enlist the help of those tenants for verification. Or more directly, I can take some supplies to the base for sale. Once they see the goods, they will have no reason to question. Excellent, Jiang Guo replied with an appreciative glance, her expression earnest. Then this formidable task shall be entrusted to you. Zheng Huan, thrilled at the opportunity to assist her, grinned widely and proclaimed, I promise to complete the task. For the safety of her subordinate, Jiang was spent an additional 50 gold coins to purchase a protective shield for him, offering full defense within a 3-meter radius. When Zheng Huan received it, he nearly leaped with joy. Despite being an ability user, he was merely a level 3 water-type wielder, certainly not a formidable warrior. With this shield, he would no longer fear for his life outdoors. A life-saving grace, a place of refuge, a means of survival. Zheng Huan must have saved the world in his past life to have encountered Jiang Guo. Zheng Huan's favorability 2, current favorability 92. Has it surpassed 90? Previously, her highest favorability rating had been 90. She thought that was the limit here, yet it could increase further. Jiang Guo observed the young man, who was utterly moved, and discreetly scratched her toe. Kid, your favorability is alarmingly easy to cultivate. You truly lack any cunning. Jiang Guo couldn't help but feel concern for him venturing alone to the base. She patted his shoulder, her gaze affectionate. Be cautious when you reach the base. Do not trust others too easily. Zheng Huan was momentarily taken aback, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Jiang Guo was so kind to him. Even after providing him with a means of survival, she still worried for him. She truly... Zheng Huan's favorability 1, current favorability 93. Jiang Guo. He truly... If he were the target of pursuit in one of those novels, the female protagonist would surely be in fits of laughter. Meanwhile, Chen Sheng and Cheng Xuening stood before a small supermarket filled with supplies, their desire to return to the base intensifying. Had they known to bring more crystal cores when they first arrived, they would not be left merely gazing longingly. Cheng Xuening inquired, Are you heading back to the base? Chen Sheng nodded. Yes, I did not bring many crystal cores and all my teammates are at the base. I must return today. His mother was urging him to collect crystal cores to purchase groceries from the supermarket. Then we shall go together. It's safer with company. This journey was not particularly long, but with a larger group, safety was assured, especially since they were all ability users and would not hinder each other. Zheng Huan, who was selecting supplies for the base in the supermarket, immediately raised his hand upon hearing this, grinning broadly. I'm returning to the base too. Let us go together. Everyone knew of his good relationship with Jiang Guo, so no one objected. One of the boys from Cheng Xuening's group curiously asked, Why are you loading these supplies into the car? Zheng Huan, proudly hoisting a box of instant noodles, declared, I am the territory's affairs officer. I have free entry and board, so naturally, I must serve the territory. This is for promoting the supplies at the base. A glimmer of envy flashed in the boy's eyes. He had just seen Zheng Huan residing in a suite all by himself. To think it was free. He envied him immensely. He wondered if it was too late for him to win favor with Miss Jiang. Zheng Huan's instincts seemed to pick up on a threat. Glaring at the boy, there is only room for one lackey for Guijia. You, with your ill intentions, should keep your distance from her. The boy. Never have I seen someone so eager to be a lackey. Nevertheless, he truly envied his treatment. As evening approached, 3 vehicles departed from the territory in succession. Leading the way, Chen Sheng drove, with Lucas seated inside, rifle in hand. In the middle, Zheng Huan drove an off-road vehicle laden with supplies. Finally, trailing behind was Cheng Xuening's group. Apart from the young boy remaining at the territory, the other 3 followed along. The 3 vehicles gradually left the territory, And Jiang Guo withdrew her gaze, turning to the two small children beside her. One was dressed in tattered clothes, his face clean to reveal delicate features. Though he was quite thin, his lips cracked and parched, gazing longingly in the direction the vehicles had departed. The other was neatly dressed, with a cherubic round face. Similarly watching the departing vehicles, though his expression was devoid of emotion. The two stood at a similar height, creating a stark contrast. "Sister, will brother return safely?" The frail boy, seeing the cars vanish from view, tilted his little head, looking pitifully at Jiang Guo. Since their parents had left, his brother had never been apart from him, and the little one was evidently anxious. Before Jiang Guo could respond, the other boy spoke up. "Not necessarily. If he encounters danger, he might die." "Jiang Guo, young man, are you serious?" Indeed, in the next moment, tears began to stream down the little one's cheeks silently, his mouth open but producing no sound. Jiang Guo was at a loss on how to console a child. She fumbled awkwardly before deciding to shift the responsibility to the instigator, stepping back to stand behind the cool child. "You comfort him." Chapter 21. Red eyes, frightening. The cool child turned back, looking at her in confusion. "Why should I comfort him? I merely stated the truth."
Wah-ah.
The boy finally could no longer restrain himself. But he still tried to hold back, making it sound like a small beast's whimper. The cool boy furrowed his brows and took a couple of steps forward, meeting the sobbing child's gaze. "This is how the apocalypse is. My sister always tells me she might not return safely every time. If she doesn't come back, I must rely on myself for the life that follows. Even if I am still very young, I must be prepared for the possibility of bidding her farewell at any moment. Crying will not solve any problems." Jiang Guo was taken aback, astonished that such a small child could utter such poignant words, a bittersweet feeling washing over her as she realized this was a child of the apocalypse. Yet, upon further reflection, she corrected herself. This was merely a game. The dialogue and actions of these NPCs were meticulously crafted based on their personalities. The immersive experience she felt was simply a result of being present in the moment. In truth, they were nothing more than a collection of data, devoid of genuine emotion. Despite this self-reassurance, an odd sensation lingered in Jiang Guo's heart, though she chose not to dwell on it. She marveled once more, exclaiming how astonishingly realistic the game was. The designers truly poured their hearts into it. Even the child NPCs exhibited such vibrant personalities. The tearful little boy slowly closed his mouth under the gaze of the cool boy, but his sobs were so intense that he could not suppress a hiccup. A sight both pitiable and amusing. Just as Jiang Guo was about to chuckle, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Goodness, the child's eyes. She watched as the boy, holding back tears, rubbed his eyes, and the next moment, when he opened them, they were bloodshot. The entire pupils had dilated, flooding with red. "Oh no! What is happening to this child's eyes?" Chun Jinfeng gasped, her bun in hand tumbling to the ground. Ludi looked over in confusion. He seemed oblivious to any discomfort, his large, protruding red eyes fixated intently on the bun, his throat working as if he were starving. Initially, Chun Jinfeng felt a twinge of fear, but seeing the child in such a state made her forget her worries. She quickly retrieved the bun, patted it off, and handed it back to Ludi, saying, "Eat up, dear. Grandma made extra just for you and your brother." In this post-apocalyptic world, even a bun that fell into the mud would be fought over. A drop onto the clean grass did nothing to diminish its allure. Ludi hesitated, and Chun Jinfeng promptly brought the bun to his lips. "Hurry and eat. Your brother is just stubborn, refusing to accept help from me and your Uncle Chen. Listen to Grandma. In this world, if you have the chance to eat, you must take it. Who knows if there will be food tomorrow? You need to eat to survive, and living brings hope. Don't be like your brother. He will regret it if he starves." Thank you, Grandma Chun," Ludi stammered, his youthful innocence unable to withstand her words. With a grateful nod, he began to devour the bun voraciously. Chun Jinfeng handed him a bottle of water, her concern evident. What is happening with this child's eyes? Jiang Guo was not overly worried. The territory had not reported any dangers, indicating it was not mutating in a perilous direction. It was possible he had awakened some latent ability. However, Jiang Guo refrained from voicing this thought, merely advising, "It's getting late. The territory can be quite dark at night.
Let's head back to rest."
Indeed, darkness was creeping in. Chun Jinfeng agreed, and turned to the other cool child, Xuelon, saying, "Your sister just gave me a crystal core, so you could have a meal here. Come back with Grandma Chen." Okay, the cool child, Cheng Xuelon, nodded and then pointed at the solitary Liddy. "We should take him back first. This little crybaby looks like he can't fend for himself at all. What if he trips on the stairs and falls?" Chun Jinfeng shared this concern, and the duo escorted little Liddy toward the residential building. As they walked, they soon realized a problem. The residential area was devoid of lights. Only rooms with occupants would be illuminated, but currently, the entire building was dark and empty. The stairwell on either side was pitch black, and Chun Jinfeng and Cheng Xuelon had to tread carefully to see each step. Conversely, Liddy, perhaps having filled his belly, was cheerful, bouncing along as if he were at an amusement park, seemingly unbothered by the enveloping darkness. He even questioned the two behind him, Grandma Chen, Brother Xuelon. "What are you looking for?" With a cheerful smile, Chen Jinfeng, still unaware of Ludi's peculiar state, replied, "Oh, just looking for the steps, dear. My eyes aren't as sharp as they used to be." Ludi, somewhat puzzled, wondered why the steps were not right in front of them.
Meanwhile,
the cool child was intently observing the boy with the two glowing red eyes in the darkness, a contemplative glint in his gaze. After safely delivering Liddy, they guided him to the restroom to wash his face. Noticing the absence of mirrors in the room, Cheng Xuelon addressed the boy lying on the bed. "Sleep well tonight. I will wake you in the morning. If you keep your eyes closed, your brother will return safely." Ludi's blood-red eyes lit up. "Really?" Cheng Xuelon's serious expression gave nothing away, but it was precisely this stern demeanor that instilled both fear and unwavering belief in Ludi, who never considered that he might be deceived.
"All right.
Little D will be a good boy and sleep tight, keeping his eyes closed." With that, Ludi shut his eyes. Though unable to sleep, his eyes darted beneath his eyelids, yet he never opened them. Only when his gaze settled did Cheng Xuelon and Chen Jinfeng take their leave. Chapter 22. A Life of Borrowing and Debt. Chun Jinfeng remarked, "You truly have a way with him, Xuelon. This way, little D won't be afraid of his own eyes. But if he still looks like this tomorrow, we might not be able to hide it." Cheng Xuelon shook his head. "No, he should be fine. He is likely awakening a special ability." Chun Jinfeng gasped in surprise. "An ability? Little D has awakened an ability?" Cheng Xuelon nodded. "It seems so. The initial awakening phase often presents strange phenomena. He must have awakened a vision-related power, which is why his eyes are affected. But this won't last long, generally no more than 1.5 hours. If he sleeps through the night, his red eyes will surely fade by morning." "Wonderful." Chun Jinfeng nodded repeatedly, genuinely happy for Ludi. With 2 children left to fend for themselves, gaining strength would enable them to survive better in this harsh world. Elsewhere, in a small supermarket, a middle-aged man approached Jiang Guo. "Miss Jiang, my name is Chao Jianxi. I am a wood-type ability user. I noticed that the soil in our territory is untainted and of excellent quality. Might it be possible to allocate a plot of land for my use? I can accelerate plant growth by 3-fold, and we could split the harvest." Jiang Guo had intended to gather some food, and had just wandered into the produce section when she spotted the man bending over, his eager gaze scanning the shelves as if he wished to devour them whole. Upon noticing her, his excitement intensified, and he approached her to introduce himself. Once he finished speaking, Jiang Guo understood. He was interested in cultivating land. No wonder he was so animated upon seeing the fruits and vegetables. Cultivating land was indeed essential. Relying on the exorbitantly priced automated restock was not feasible, and self-sustenance through farming was vital for the territory's development. Furthermore, farming was a core gameplay element in Apocalypse Prosperity. Each plot cleared, seeds sown, watered, and harvested contributed to experience points. However, there was a caveat. The territory was currently too small. In a level 1 territory, crop growth occurred at a normal, sluggish rate. With each level up, the growth rate doubled. Given the current level 1 growth speed, amassing crystal cores and experience in a short time through farming alone was impossible. Once the territory was upgraded, expanding the land would accelerate growth, allowing farming to yield swift returns. Jiang Guo refrained from elaborating, simply stating she would consider his proposal later. Chao Jianxi felt a twinge of disappointment at the rejection, but the prospect of expansion rekindled his hope. Such a rare opportunity could indeed be expanded? This precious territory, he thought unique, could actually grow? A newfound respect for Jiang Guo blossomed within him. A person capable of managing such a place was undoubtedly extraordinary. Jiang Guo nodded and was about to leave when she glanced at the crowded supermarket on the first floor. Suddenly struck by inspiration, she inquired, "What was the current growth rate of crops you mentioned regarding your wood-based abilities?" Chao Jianxi promptly replied, "I possess a level 3 ability, which allows me to accelerate plant growth at 3 times the normal rate. However, it does require healthy, pollution-free soil or sufficient water. If the soil and water resources are inadequate, the growth rate will slow down." Jiang Guo nodded thoughtfully, casting her gaze towards the second floor of the small supermarket. And a notion began to take shape in her mind. "How about this? I will transform the rooftop of the supermarket, laying down some seed beds. You could experiment with planting a few things there." Utilizing the rooftop, which would otherwise remain idle, seemed a far better option. Reflecting on it, she realized that the rooftops of both residential buildings could also be repurposed for cultivation. Chao Jianxi was elated. "Really? That would be fantastic. Thank you, Miss Jiang." "Hold your gratitude for a moment," Jiang Guo interjected, waving her hand. Her voice was soft yet resolute. "I will provide the space, soil, water, and seeds, so upon harvest, the division will be 80 for me and 20 for you." Chao Jianxi was momentarily taken aback, his initial excitement tempered as he considered the implications. Although the base had not granted him a share of the harvest, merely contributions, which were substantial enough to exchange for housing and food, they paled in comparison to the living conditions here. Once he received his 20% of the crops, he could sell them at the base. Given the high value of fresh produce, he would have no trouble earning crystal cores, which would naturally afford him better living conditions. However, he pondered, what would he use to pay for his rent and living expenses until the crops matured? His previous credits at the base had long been exhausted, and this rent was still borrowed from Cheng Xuaning's team. His financial situation was indeed dire. Ultimately, Chao Jianxi mustered the courage to speak. "Miss Jiang, I wonder if I could borrow a few crystal cores to maintain my current expenses? I promise to repay you once I earn some." His life had become one of borrowing and debt. Jiang Guo raised an eyebrow and decisively lent him 5 level 2 crystal cores, equivalent to 50 level 1 cores. Borrowing from her meant spending at her discretion, as the crystal cores remained within her possession. Chapter 23. Owning my own villa. How delightful.
Gao Zians, Dao Ket?
Accepted the crystal cores, his burdensome debts weighing heavier on his shoulders. Jiang Guo did not forget to encourage him. "If you perform well, we can consider a long-term collaboration. And later on, I may even offer you a discount on rent. But if your commitment falters, this will be our only partnership." Chao Jianxi quickly assured her, "Miss Jiang, rest assured, I will certainly work diligently." The small supermarket was divided into a food section and a non-food section. The food section further comprised grains and oils, fruits and vegetables, fresh produce, convenience foods, snacks, cooked foods, beverages, and tobacco and alcohol. The non-food section included daily necessities, skincare, warming supplies, and miscellaneous items. The total inventory comprised only 8,000 items across 200 varieties, averaging merely 6 or 7 pieces of each item. The small supermarket was rather compact, with the products displayed quite closely together. The so-called fruit and vegetable section was merely a standard shelf on the first floor. The vegetables consisted only of tomatoes, potatoes, cucumbers, bok choy, and chili peppers, while the fruits included apples, oranges, and bananas, with only 6 or 7 pieces of each. Fresh vegetables and fruits were exceedingly rare at present, making any available items highly enticing. Consequently, Zheng Huan took one of each to the base, as every portion here was immensely precious. Jiang Guo had no intention of selecting from this meager offering. What could possibly be cultivated from so little? Instead, she began searching the trading system's marketplace for vegetable seeds that were healthy and easy to cultivate. Spinach seeds germinate in 15 to 20 days, mature in 60 to 70 days. Carrot seeds germinate in 12 to 15 days, mature in 90 to 100 days. Lettuce seeds germinate in 5 to 7 days, mature in 45 to 50 days. Celery seeds germinate in 8 to 12 days, mature in 70 to 80 days. Cabbage seeds germinate in 4 to 5 days, mature in 80 to 100 days. After sifting through numerous options, Jiang Guo ultimately selected tomatoes, cucumbers, and bean sprouts. The first two options provided a more substantial sense of fullness compared to other leafy greens, while the latter boasted a remarkably short growth cycle and high yield. Tomato seeds, 5,000 gold coins, 20. Note: 100 survival rate per seed. Germinates in 8 to 12 days, matures in 90 to 100 days. Cucumber seeds, 5,000 gold coins, 20. Note: 100 survival rate per seed. Germinates in 5 to 7 days, matures in 50 to 60 days. Bean seeds, 500 gold coins, 20. Note: 100 survival rate per seed. Soak for 1 to 2 days to germinate, matures in 5 to 7 days. Having secured the seeds, Jiang Guo began to select seed beds. After consulting with Jiang, they decided to employ hydroponics, laying tidal seed beds across the 3 rooftops and connecting water pipes. The first residential building would cultivate tomatoes, the second would grow cucumbers, and the rapidly maturing bean sprouts would thrive atop the small supermarket. With Jiang's growth acceleration, the bean sprouts could be harvested in 2 to 3 days, making it incredibly convenient to sell directly downstairs at the supermarket. Tailoring 3 tidal seed beds to fit the dimensions of the rooftops, along with controllable long water pipes. Jiang Guo felt a pang in her heart as her gold coins dwindled to 218. The building materials purchased through the system could be operated via the interface. And within mere minutes, fully equipped seed beds materialized on the 3 rooftops, awaiting Jiang's planting. Since bean sprouts required darkness during their growth, the seed beds for them were fortified with shading canopies. Jiang, brimming with excitement, borrowed a flashlight from Jiang Guo and was eager to plant and accelerate growth overnight. Jiang Guo could hardly deter him. As he stated, his ability was currently at full capacity. Wasting any time was not an option, as every minute counted. Jiang Guo acquiesced to his enthusiasm and then gathered some vegetables, fruits, rice, flour, oil, seasonings, and basic necessities from the small supermarket. Overwhelmed by her bounty, she retrieved the items she had previously scavenged from the Ping and building. Instantly, her cubic meter of personal space was vacated. Jiang Guo placed the items from the supermarket into the space, ensuring that nothing from the Ping and building went to waste. She set up a separate shelf, labeling each item with a price. Expired food was offered for free, while items nearing expiration were sold at incredibly low prices. Other products were also priced modestly. Since she had no use for them, it seemed wasteful to leave them untouched. Selling them cheaply would surely benefit someone in need. Although the small supermarket was an ordinary establishment with no upgrade potential, it was governed by the territory, which facilitated automatic transactions without the need to close the doors. Jiang Guo left with an easy gait, and after a few steps, she arrived at her bamboo house. The bamboo house was adorned with a warm lantern. Gazing at her charming villa, Jiang Guo felt an overwhelming sense of joy. The happiness she had never experienced in her world had manifested here. Who wouldn't he desire a beautifully unique villa of their own? Suddenly, her expansive flat felt less appealing. Her bamboo house spanned 3 stories, covering a total area of 80 square meters, with the structure itself occupying 50 square meters and a small courtyard enclosed by a fence measuring 30 square meters. The courtyard featured a pebble pathway in the center, with grass on either side, currently devoid of any planting. The first floor contained a single room, akin to a small living area, furnished with elegant and exquisite tables and chairs. The second floor was divided into a bedroom and a bathroom. The bedroom, located by the window, boasted bamboo windows that facilitated ventilation, while the bathroom was designed with dry and wet separation, infused with an indescribable wooden fragrance. On the third floor, there exists a quaint kitchen spanning 20 square meters, accompanied by a 30 square meter terrace. This space lends itself to delightful al fresco dining, adorned with lounge chairs, where one can bask in the sun and revel in the scenic vistas. The entire expanse of the estate is laid bare, an exquisite sight to behold. Chapter 24. In need of crystal cores? Jiang Guo swiftly retrieved her belongings and tidied up a bit before heading to the kitchen on the 3rd floor to prepare a dish of tomato and egg noodles, eager to savor the pleasures of this grand terrace. Her culinary skills were modest, sufficient to avoid any kitchen disasters, yet far inferior to the fare offered outside. Her cooking was merely palatable, as she typically relied on takeout for her daily meals. After 2 days of subsisting on compressed biscuits, One can only imagine her yearning for a warm, hearty meal. As she entered the kitchen and rolled up her sleeves, she immersed herself in her culinary endeavors. After a considerable time, Jiang Guo confidently carried her noodles to the terrace, ready to indulge in her creation. The terrace was illuminated by a soft warmth, the evening breeze gently caressing her face, pleasantly temperate and free from pesky mosquitoes. How delightful this game world was! However, her joy was short-lived. As soon as the noodles touched her lips, her expression contorted in dismay. The noodles were utterly unpalatable. Indeed, it was the noodles that were at fault. Certainly not her skills. Jiang Guo had never been particularly fond of noodles. She preferred hand-pulled varieties, and given her average cooking prowess, the outcome was decidedly outside her comfort zone. She sighed. While the dish was technically edible, its blandness stripped away half of her enjoyment. How she longed for a sumptuous feast to complement this serene ambience. It would be the pinnacle of her existence. She could sit here for eternity. The trading system did offer the option to purchase, yet Jiang Guo refrained from spending her coins, adhering to her principle of not wasting resources. Resolutely, she finished her noodles. After washing the dishes, she organized her groceries from the supermarket and, feeling less bloated, took a refreshing shower before snuggling into bed to commence her serious tasks. She accessed her personal page in the trading system. The ultimate goal of the game's main storyline was to amass gold coins to purchase a spaceship and escape the apocalypse. Thus, the crystal cores exchanged with NPCs would need to be sold to convert them into gold coins. This necessitated the establishment of a shop within the trading system. As a wandering merchant, players naturally possessed a shop, but to afford players the experience of building from nothing, the game had reset all prior shops and coins to zero. Jiang Guo filled out the necessary information to apply for a new shop, and within 10 minutes, her request was approved. The trading system updated her merchant information. ID, Jiang Guo, Wandering Merchant. Shop name, Jiang Guo's General Store. Shop rating, 0-star Ordinary Store, 0 to 10 stars. Deposit, 1,000 gold coins. Technical service fee, 50 per transaction. The higher the shop rating, the lower the fee. Gold coins, 93,272 after deducting the deposit. Shop inventory, 0. Jiang Guo promptly placed all her crystal cores into the inventory, and the item quantity instantly surged from 0 to 204. The market price for crystal cores was quite favorable. A level 1 crystal core could be exchanged for 10 gold coins, with higher level cores fetching even more. As a wandering merchant, she prioritized profit but also valued life. Lacking in basic necessities was not an issue, and the longer one survived, the wealthier one became. Few dared to scavenge during the apocalypse, thus the crystal core market thrived. With most available stocks already sold out, Jiang Guo set her prices in accordance with the market, refraining from any increases to avoid impacting her ratings, which could elevate her shop's star level and reduce her service fees. Currently, her service fee was 50. This meant that she had to relinquish half of each sale to the platform. Such a pity. After categorizing and listing all her crystal cores, Jiang Guo monitored her shop for a considerable time, but when no activity occurred, her eyelids grew heavy and she succumbed to slumber. In the galaxy, on the central planet, at a mecha research institute, after countless experiments, researchers finally discovered an energy stone, the crystal core, impervious to the corrosive venom of the new breed of beetles. However, to incorporate the crystal cores into mechas, further extensive experimentation was necessary. With their inventory already low on crystal cores, they would need to request another batch from above. The lead researcher promptly drafted a report to send to the military, which would subsequently be escalated through the ranks until it reached the highest authority of the interstellar empire. In need of crystal cores? The emperor furrowed his brow, setting down the report to gaze at his children gathered nearby. During your recent explorations, did you uncover any resource planets abundant in crystal cores? Chapter 25. The Prince and Princess Seek Crystal Cores. Seated before the Emperor were over 20 of his children, each exchanging bewildered glances.
Crystal cores.
Were they not the remnants of an apocalyptic world? The galaxy had endured its own apocalypse over 30 trillion years ago, and now all planets explored were cleansed and detoxified realms. A subsequent cleansing would not occur for approximately 50 trillion years, making the discovery of a resource planet with crystal cores impossible. The eldest prince, candid in nature, directly inquired, "Father, did you not send us to seek rare herbs?" Why inquire about crystal cores? Those artifacts should be non-existent in our galaxy. The interstellar beetle plague had long posed a significant challenge. Just 2 years prior, 3 new wormholes had emerged in the northern sector, revealing a new breed of beetle that could spray corrosive venom damaging to mechas and mental fortitude. The current mechas were powerless against this venom, leading to an alarming increase in casualties on the front lines, with the loss of 13 planets. Their exploration aimed to discover resource planets with rare herbs, hoping to locate materials to counter this venom. The Emperor's demeanor appeared weary, the ongoing beetle crisis causing him sleepless nights. Yet, upon recalling the report, he regained some vigor. Addressing his children, the mecha researchers discovered that crystal cores can withstand the venom of the toxic beetles. They wished to attempt utilizing crystal cores in mecha construction. Astonished, the assembly reacted with surprise. The crystal cores are immune to the venom? The eldest prince exclaimed with excitement. If true, crafting mechas from crystal cores would significantly reduce wear and tear, and our warriors would no longer suffer mental harm. They wouldn't be sent to their deaths in vain. Others nodded in agreement, exclaiming, indeed. Since the emergence of the new beetles, the casualty rate has skyrocketed, with over 800,000 lives lost. If crystal cores can be incorporated into mechas, it would be nothing short of miraculous. Everyone was aware of the potency of the new beetle venom. Even mechas were defenseless against it. Yet, despite knowing that resistance was tantamount to suicide, countless soldiers bravely rushed to the front lines. Behind them lay countless living planets. Any concession would bear an unbearable cost. The soldiers willingly sacrificed their lives to safeguard our galaxy, but they were loath to witness such needless casualties. Learning of a possible solution against the venom brought them immense joy. Only the second princess, her phoenix-like eyes narrowing, refrained from sharing in their excitement, instead frowning. After 30 trillion years, the Empire's reserves of crystal cores were nearly depleted, aside from the historical exhibition hall, which still housed 10 cores. The remainder had been allocated to various research projects. The last batch given to the Mecha Research Institute was the final supply. The excited atmosphere was abruptly doused with cold water. No more crystal cores? Not a single one left? The second princess shook her head and sighed softly. None remain. The Emperor's expression darkened momentarily, yet he quickly regained his composure. Since we know that crystal cores can resist the venom, you shall all suspend your current endeavors and focus on locating crystal cores. Whether through unexplored star systems or rallying the populace, strive to find as many crystal cores as possible. The more you uncover, the greater your contributions will be. Should you establish a stable source of crystal cores, your titles will be elevated by 3 ranks. Yes, the Empire reigns over the entire our galaxy, vast and formidable, with nobility categorized into ranks ranging from 1 to 20. Upon reaching adulthood, the imperial princes and princesses are automatically granted the rank of 10, yet to ascend further, they must exert effort, achieve merits, and accumulate contribution points. With each elevation in rank, the number of planets under their governance increases, along with substantial enhancements in personal rights, wealth, and welfare. Should a prince or princess attain the rank of 15, they become eligible to participate in the selection of the imperial heirs, thereby holding dominion over the entire empire. As members of the royal family, who would not harbor aspirations for such a coveted opportunity, the princes and princesses, their hearts ablaze with ambition, swiftly departed after their formalities, each fervently seeking ways to acquire crystal cores. Sixth brother seized this opportunity with unwavering resolve. Among the top 20 princes and princesses, you alone have yet to ascend in rank. Do not linger at rank 10 while your younger siblings come of age. It would be utterly humiliating. The 16th prince feigned concern, his voice raised to draw the attention of other princes, princesses, and attending ministers. Is His Highness the 6th still at rank 10? TSK. At the age of 137, still no progress. My daughter, 60 years his junior, has already reached rank 11. Born into royalty, he has remained at rank 10 without a single elevation. How disgraceful. It is indeed peculiar, for the royal lineage is inherently strong. Every prince and princess boasts at least S level or higher psychic abilities. Yet, the 6th prince possesses only a B level, granting him a lifespan significantly shorter than that of his royal counterparts. The throne seems utterly unattainable for him. To even ascend a rank before his demise would be a miraculous feat. Even the 10th prince, who ranks 10 places below him, has already ascended once. Sharing the same numeral, yet their fates are worlds apart. What a disgrace. Wei Qing could sense the ridicule from his siblings and overheard the unabashed contempt from the ministers. He clenched his fingers tightly, bowing his head to suppress the bitterness welling in his eyes. Observing his discomfort, the 16th prince's gaze flickered with pride and schadenfreude. This was precisely the reaction he sought. Chapter 26. The 6th Prince and the Transaction System. The 16th Prince harbored no animosity towards Wei Qing. He was simply being insipid. His psychic power was S-level, yet amidst a host of exceptional princes and princesses, he felt quite unremarkable, lacking presence. However, one day, standing alongside Wei Qing, he inadvertently sparked a discussion among others. Look at them, both princes. One is 6th, the other 16th, yet their psychic prowess is worlds apart. Compared to the 6th prince, the 16th prince, though youthful, is truly remarkable. Due to their shared numeral, standing together often invited comparisons. Naturally, such comments served to exalt him while belittling Wei Qing. The 16th prince relished this newfound pleasure, prompting him to subtly incite discussions about Wei Qing, seeking superiority amid the disparagement directed at him. Wei Qing had long grown accustomed to this treatment. However, after enduring it repeatedly, he became increasingly sensitive and insecure, feeling as though mockery followed him wherever he went. With his head bowed, he hurried back to his palace. The servants within paid him no heed, clearly accustomed to his presence, their eyes betraying a flicker of disdain. In the realm of the stars, strength reigns supreme, regardless of his noble status. Without prowess, he would inevitably become the subject of ridicule, and so too would his servants. Brother, mother, brother has returned. Yet, there remained an exception. At the palace entrance stood a lovely little girl, her excitement evident as she waved upon seeing him. The moment Wei Qing laid eyes on her, the weight of his frustrations seemed to evaporate. However, just as a smile began to form on his lips, it abruptly faltered. Returning is one thing, but what is there to celebrate? I went out and found nothing of worth. How useless. A woman descended from upstairs, her features striking, her figure alluring, yet the unabashed disdain in her eyes rendered her countenance somewhat grotesque. In the empire, regardless of gender, anyone with the requisite strength and sufficient marriage taxes could engage in polygamy. The current emperor boasts 46 wives and concubines, leading to inevitable rivalries for favor. While beauty is prized, progeny holds even greater significance. The more exceptional the child, the higher the respect afforded to the mother, thus facilitating her elevation in status. Women often regard their roles as imperial consorts purely for the wealth and prestige. Once cherished, the moment she bore a son with B-level psychic abilities, her favor dissipated like a bubble, and the entire empire became aware of her plight. The situation only improved upon the birth of her daughter. Wei Qing stood frozen, overwhelmed by his mother's verbal onslaught. Do not call me mother. I could never bear a child as worthless as you. The woman coldly interrupted, her disdain evident in her gaze. Mother, the little girl beside him, tears brimming in her eyes, protested, you promised not to scold brother. The woman's expression shifted, contemplating her next words, yet ultimately fell silent under her daughter's furious stare. Wei stepped cautiously toward the man. Brother Wei Qing forced a smile. It's all right. I'm just a bit tired. I'll head to my room. Upon closing the door, Wei Qing drew the curtains and curled into a corner. The silence enveloped him, devoid of any light, yet he felt an unusual sense of peace wash over him. His taut body gradually relaxed, though the turmoil within remained unmasked, akin to air being siphoned from his chest, rendering him breathless. He was the shame of his mother. Why was his psychic ability so feeble? He could not compare to his siblings, not even to his own sister. He had tried, truly tried, yet talent felt like an insurmountable chasm, in every regard. He fell short of their brilliance. His mother was right. Apart from his title as prince, he was utterly devoid of merit, unworthy of the princely mantle. Wei Qing lifted his gaze, staring vacantly at the ceiling. Perhaps he should not exist in this world. His sister possessed SS-level psychic abilities, astute and formidable. Perhaps she could ascend to greatness. With a sister in the picture, his mother would no longer need him. No, she never needed him. he was merely a burden. As for his sister, having him as a brother would only drag her down, bringing disgrace to her and their mother. A faint trickle of blood essence began to disperse as Wei Qing sensed life ebbing away. Gazing at the ceiling, a smile crept across his lips. He was so weary. He could finally rest. At that moment, he remained oblivious to the blood essence emanating from him, coalescing into a singular point. Are you content with his fate? Suddenly, a surge of heat enveloped his chest, and a voice resonated in his ear. Wei Qing, weak yet vigilant, scanned his surroundings, but found nothing. Abruptly, he tore open his shirt, revealing a glowing circular stone embedded in his chest. This stone, found during his explorations on a desolate planet, appeared ordinary. Albeit with a slightly lustrous black hue, yet he felt inexplicably drawn to it, almost as if fate had compelled him to keep it close. Now, however, the black stone had transformed into a blood-red hue, radiating an intense warmth. What are you? I am a higher-dimensional time-space transaction system. Finding me is akin to discovering treasure. A higher dimension? A transaction system? Wei Qing's mind swirled in confusion, having acted with a resolve to perish earlier. He now felt as though his spirit was soaring.
Hey, don't you dare die.
I've just been activated. In your galaxy, you have unleashed upon me a trading system. What shall I do if you perish? Brother. Please do not close your eyes.
Damn.
I haven't even made a profit, and I'm already in the red. The system grumbled irritably, then took it upon itself to purchase a resurrection pill and forced it into the other's mouth. Wei Qing slowly opened his eyes. Yes, not dead? Of course. You are not dead. If you were, I would have to file a complaint against the shop selling resurrection pills. No one dares to sell counterfeit drugs to our trading system. Enough dawdling. Your body is as robust as an ox. Hurry up and get to work to repay your debts. I just bought a resurrection pill, and now you owe the main system 1,000 gold coins. If it weren't for your blood binding me directly to you, I wouldn't have spent this money. Now look at me, I've become the poorest trading system. Wei Qing stood there, dazed, and was strangely surprised to find that he had indeed recovered. The wounds that had punctured his body were completely healed. If it weren't for the blood staining his clothes, he might have thought it was all just a dream. The system was lamenting in his mind. And in his habitual manner of trying to please others, Wei Qing hastily abandoned his morbid thoughts and quietly inquired how he should proceed. First do this, then do that. After an hour of the system's explanations, Wei Qing finally comprehended the purpose of the trading system, which primarily serves as a platform for trade across different dimensions, galaxies, and worlds, facilitating the exchange of resources. At this thought, Wei Qing's eyes lit up. He opened the search bar and looked for crystal cores, and indeed found what he sought. Most were sold out, but as he scrolled down through the high-star shops, he finally came across one that was available, a zero-star shop. Jiang Guo's General Store. Chapter 27. Who Understands? A Pie from the Sky. This shop was evidently a new establishment, with a limited selection of only 4 items. All crystal cores. Item 1. Apocalypse Level 1 Crystal Core. Quantity: 135 pieces. Type: Special Energy Stone. Price: 10 gold coins each. Item 2. Apocalypse Level 2 Crystal Core. Quantity: 46 pieces. Type: Special Energy Stone. Price: 100 gold coins each. Item 3. Apocalypse Level 3 Crystal Core. Quantity: 21 pieces. Type: Special Energy Stone. Price: 1,000 gold coins each. Item 4. Apocalypse Level 4 Crystal Core. Quantity: 2 pieces. Type: Special Energy Stone. Price: 10,000 gold coins each. Wei Qing instantly forgot his previous frustration and discontent, his face flushed with excitement, eager to purchase them all immediately. Not so fast. Your account is currently in debt status. You can only sell, not buy. You must repay your debts before you can purchase anything. Wei Qing's heart sank, but he quickly regained his composure. It was just a matter of selling items. After all, he was still a prince of the Our Empire, although not favored. He still had dozens of resource planets under his name, plenty of items to sell. Once he earned enough gold coins, he would return to buy crystal cores. Unbeknownst to Jiang Guo, who was still asleep, her little shop had already drawn attention. She had enjoyed a wonderfully restful sleep, and by the next day, it was already time for lunch. After quickly freshening up, Jiang Guo opened the trading system, and her eyes suddenly brightened. Someone was paying attention to her? The little chubby from the Empire? Who was that, with such a peculiar name? Curiosity piqued, she clicked into the other shop.
Wow.
Where did this wealthy individual come from? The entire page was filled with an overwhelming number of products, from storage rings to nutritional supplements worth 10 meals each, thermal clothing. Some protective clothing with built-in air conditioning, mini handguns, robotic vacuums, and even transforming cars, transforming tents, portable houses. It was nothing short of a showcase of a high-tech era. While these items were not absent from the trading system, the crucial point was that their prices were significantly lower than the market reference price. Jiang Guo, momentarily forgetting her hunger, began to place orders frantically. A storage ring with 50 slots? Only 20 gold coins.
Buy.
A nutritional supplement worth 10 meals, just 10 gold coins?
Buy.
A thermal and some protective outfit that lasts for 50 years for just 25 gold coins?
Buy.
A mini handgun that can be worn like a ring, serving as both decoration and a quick response weapon in danger, priced at 150 gold coins instead of the market price of 300?
Buy.
Buy. All of it. While placing her orders, Jiang Guo marveled. Who is this magnate? Clearly, they are a cosmic philanthropist. With such low prices, they must be here to do charity. Of course. Jiang was still couldn't he purchase everything. Transforming car, 800 gold coins. Your account, 378 gold coins. Insufficient balance, cannot purchase. When attempting to buy the transforming car, her balance fell short, causing her inner self to lament. She returned to buy more storage rings, nutritional supplements, and thermal clothing, clearing her gold coins to zero before reluctantly stopping. There was no choice. What if the shop owner changed their mind? Such an opportunity was truly a windfall from the heavens. A once-in-a-century chance. If it were just one item at a low price, it could be a pricing error. But with everything priced below market value, it was undoubtedly the shop owner's intention. TSK, Jiang Guo had no idea what the shop owner was thinking, but she was certain she had scored an incredible deal. 5-star review. A must, with more than 15 words and pictures. They deserved it. Jiang Guo took photos of each order, pondering various words of praise for each one. One by one, she posted her reviews, not fearing the hassle. And by the time she finished, her stomach was already protesting vigorously. Jiang Guo pressed her slightly cramping stomach and finally closed the trading system interface, not forgetting to follow the shop owner before she set out to find food. Due to her slumber, she had turned off the message notifications and thus failed to notice that at the moment she closed the system interface, her shop's inventory was depleting one by one, while conversely, her gold coins were increasing steadily. Chapter 28. The Irritable Lord. Jiang Guo headed straight for the kitchen, but upon seeing the unprocessed ingredients, she thought of the washing, cutting, and frying involved. To make rice, she would have to steam it, and after eating, there would be pots, dishes, and utensils to clean. Suddenly, she felt exhausted. At her cooking speed, it would be at least half an hour before she could eat. What a hassle. Ultimately, Jiang Guo abandoned the idea of preparing the ingredients and instead rushed to the small supermarket to grab a few packs of instant noodles. Then went to the apocalypse shop to get a wireless electric cooker. She returned and sat on the small terrace, eagerly awaiting her noodles to cook. Instant food was simply more suited to her. This aroma she could never replicate even in hundreds of years. Jiang Guo quietly awaited her meal, but fate had other plans. Suddenly, a series of explosions startled her eyelids. The surrounding light screens flickered violently, and Jiang Guo hurriedly activated the message notifications, quickly extracting the most critical pieces of information. The message from 1:39 a.m. read, Warning. Warning. Detected malicious human with a value greater than 70. To ensure the harmony and safety of the territory. Automatic closure of entry options. Entry not permitted. At 2:01 a.m. Warning. Warning. Territory under malicious human attack. Malicious humans with a value below 80 will be repelled with electric shocks. Those with 80 and above will be executed. Detected malicious human value 81. Execution initiated. Warning. Warning. Territory under malicious human attack. Malicious humans with a value below 80 will be repelled with electric shocks. Those with 80 and above will be executed. Detected malicious human value 83, execution initiated. Following a relentless barrage of strangling messages for the better part of 7 or 8 instances, the cacophony finally subsided at precisely 2:16. Yet, moments later, the territory was once again besieged. This time, the assailants appear to have learned from their previous encounters, opting to unleash their weaponry from a distance without breaching the protective barrier. Consequently, no strangulation alerts were triggered. While the territory's barrier was formidable and impervious to destruction, it offered no soundproofing. The explosive sounds reverberated, creating a cacophony that was utterly unbearable. Just as she was contemplating this, another deafening cannonade erupted. Jiang Guo took a deep breath, switched off her electric kettle, and glanced at the now-cooked instant noodles, feeling a pang of heartache that rendered her breathless. Who could it be? Who was it that chose to attack at this precise moment, right when she was about to eat? It was utterly maddening. Miss Jiang, there's trouble outside. Chun Jinfeng, residing in Building 2, was startled by the recent explosion and hurried over to inform Jiang Guo. However, before she could finish her sentence, she saw the girl storming down from the bamboo hut, her fury palpable, disappearing in an instant. Only the trembling grass beneath her feet bore witness to her passage, infused with an aura of vengeance that could nurture 10 malevolent sword spirits. Clad in her speed-enhancing shoes, Jiang Guo reached the rooftop of Building 2 in mere breaths. This building, closely nestled against the barrier, left no room for entry. The attackers had evidently chosen this location not to infiltrate, but rather to annihilate the residents believed to be managing the territory. Jiang Guo's instincts proved correct. Below, a formidable assembly of over 50 individuals, accompanied by a dozen vehicles, armed with handguns, some conjuring fireballs, others summoning lightning, while a few petrified their bodies. Brandishing their powers like gorillas beating their chests, displayed their diverse abilities. Bomb boxes littered the ground, presenting a clear image of a gang seeking revenge. Damn it! What kind of nonsense is this? It's indestructible. A man atop a vehicle seethed, his eyes reddening with fury. Just days prior, their Blue Scorpion team had accepted a job and, upon completing it, returned late at night, only to find this shimmering barrier and, beyond it, a quaint red house filled with rare and valuable items that were nearly extinct in this post-apocalyptic world. How could they, the Blue Scorpions, possibly let such an opportunity slip away? They rushed towards the barrier, only to find it obstructing their entry. In a fit of rage, several members launched themselves at the barrier, only to be obliterated in an instant, their forms reduced to mere blood mist. As chaos ensued, more of their comrades met the same fate, leaving only 2 survivors amidst a sea of crimson. A deep-seated vendetta ignited within him. How could he not harbor hatred? He and his remaining ally hastily returned to the safe building, rallying everyone to their cause, revealing the treasure within but warning of the impenetrable barrier that required collective effort to bypass, promising that resources would be divided evenly. Soon, numerous teams were stirred to action. With over 40 superhumans from the safe building assembled, he was resolute that they could conquer this formidable barrier. The man wore a menacing grin, yet in an instant, a stick hurtled towards him with unparalleled speed.
Boom.
The stick transformed mid-flight, expanding from a mere meter in length to a colossal figure, crashing down upon him without warning, crushing the vehicle beneath him and creating a deep crater in the ground. The man's bravado dissipated in an instant, his once menacing grin replaced by sheer terror. He was dead. Chapter 29, Strangulation, the Inept Power. Those nearby, but unscathed, glanced into the pit, their hair standing on end. Aside from the man's face, his body was flattened. A gruesome sight.
Boss.
The trembling old 8 looked down into the pit, his legs turning to jelly. He glanced up at the rooftop and, indeed, met Jiang Guo's gaze, which was fixated upon him. Spare me, Great One. It wasn't my doing. I was ordered to come here. I never wanted this. Please have mercy. Before he could utter another word, an icy blade pierced him. Old 8 turned in disbelief to see Qiming, the leader of the Void team. Qiming retracted his hand and looked up at the rooftop, locking eyes with Jiang Guo. A charming smile graced his delicate features as he spoke in a voice dripping with sweetness. Miss, our Void team is not aligned with them. We merely heard of resources here and came to investigate. We haven't he attacked you. In fact, I just helped you deal with him.
Oh,
Oh, for heaven's sake. Jiang Guo found his saccharine demeanor repugnant, her appetite waning further. She grasped the celestial scepter, preparing to strike. Qi Ming's expression stiffened, evidently unprepared for Jiang Guo's immunity to his auditory assault. Unfazed, she swung the celestial scepter toward him. Alerted, he dodged swiftly, and his team rushed to assist.
miss.
We harbor no ill intent. We only seek resources. Let us discuss this amicably. Jiang Guo narrowed her eyes, halting the scepter's motion. She coldly commanded you all, step forward to the barrier. Touch it with your hands. The crowd initially thought she was willing to spare them, but upon hearing her words, their faces paled even further. The Blue Scorpion team had warned them that touching the barrier meant certain death, obliteration. She was utterly ruthless. Not only did she intend to kill them, but she also expected them to walk willingly into their demise. Though anger simmered within them, the looming threat of the scepter compelled them to tremble towards the barrier, ultimately closing their eyes and placing their hands upon it. Why did they have to listen to the Blue Scorpions? They should never have come. Had they not come, they would not have encountered this witch. Death awaited them regardless. Surely the barrier's strangulation would be swifter than being crushed. Detected human presence, malice level 75. Detected human presence, malice level 80. Detected human presence, malice level 79. Detected human presence, malice level 68. Upon detection, it was revealed that out of 48 individuals, only 28 had malice levels below 70, with only 6 below 50. Truly, they were a congregation of malefactors. Jiang Guo's initial intentions faltered. Allowing such individuals into her territory was undeniably perilous. The danger was too profound, especially those with malice levels exceeding 70, who had blood on their hands, having taken the lives of over 10 innocents.
They could never change.
Recalling Zheng Huan's words, she understood that eliminating such individuals was the only way to protect others. This was the true essence of benevolence. A glimmer of resolve crossed Jiang Guo's gaze. Though her exterior remained calm, almost bored, as she declared, "Fine. In light of your apparent intent to amend your ways, you may enter. Approach via the main entrance. But once inside, you must adhere to my rules. All resources inside must be purchased with crystal cores. Any violations will be met with consequences." The celestial scepter swayed ominously in the air, prompting the crowd to hastily respond. "We will comply. We absolutely will." They gathered their belongings, obediently handing over their crystal cores. Even the most notorious leaders among them dared not speak out. Upon entry, the shock etched upon their faces was unmistakable. Outside, they had only glimpsed the sunlit, verdant expanse. But now they discovered the warmth enveloping them, reminiscent of spring. The closest structure was the quaint red house. Their keen eyesight revealed the treasures within. The captains of several teams exchanged glances, ultimately managing to suppress their urges, and proceeded to sweep through the area. These individuals possessed quite a considerable number of crystal cores. Each item in the Apocalypse shop was limited to merely 10, and after Chen Sheng and Chen Xuening made their purchases, the remainder was swiftly cleared out by these people, leaving nothing behind. After their shopping spree, they eagerly dashed into the small supermarket, having not encountered such a fresh and diverse array of goods in a long time. Uncertain of when they might next come across such a treasure trove, they were willing to spend their crystal cores, even though it wasn't free. They had to buy. After a prolonged exploration, they emerged, each laden with spoils, and subsequently made their way to the residential building, discovering that they could purchase water with crystal cores, and the living conditions were surprisingly decent, leading to a frenzy to secure accommodations. Apocalypse shop item 1. 15 crystal cores, 1 experience point. Apocalypse shop item 1. 50 crystal cores, 1 experience point. Common shop item 1. 3 crystal cores, 1 experience point. Common shop item 1. 8 crystal cores, 1 experience point. Territory daily rental capacity 1. 1 experience point. Territory daily rental capacity 1. 1 experience point. Listening to the incessant notifications, Jiang Guo took a sip of the freshly reheated instant noodles, feeling her pores relax in comfort. Once she finished her bowl of noodles and cleaned the pots and bowls, Jiang Guo returned to the balcony, gazing quietly at the residential building. In her excitement, her true nature was easily revealed. Jiang Guo activated the surveillance screen, observing the teams divided into several groups, congregating together. Marveling at the sights they encountered upon entry, exclaiming in awe at the environment, and ultimately revealing their covetous intentions towards the resources available, conspiring on how to eliminate her and seize control of the area. Some had even set their sights on the currently solitary Chen Jinfeng and her 2 children, plotting how to commit murder for resources. A cold smile tugged at Jiang Guo's lips as she calmly declared, malicious intent value above 70. Execute.
Ah.
In an instant, the residential building erupted with screams of terror. 9 individuals suddenly exploded. But that was not the end. Jiang Guo continued, malicious intent value 60 to 70. Incapacitate with electric shock, expel. Malicious intent value 50 to 60, incapacitate with electric shock. Malicious intent values below 50, issue an electric shock warning. Chapter 30. So many coins. Striking it rich, haha. A series of vocal commands echoed, as various rooms within the residential building emitted screams of varying intensity. Human nature is complex. Even those overflowing with kindness possess a malicious intent value greater than 0. For ordinary individuals, this value typically ranges from 10 to 50. Even Jiang Guo herself harbored a malicious intent value exceeding 20. However, those with values above 70 were undoubtedly beyond redemption. A danger level exceeding 60 was far too high, with only those below 60 remaining acceptable. A malicious intent value near 50 typically indicated some calculating self-interested individuals insufficiently malevolent to commit heinous acts. At most, they would align themselves with the strongest to secure sustenance, displaying mediocre character but posing no threat to society. As long as they were intimidated, they would not dare to cause trouble. Those with malicious intent values of 50 to 60 were prone to arrogance, easily swayed by a modicum of power to act recklessly. Yet, without such power, they would be mere shadows, incapable of stirring any significant turmoil. By nullifying their abilities, their capacity for harm would be obliterated. Among these individuals, only 6 had values below 50, and merely 3 fell within the 50 to 60 range. This meant that only 9 individuals could remain in the territory. Jiang Guo was taken aback to discover that the loathsome man who had just used ice blades for murder had a malicious intent value of only 49. Furthermore, among the 9 who could remain, 3 belonged to his team. Lord, the 3 who survived looked to Qi Ming, their eyes filled with sheer terror, their voices trembling uncontrollably. It's terrifying, utterly terrifying. That girl. How on earth did she do that? So many people, just like that, perished. And at the same time, multiple rooms echoed with screams. What kind of dreadful power is this? The group felt like lambs awaiting slaughter, watching helplessly as their comrades were systematically eliminated, their hearts racing with anxiety and fear, uncertain if they would be next. Even more despairing was the realization that, given the other party's methods, escape was impossible. A flicker of light crossed Qi Ming's eyes. His apprehension was undeniable. Even witnessing such a scene made his heart race. However, the sounds had ceased. She likely would not strike again, merely warning them. If you behave yourselves, you need not fear for your lives. He approached the window, allowing the blood and stench to dissipate slowly. The once gentle glimmer in his eyes was now filled with indifference, his voice carrying a chilling tone. These individuals deserved their fate. The 3 shivered, refraining from uttering a word. Their leader, despite appearing gentle, was far from possessing a good temperament. Yet their lives had been saved by him, so they would adhere to his every word. Qi Ming instructed the trio to gather the items left behind by those who had purchased within the territory, then proceeded to other rooms to pack up the belongings of the deceased. Anyone attempting to pilfer was immediately met with a thrashing from the other survivors. Do you want to die? Don't drag us down. What do you think you can take? The beaten individual quickly came to his senses, collapsing to the ground, begging for mercy amidst tears and snot. I won't do it again. I promise. I won't sneak around anymore. Please don't kill me. Qi Ming, with a malicious intent value of precisely 49, had not lost his abilities. With 3 subordinates at his side, the remaining 5 individuals voluntarily joined his team, obediently assisting in packing up the items, which were ultimately delivered to Jiang Guo's bamboo house. Upon seeing the 8 trembling individuals, Jiang Guo raised an eyebrow. Noting their evident intimidation, they dared not lift their heads, fearful of drawing her attention. This trip must have been arduous for you. As long as you behave in the future, you won't share the same fate as them. I am not one to indiscriminately slaughter the innocent. Jiang Guo intended to comfort them, but to her surprise, upon hearing her voice, the three began to tremble even more violently. And she could even hear the sound of them biting their lips to suppress sobs. Jiang Guo, am I really that frightening? Go back, she said, closing her mouth and abandoning her attempt to console them, waving her hand to dismiss them. Yes, yes. The 8 individuals immediately turned, seemingly fearful of inciting Jiang Guo's displeasure. Their legs trembling as they took hesitant steps, trying to appear nonchalant while clearly struggling. Jiang Guo, momentarily at a loss for words, chose not to look at them again. Bending down to collect the items on the ground, she had originally planned to let the cleaning robots retrieve them. She certainly did not wish to grant these fortunate survivors an advantage. To her surprise, that loathsome man had proven himself quite resourceful. Even more considerate was the fact that he seemed aware of her aversion and refrained from delivering the items himself. Well done. Given his timely awareness, I can overlook his previous repulsiveness as long as he refrains from causing trouble in the future. I shall regard them as ordinary customers, as they all contribute to my experience points and crystal cores. Her intention in allowing these individuals to enter was primarily to accumulate experience points. Their purchases and rentals would all serve to boost her experience. It hadn't been long before she noticed an increase of 453 experience points. These individuals accustomed to burning, pillaging, and seizing resources possessed a considerable number of crystal cores. She had also acquired 21 level 4 crystal cores, 32 level 3 crystal cores, 154 level 2 crystal cores, and 198 level 1 crystal cores. Most importantly, the items they purchased ultimately returned to her possession, leaving her with no losses and a net gain. With the malicious intent warnings in place, Jiang Guo felt no moral burden. Keeping them around would only lead to more harm for others. Jiang Guo meticulously cleaned the crystal nuclei and prepared to upload her goods to her shop. However, upon opening the trading system, she was momentarily dazzled. You have new order notifications. Level 1 crystal nuclei, 135 pieces. Current stock, 135 pieces. The system has automatically dispatched your order. Coins 1350, 0-star shop deducts 50 service fees. Actual income, 675 coins. You have new order notifications. Level 2 crystal nuclei, 46 pieces. Current stock, 46 pieces. The system has automatically dispatched your order. Coins 4,600. 0-star shop deducts 50 service fees. Actual income, 2,300 coins. You have new order notifications. Level 3 crystal nuclei, 21 pieces. Current stock, 21 pieces. The system has automatically dispatched your order. Coins 21,000. 0-star shop deducts 50 service fees. Actual income, 10,500 coins. You have new order notifications. Level 4 crystal nuclei, 2 pieces. Current stock, 2 pieces. The system has automatically dispatched your order. Coins 20,000. 0-star shop deducts 50 service fees. Actual income, 10,000 coins.
Coins.
So many coins. The total income amounted to 23,475 coins. All crystal nuclei sold out. She also received 4 5-star reviews with 15-word comments and images. Chapter 31. The chubby puppy of Empire are mutual prosperity. Jiang Guo excitedly tapped the table and immediately uploaded new crystal nuclei. However, upon glancing at the avatar of the reviewer, a sudden realization struck her, and she clicked on the avatar. Indeed, it was that chubby puppy from Empire R. She had purchased many items from his shop and had given him numerous positive reviews. What a benevolent soul. He had bought her crystal nuclei and even left her a good review. Strangely, just before dinner, he was at a 0-star shop, and in the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a 2-star shop. Jiang Guo thought she was seeing things. Rubbing her eyes, it was still a 2-star shop. 10 positive reviews could elevate a shop to 1 star, while 100 were needed for 2 stars. What had this person done? Jiang Guo opened the comments, and they were all praising the low prices and expressing how lucky they felt to find such a treasure. Clearly, she was not the only one to discover this gem of a shop. Jiang Guo attempted to open the dialog box and sent a message. Beep, beep, beep. are you there? Thank you for your positive review. Hands clasped. The other party seemed to be waiting, as they replied almost instantly. You're welcome. You've given me even more positive reviews, so I should be the one thanking you. I wonder if you still have any crystal nuclei. I am in urgent need. The other party seemed to worry that she might be unwilling to sell, assuring her, I can leave a positive review for every single order. 5 stars with a 15-word comment and images. I need crystal nuclei. If you have any, please prioritize selling them to me. I don't mind increasing the price. It was evident that the other party was keen on her crystal nuclei. The sincerity in their request was palpable. Jiang Guo, who was indeed after the positive reviews, readily agreed. Deal. Help me reach 1 star first, and then I will upload the crystal nuclei. The service fee for a 0-star shop is too high. She could only receive half of the coins. If she leveled up her shop, she could earn more.
Great.
Wei Qing eagerly agreed, stating that as long as there were crystal nuclei, everything else could be discussed. A review for one type of item could only count once. And the same user's reviews for the same item did not count towards the total, so they decided to list some different items first. Wei Qing mentioned that interstellar technology was advanced, and humans seemed to have evolved past their cravings for food, primarily relying on nutrient solutions. However, he was an exception. Having loved real food since childhood, he had heard that ancient modern humans were quite adept at enjoying food and wanted to try their delicacies. Following his request, Jiang Guo listed potato chips, spicy strips, ice cream, self-heating hot pot, instant noodles, and sodas, putting 3 of each on the shelf. Jiang Guo did not set high prices, keeping them all at 2.8 coins as he was her major client and she could afford to offer this small discount. Wei Qing placed an order instantly, and Jiang Guo quickly received 45 coins and 6 positive reviews. Jiang Guo's grocery shop currently has 10 positive reviews, meeting the conditions for leveling up. After leveling up, the technical service fee will be adjusted to 45. Do you wish to level up? Jiang Guo. Yes, yes, yes. Level up successful. Shop information updated as follows. ID. Jiang Guo, Wandering Merchant. Shop name. Jiang Guo's Grocery Shop. Shop star level. 1 star ordinary shop, 0, 10 stars. Deposit. 1,000 coins. Technical service fee, 45 per order. The higher the shop star level, the lower the technical service fee. Coins, 23520. Shop goods, 0 after leveling up. Jiang Guo joyfully began listing the crystal nuclei. 21 level 4 crystal nuclei, 32 level 3 crystal nuclei, 154 level 2 crystal nuclei, and 198 level 1 crystal nuclei, all were listed. You have new order notifications. Level 1 crystal nuclei, 198, current stock, 198. The system has automatically dispatched your order. You have new order notifications. Wei Qing indeed placed an order instantly. After deducting the service fee, Jiang Guo earned 116,721 coins this time, adding the previous total. She now possessed 140,241 coins. She was fabulously wealthy. Jiang Guo could hardly contain her excitement. Playing on the computer hadn't he felt this exhilarating. Yet now she was overwhelmed with joy. Had she not encountered the ruckus outside or met Wei Qing, she would never have experienced such a windfall. Jiang Guo gazed at the string of coins, her previously disrupted mood from breakfast fully restored, and a grin adorned her face that simply wouldn't fade. She wondered how this deluxe version of the game was designed, as everyone she encountered felt more engaging than those in the computer version. With the coins in hand, Jiang Guo found herself unable to make further enhancements. Only a few corners remained for planting trees. She bought and planted 2 apple trees, completely exhausting her building space, leaving her to await the next level upgrade. Current level, LV1. Experience points, 8911000. She was not far from reaching the required experience points. Once Zheng Huan returned with his team, she should quickly accumulate enough to meet the upgrade conditions. At that moment, Zheng Huan was living up to her expectations. Having gained a reputation at the base with the supplies he had brought, and nearly everyone knew about the Jinghe territory. Chapter 32. When will we leave? The territory was in high demand. Zheng Huan had spent the night with Chen Sheng, blending seamlessly into Chen Sheng's team. And the photos of the territory they took were disseminated with their help. Someone rubbed their hands together in excitement. Jiang Guo, shall we set off now? It's getting dark. I can hardly wait. They were utterly enchanted by the life depicted in the photos. Especially Chen Sheng's storage backpack. Heaven knows how astonished they were when they saw their captain pulling out supplies seemingly from thin air. They thought he had awakened some spatial powers, only to discover he had purchased them. Purchased. This meant they could all have them. How could they not be thrilled? Zheng Huan, seeing their eagerness for the territory, puffed out his chest, a mysterious pride illuminating his face. He had told them that his Guojia was the best. Guojia's territory was simply the finest.
Well,
My supplies have run out. Let us set off shortly.
wait.
Voices came from the entrance as Chen Sheng along with the deputy base leader entered. The deputy base leader, with deepening wrinkles and tears in his eyes, extended a trembling hand. Huan, please don't. Your actions have made the ability users at the base want to leave. Many people here lack abilities and crystals and cannot go to your place. There are too few ability users as it is. If they leave, those left behind will be doomed to wait for death. During Zheng Huan's promotional efforts, he brought along the price list of the base. Ordinary individuals devoid of supernatural abilities, despite their inner turmoil, could only gaze helplessly. They simply could not afford it. The vice-base leader candidly acknowledged that such statements were indeed shameless, tinged with moral coercion. Yet it cannot be denied that this is the reality. In the apocalypse, the majority of ordinary people exist, and not everyone is fortunate enough to awaken supernatural powers. Numerous exceptional individuals from various professions before the cataclysm have plummeted to the lowest rungs of society simply due to their lack of abilities. Were they not diligent? They were once the pillars and builders of the nation and society. One cannot deem them burdensome simply because they currently lack powers and abandon them. Despite its shortcomings, the base has undeniably provided a sanctuary for those without abilities, striving to offer them sustenance and water to the best of its limited capacity. They also endeavor to contribute to the base in whatever ways they can, repairing walls daily, maintaining cleanliness, performing rudimentary first aid, caring for injured supernatural beings, and diligently handling the logistics of the base. However, Jiang Guo's territory lacks nothing. It is an idyllic haven with no room for them to contribute, and without crystal nuclei, there is no hope for survival. If all supernatural beings migrate to the territory, the tens of millions of survivors in the base will inevitably face extinction. Zheng Huan had not considered this. After listening to the base leader and the vice leader express their concerns, he fell into an unusual silence. I will relay your words to Sister Guo, but our territory also requires manpower. I cannot simply refuse those determined to come with us. Please allow me to take them first. Although he recognized the validity of the base leader's arguments, he was now aligned with Guojia, a member of the Jinghe territory, and he must unconditionally stand by her side, unable to obstruct those wishing to depart. The expressions of the two base leaders immediately shifted to one of urgency, prompting Zheng Huan to calm them, assuring them that he had been a part of their base, having benefited from their protection for 3 years. He understood the difficulties they faced. I assure you both, Sister Guo is truly kind-hearted. She harbors no intention of seizing supernatural beings. Her sole desire is to acquire crystal nuclei, and you may regard her as a merchant. Consider this: if you can provide sufficient crystal nuclei, perhaps a better solution could be reached. The expressions of the two leaders transformed. Indeed, they had witnessed the panic of the base's supernatural beings hastily packing their belongings to leave, yet they had overlooked a crucial fact. Jiang Guo's territory is indeed remarkable. Those photographs were dynamic, showcasing the beauty of that pristine land. A magical barrier capable of withstanding all dangers, fresh air and grass devoid of pollution, abundant resources, clean housing, and potable water available for exchange with crystal nuclei. It resembled the mythical peach blossom spring, attracting all those struggling for survival in the apocalypse. It is no wonder that supernatural beings flocked to it. The once mocked, seemingly arrogant young girl turned out to be entirely truthful. The two base leaders felt a twinge of shame, yet upon recalling Zheng Huan's words, their spirits lifted slightly. Yes,
Crystal nuclei.
they had in abundance. Currently, they were aware that zombies possessed crystal nuclei of varying grades, but the precise applications of these nuclei remained undiscovered. It was merely an instinctive belief that they were valuable. Thus they continued to collect them. Some had attempted to consume the nuclei, imitating stories from novels, only to become infected and perish. Others tried to absorb them with supernatural abilities, but the nuclei remained immobile. Eventually, they discovered that killing zombies or mutated flora and fauna possessing crystal nuclei might offer chances to enhance their powers, akin to gaining experience points for leveling up. However, they were still uncertain of how to utilize the nuclei, so they decided to accumulate them, knowing they could exchange them with the base for resources. The base had sent all collected crystal nuclei to various laboratories, researching how to eliminate the viruses contained within, analyzing the composition and energy of the nuclei, and seeking a method to save the world from its doom. Nevertheless, the research process was lengthy and arduous. Nearly 3 years had passed since the apocalypse began, and their understanding of the nuclei remained only the tip of the iceberg. The duration of the research was unknown, yet the quality of Jiang Guo's territory and the abundance of resources lay vividly before them. The choice seemed increasingly evident. If crystal nuclei could be exchanged for the resources people desired, for the lives they yearned to lead, they would trade. The base leader's eyes gleamed with determination as he extended his hand. Comrade Jiang Guo, we shall accompany you back, with the crystal nuclei in tow. Chapter 33, A Heist and a Flight. Having agreed to return together, the base leader and the vice leader hurriedly departed, with much preparation ahead of them. Captain, shall we set off first? I can hardly wait. Chun Sheng's team members were all abuzz with excitement. The captain had mentioned that each item in the apocalypse shop was limited to 10. It refreshed only once a month, and if they missed this opportunity, they would have to wait until next month. I see that the Jinsher team has already departed. Their squad is renowned for their combat prowess and large numbers. If we do not leave soon, we will truly be too late, Captain. I have been longing for that storage backpack. Chun Sheng sighed in resignation. All right, you may head out first. Looming Mountain is not far, and you all know the way. I have a few matters to attend to. I will catch up with you shortly. The usual atmosphere within the team was lighthearted, and they all felt like family. Unable to suppress their curiosity, Chun Sheng's team members inquired, What is it, Captain? Isn't your aunt already in the territory? What could you possibly be holding on to? Are you perhaps trying to find us a sister-in-law in the base? Be serious. Chun Sheng kicked the young man who asked, chuckling as he scolded him. He then adopted a more serious demeanor, preparing to deal with a minor issue. Minor issue? Few could earn such a description from the captain. The group lost their urgency to leave and immediately exclaimed, Captain, this is quite unfair. Had you informed us sooner, we would have rushed to deal with that wretched scoundrel. After all, we are no longer in the base, so we need not fear disciplinary action or loss of contribution points. The group hurried to the base's residential area. Squad Leader Lin. Where is Squad Leader Lin? Get out here. Chun Sheng's team, intent on making a grand exit, barged into Squad Leader Lin's residence, only to find it empty. Are you looking for Squad Leader Wu? A neighbor cautiously peeked out. Yes, where is he? Seeing their aggressive demeanor, the neighbor detected their intentions and quickly responded in a hushed tone. He has been on duty in Area E for the past few days, and he seems to have taken a liking to a little girl over there. Before he could finish, the group understood. And Chun Sheng's team members clenched their fists, realizing the nature of the scoundrel. Standing behind Chun Sheng, Lu Jia thought of his younger brother, his eyes ablaze with fury. Chun Sheng patted his shoulder, speaking coldly. Let us go. The group hurried to Area E, only to find it in utter chaos. Upon squeezing into the crowd, they discovered a man lying in the center of the road, battered and bleeding profusely from his groin. Nearby were 2 girls from Chen Xuaning's team, cradling a 7- or 8-year-old girl who was sobbing with swollen eyes. Upon seeing Chen Sheng and his team, Chen Xuaning raised an eyebrow. Captain Chen, you are a bit late. Chen Sheng hesitated, you all. A girl stepped forward, bending her eyes in a smile, introducing herself. Wu Yuyu, a hearing-enhanced supernatural being. I overheard your conversation last time. My apologies. Having unintentionally caught wind of Lu Jia's words, she had informed the captain about the presence of such a scoundrel in the base. They had already resolved to return to deal with him. Cheng Xuaning glanced at Lu Jia. Little brother, the rest is up to you. Lu Jia pursed his lips, raised his gun, and aimed it at the writhing man on the ground. Squad Leader Lin's eyes widened in shock. It's you. It was you all along. Luke's expression remained impassive as he pulled the trigger.
Bang.
And thus, the dust settled. The patrol team fortuitously arrived, and the 2 groups exchanged knowing glances before dispersing with a tacit understanding. Moments later, They encountered each other outside the base once more. It was said that Sergeant Lin was the uncle of Liu Outyan, a man endowed with formidable abilities and considerable influence within the base, known for his vengeful nature. Was Captain Cheng not afraid of retribution? Cheng Xiueqing languidly leaned against the passenger seat, casting a glance at the vehicles lined up beside them, scoffing lightly. Hadn't Captain Chen just sought trouble himself? Was he not concerned about retaliation? Chen Sheng snorted dismissively, retorting, "They've fled. Let him chase if he can." Zheng Huan had instructed Qinsheng's team to drive the off-road vehicle while he squeezed into Qinsheng's car. Peering out the back window, he flashed a broad grin, exclaiming, "What's there to fear? No matter how powerful he is, he cannot rival my sister Guo. His influence within the base means little. My sister is a lord of her own territory. Once we reach Arjingha territory, you can rest assured, even if he catches up, he won't be able to enter." The occupants of the various vehicles had grown accustomed to hearing him mention his sister, while only the curious girl rescued by Qing Xiueqing perked up her ears, intrigued. Is she really that formidable? Chapter 34, A Frenzy of Humanity. Jiang Guo was utterly consumed by the bustling activity within her territory. She had anticipated the effectiveness of Zheng Huan's instant photography and promotional materials, yet she never imagined it would yield such overwhelming results. After a brief midday nap, she awoke to the alert of newcomers arriving at the territory. Stepping outside, she was greeted by the sight of the road beneath Deer Call Mountain choked with vehicles, all vying for space. "Over there. Park over there. Don't block the entrance." Chun Jinfeng, ever the worrywart, took it upon herself to stand at the entrance, shouting to direct the parking. Chao Jianxi and 9 members from Qi Ming's team were busy maintaining order. Qi Ming's crew exuded a wild energy that was unmistakably intimidating. Upon seeing them, those with malicious intent who had been thwarted outside instantly wilted, retreating with their tails between their legs. Naturally, some dared to stir trouble, yet inexplicably. A mere glance and a few words exchanged with Qi Ming left them in a daze, launching a futile assault against the energy barrier, the outcome of which was all too predictable. Witnessing individuals being obliterated into a mist of blood by the barrier elicited gasps from the crowd. A few reconsidered their decisions, stepping back to observe, while many others, hardened by the post-apocalyptic landscape, refused to abandon the precious resources within, driven by a daring mindset to risk it all. Before long, the crowd grasped the rules. Most were allowed entry, and those who weren't were merely advised to depart peacefully. The barrier posed no threat unless one attempted to breach it, in which case they could not blame it for turning them into mere fragments. The 2 children, Lu Di and Cheng Xuelan, were also present within the territory. Introducing the newcomers. One child spoke with a stoic demeanor, articulating clearly and succinctly, while the other, with a sweet disposition and sparkling eyes, smiled at everyone. This captivating duo as gatekeepers only heightened the visitors' admiration for the territory, as smiles graced the faces of all who entered. With the residents of the territory being so supportive, Jiang Guo could no longer remain idle. Noticing the commotion on the road had attracted the attention of surrounding mutated beasts. She armed herself with the celestial staff and set out to clear the vicinity of these threats. The newcomers had already glimpsed the territory's grandeur through promotional photos and were aware of its regulations, yet witnessing it in person was an awe-inspiring experience. The ethereal barrier resembled a scene from a fairy tale, shimmering and seemingly sentient in recognizing identities. Stepping through the threshold felt akin to entering another realm. The temperature warmed, fragrant grasses wafted through the air, and every breath was filled with invigorating oxygen, while all the buildings stood impeccably tidy. In an instant, that serene and natural sensation firmly captured their hearts. Remembering the post-apocalyptic shop that boasted storage backpacks, the earliest arrivals dashed toward the little red house. Upon gazing at the shelves, their eyes widened in disbelief. Were there not only 10 items advertised? Yet here, there appeared to be so much more. In addition to the water, salt, sugar, flour, limitless electric cookers, toilet paper, sanitary napkins, hygiene kits, multifunctional knives, and storage backpacks showcased in the promotional images. There were also items they had never seen before in the pre-apocalyptic world. Storage bracelets, 50 slots, weightless 200 crystal cores. Nutrient solution, 1 tube equivalent to 10 meals, 20 crystal cores. Cold-resistant clothing, 50-year shelf life, 100 crystal cores. Sunblock clothing, 50-year shelf life, 100 crystal cores. Miniature fingertip pistol includes 100 rounds, 800 crystal cores. Miniature fingertip pistol ammunition, 50 rounds per box, 100 crystal cores. The coveted storage backpacks were in such demand that they seemed insufficient. Apart from the 2 miniature pistols, all other items boasted a minimum stock of 10. The first wave of people descended upon the items with frenzied zeal, their eyes bloodshot with desperation, only to be doused with cold water by purchase limitations. Nevertheless, they understood the need to respect this mysterious territory and refrained from causing disturbances, abiding by the imposed rules. Fortunately, in addition to the apocalyptic shop, there was a small supermarket. Although modest in size, its shelves were impeccably arranged, overflowing with products. It far surpassed the offerings in the little red house. Furthermore, everything was fresh and within its shelf life. Every newcomer was astonished, momentarily believing they were dreaming and had returned to the leisurely days of shopping before the apocalypse. However, now was not the time for leisure. They recognized that these were resources. Fresh resources. They had to buy all of it. Alas, the small supermarket also imposed purchase limits, allowing only one item of the same type each day. Yet this only momentarily dampened their spirits, as enthusiasm remained unabated. With feet as if fitted with wheels, they scoured for supplies, each one red-eyed with the thrill of the hunt. It was not until they recalled the cost of lodging in the residential buildings that they managed to regain their composure, setting aside a portion of their crystal cores to hastily rent accommodations after their purchases. Wave after wave followed this sequence, with the items in both the apocalyptic shop and the small supermarket steadily dwindling, while the population of the territory continued to swell. Naturally, Jiang Guo's experience points were also gradually accumulating. Finally, once she had nearly cleared the vicinity of mutated beasts, she received a notification. Detected player current game level, LV1. Accumulated experience, 1,000. Experience requirement met. Would you like to level up? Chapter 35. Learning. Jiang Guo did not respond immediately, and upon noticing the absence of mutated beasts outside, she returned to her bamboo house, closed the bedroom door, and then exclaimed excitedly, "Level up." The fireworks of the leveling up effect resonated once more in her mind. Player level LV1 to LV2, 0, 10,000. Health points, 1. Current accumulated health points, 6. Stamina and health points fully restored, limit increased by 100. Current stamina, 300, health points, 300. Congratulations to player Jiang Guo for becoming a level 2 lord. Territory area expanded tenfold. Current territory area, 11,000 square meters. Note, the game territory is fully defensible. Pollution-free status. Current territory structures can be manually adjusted via the territory panel without the need for destruction and reconstruction. The player's personal information panel was updated. Please confirm initial information. Player, Jiang Guo, Wandering Merchant. Age, 19. Level, LV2, Experience, 010,000. Health points, 6, reach 10 for a delightful surprise. Vitality, 300. Stamina, 300. Gold, 140. 221. Skills, none. Equipment, Divine Grade Set 1. Structures owned, 7. Apocalypse Shop, Level 1. Ordinary Supermarket, Residential Building 1, Residential Building 2, Bamboo House, Apple Trees X2. The remarks within parentheses are merely compliments, devoid of the previous sarcasm. Jiang Guo let out a hum, not delving into these anthropomorphic expressions, as her attention was captivated by the notation in the skills section. While a golden finger is indeed advantageous, personal strength holds considerable significance as well. Perhaps she should take the time to learn a skill. This statement, albeit sensible, seemed less relevant to her since she had always regarded this as a game, especially with her divine grade armor shielding her. Elevating her skills appeared unnecessary, given that once the game concluded, she would return to the realm of reality. In a world beset by turmoil, martial prowess reigned supreme. If she could enhance her physique here and acquire a few abilities, would they be revoked upon her return to reality? If so, then such efforts would be futile. Nonetheless, considering the game's penchant for hidden information and surprises, this might indeed be a subtle reminder for her. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Guo pondered whether she should purchase an ability just to test the waters. However, Upon opening the system shop and searching for abilities, she promptly closed it with a snap. The cheapest abilities, sorted by price, were astonishingly priced at 100,000 gold. What an outrageous scheme! Abilities are indeed valuable, but such exorbitant costs are beyond reason. Despite her determination, a second glance left her feeling utterly disheartened. Fine. It truly is that absurd. She simply could not afford it. Having recently enjoyed a windfall, she was still only at 140,000 gold, spending 100,000 on a single ability? Absolutely not. At this moment, she felt perfectly content with her divine-grade armor and territory, as long as she avoided reckless actions. No one could bring her down. As for skills, even if abilities were off the table, acquiring other knowledge remained a viable option. Enhancements to her physique may not be preserved, but the knowledge within her mind would endure. The wisdom deposited in her brain is the most invaluable asset. Jiang Guo conducted a self-analysis. She was currently quite adept at computers. Not to boast, but in the real world, her computing skills surpassed those of her peers. She had garnered numerous computer-related accolades. It was through this skill that she had funded her education, supported herself, and even acquired a house before graduating from university. Though many of her affluent classmates were born into privilege, Jiang Guo never felt inferior. From a young age, she often encountered pitying gazes, with people remarking on her orphan status, yet she found it perplexing. She had never harbored feelings of longing or expectation towards her parents or family. Her greatest aspiration was to achieve financial independence and then leisurely pursue her passions. What she cherished most was the gradual accumulation of success from nothing. Eventually, she discovered infrastructure management games, which sparked her joy. Undeniably, her computing abilities ensured her a worry-free life in the real world. When it comes to learning especially skills, the utmost folly is to acquire only superficial knowledge and then boast of invincibility. Jiang Guo was self-aware, although she was confident in her computing skills within her reality. This gaming experience illuminated the vast chasm between her and higher dimensions. Therefore, she resolved to continue honing her computing skills. While time in the game was static compared to the real world, she aimed to elevate her abilities to the global top tier. As for other skills, culinary arts were not her forte despite previous attempts. She simply lacked the requisite talent. Martial arts were essential. High martial prowess is advantageous in any context and serves as a crucial means of enhancing personal security. Medical knowledge was also worth pursuing. While she didn't aspire to become an immortal healer, being capable of treating simple ailments would prevent her from being helpless in the event of injury. Chapter 36: A Limitless Pursuit, yet my mind feels overwhelmed. Speaking of skills, one could also recall the ancient concept of the 6 arts of a gentleman. Rites, music, archery, charioteering, calligraphy, and mathematics. The 8 accomplishments of a woman include the guqin, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, wine, flowers, and tea. However, to be candid, the practicality of these skills in modern society is rather low. Unless one intends to make a living from them, mastering them is unnecessary. Should one wish to cultivate interests and refine one's character, studying them is still worthwhile. Thus, she resolved to focus on practical computing and medicine. Although enhancements from martial arts may not be retained, the theoretical knowledge is invaluable. Learning the methods now would allow her to practice again if the physical enhancements do not carry over upon her return to reality. As for other skills, she could always explore them when the mood strikes. Without hesitation, Jiang Guo entered the trading system, spending 100 gold to acquire a computer of her world-S standard, and then 300 gold from Wei Qing for an interstellar computer. Computers are inherently device-dependent, and she was eager to compare her world-S technology with that of the interstellar realm. Of course, these purchases were merely the beginning. She needed to acquire skill books as well. The knowledge on the trading system was priced even higher than actual items, with the highest level computer skill book in her world costing 2,000 gold, while a basic interstellar computer skill book astonishingly priced at 80,000 gold. Jiang Guo gritted her teeth. Regardless, the game imposed no time limits for completion, and with time in the real world frozen, she could take her time learning everything she desired. If gold ran short, she could always accumulate more. However, these skill books would be inaccessible outside the game world. Hence, she resolved to purchase them. Jiang Guo was not one to reach for the stars recklessly. She carefully selected the highest-level computer skill book available in her world, costing 2,000 gold. First, she aimed to become the global top tier, then she would venture into the interstellar realm. In addition to the computer skill book, she also acquired a volume on body refinement techniques tailored for ordinary humans. Why specify ordinary humans? Because the body refinement techniques vary according to different physiques. There are specialized techniques for cultivators, magical practitioners, and beast men, as well as for deities, demons, and spirits. Other varieties are infused with unique energies, while ordinary humans have none, making their techniques the cheapest. Jiang Guo considered herself fortunate to secure it for 988 gold. Additionally, she purchased the first volume of Learning Medicine from scratch. Although the title seemed unorthodox, akin to a gimmick intended to attract attention in bookstores, the trading system was trustworthy, and this book held genuine value. Of course, the price was indeed steep, 2888 gold for this first volume. Moreover, this was merely the beginning. Subsequent volumes would be even costlier. However, if she were to complete her studies, dominating the field of human medicine would be within her grasp. Jiang Guo did not harbor the confidence to reach such heights, so she limited her purchase to the first volume. Even this initial edition would render her a remarkable physician within her world. As she fantasized about the future and the potential prestige that awaited her, Jiang Guo felt a surge of excitement. She forced herself to regain composure, gazing at the two computers and the three hefty skill books on the table, and finally regained a semblance of rationality. No more purchases. These three are sufficient for her studies, yet whether she can persist until completion remains uncertain. Her intellect is not lacking, however. It is not exceptional enough to master any subject effortlessly. With a calm disposition, Jiang Guo carefully planned her skill development and opened the territory panel. To her astonishment, it expanded tenfold, now encompassing a total area of 11,000 square meters. The original 1,000 square meter territory now occupies merely 1/11th of the entire expanse. With ample space, matters can now be facilitated. She decided to allocate 5,000 square meters for agricultural cultivation zones, allowing her to accumulate experience points through farming. Currently, the territory is at level 2, which means that crop growth will occur at double the normal rate, and fixed agricultural resources will soon be available. Next, she designated an additional 2,000 square meters as livestock breeding areas. After all, one cannot subsist solely on vegetables. Meat is the most substantial source of energy. Raising chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs is certainly feasible. After some consideration, Jiang Guo left a 500 square meter gap between the agricultural fields and the livestock zones. She spent 200 gold coins to purchase a fish pond, which not only allows for aquaculture, but also has water that can be diverted to the fields on the left and provide nourishment for poultry on the right. These three facilities were positioned side by side at the rear of her territory, adjacent to Deer Call Mountain. A long warehouse was constructed to separate them, while Residential Building 1 and Residential Building 2 were placed side by side at the forefront. Given the influx of visitors, Jiang Guo feared there might not be enough accommodations. So she purchased 2 additional buildings, naming them Residential Building 3 and Residential Building 4, situated in front of the first 2. Buildings 1 and 3 mirror each other, both featuring single rooms, while Buildings 2 and 4 are identical, each comprising a suite with 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom. Further ahead, to the left, her bamboo house stood, with some vacant space in front, followed by a small supermarket and an apocalyptic shop. With the areas delineated, Jiang Guo nodded in satisfaction. It was nearly complete. Any deficiencies could be addressed later. Guojia, Guojia, I'm back, came Zhang Huan's exuberant shout from outside. Jiang Guo peered out of the window to see him standing below, waving a package. Guojia, come down quickly. I've brought back crystal cores. I sold all the supplies I took to the base. Jiang Guo waved him up, chiding him for being so ostentatious in a territory bustling with people, cautioning against ostentation. Upon ascending, Zheng Huan exclaimed excitedly, Guojia, I managed to bring back 100 bottles of water, 2 boxes of instant noodles, 3 boxes of chocolate, alongside a myriad of other miscellaneous items. In total, I exchanged them for 3 level 4 crystal cores, 21 level 3 crystal cores, 35 level 2 crystal cores, and 188 level 1 crystal cores. What a windfall. Jiang Guo was astonished. So much? Did you raise the prices? In truth, the quantity he brought back was not enormous. It was merely the variety that inflated the value. Based on the supermarket's pricing, he should have only garnered around 2,000 level 1 crystal cores. However, the actual conversion yielded a staggering 5,638 level 1 crystal cores. Zhang Huan quickly shook his head, feigning innocence. No, I didn't raise the prices. Jiang was seized upon the key term, raise? With an endearing grin, Zhang Huan scratched his head. They voluntarily raised the prices to outbid each other. You wouldn't believe it. As soon as I displayed the items, I was surrounded. The looks in their eyes were as if they wished to devour me. Especially for the vegetables and fruits. The moment I revealed them, they began to bid. Some even attempted to snatch them, but your protective barrier repelled them, which quieted the frenzy. Realizing that those bold enough to attempt outright theft weren't of good character, I didn't intervene. Unexpectedly, I ended up profiting immensely.
Indeed.
It was a substantial profit. Jiang Guo couldn't help but laugh. That's splendid. A profit is a profit. This trip was worthwhile. Calculating a commission of 10. I'll count 563 cores as yours.
What? No. I don't want that.
The supplies belong to the territory. I merely made the journey, he protested. That cannot be. Consider it a travel expense. You will have plenty more to do. Jiang Guo waved her hand graciously, encouraging him, as long as you work diligently. I am not one to be stingy. With teary eyes, Zhang Huan accepted, and then Jiang Guo heard the familiar notification sound. Zhang Huan's affection level 1. Current affection level 94. In all honesty, the speed at which his affection for her grew was enough to bring her to tears. This little brother was indeed a worthy investment. With affection, he truly reciprocated. Suddenly, Zhang Huan, flushed with excitement, added, by the way, Guijia, doctor. Lu mentioned that she has made new discoveries in her experiments. The successful trials will take another 6 months to a year, so she cannot come here for the time being. I've delivered all the supplies you asked me to take to her, and she asked me to bring this to you. Zhang Huan retrieved 4 boxes from his backpack, each containing hundreds of transparent glass bottles filled with an orange liquid.
Doctor.
Lu said this is her newly developed skin rejuvenation serum, effective for whitening, acne removal, and skin softening. However, due to the apocalypse, water resources are scarce, and no one would indulge in bathing with such luxury, so it was simply stored away. After you left, she reorganized the warehouse and found this. Thinking it might be useful to you, she asked me to bring all 600 bottles to you. They have a shelf life of 10 years. Jiang Guo was elated. Such a treasure? Who wouldn't he appreciate beauty? After all, I am but a common person, who not only enjoys the beauty of things, but also desires to embody beauty herself. Dr. Lu is right. In this apocalypse, while others may not need it, I certainly can. Jiang Guo quickly checked the trading system and discovered that the market price for this item was rather high, with each bottle valued at 500 gold coins. Moreover, the effects were truly remarkable, even if one were to become as dark as charcoal. A single soak in this serum could restore their skin to its original state by the following day. Jiang Guo mused, were it not for the apocalypse, this product would undoubtedly be the subject of a frenzied demand. It could potentially topple the entire skincare and beauty industry. She decided to keep 10 bottles for herself, placing the remaining 590 on the trading system. Beauty is important, but gold coins are even more paramount. Selling all 590 could yield nearly 300,000 gold coins. Just the thought of it sent a thrill of excitement through her. Additionally, there was another matter. The leaders of the 2 bases in City A expressed their desire to discuss business with her. Zhang Huan recounted the specifics. After we killed Captain Wu, we took advantage of the chaos to escape. I haven't had the chance to inform them, but Deer Call Mountain isn't far. And the base leaders can come here themselves. They should arrive either today or tomorrow. All right, I understand. Thank you for your hard work. You should rest as well. We can discuss matters further when they arrive. Zhang Huan still appeared quite frail, resembling a mere stick, and after having seen him last night, it was clear he hadn't slept well, his dark circles rivaling national treasures. Anyone unaware might assume he had committed some illicit act, given his fatigued yet exhilarated demeanor. Jiang Guo grew concerned that he might collapse at any moment. Upon her suggestion, Zheng Huan indeed felt the weight of fatigue wash over him, the exhaustion following his earlier excitement. He bid Jiang Guo farewell and hurriedly returned to rest. Upon descending the stairs, he suddenly paused. Something seems different? In his haste to find her, he hadn't noticed earlier, but now it became clear. The residential buildings were no longer in their original position. Where was the large building? Turning around, he saw others expressing the same astonishment. It was one of Qi Ming's subordinates. Qi Ming and his group had been outside maintaining order. And as the crowd finally thinned, someone shouted that the territory was shifting. This startled them, and upon looking back, they indeed observed the territory in motion. However, the movement was not overt. It was not a violent tremor, but rather a subtle alteration in the surrounding environment. Suddenly, the originally diminutive light curtain expanded outward with the rapidity of a luminous sphere, melting the ice and snow in its wake, and allowing verdant grass to flourish. In the blink of an eye, the territory that once lay within sight had expanded tenfold. A grander light curtain now enveloped the surroundings, resembling a celestial abode. This miraculous spectacle left those within and outside the territory utterly speechless. Qi Ming and his companions were paralyzed with trepidation, too fearful to advance even a single step. Caught in a tumult of astonishment and dread, fearing that the newly transformed light curtain might indiscriminately obliterate them. The haunting memories of their comrades being mercilessly slaughtered loomed large, instilling a profound sense of fear in Qi Ming's team, with some even suggesting a retreat to the peace building. Qi Ming remained silent, waiting patiently until many had safely entered before cautiously leading his group inside. Fortunately, their apprehensions proved unfounded. The territory welcomed them. Just as they rejoiced for a fleeting moment, they discovered that the residential building they had previously seen on their right was now conspicuously absent. One team member, already on the brink of a breakdown, could no longer contain his panic and shouted, coincidentally catching Zheng Huan's attention. Chapter 38. The Good Samaritan Brigade, fully occupied. Brother Zheng Huan. The residential building was just over there, Ludi remarked, pointing towards the far end of the territory, puzzled by Zheng Huan's dazed expression. Qi Ming and the others turned to look, realizing, oh, so it's over there. In truth, the distance was not insurmountable, however. Who could have anticipated that a building could seemingly sprout legs and relocate? It appeared utterly unchanged, neither dismantled nor altered. How could it have moved from here to there? It was a 6-story edifice, not a mere cabbage that could be relocated at will. The group struggled to believe it. Upon confirming the structure was indeed the residential building. A deeper sense of trepidation towards Jiang Guo welled up within them. Who on earth is she? Is this a power that humanity can possess? They had never witnessed such feats as the old man Yugong moving mountains, but now they had seen a building being moved with bare hands. This world had undeniably transformed into an unfamiliar realm. The members of Qi Ming's team became notably subdued, their hearts stripped of any inclination towards wrongdoing. Now gripped by fear of malevolence. They had never encountered such formidable adversity since the apocalypse. A mere kick could send one's soul fleeing. Moreover, the adversary showed no mercy, deeming any hint of malice as grounds for immediate execution. Qi Ming's ability lay in sound manipulation, though not inherently aggressive. It possessed a remarkable capacity to sway others. With a mere thought, anyone could fall under his influence. Unless the opponent's abilities were significantly superior, they would invariably be affected to some extent. Jiang Guo was the first true challenge he had encountered. When he first laid eyes on the territory, he had harbored intentions of seducing her to seize control, yet she remained entirely impervious to his influence. The young girl, delicate and radiant, exuded an aura of vitality even in her anger during confrontations. Qi Ming had initially found her intriguing, but after she had invited them in for a slaughter, all his ambitions evaporated. From over 50 individuals, only 9 remained. What thoughts could he possibly entertain? He was simply grateful to be alive. Though he harbored a certain arrogance, he was no fool to provoke just anyone. Gathering the survivors into a cohesive group, Qi Ming resolved to guide them towards redemption, striving to reform their ways. If they could alter Jiang Guo's negative perception of their previous misdeeds and be treated as ordinary residents, they would find greater comfort within the territory. Recently, he had taken his underlings outside to maintain order, also in hopes of enhancing Jiang Guo's favorable impression. Witnessing such a miraculous sight and learning of Jiang Guo's formidable abilities, Qi Ming maintained a calm facade while his mind raced with anxiety and retrospective contemplation. Apart from leading his group to observe others assaulting the territory, had he previously committed any acts that might have displeased her? It seemed he had. She had exhibited a disgusted expression while he spoke. Henceforth, he would remain silent in her presence. With a serious expression, Qi Ming stated, "From now on, you must all be more earnest. Not only must we refrain from wrongdoing, but we must also engage in acts of kindness." The underlings looked perplexed. Acts of kindness? This term was foreign to them. Qi Ming nodded emphatically, yes. Perform good deeds. Abide by the rules within the territory. We must become civilized individuals. You must shed your past petty thievery. Conceal those nefarious tendencies. When you see others in need, you must bravely offer assistance. Commit to doing good and cultivate the mindset of a virtuous person. We must ensure that anyone who gazes upon us perceives us as good individuals. Qi Ming had just exhausted his abilities while maintaining order. And as he spoke extensively without utilizing sound manipulation, his underlings nodded obediently, though their heads grew increasingly muddled. Good deeds? What constitutes a good deed? They had never engaged in such actions. Noticing their confusion, Qi Ming inhaled deeply, his expression impassive, and delivered a succinct ultimatum. Miss Jiang despises those who engage in wrongdoing. Evildoers will be barred from entry. Only those allowed in have survived. The underlings jolted, instantly recalling the horrific screams from that morning. Their former leaders and comrades had perished before their eyes, their bodies disintegrating into mist, the stench of blood lingering in the air. We must do it. I will heed the boss. Indeed, good deeds must be performed. Jiang Guo had harbored a poor impression of them. Though they were unsure why she had spared the few of them, they were undoubtedly different from ordinary residents and could easily attract her attention. Yes. We must alter our image in Jiang Guo's eyes. Otherwise, if she takes a disliking to us one day, we will be swiftly disposed of. The others felt a chill run down their spines. They wished to survive. They certainly did not want to explode into nothingness, leaving no bones behind. How painful that would be. It's just about doing good deeds. Although I am generally inclined towards mischief, I can do good deeds, well, somewhat. Come on, stop causing trouble.
But boss.
This does pose a problem. What exactly constitutes a good deed? The few brothers were utterly unfamiliar with the concept. I know. Helping an elderly lady cross the street. But where are the traffic lights? Where is the elderly lady? They are all safely residing in the base. Who would be out on the street? Then what should we do? Qi Ming, his head aching from the noise, decided they should return for now and discuss it the next day. The following day, Qi Ming indeed presented a detailed task list for good deeds, clearly outlining what they needed to do. Subsequently, it became common to see brawny men with intimidating appearances greeting you with broad smiles. One could observe individuals, seemingly untrustworthy, assisting in the pursuit of genuine thieves. If a piece of litter fell on the lawn, a shadow would swiftly emerge to pick it up, offering a reprimand to the litterbug. Whenever conflicts arose among abilities, a few imposing figures would promptly intervene to mediate, led by a clean-cut man who could quell the chaos with just a few words. In the territory, if anyone bullied the weak or stirred trouble, the next moment, the Good Samaritan Brigade would appear. Yes, they had even adopted a name, the Good Samaritan Brigade. Perhaps due to their increased good deeds, their appearances gradually transformed, no longer resembling evildoers, but rather exuding a sense of tranquility. Even Jiang Guo was taken aback to see those once labeled as bullies in the peace building now celebrated as paragons of virtue. Of course, all of this transpired later. At present, Qi Ming was still burning the midnight oil to finalize the good deeds plan. As the day drew to a close, Zheng Huan noted that the two base leaders he had mentioned had not arrived, but had they come, they would have found no accommodation. Jiang Guo was astonished at how effective Zheng Huan's initial promotion had been. The post-apocalyptic store was sold out. Not only were the original items gone, but everything she had later procured from Wei Qing had also vanished. The small supermarket was completely emptied. Indeed, with a stock of 8,000, it was entirely cleared within just 2 days of opening. Outside the small supermarket, a throng of customers, unable to procure anything, lingered unwillingly. The residential buildings were fully occupied. Regardless of whether it was the two previous blocks or the newly constructed ones, every unit was occupied. Even more absurdly, people continued to arrive from outside the territory. Chapter 39. Severe Obsessive-Compulsive Disorder. Quirky Younger Brother. 2 kilometers outside the territory, a black pickup truck recklessly barreled through the night, clearing away any zombies that obstructed its path. Nothing could halt its advance. Sis, slow down. Slow down? Have you not seen that fast zombie chasing us? But I feel like I'm going to be sick. What a troublesome brat. Throw up in your hood. Just don't vomit inside my car. The woman shouted furiously while slamming the accelerator and steering wildly as the young man clung tightly to the handrail, his complexion pale, his lips pressed together tightly. In the next moment, unable to hold back, he opened the window and leaned out. Idiot. Close the window. The young man, harboring a flicker of hope, thought he would close it immediately after being sick, but at that very instant, a gaunt, grayish hand grasped his shoulder. Zhu Jing looked up, locking eyes with the lifeless, grayish orbs, and in the next moment, he vomited all over the zombie's face. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Yu shot an ice spike, severing the zombie's hand, and yanked the foolish boy back, quickly shutting the window. Next time, I'll personally feed you to the zombies. Zhu Jing lowered his head. His eyes filled with guilt as he stammered an apology. I want to do it again. Zhu Jing had suffered from a severe form of obsessive-compulsive disorder since childhood. Everything within his sight had to be immaculate. Even he felt dirty if he hadn't tea-bathed 3 or 4 times a day. When a kindergarten classmate flicked boogers at him, he was so disgusted that he fainted and ended up in the hospital. From then on, he adamantly refused to attend kindergarten, leading his family to hire a tutor for homeschooling. Later, he was forced to attend elementary school, where he constantly sprayed alcohol on his desk mate, resulting in no one wanting to sit beside him for 6 years. In middle school, during pull-up exercises, he meticulously wiped the bar used by the previous student, drawing scornful remarks from his classmates who deemed him overly sensitive. In high school, when a girl confessed her feelings, he pointed out that she hadn't cleaned the sleep from her eyes, leading to him being ostracized by all the girls in his class. In college, instead of attracting female admirers, he garnered attention from several male classmates, one of whom, reeking of foot odor, confessed his feelings, prompting Zhu Jing to hastily move out of the dormitory and suffer for half a month. Fortunately, his affluent family could accommodate his eccentricities. Regrettably, the apocalypse arrived. Initially nauseated to the point of vomiting daily, he gradually built up his tolerance, eventually becoming accustomed to the filth around him. Despite his obsessive cleanliness, he had to endure. Zhu Jing recognized his shortcomings. He didn't wish to live this way, yet he couldn't help himself, vomiting into his clothing's hood, feeling utterly revolting. Just the thought of it made him sick. He could no longer endure this existence. He even contemplated that if that zombie had bitten him to death, it would have been a relief. Death would mean no longer suffering, or perhaps transforming into a zombie. Then he wouldn't care about cleanliness and would be free from his obsessive compulsions. However, with his parents gone, his sister was his only remaining family. Zhu was tough on the outside but soft-hearted, deeply valuing their bond. If he were to leave her, it would shatter her. Sighing, he wondered when this tumultuous era would end. If only there were no apocalypse, the world would be orderly and pristine. Cease. Look over there. Zhu Jing thought he was seeing things and blinked in disbelief, only to find that nothing had changed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Not far away, a colossal light screen flickered into view, resembling a flowing river of stars descending from the heavens, enveloping a section of the world in a hazy glow. Zhu Yu also noticed. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned the steering wheel, driving straight towards the luminous barrier. Chapter 40. You have entered the Jinghe Territory Control Zone. Upon reaching the foot of the light screen, the accelerator seemed to lose its potency, forcing the vehicle to a halt. Simultaneously, a voice resonated in their ears. Detection complete. Human, uninfected, entry permitted. You have entered the Jinghe Territory Control Zone. A fee of 1 crystal core is required for entry, valid for 100 hours. The territory is in a state of full defense and free from contamination. Do you confirm your entry? Zhu Jing jumped in surprise. Sis, did you hear that voice? In the dead of night, surrounded by darkness, with a fast zombie lurking nearby, the sudden message startled both of them. Seeing her brother had also heard the voice. Zhu Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, it mentioned a territory and full defense against contamination, but we need to pay with a crystal core to enter. Zhu Jing and Zhu Yu exchanged glances, both reflecting disbelief. In this apocalypse, where could there possibly be an uncontaminated place? The notion of full defense was even more absurd. Not even the strongest walls could guarantee complete safety. While they could defend against zombies, they couldn't stop mutated creatures. Those that flew, crawled, or burrowed, they would always find a way in. However, Zhu Yu furrowed her brow. It seems the vehicle is being held by some force. We can't move forward. Only retreat. Zhu Jing pursed his lips. Sis, could it be that the voice was telling the truth? It's only one crystal core. Should we give it a try? As they were speaking, a sudden crackling sound erupted, and they turned to see the fast zombie that had been pursuing them disintegrate into a cloud of blood mist in the blink of an eye. That zombie was a level 4 speed-type mutant. No wonder they had been chased for over 40 kilometers. It's gone, Zhu Jing exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Yes, I saw it. Zhu Yu quickly turned around, retrieving a crystal core from her pocket, urgently urging, let us go in. We must enter. Name, Zhu Yu, level 3 strength ability. Entry permission duration, 100 hours. No change occurred. The accelerator remained unresponsive. Vehicle information detected. It requires a parking fee, 1 crystal core for 24 hours. Do you wish to pay the parking fee? Detected 5 individuals inside the vehicle. Entry fee paid for 1 person. For individuals have not paid, and thus cannot enter. Zhu Yu was taken aback. This light screen could even detect abilities? It could ascertain how many people were in her vehicle. A sense of caution surged within her as she peered through the light screen, noticing what appeared to be distant twinkling lights, possibly buildings. She narrowed her eyes and decided to take a gamble. Jing, stay here and don't move. I'll go give the crystal cores to the 3 people in the back. Earlier, she had taken one and had to relinquish one for herself, indicating that only the individual holding it could use it. Zhu Jing obediently remained seated as Zhu Yu surveyed the surroundings, relieved to find no zombies roaming nearby, and cautiously exited the vehicle. The cargo bed of the pickup, having been modified with a roof and railings, contained 3 unconscious men. Each wore clothing adorned with a red insignia, clearly indicating they were military personnel. Noticing they were still asleep, Zhu Yu hesitated not at all. She placed a crystal core in each of their hands, murmuring, under special circumstances, I'll vouch for them to enter. Detected humans with malicious values below 25, state, unconscious. Under special circumstances, accompanying personnel may act on their behalf. Would you like to pay the entry fees for Feng Zihong, Haibo, and Li Tianan? Zhu Yu was growing anxious. Yes, yes, yes. Name, Feng Zihong, level 4 air ability. Entry permission duration, 100 hours. Name, Haibo, level 4 clone ability. Entry permission duration, 100 hours. Name, Li Tianan, level 4 storm ability. Entry permission duration, 100 hours. These 3 possessed such formidable abilities? Zhu Yu was somewhat taken aback. These 3 individuals were picked up by her and her brother on the road, drawn to them by the military uniforms they wore. Their father was a soldier, and having been raised under his guidance, it was difficult for them to turn a blind eye to the plight of soldiers in distress. After their parents sacrificed their lives in K-City, the siblings sought to change their surroundings and refresh their spirits. Little did they expect to encounter these 3 upon arriving in a city. Seeing that they still had breath, albeit unconscious, the pair placed them in the rear compartment of their vehicle. Calculating the time, it had been 5 or 6 hours. They had no idea when the 3 would awaken. Shaking her head, Zhu Yu returned to the driver's seat, paid the parking fee, and pressed the accelerator. This time, free from the hindrance of invisible forces. She finally passed through smoothly. A virtual arrow appeared ahead, guiding her to park in an open space. As Zhu Yu and Zhu Jing disembarked, they noticed the residential building they had seen earlier was not far off. With many people checking in today, Jiang Guo had added 2 more buildings, Residence Block 5 and Block 6. Since these 2 blocks had residents arriving late, many had yet to sleep, the lights still shining within, allowing Zhu Jing and Zhu Yu to clearly observe the building and its surroundings. Sis, it's evident that many people reside here. Let us go inside and take a look. As they stepped onto the stairs of the residential building, a panel materialized before them. Building, Residential Area 1, Block 5. Number of rooms, 60, all single rooms, 10 households per lift, total of 6 floors. Room size, 10 square meters, no private bathroom. Each floor has a public restroom and a public shower. Water fees to be paid separately. Maximum occupancy per room, 2 people. Rental price, daily rental 1 crystal core.
Monthly rental 15 crystal cores. Yearly rental 100 crystal cores.
Purchase price, 1,000 crystal cores, permanent. Renting or purchasing a house allows free entry and exit within the territory during the rental period, with paid entry fees applicable towards the housing cost. Current room availability, 1 room, room 505. Would you like to rent it? Zhu Jing was completely captivated by the phrase public shower. This place actually had a shower. The additional water fee implied that there was water available for bathing. In the post-apocalyptic world, water resources had become absurdly scarce. People often didn't even wash their faces, let alone bathe. Zhu Jing hadn't heard that phrase in ages.
Sis.
Zhu Jing exclaimed, pointing at the panel in excitement. Zhu Yu understood his thoughts. The rental fee was reasonable, so they decided to rent it. Chapter 41. Ecstatic over a shower. This room is available for daily rental at 1 crystal core, monthly rental at 15 crystal cores, yearly rental at 100 crystal cores. Purchase price is 1,000 crystal cores, permanent. Please select the rental duration or click to purchase directly. Zhu Yu opted for a daily rental. Uncertain of its quality, they decided to try it for a day. Please add co-tenants. The maximum occupancy for this room is 2. Zhu Yu, Zhu Jing. The two reported their names as prompted. Previously, one had to touch the door to record information, but today, with so many people around, Jiang Guo modified the procedure to allow for name reporting. Rental information confirmed. Room, Area 1, Block 5, Room 505. Tenants, Zhu Yu, Level 3 Power Ability, Zhu Jing. Rental duration, 1 day. Total due, 1 crystal core. Amount paid, 0. Territory entry fees automatically deducted. Balance, 1 crystal core. Note: daily water quota per person, 10 L. Public restroom flushes are free. Sink water is charged at 1 crystal core for 5 L, and used water can accumulate after payment. Public shower price, 10 crystal cores per session, limited to 30 minutes. Does not count towards water quota. Warning: water from the shower cannot be taken out of the public shower. Residential building water cannot be resold. With the influx of people came numerous inquiries. Today was no exception, with questions like whether flushing the toilet incurred a water fee, if sink water could be used for cooking, and whether one could sell the water they bought. Bathing required a significant amount of water, and the quota seemed insufficient. Thus, Jiang Guo added further details clarifying how the water quota was utilized, including that flushing the toilet did not incur a water fee. Her main concern was preventing water wastage. If the water fee was also charged, many would be reluctant to spend crystal cores to flush toilets, and her residential building would soon become unbearable. Zhu Jing and Zhu Yu returned to the vehicle to gather their belongings and glanced at the rear compartment, but ultimately decided against moving the 3 individuals. They were exhausted. And since there was only 1 room in the building that accommodated 2 people, it would be impractical to relocate them. It would be better for them to stay in the vehicle. The temperature within the territory was particularly comfortable, neither freezing nor sweltering. They had already spent 2 nights sleeping in the car and initially intended to do so again today, but this unexpected situation arose. Write a note and leave it beside them, Zhu Yu instructed Zhu Jing, then climbed onto the roof of the car to open the vents, ensuring the 3 wouldn't suffocate. After placing the note, the 2 hurriedly ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the door, they confirmed the information, and 2 keys popped out. Zhu Yu eagerly unlocked the door, and they both were filled with astonishment, especially Zhu Jing. Since the apocalypse began, he had not encountered a room this clean. Although the room was sparsely furnished, containing only a bed and a set of tables and chairs, it was spotless, and a unique aroma of wood lingered, not overpowering, but subtle and refreshing, bringing a sense of tranquility.
Sis.
Zhu Jing exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the immaculate room. Zhu Yu understood his excitement. She fished out some clothes for him at the doorway, handed him a few crystal cores, and said, "Let us go wash up." She knew well how particular her brother was about cleanliness. It had been 2 long years of enduring discomfort for him. Truth be told, while she wasn't as severe as her brother, she too had a bit of a cleanliness obsession. However, His extreme case overshadowed hers, making her own seem quite normal. After 2 years of this, both of them could hardly stand it. The two hurried towards the bathroom with their clothes. The bathroom had separate sections for men and women. Although there weren't many shower heads, each room was individually partitioned. Much to their delight, they had not anticipated such amenities. Half an hour later, Zhu Jing emerged from the bathroom feeling as if he had been reborn. At that moment, he felt entirely revitalized. Zhu Yu also bore a contented expression. It had been ages since she felt this clean. Back in a room, Zhu Yu took the bed while Zhu Jing opted for the floor, which was devoid of any dust. He felt no discomfort. Instead, a smile graced his lips as he drifted into slumber. The next morning, bright and early, Jiang Guo, aware of the large number of residents, rose at 5. The territory was still quiet, with everyone fast asleep. After freshening up, she descended and spotted a black pickup truck beneath the residential building, along with 3 men disembarking from it. "Where are we?" Hai Bo scratched his head. Li Tianan twisted his neck, equally perplexed as he gazed outside. "I have no idea. We exhausted our abilities earlier and seem to have collapsed at the gas station." They were investigators dispatched by the Central Authority to assess conditions across various city bases. Upon arriving at a city's gas station, they had intended to take a break, but were unexpectedly met with a horde of zombies, including 2 level 4 zombies. After dealing with that, they had drained their powers. They had thought they would perish there. Yet here they were, alive. However, it didn't necessarily mean they were truly alive. This place felt so warm, clearly not in the depths of winter, with grass underfoot. Blue skies, white clouds, and fresh air. It felt nothing like the apocalypse. Could it be that we've crossed over? Or perhaps arrived in paradise? It must be someone who rescued us. Don't be foolish. We're still in the apocalypse. Feng Zihong glanced at the note in his hand, grasping the general situation. Noticing the glimmer of excitement mixed with intrigue on the faces of his companions, he unfalteringly punctured their whimsical daydreams. Haiba cleared his throat. "I didn't say I wasn't here." Li Tianan shook his head, wide-eyed and feigning innocence. "I was merely jesting, as soldiers. We must believe in science and oppose superstition. However, this place feels truly peculiar, utterly unlike the apocalypse." "Hi," Jiang Guo greeted the group. "Did you 3 fail to secure accommodation? Building 5 is indeed fully booked, but there are still 3 suites available in Building 6 if you wish to rent them." The trio turned in unison, their expressions one of astonishment, bewildered by the sudden appearance of a girl they had not noticed before. And renting a room? Chapter 42. The Construction of Residential Buildings. Is this the A city base? It's so clean. It doesn't resemble an apocalyptic world at all.
No.
This is the Jinghe territory. Jiang Guo looked at them curiously. If they could enter, how could they mistake this for the base? Had they not seen the signs when paying the entrance fee? What? Jinghe territory? After a 10-minute conversation, the trio finally grasped the current reality. Haiba slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "No wonder I woke up to find 2 lines of text hovering above me, detailing my name, ability information, and entry time. I thought I had become the chosen one, contracted by some high-tech system. What a false joy. It turns out everyone experiences this." Li Tianan laughed. "You're rather self-absorbed. I thought I was hallucinating. Yet you dreamt of it." Feng Zihong handed the note to Jiang Guo, inquiring, "Could you tell me where room 505 in Building 5 of Area 1 is located?" Jiang Guo pointed toward the adjacent building, that's Building 5, and room 505 is on the 5th floor. "It's still early, so if you're looking for someone, you might want to wait a bit." The 3 nodded in agreement. Indeed, it would be disruptive to venture up now, given that most were still asleep. Haiba recalled the matter at hand and clapped his hands. "Miss Jiang, do you know where the A city base is?" Jiang Guo replied, "The A city base isn't far from here. If you drive quickly, it would take about half an hour." The 3 sighed in relief, grateful that they hadn't gone astray. They truly had stumbled upon a stroke of fortune and needed to express their gratitude to their savior, who not only rescued them, but also brought them so close to the A city base. "You mentioned there's a supermarket in the territory stocked with supplies. Where might that be? Are there still resources available?" Feng Zihong seized upon Jiang Guo's key statement. "Of course." Jiang Guo's eyes lit up with a smile. "With your exceptional abilities, you certainly hail from a prominent family. It seems the early bird truly catches the worm. Had I not risen early, who would have entertained you and answered your queries. As they walked forward, they came upon a three-story building, which was indeed the supermarket. Inside there were grains, oils, vegetables, fruits, instant food, and daily necessities, all available. Although the small supermarket had initially been emptied, due to the influx of visitors yesterday, many had reported finding nothing to purchase. Since they had come primarily for the advertised supplies, she could not mislead them. Thus, she had spent 400 gold coins to acquire 2 small supermarkets and gained 20 experience points in the process. As for why she opted for small supermarkets rather than larger ones, it was simply a matter of cost. Larger ones were expensive, and since neither size could automatically upgrade, it was more advantageous to acquire smaller ones to accumulate additional experience points for new territory constructions. Given that 3 small supermarkets took up considerable space, Jiang Guo stacked them together, as they were all identical in size. The first to sell out was placed on the 3rd floor, its rooftop even adorned with bean sprouts. Thus it had to be positioned at the top. The other 2 were placed below, constituting the 1st and 2nd floors of the supermarket. Thus, the 3-story supermarket was born. The trio thanked Jiang Guo and strode toward the 3-story building. Upon entering the supermarket and witnessing the plethora of fresh supplies, they exchanged glances, each reflecting astonishment. These were indeed fresh resources. How had that lordly girl procured them? With water, electricity, supplies, and protective barriers against danger, this was extraordinary. They resolved that upon returning to the capital, they must report this. As Jiang Guo observed them depart, she glanced at the nearby Building 5, feeling somewhat troubled. It was already fully occupied. More visitors were bound to arrive today, and she would need to construct more buildings. Indeed, high-rises were the answer. This 6-story residential building had too few rooms to accommodate many people. Once a few more arrived, it would be filled to capacity. However, tall buildings obstructed sight lines and appeared quite conspicuous within the territory. Jiang Guo was torn about whether to construct high-rises. After all, every inch of land in her territory was precious. Economically speaking, building high-rises was the better choice. Yesterday, the experience points from renting houses alone had surged by 560. Although some rentals were for extended periods, the actual number of tenants was not insignificant, with foot traffic at least reaching 500. Today, it was uncertain how many more would arrive, but after the recent promotions, the influx should only increase. A 6-story building with single rooms contained 60 rooms, accommodating a maximum of 120 individuals, while a suite building could house 72 individuals across 24 rooms. If another 500 people arrived today, she would need to construct 6 more residential buildings. Truth be told, a single building could hardly accommodate many people. However, if it were a high-rise residential building, Jiang Guo opened the trading system. High-rise options included heights of 10, 15, 25, and 30 stories, with a footprint of 300 square meters, accommodating 200, 300, 500, and 600 people, respectively. Heights of 10 or 15 stories seemed acceptable. By 7 a.m., the residents of the territory were waking up. As they did, a notification echoed in their minds. Notice: new residential buildings have been added to the territory. Those in need may proceed to the right side of the territory to purchase accommodations. Residential Area 2? When they arrived yesterday, it had not existed, yet today it did. However, they had all secured housing, so there was no urgency. Yet, as they stepped outside and glanced to the far right, curiosity piqued. It was indeed a high-rise. Not excessively tall, perhaps 15 stories in height. As the crowd approached, they could no longer maintain their composure. Building: Residential Area 2, 1 building. Number of rooms: 150, all single rooms, 10 units per floor, 15 floors total. Area of each single room: 10 square meters, without private bathrooms, with 2 public restrooms, 2 public bathing facilities, 2 public elevators, and 1 fire escape on each floor. Maximum occupancy per room: 2 individuals. Rental price: 0, 5 crystal cores per day. 75 crystal cores per month, 500 crystal cores for purchase, permanent. Renting or purchasing a house allows free entry and exit from the territory within the rental period, and previously paid entry fees can be applied toward the purchase price. 0, 5 per day, 75 per month, 500 for outright purchase. This price was half that of a single room in Area 1. How incredibly affordable! The conditions were identical. Public restrooms and bathing facilities were provided, with 2 available on each floor. Everything was in place, just like the single rooms. Although there were neighbors, one could still enjoy the view from the corridor railing, which was a minor inconvenience. Before the apocalypse, my rented accommodation didn't even offer such amenities. Enough said. I'm switching my rental. I'm moving here. I'm switching too.
I'm switching.
This price is acceptable to me. Previously, the price seemed somewhat steep. A multitude of individuals hurriedly vacated their original rooms to transfer their leases, an occurrence that did not perturb Jiang Guo. In fact, she found it rather amusing. With their departure and subsequent re-rental, she would gain additional experience points. Why would she be reluctant? Moreover, the crystal cores were not returned. They merely transformed into new rental agreements. Although many chose to relocate due to pricing or other reasons, there remained those who were financially unfazed and uninterested in switching.
I,
too, cherished the view outside my door, relishing the moments spent leaning on the railing to gaze at the scenery while enjoying a smoke. While this option is economical, it does not suit my preferences. It is time to disperse. I also delight in leaning over the railing, absorbing the fresh air, feeling rejuvenated, and the cost, while not negligible, is not excessively burdensome either. Chapter 43. The Lord is truly magnificent. Bean sprouts for meals. Miss Jiang, the bean sprouts are ready. They can be harvested. While contemplating seed selection at the edge of the fields, Jiang Guo turned to see Chao Jianxi grinning broadly as he approached her. Upon hearing the news, Jiang Guo felt a surge of joy. The first crop in the territory had matured. She followed Chao Jianxi back to the rooftop of the supermarket on the 3rd floor, where a dense bed of bean sprouts resembled a miniature forest, indeed fully ripened. Chao Jianxi, filled with pride, remarked, "Bean sprouts sprout in 1 to 2 days and mature in 5 to 7 days. My ability is at level 3, accelerating growth by 3-fold. We soaked them the night before last, and they naturally matured by this morning. However, there was something peculiar. Yesterday, the cucumbers on one rooftop and tomatoes on another seemed to have grown significantly faster. Initially expected to mature in over 20 days, it now felt as though they could be harvested in less than 10. Jiang Guo chuckled as she explained that is due to the natural growth acceleration of the territory. Yesterday, the territory upgraded and expanded, increasing the growth rate of all crops within to double speed. Coupled with your ability, their growth is even swifter.
Gaussian stilit?
So that's it. I thought my ability had upgraded or strengthened. I must have overthought it. He sighed regretfully while marveling at how the territory could enhance crop growth. It was truly remarkable. Jiang Guo stated, "As we previously agreed, I will take 80 and you will retain 20. I shall sell the remainder." Chao Jianxi nodded in agreement and hurried to set aside his portion, while Jiang Guo issued a territory announcement. Notification. The rooftop supermarket on the 3rd floor has newly stocked vegetable bean sprouts. Price, 1 crystal core for £5. Total quantity, 160,000 pounds. First come, first served. Those in need, please queue at the 3rd floor of the supermarket. Bean sprouts? The territory has bean sprouts? 1 crystal core for £5. Bean sprouts are quite light. 5 pounds can fill a large bag. Before the apocalypse, purchasing half a pound could feed my family of 3. 5 pounds would last several days. While bean sprouts may not be filling, they can be paired with rice, steamed buns, or wraps, and they add a delightful flavor to salads. I had initially planned to survive on just rice and flour to conserve crystal cores, but I never expected such inexpensive vegetables to be available.
Oh,
how wonderful the Lord is. As the crowd discussed, they hastened their steps towards the 3rd floor of the supermarket. The supermarket was empty, and everyone lined up in an S formation as they ascended to the rooftop. Jiang Guo, Zheng Huan, and Chao Jianxi weighed the freshly harvested produce. The onlookers gazed at the vibrant bean sprouts with glimmering eyes. They had never tasted anything so fresh since the apocalypse. They could almost envision the bursting juice of the sprouts in their mouths and hear the satisfying crunch as they bit down. Of course, the excitement for the vegetables was led by Chen Jinfeng. When it was her turn, she waved her hand grandly. "I'll have 50 pounds. Jiang Guo was momentarily taken aback, chuckling helplessly as she cautioned, "Aunt Chen, 50 pounds may be too much. They might spoil." Chen Jinfeng patted a young man beside her, laughing heartily. "My son returned yesterday with a group of friends. They're all tall fellows at least 6 feet tall, and they can eat a lot. Miss Jiang, don't worry. We'll finish it all. I'm actually afraid I won't buy enough. Aunt, the young man blushed, unable to argue, for indeed, everyone in their group had hearty appetites. Just a mere portion of bean sprouts could suffice for him alone. Jiang Guo smiled knowingly. Very well. I shall weigh out 50 pounds for you. 50 pounds costs only 10 crystal cores. As Chun Jinfeng prepared to pay, she hesitated, tempted to purchase more.
So cheap was it? Aunt.
50 pounds will last us 2 to 3 days. If we buy more than we can eat, it will spoil and go to waste. The young man quickly intervened, recalling the captain's words. Aunt, the kitchen can barely accommodate the food you buy. Let us limit our purchase. Indeed, with that, Chun Jinfeng relinquished her thoughts of further buying, though a hint of regret lingered in her eyes. The young man, a secondary-level ability user, effortlessly carried over a dozen large bags, worried that Chun Jinfeng might attempt to snatch them from him. The two departed in tandem, while others observed the moving bags with a sense of urgency. Wait, can everyone really buy this much? Are they purchasing too little with just 5 pounds? What if the Lord decides not to plant bean sprouts in the future? Shouldn't they buy more? Worst case, they could eat the bean sprouts as their main dish. After all, they are inexpensive. Thus, Jiang Guo noticed that ever since Chun Jinfeng and her companion completed their purchase, the subsequent customers began to increase their orders. Lord, I'll take 10 pounds. Lord, I want 15 pounds. Lord, I need 20 pounds. Chapter 44. Money can cure obsessive-compulsive disorder. Sister, I didn't expect there to be fresh vegetables for sale in this territory. Speaking of bean sprouts, I quite enjoy them, but I haven't had any since the apocalypse. Those at the base have all wilted. Then let us go take a look. If they're fresh, we should buy some. Zhu Jing and Zhu Yu awoke from a deeply satisfying slumber, refreshed and content. Upon hearing the territory announcement, they conferred and decided to venture out. Little did they know, the moment they stepped outside, they were struck by the beauty of the surrounding scenery. Last night, in the dark, they hadn't grasped the full scope of the territory, but now, upon seeing it, they were momentarily unsure if they were dreaming. Beyond the railing lay a vast expanse of tender green grass. Slightly farther to the right stood a quaint bamboo house, and at the center, a 3-story building bustled with people on the rooftop. The supermarket was a mere dozen meters away, accompanied by an exquisite little red house. Everything appeared so vivid: green, red, blue, each hue bright and distinct, unlike the murky grays they were accustomed to. Pebbled paths intertwined across the grassy expanse, with people coming and going, creating a stark contrast to the lifeless atmosphere of the apocalypse. Each individual bore lively expressions, some laughing, others engaged in conversation, and some gleefully clutching their newly purchased items. A gentle breeze wafted through, neither cold nor harsh, but rather refreshing and pleasant. Zhu Yu and Zhu Jing gazed for a while longer before reluctantly withdrawing their eyes, opening their mouths yet finding no words. If only our parents were here too. Zhu Yu was the first to break the silence. Noticing the freshness of the items in the others' bags, she suggested, let us go buy some too, and we should check on the 3 men in the car. Zhu Jing pressed her lips together. All right. Upon reaching the ground floor, they spotted 3 men seated on the grass beside the vehicle. You're awake? Zhu Jing exclaimed in surprise. The men, upon hearing her voice, quickly rose from the grass. Are you the ones who saved us? Zhu Jing glanced at her sister. Yes. We saw you 3 at the gas station and realized you were merely unconscious, not dead, so we brought you into the vehicle. Later, we were targeted by an ability-driven zombie and managed to escape here safely. As she spoke, Zhu Jing felt a touch of embarrassment. We were so exhausted last night that we left you in the car without arranging for your accommodations. Hai Bo quickly shook his head, expressing immense gratitude for their rescue. We are already deeply thankful that you could save us. Sleeping in the car, or even underneath it, would be acceptable. If it weren't for you, the 3 of us would have been digested by the zombies. Li Tianan shot him a disapproving glare, admonishing him not to speak in such a gruesome manner. It is indeed rather distasteful. Zhu Jing instinctively imagined the scene he had just described, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. Yet he managed to suppress it, knowing that if he were to vomit over a mere comment, his sister would surely scold him. As a grown man, I cannot be so overly sensitive. He mentally blocked out the unpleasant imagery, allowing Jiyu to engage in conversation with them. Feng Zihong, Hai Bo, and Li Tianen sincerely expressed their gratitude once more, presenting them with crystal nuclei as a token of appreciation. Initially intending to offer supplies, they discovered the limitations imposed on resources and realized that in this territory, everything was traded for crystal nuclei. Thus, it made more sense to gift them the nuclei directly. Just like before the apocalypse, it was far more sincere to give cash than to offer random items, allowing their benefactors the freedom to spend as they wished. The trio had ventured out on a mission, their backpacks filled with supplies, and the crystal nuclei they carried were the spoils of their journey, though they were not abundant. After purchasing their necessary supplies, they were left with merely 20 level 1 nuclei, 15 level 2 nuclei for level 3 nuclei, and 2 level 4 nuclei. However, despite their limited number, their value was significant, particularly the 2 level 4 nuclei, which were worth 2,000. When converted to level 1 nuclei, their total value amounted to 2570. Zhu Yu and Zhu Jing did not hesitate to accept the offering, recognizing that in this apocalyptic world, there was no sense in being coy. They truly desired the nuclei. This territory was remarkably appealing, especially for Zhu Jing, who considered it a veritable paradise, pristine, orderly, and devoid of pollution. He had already discussed with Zhu Yu the intention to stay here permanently. He had thought they would simply need to pay rent, only to awaken that day and discover that the territory offered much more than the residential building they had seen the night before. It beckoned them with numerous temptations to purchase. Crystal nuclei were indispensable. Miss Zhu, young Master Zhu, once again we express our heartfelt gratitude for your life-saving assistance. We have pressing matters to attend to and must travel to Beisei. Perhaps fate will reunite us in the future. After presenting the crystal nuclei, the trio hurriedly departed, leaving Zhu Jing and Zhu Yu holding a backpack brimming with nuclei, filled with excitement. If memory serves, the house we slept in last night was available for purchase, correct? How many nuclei did it require? 1,000 nuclei, Zhu Jing exclaimed, realizing that they could buy the very house they had stayed in. Sister, wait, look over there, and over there. Zhu Yu pointed towards the adjacent buildings, alongside the eye-catching 15-story structure on the side of the territory. The layouts of those houses were different from the one they had occupied, and she suggested, let us go take a look. Perhaps there are even better options. That house felt a bit small. Indeed. I don't wish to sleep on the floor all the time, haha. Let us find something larger. If we can't, we can buy 2 adjoining units. After all, we are not short on money right now. Zhu Jing chuckled, patting the backpack on his chest. Don't be so smug. Zhu Yu shot him a glance, though her tone betrayed her excitement rather than anger. They had saved lives, and the others had shown them great respect, offering such a generous reward. In both spirit and material wealth, they found a unique sense of satisfaction. Zhu Yu's temperament and Zhu Jing's obsessive cleanliness had improved significantly. The latter, now cradling the backpack filled with nuclei, was no longer concerned about dirt. How could the nuclei be dirty? They were his tickets to a better life. Chapter 45. Is the Lord an alien? The two of them surveyed the area, finally grasping all the information about the territory. Named Jinghe Territory, it signified tranquility and harmony, with complete defenses against any pollution or danger. The territory was neither too large nor too small, with a vast expanse behind the residential buildings that was said to be farmland, fishing ponds, and ranches, all of which were not yet in use and inaccessible to residents. The elegant bamboo villa served as the residence of the Lord, while the 3-story building in the center functioned as a small supermarket, resembling those from the pre-apocalyptic era, stocked with all the essentials. Additionally, there was a peculiar red building that occasionally offered extraordinary items, such as storage backpacks, temperature-regulating clothing, nutritional supplements, and mini handguns. However, when Zhu Yu and Zhu Jing arrived, they found it utterly empty, the shelves devoid of any goods. A large crowd gathered outside, many expressing their regrets and sighs. Oh no, I overslept. My storage backpack. I didn't manage to get one. Missed out yesterday, and I missed out again today. Why doesn't the Lord stock more of these wonderful items? I want that mini handgun. My teammate just got one, and it's fantastic. It feels weightless and is completely soundproof. The accuracy is exceptional. I wanted to buy one for my daughter as protection, and now they're all gone. Ugh. Don't remind me. I came late yesterday and missed out. I thought I'd arrive early today, and yet I still missed out. It's barely past 9. 9 o'clock. I was here by 7 to stake my claim. Nothing. Could it be that the Lord didn't restock today? Didn't they say it updates monthly? They did. The Lord came to restock around 5 this morning. I even encountered her and bought quite a few items. One person kindly explained to the crowd, I've done my research. Only water, salt, sugar, and flour are automatically refreshed in this building every month. However, our Lord also adds some unique items like storage rings, temperature-regulating clothing, nutritional supplements, and mini handguns. They will reappear, but the timing is uncertain, depending on the Lord's mood. No wonder the items sold out so quickly. And everyone was waiting around. They were all hoping to catch a glimpse of the Lord. Zhu Yu and Zhu Jing exchanged glances, both feeling a tinge of regret. Their timing had been unfortunate. They arrived too late to find anything. Had they known such incredible items were sold here, they would have lined up much earlier. However, the Lord was truly intriguing. It was said she was named Jiang Guo, a young girl of no great age, yet everyone spoke of her with the utmost respect, praising her remarkable achievements and unfathomable strength. It was said that she had previously traversed the perilous peace building, filled with villains, and emerged unscathed while rescuing 2 others. Later, when the territory was besieged by 50 individuals, she single-handedly confronted them, resulting in many deaths and others surrendering. The remaining good-hearted individuals in the territory were the 9 survivors. Initially, Zhu Jing and Zhu Yu found the tales exaggerated, thinking, how could it be possible? But upon reaching the front of the territory, they stumbled upon a notice board. After reading it, they instantly dismissed their previous thoughts of disbelief. No, it was not an exaggeration. Not in the slightest. The notice board prominently displayed 4 large characters, territory rules. Below that were 5 major categories: entry and exit, shopping, renting, water usage, and conduct. Each category outlined prohibited actions and the penalties for violations, with images of offenders posted at the bottom, many of which were dynamic images. For example, a man in a black down jacket was forcibly turned into a blood mist for attempting to breach the territory. The down feathers mingled with blood, swirling chaotically. A group of individuals attempted to break into the supermarket to seize supplies, but upon reaching the entrance, they triggered a danger alert, and an unknown force rendered them immobile. They subsequently suffered severe electric shocks and collapsed in agony, their crystal nuclei automatically confiscated, and they were ultimately expelled from the territory and placed on a blacklist. Barred from entry. In a single room designed for 2, for individuals insist on squeezing together, incurring a penalty of 50 crystal nuclei each, with photos and videos capturing their faces, wrought with regret and tears. One man neglects to flush the toilet, facing a fine of 50 crystal nuclei, and the additional punishment of cleaning the entire building. The image of him laboriously sweeping the stairs is captured in the evidence. Littering on the grass, uncivil language, cutting in line, and brawling. All manner of infractions are met with penalties, ranging from fines to severe consequences. Each violation is documented with photographs, serving as a stark reminder that others have already faced the repercussions for similar transgressions. Zhu Jing couldn't help but exclaim, but how does she know when others have violated the rules? Does she possess a divine eye? Tiesk, mind your words. Zhu Yu warned him. Oh, right. My apologies. Esteemed Lord, I meant no disrespect. I was merely curious. Your grace is magnanimous and surely does not bear grudges against the petty. Zhu Yu, exasperated by his foolishness, pointed to the fine print at the bottom of the bulletin board. The territory is equipped with a comprehensive intelligent monitoring system. Please adhere to the territorial regulations and do not harbor any notions of evasion. This is technology, not some supernatural insight. An intelligent monitoring system? How marvelously advanced. Zhu Jing marveled, his imagination wandering. Such sophistication hardly resembles the technology of our blue star. Could it be that our Lord is? He gestured towards the sky, but Zhu Yu, feeling exasperated, urged him to focus on viewing the houses instead. She deftly shifted the topic, yet her silence suggested she shared the same thoughts. Many within the territory believed that the Lord was an extraterrestrial being come to rescue them with advanced technology, given their plight on Blue Star. After all, where else could the territory's intelligent holographic displays, the storage wristbands in the little red rooms, the thermal clothing, nutritional supplements, and mini firearms have originated? Such advancements certainly surpass the technological capabilities of Blue Star. The remaining few speculated that the Lord was a deity, while others considered her a reclusive sage. Some novel enthusiasts even suggested she was the awakened protagonist of a story. In any case, very few regarded her as an ordinary person. Thus, those who dared to challenge the Lord's authority and test the boundaries of the law ended up on the bulletin board, their photographs glaringly displayed as a public execution of sorts. This is also the reason why the territory appeared so harmonious today. The troublemakers had already paid for their misdeeds in blood and flesh. Regardless of what predatory rules one learned in the apocalypse, once within the territory, one must behave with integrity. Chapter 46. A surge in experience points from purchasing a home. Sister, after much consideration, I still believe the one-bedroom apartments in buildings 2, 4, and 6 are the best choice. Although other single rooms have communal bathrooms, having an ensuite bathroom and a kitchen in these apartments is far more convenient. Zhu Yu glanced at him knowingly. I see your priority lies with having a private bathroom, doesn't he it? The communal showers are likely used by many and may not be very clean. Zhu Jing chuckled sheepishly. You know me well. Such a hassle, Zhu Yu smirked. And although she expressed this verbally, she decisively eliminated the other single rooms from consideration, allowing Zhu Jing to choose among the one-bedroom apartments in buildings 2, 4, and 6. Zhu Jing deferred to her judgment, saying, Sister, you choose. I only care for a private bathroom. The rest is up to your preference. Zhu Yu smiled and, without hesitation, selected room 401 on the 4th floor of Building 6. Building 6, currently situated in front of Buildings 2 and 4, faces the territory directly, unobstructed, allowing for a splendid view. Last night, they had stayed in Building 5, which is parallel to Building 6, and waking up to the sight of the pristine grass outside was utterly delightful. Her brother also appeared to be thoroughly enjoying it. Indeed, Zhu Jing appeared pleased with her choice. Building, Residential Area 1, Building 6. Number of rooms, 24, 4 households per elevator, totaling 6 floors. Room size, 50 square meters, 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom. Maximum occupancy, 3 people. Rental price, 3 crystal nuclei per day, 45 crystal nuclei per month. 300 crystal nuclei per year. Purchase price, 3,000 crystal nuclei, perpetual. Renting or purchasing a house grants unrestricted access to the territory without additional entry fees. Previously paid entry fees can be deducted from the purchase price. Sister, this building is significantly more expensive than the one we stayed in last night, which cost only 1,000 crystal nuclei. This one is 3,000. What if? Zhu Yu patted him reassuringly. Fear not. We have enough crystal nuclei. Purchasing cannot be compared to renting. Having surveyed the territory, Zhu Yu was confident that the Lord was not an irresponsible individual. On the contrary, she appeared quite reliable. The rules and planning of the territory indicated her strong principles and aspirations to expand and strengthen it. Just observing the number of people in the territory and the line of vehicles waiting to enter made it clear how popular it was. If they didn't buy now, they might regret missing the opportunity later. They merely sought a place to refresh their spirits, not necessarily a particular destination. Since they had found such an excellent location, they decided to settle in. Zhu Yu was resolute, pulling out all her savings to count, the funds left by their parents, her own savings, and what Zhu Jing earned as a statistician at the base. In total, they had 4,942 crystal nuclei, adding the 2,570 recently contributed by the 3 individuals. The grand total was 7,512. Sufficient indeed. Housing was scarce, particularly in Building 6, due to its advantageous view. Many people had returned after surveying the area. Zhu Yu and Zhu Jing, fearing room 401 would be snatched away, wasted no time in selecting and purchasing the property. This room is located in Residential Area 1, Building 6, Room 401. Daily rental, 3 crystal nuclei, monthly rental, 45 crystal nuclei, annual rental, 300 crystal nuclei, purchase price, 3,000 crystal nuclei, perpetual. Please select the rental duration or click to purchase directly. Purchase. Notice, you have chosen to purchase this property, which requires a one-time payment of 3,000 crystal nuclei. Do you confirm the purchase? As if anticipating misclicks, a purchase reminder popped up. Purchase. Zhu Yu clicked the panel again. Purchase successful. Property information confirmed. Room: Residential Area 1, Building 6, Room 401. Owners: Zhu Yu, Level 3 Strength Ability, Zhu Jing. Payment: 3,000 crystal nuclei. Note: after purchasing, you may enter and exit the territory freely without incurring further entry fees. Once the two excitedly received the keys and entered their new home, they heard another announcement. Congratulations to residents Zhu Yu and Zhu Jing for successfully purchasing a property, becoming the first homeowners in the territory. As a special gift, you have received 2 bags of rice, 2 bottles of cooking oil, 2 sets of toiletries, kitchen utensils, and 2 sets of bedding. Sister, look at all the gifts. These are supplies. Zhu Yu exclaimed, equally thrilled. They had not expected to be the first homebuyers and receive such generous gifts. They wouldn't need to purchase supplies for a while, saving them quite a few crystal nuclei. Zhu Jing pulled out 2 storage backpacks, his face beaming with delight. Sister, look. This is the storage backpack. It's so light, it feels like holding air. The instruction manual indicated it had 10 compartments, each measuring 1 cubic meter.
Wow.
That's a total of 10 cubic meters. We can store so much. He added, I heard those little red rooms sell for 50 each. We have 2, which means we saved 100 crystal nuclei. Not to mention, with the rice, flour, and oil, we probably saved over 300 crystal nuclei. Zhu Jing said joyfully. Good thing we bought it. That voice mentioned these gifts were exclusive to the first homebuyers. Later purchasers might not get these bonuses. Zhu Yu also picked up her backpack, unable to put it down. Indeed, their fortunate acquisition was serendipitous. Who would have imagined they would receive complimentary gifts? They had made a splendid choice in purchasing this home. Shortly, they would procure some beans, sprouts, and vegetables, returning to host a delightful celebratory feast, marking the inception of their new abode. In this bedroom, a partition could be erected, or perhaps the living room could be transformed, allowing each of them their own private quarters. By the way, they must also terminate the lease on their previous rental. When the time comes, they shall park outside. They noticed others doing so, albeit parking fees are somewhat exorbitant. As they planned together, their faces radiated with anticipation for the future. Meanwhile, Jiang Guo was equally elated. A property in the territory is on sale for
3,000 crystal cores.
experience points. 100. Someone is buying a house. Someone is actually purchasing property. The sudden influx of crystal cores and experience points sent Jiang Guo into a state of exhilaration, prompting her to indulge in an extra 2 bowls of rice. She truly was remarkable, huh? In just a few days, someone was willing to buy a house here? This clearly indicated satisfaction with her territory. Jiang Guo had initially harbored little hope, for the offerings within her territory were indeed scant, primarily sustained by the supermarket and the wasteland shop. Many plans remained unrealized, and not even a semblance had taken shape. What could she expect others to believe? In truth, many people, although lured by resources and the amenities of the residential buildings, were reluctant to invest substantial amounts in property, fearing the uncertainty of the territory's longevity. Before the apocalypse, they too had homes, only to lose them later. Nothing remains unchanged. The crystal cores required for purchasing property were considerable, and making such a hasty decision seemed imprudent. Consequently, the influx of individuals to the territory consisted mainly of those seeking rentals. Few entertained notions of buying. Jiang Guo felt a surge of joy at the prospect of someone being the first to trust her territory, prompting her to present a token of appreciation, which later became the rice, flour, and oil received by Zhu Jing and Zhu Yu. These items were indeed practical. Jiang Guo also garnered crystal cores and experience points, leaving both parties content. Chapter 47. The little shop is booming. Have you heard? Someone purchased an apartment in Building 6 and received a plethora of gifts. Buying property? Who is so extravagantly wealthy? Acquiring unit in Building 6 costs 3,000 crystal cores. Could it be a ruse orchestrated by the Lord? How could that possibly be? The buyers are a pair of siblings who arrived in the territory just last night. The black pickup parked downstairs belongs to them. I witnessed them alight from the vehicle during a nighttime excursion, and they seemed curious for a while before opting to rent. They cannot possibly be a setup. They can park within the territory. They must indeed be affluent. It's not surprising they would purchase a home. Speaking of gifts, what were they? Oh, quite a lot. The brother personally stated they received rice, flour, oil, and storage backpacks. Moreover, he and his sister each received one. Storage backpacks. Those coveted items worth 50 in the little red house. I still haven't managed to snatch one. So, it turns out that buying a house grants such rewards. But, buying a house requires 3,000 crystal cores, dear brother. Well, who says one must purchase a suite in Building 6? There are single rooms available for just 1,000 crystal cores, and even the high-rise units in Area 2 can be acquired for merely 500 crystal cores. What's the difference? Indeed. 500 crystal cores equate to just 5 level 3 crystal cores. We can certainly manage that. Without further ado, let us purchase a property. Who knows? I might also secure a storage backpack. Let us not hold our hopes too high. Did you not hear? The gifts were bestowed upon that sibling duo because they were the first buyers. Regardless, 500 crystal cores is merely a trial. Even if I fail, I would still acquire a home. Thus, Jiang Guo discovered that in the span of merely half a day, 24 units in the high-rise of Area 2 had sold. Crystal cores amounted to 12,000, and experience points surged by 400. Such a sudden turn of events meant she had met the conditions for upgrading her territory. Detected player level, LV2, cumulative experience, 12,318, 10,000. Experience has met the criteria for upgrade. Would you like to proceed? Jiang Guo took a sip of cola to steady her nerves. She had anticipated reaching the upgrade threshold in about a week, yet here she was, less than 2 days in, ready to ascend. The planned farmland, fish ponds, and pastures had yet to be utilized. She hadn't even purchased seeds, and now she was to expand? Although her plans were disrupted, Jiang Guo could not contain her joy. Upgrade. Ascend. Once more. Plans may be altered, yet progress remains positive. At level 3, the growth rate of crops within her territory would accelerate. She was on the cusp of achieving a degree of resource autonomy. The items within the trading system still bore a hefty price tag. The fireworks of the upgrade echoed once again in her mind. Player level LV2 to LV3, 318, 500, 000. Health, 1. Current cumulative health, 7. Stamina and health fully restored. Maximum capacity increased by 100. Current stamina, 400. Health, 400. Congratulations, player Jiang Guo, on becoming a level 3 lord. Territory area expanded tenfold. Current territory area, 121,000 square meters. Note, the territory is fully defended against pollution. Existing structures within the territory can be manually adjusted through the territory panel without the need for destruction and reconstruction. The player's personal information panel was updated. Player, Jiang Guo, wandering merchant. Age, 19. How are you so attractive? Level, LV3 experience, 318, 500, 000. The speed of leveling up is akin to a rocket. Impressive. Health, 7. Surprises await at 10. Health, 400. Stamina, 400. Gold, 284,049. Wow. So much gold. Skills, computing 3, 10. Medicine 0, 10. Body refinement 0, 10. Equipment, divine set 1. Last night, before bed, she had listed all her crystal cores on the trading system, and by morning, they were all sold out. Crystal cores were indeed in short supply. Not only did Wei Qing need them, but many others were also keenly interested. Thanks to Wei Qing's efforts, Jiang Guo's shop had secured a spot on the Crystal Core bestseller list, drawing the attention of others. Our empire's little fatty, Miss Jiang, crying. I couldn't snag a single one. Crying. My treasure shop has finally been discovered, and I can't get in on it. Jiang Guo couldn't help but chuckle. As the first customer for both parties, they often exchanged positive reviews, leading to frequent conversations. She was aware of Wei Qing's identity and circumstances, and Wei Qing was cognizant of her tasks in this post-apocalyptic world. Jiang Guo had implicitly accepted that the crystal cores she listed were purchased by Wei Qing, who also helped her gather numerous high-value practical items, all of which she sold in the Little Red House. Their collaboration was nothing short of delightful. Who would have thought her little shop would attract attention from others? Jiang Guo's general store. Haha, don't worry, I've got more in stock. Keep an eye out. I'll list them shortly. Our empire's little fatty. That's wonderful. You've saved my life. Wei Qing immediately monitored her shop, clicking frantically the moment Jiang Guo listed her items. Alarmingly, others were also lurking, just as he was. In the end, Wei Qing only managed to snag level 1 and level 4 crystal cores, while the rest were swiftly claimed by those lying in wait. Wei Qing found himself at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. His friend's shop in another dimension was discovered, and now he need not worry about sales. He could also earn more commendations. The only downside, however, was that he could no longer seize the opportunity. Jiang Guo was momentarily taken aback. Within 3 seconds, everything was gone. Dr. Z. Hello, do you still have any crystal cores? I require them regularly, so please contact me promptly if available. Handshake. Sailor Moon. Hello. Beautiful lady, could you please list more crystal cores? I can provide you with numerous 5-star reviews. The Heartless Taoist. Young friend, this peculiar spirit stone is quite marvelous. Could you possibly sell me some more? I desire them, and I am not lacking in funds. The flood of private messages left Jiang Guo utterly overwhelmed. It was simply too much to handle. At that moment, she realized with crystal clarity that her general store had become a sensation. Upon viewing her earnings, Jiang Guo excitedly rose from her recliner. Primary crystal cores, 1498 pieces, gold 14980, after a 45 service fee for a 1-star shop. Actual income, gold 8,239. Secondary crystal cores, 277 pieces, gold 27700, after a 45 service fee for a 1-star shop. Actual income, gold 15235. Tertiary crystal cores, 84 pieces, gold 84,000, after a 45 service fee for a 1-star shop. Actual income, gold 46,200. Quaternary crystal cores, 16 pieces, gold 160000, after a 45 service fee for a 1-star shop. Actual income, gold 88,000. In addition, the influx of traffic generated by the crystal cores had significantly boosted the sales of her previously stagnant skin revitalizing potion. With over half of her stock sold, skin revitalizing potion, 56 bottles, gold 28,000, after a 45 service fee for a 1-star shop. Actual income, gold 15,400. Total income for today, 173,074. Total gold accumulated, 457,123. Received 56 5-star reviews from Dr. Z, Sailor Moon, The Heartless Taoist, etc. Total 5-star reviews, 109. Current shop level, 1 star, and the number of positive reviews meets the criteria for leveling up. Would you like to upgrade? She was going insane. So many crystal cores. Yes, yes, yes. Upgrade immediately. Jiang Guo exclaimed with excitement. Chapter 48. Wei Qing also has someone who cares. Upgrade successful. Shop information updated as follows. ID, Jiang Guo, Wandering Merchant. Shop name, Jiang Guo's General Store. Shop rating, 2-star Ordinary Store, 0, 10 stars. Deposit, 1,000 gold. Technical service fee, 40 per order. The higher the shop rating, the lower the service fee. Gold, 457123. Shop goods, skin revitalizing potion, primary crystal cores, secondary crystal cores.
Tertiary crystal cores, quaternary crystal cores.
The technical service fee had decreased by 5. Henceforth, selling crystal cores would yield greater profits. Jiang Guo temporarily refrained from responding to others and sent a message to Wei Qing. Jiang Guo, I currently have none, but tonight at 10 p.m., I will list everything I earned today. Be sure to check in at that time. Wei Qing's eyes brightened. There would be more available today. She had even taken the time to notify him. As he gazed at the screen, a warm sensation enveloped his heart. In this distant dimension, someone knew his name, understood his past, and was willing to assist him. What a wondrous feeling it was. Wei Qing indeed had someone who cared. After concluding his conversation with Jiang Guo, Wei Qing rose to attend the banquet. Today marked his sister's coming-of-age ceremony, and as her older brother, he could not allow her to be embarrassed. In the R galaxy, individuals enjoy long lifespans, and their physical development is equally prolonged. One does not reach full maturity until the age of 50, which is when one is considered an adult. Wei Yu, ranked 29th among the royal princes and princesses, had garnered much attention since childhood due to her SS-level extraordinary mental prowess, standing in stark contrast to Wei Qing, who was relatively inconspicuous. Wherever she went, she was met with respectful gazes. Particularly on her birthday, whether they were older or younger siblings, everyone would come to present gifts. Even the emperor, no matter how busy, would attend the birthday celebrations of his children. In the past, Wei Qing had refrained from appearing at his sister's banquets, fearing that his presence might tarnish her reputation and invite ridicule. This time, however, Wei Qing stood before the mirror, adjusting his formal attire, his eyes clear and spirited. He intended to present his sister with a magnificent gift. The opulent imperial banquet hall was alive with celebration. Today marked the coming-of-age ceremony of Her Highness, Princess Wei Yu, the 29th royal daughter. Upon reaching adulthood, the princes and princesses would gain the right to participate in governance and would be automatically granted the rank of 10th-tier nobility, with opportunities to rise further through merit and contributions. Should any prince or princess ascend to the 15th tier, they would be eligible to partake in the selection of the empire's heirs, thereby holding dominion over the entire empire. However, this opportunity was only available within 300 years following the birth of the first prince or princess. The eldest prince was already 208 years old, leaving the heirs with merely 92 years. The later a royal princess is born, the more challenging it becomes to attain the right of succession. Wei Yu, possessing SS-level mental prowess, excelled academically and in all aspects from a young age. Due to her youth, the emperor bestowed upon her considerable favor, and the outside world regarded her as a viable candidate for succession. Today, as she came of age, the competition for the position of heir would undoubtedly intensify. Yet, many expressed concern over her youth. She had only just reached adulthood today, and to secure the right of succession, she must ascend to the 15th tier within 92 years. Moreover, reaching the 15th tier only grants her eligibility for succession. She would still need to compete with her elder siblings who had long since secured their rights. No matter how talented or capable she was, this remained a formidable challenge. It is worth noting that the eldest prince, the second princess, the 9th princess, and the 10th prince had already ascended to the 15th tier, while the 5th and 7th princesses were not far behind. Princess Wei Yu's exceptional qualities were undeniable, but her age posed a significant obstacle. Without notable achievements, it would be difficult for her to meet the expectations placed upon her. In the chamber, a woman lovingly adorned the girl with a princess crown, her eyes filled with admiration. Yu is the most powerful and beautiful princess of the Our Empire. This is her proudest achievement in life. Wei Yu grasped her mother's hand. "Mother, I will not disappoint you." Her mother was exceedingly strong-willed, setting high demands for her, often leaving her feeling breathless. Yet, should she falter, her mother would blame her brother, claiming he had not set the best example. She had to excel and do her utmost. The more formidable she became, the greater her power, the higher her mother's expectations, the more willing she would be to heed Wei Yu and mitigate the harm done to her brother. Oh, everyone has arrived? Our 29th princess is indeed popular. Unlike her useless brother, the 16th prince approached with a gift, wishing his sister a happy birthday. However, his demeanor was quite dismissive. With a useless brother, what did it matter how impressive he was? This was a stain she could not erase. The 16th prince harbored jealousy towards Wei Yu while looking down upon Wei Qing. The former sought superiority over the latter, believing that by doing so, he could mask his own insecurities in front of Wei Yu. "Thank you, 16th brother." Wei Yu did not even lift a finger. She merely signaled for the gift to be accepted with her eyes, casting it aside without a second thought. While she expressed her gratitude verbally, her gaze conveyed disdain, as if the casually discarded gift were no more than an ant, entirely unworthy of her consideration. For someone like the 16th prince, who revels in seeking attention, confronting him directly only serves to heighten his excitement. Ignoring him entirely, dismissing him as inconsequential, places him in a position of embarrassment, akin to a troublesome jester performing a solo act without an audience. The 16th prince's face flushed red as the gazes of those around him seemed to question his decorum. Was it truly appropriate for a brother to behave so? Why was his tone so sarcastic? His envious demeanor was utterly repugnant. In a fit of rage, the 16th prince pointed at Wei Yu, exclaiming, "You, 16th, what are you doing?" The emperor strode in, his gaze fixed upon him, radiating authority. The 16th prince's heart raced. "Father, I.
You speak.
The emperor interjected, prompting Wei Yu to respond. "Father, it happened thus. As soon as the 16th brother entered, he remarked, Wei Yu merely echoed his words without embellishment. A flicker of anger passed through the emperor's eyes. 16th, do you dare to insult your brother? Regardless of the 6th prince's shortcomings, he is not one you may demean." "And no, it's not. She's not anything," the 16th prince stammered, unable to articulate a defense. Had Wei Yu merely countered his remarks, he could have seized upon that point. But the crux was that she had only expressed her disdain through her eyes, leaving no verbal or behavioral misstep for him to exploit. The emperor solicited accounts from onlookers, recounting events that mirrored Wei Yu's narrative. Observing the 16th prince's inability to respond and his attempts to deflect blame, the emperor's fury surged forth. "Have your royal manners been devoured by dogs? You've made no progress over the years, yet you have learned only to sow discord and bully the weak." The 16th prince's complexion turned ashen as he collapsed to the ground. The words of the highest leader of our galaxy marked the end of his aspirations. The emperor commanded, 16th prince, return to your quarters and cease to be an eyesore here. Yet his anger remained unquenched. Surveying the room, he pressed, "Where is your brother?" "He has vanished during his sister's coming-of-age ceremony. I can overlook his mediocrity and timidity, but if he cannot even fulfill basic etiquette, if he dares not attend his sister's banquet, what use is such a prince to me? Father, my brother." Wei Yu's heart raced, fearful of his wrath turning toward her brother, hastily preparing an excuse, when suddenly, a commotion at the entrance drew their attention. Chapter 49. Stunning the crowd. "Is this a crystal core?" A tall and striking young man strode in, his previously disheveled hair now meticulously groomed, revealing bold brows and handsome features. His eyes sparkled with vitality as he offered a slight smile to the assembly. Initially, the gathering was taken aback by his striking appearance, soon followed by confusion. Who is this handsome young man? He looks so dashing. And that attire, royal garments befitting a prince of the 10th rank. Do any of our princes resemble this? The 6th prince. Though many had not paid attention to Wei Qing before, they recognized his face now. The 6th prince? Is that truly him? They murmured, noting the resemblance. Yet something felt amiss. If the 6th prince had always looked thus, why had they never noticed? His face remained unchanged, but his aura and gaze had transformed. No longer timid and dull, he now met their eyes directly, his demeanor radiating confidence. The crowd was astonished by his metamorphosis. The emperor, too, regarded him with renewed interest, his gaze deepening as he scrutinized this once inconspicuous son. "Father," Wei Qing bowed respectfully.
"Rise."
"Where have you been? Why do you arrive so late to your sister's coming-of-age ceremony?" the emperor inquired, observing his response. Wei Qing replied unhurriedly, "I was preparing a birthday gift for my sister." In the past, merely hearing his name would have caused him to display fear, wishing to vanish from sight. Each time, the emperor's disappointment was palpable, as he found Wei Qing a source of vexation. Yet today felt distinctly different. The emperor, unusually attentive, asked, "What have you prepared?" The woman beside Wei Yu, having just finished attending to her maternal relatives, suddenly paled, tugging at Wei Yu's arm and whispering frantically, "Why is he here? Did you invite him? How many times have I told you not to let him appear at the same time as you? On such an important day as your coming-of-age ceremony. He dares to show himself and cause trouble before the emperor." "Mother." Wei Yu grasped her hand, her gaze warning her to be mindful of the occasion. The woman, who valued her reputation above all, quickly regained her composure as she surveyed the room, realizing that all eyes were on the emperor and that wasteful son. She sighed in relief, though her expression remained sour. She could not blame her daughter and instead directed all her ire toward Wei Qing. That wretched fool. Why can't he remain hidden? Now he's here to embarrass us. He must be doing this on purpose, seeking to ruin his sister's coming-of-age ceremony. To make everyone mock her. How fortunate that you is so kind to him. He is nothing but an ungrateful wretch. A worthless ingrate. Why did I not smother him at birth? Her eyes glimmered with resentment as she glared at Wei Qing, vowing that if he dared to humiliate you to ruin her birthday celebration, she would not let him go unpunished. Wei Qing, sensitive to the emotions of those around him since childhood, could not fail to perceive his mother's warning. His eyes darkened, a wave of self-mockery washing over him. What more could he aspire to? Was it not time to see the truth? To her, he was merely a source of shame and burden. Let it be. He would focus solely on his own endeavors, acting with a clear conscience, vowing never again to be ensnared by her whims. The crowd watched with bated breath, murmuring amongst themselves, curious about what he might present. After all these years of holding the rank of 10th, with only limited resources at his disposal, what could he possibly offer? Don't be so dismissive. He is still her brother, and he should have prepared something special. Even with the best of preparations, his assets and resources are still meager. What could he possibly have? If the emperor were to demand to see his gift, anything less than satisfactory would not only embarrass him, but also tarnish his sister's reputation. Wei Qing observed the crowd's disdainful whispers, absorbing their scornful gazes. He remained silent, merely opening the elegant, exquisite box he held. The assembly fell into silence, not of awe, but of incredulity. Is he really giving 10 storage rings as a birthday gift to his sister? Inside the box lay 10 neatly arranged storage rings. They were indeed beautiful, yet the crowd immediately recognized their nature. The woman beside Wei Yu's expression darkened with malice. It was clear she should have silenced this useless boy long ago. How dare he present such trivial items to you? The emperor's expression also soured. However, before he could express his anger, Wei Qing retrieved one of the storage rings, calmly stating, "This contains a crystal core."
What?
What did you say? The emperor's gaze sharpened, his voice a warning. Wei Qing, do not jest with matters of state. Repeat that. What is this? Wei Qing stood his ground, releasing the contents of the storage ring. In an instant, the hall was filled with 100 vacuum boxes. Each box contained a crystal core, shimmering in a variety of colors, translucent and resplendent. The second princess rushed forward, her curiosity piqued, and asked Wei Qing, "May I take a closer look?" Wei Qing turned away Yu, saying, "You, the gift is given. It is now yours, and the decision rests with you." Wei Yu was momentarily taken aback. "Brother." But the woman seized her, speaking rapidly, how do we know if what he has is genuine? Don't fall for his tricks. If you acknowledge it as your gift, the one to be embarrassed later will be you, mother." Wei Yu endured for a moment, brushing her hand away, and declared, "I trust that brother would never harm me." "Brother, thank you for your gift." Wei Yu understood that it was Wei Qing who was paving the way for her. From a young age, she realized that only by becoming strong enough could she suppress her mother and possess the power to intervene when her mother insulted her brother. Deep down, she harbored a fierce ambition to excel, striving to become the best. She could candidly tell him that her dream was to occupy that position, the one with supreme authority. At this juncture, her brother's gift of the crystal core spoke volumes. Wei Yu fully trusted him and graciously accepted his kindness. She turned to the second princess and said, "Please, feel free to take a look." The second princess smiled brightly. "Thank you, royal sister. I shall not be polite." She donned the gloves handed to her by a servant and, under the scrutiny of all present, carefully extracted the crystal core from its vacuum chamber. For over half an hour, she examined it meticulously, and no one dared to urge her. The second princess, with her remarkable memory, could recall anything she had laid eyes on just once, making the identification of a crystal core a trivial task. It is indeed a crystal core, a genuine crystal core, and of 4 different grades. The second princess exclaimed in delight after repeated confirmations. The emperor, who had been seated awaiting the outcome, suddenly rose, exclaiming, "Good, good." Sixth prince. Wei Qing stepped forward in response. "Father." The emperor's expression, though serious, carried an undercurrent of joy. "Where did these crystal cores come from? From your resource star?" Chapter 50. Dare to evaluate me? Who do you think you are? Wei Qing did not answer but met his gaze directly. "Father, the origins of the crystal cores are somewhat special. May I discuss them with you in detail later?" This implied that the information could not be made public. The emperor narrowed his eyes at him for a moment, then stated, "Well, after the banquet, you will accompany me." He then turned to Wei Yu. "You? These crystal cores." Wei Yu met Wei Qing's encouraging gaze, took a deep breath, and respectfully said, Father, I wish to dedicate this birthday gift to forge unyielding armor for the warriors guarding the borders of our system, to aid them in repelling the onslaught of star beasts. Wei Qing's birthday gift was exceptionally significant. The crystal cores were vital to the R system at present, as only they could withstand the corrosive venom of the toxic beetles. The Empire needed them. There was no way they could allow her to keep them. However, the distinction between what was demanded and what she offered was profound. The Emperor beamed. Very well. Since you has this intention, I shall accept this gift on behalf of the border warriors. Having received your gift, I shall bestow upon you a title. I had previously promised that the more crystal cores you find, the greater your contributions. Should you locate a stable source of crystal cores, your title will rise by 3 levels. Given the substantial number of crystal cores in this birthday gift, I shall elevate you to the rank of 11th tier nobility. Shortly, your 10th tier birthday crown will be exchanged for the 11th tier. A murmur of astonishment swept through the crowd. On birthday occasions, princes and princesses were generally assumed to begin at the 10th tier, with a coming-of-age ceremony also serving as a coronation. This marked the first instance of a title being elevated on the very day of the birthday. Initially, there were doubts about the 29th princess's age being too young, but with an elevation on the day of her birthday, it was not impossible for her to strive for inheritance rights within the stipulated time frame. Thank you, Father. Wei Yu expressed her gratitude with poise, then playfully added to the Emperor, let us not forget about brother. The Emperor, fond of her, did not take offense at her words. Instead, they enhanced his favorable impression of her. If she accepted the gift and reaped the benefits while fearing that such remarks might displease him and thus relinquish her support for Wei Qing, he would be disappointed. Rest assured, I will not forget your brother. The coronation ceremony commenced in earnest. To wear the 11th tier crown during the coming-of-age ceremony elicited envious expressions from the observing princes and princesses. Even those who had long surpassed the 11th tier could not help but feel a tinge of regret, as elevation during the coming-of-age ceremony bore a significance of its own. At this moment, they couldn't help but reflect that Her Highness, the 29th princess, was indeed fortunate to have a brother like Wei Qing. This gift was truly heartfelt. Had Wei Qing possessed the ability to read minds, he would have been delighted to know that he no longer brought shame to his sister, but rather pride. At this time, no one regarded Wei Qing with disdain any longer, and they instinctively forgot how he had been perceived in the past. They now recognized that from this day forth, he would no longer be that inconspicuous figure who was easily bullied. As the banquet concluded, Wei Qing departed with the Emperor, and the two engaged in a lengthy private conversation. Upon their exit, Wei Qing was elevated to the 12th tier nobility. Simultaneously, Wei Yu gained the authority to manage the crystal cores. Henceforth, anyone wishing to acquire a crystal core would need to go through her and befriend her. Securing this management right, whether for merits or title elevation, was undoubtedly a ladder to success. Wei Qing, however, had no aspirations for such a position, as his memories of the central star were fraught with unpleasantness. He harbored a deep-seated aversion to the feeling of vying for power and influence. The Emperor had intended to grant this power to him, but ultimately, it was given to Wei Yu at Wei Qing's insistence. Nevertheless, the Emperor still elevated Wei Qing's title, saying, I understand your character. Your ambitions do not lie here, but an elevation in title will not harm you. At times, it is wise to consider your own interests. Though he spoke little, Wei Qing grasped the implications. Should Yu fail and other princes and princesses ascend to power, all his efforts would be in vain. Conversely, even if Yu succeeded, it did not guarantee they would remain on good terms in the future. Father, I understand. Thank you. In that moment, Wei Qing truly felt the Emperor's concern for him, however faint it may be, it was undeniably present. Perhaps he had been too extreme in the past. Although the Emperor held a low opinion of him, deeming him incompetent, it did not reach the point of disdain. He still enjoyed the privileges of a prince, and had what he was entitled to. Stepping out of the Emperor's palace and gazing at the sky outside, Wei Qing exhaled deeply, as if the burdens weighing on his chest had evaporated at that very moment. He would no longer be entangled in others' evaluations of him. His focus should be directed towards matters of greater significance. Jing, thank you. Oh, it's nothing, they said at first. Picking me up means you found a treasure. The trading system named Jing by Wei Qing responded, its tone brimming with pride. Wei Qing lifted the corners of his lips and chose not to reply. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Guo promptly listed the crystal cores acquired that day. This time, she took her time to list them one by one, and with Wei Qing's preparations, she managed to secure quite a few. The trading system had regulations in place to prevent fraudulent transactions, prohibiting the designation of buyers. With Jiang Guo's shop gaining immense popularity, Wei Qing had to rely on snatching to purchase crystal cores. Our empire's little fatty. I managed to snag a lot this time. Hehe. Jiang Guo's general store. That's great. How did it go at the coming-of-age ceremony today? Did you astonish everyone? Our empire's little fatty. Facepalm not too bad. Just as you predicted, they were all shocked to see the crystal cores. Father even elevated both my and my sister's titles. No one in the palace looks down on me anymore. Instead, there are quite a few who flatter me. But honestly, I don't care anymore. I always wanted to gain everyone's recognition, and now that I've achieved it, I realize how quickly people can change. Those who once derided me can instantly turn into sycophants. You told me before not to pay too much attention to others' evaluations. At the time, I couldn't grasp it, but now I finally understand, even feeling a bit regretful for myself. It turns out I've been emotionally influenced by these people all along. I held them in high regard. Thus, I was concerned about their opinions. In retrospect, I truly wish to give them a thumbs up and declare, "Dare to critique me? Who do you think you are?" In Chapter 51, the Lord, feeling famished, suddenly interjected, "Regrettably, I did not encounter the 16th prince. You have no idea how much I detest him. He is the one I most yearn to slap in the face. Who would have thought that before I could make my entrance, he would be dealt with?" Jiang Guo could not help but burst into laughter, promptly sending a voice message. "Surely there will be another opportunity. Next time you find the chance, you should stand beside him and say, 16th brother, you must seize this opportunity tightly. Among the top 20 princes and princesses, you are the only one who has been elevated to a noble rank. Do not wait until your younger siblings come of age while you remain at the 11th rank. How embarrassing would that be? That would surely infuriate him." Huh. Jiang Guo's laughter was so infectious that Wei Qing also chuckled. Words that once stung him now held no power. In fact, the very thought of using them as a retort brought him immense satisfaction. As for his behavior being as irksome as the 16th prince's, so what? The first to provoke is the one at fault. Jiang Guo concurred, stating that if he felt insulted, it was his own doing. After all, those words came from his own mouth. When he initially uttered them, did he not consider the possibility of insulting you? He certainly did. It was intentional. Therefore, let us use his own words against him, ensuring he thinks twice before ridiculing others in the future. Upon hearing Wei Qing mention that he would seek an opportunity to encounter the 16th prince the following day, Jiang Guo immediately raised both her hands and feet in agreement, exclaiming that she wanted to hear all about it, as his reaction would undoubtedly be amusing. Wei Qing naturally acquiesced, and, before ending their conversation, inquired if Jiang Guo needed anything, promising to procure it for her the next day. Jiang Guo glanced at her earnings for the day, crystal cores and skin rejuvenation fluid amounting to 729 gold coins. Total accumulated gold, 532,852. In a mere 2 days, she had surpassed the 500,000 mark. Now that was what one called sudden wealth. Filled with excitement and unable to sleep, she decided to sit up and begin redesigning her territory on the computer. Despite the 2 leaders from Base A in Cydia still not arriving, the influx of people from Base A continued unabated, with nearly 600 arrivals today, surpassing yesterday's count. Thus, Jiang Guo constructed 3 additional 15-story residential buildings identical to those in Area 2, naming them Residential Area 2, Building 2, Building 3, and Building 4. With such a surge in population, the supermarket supplies were insufficient. The 2 supermarkets she had just built the day before were already completely empty upon her inspection. Those lurking at the supermarket entrance gazed at her with hungry eyes, as if they wished to devour her. "Lord, there is nothing left in the supermarket. Lord, I am hungry. Lord, food. Lord." With each call of Lord, Jiang Guo fled in distress. Nonsense. They had already purchased supplies. They merely felt they had not bought enough. Each of them was brimming with energy, hardly resembling the appearance of those in need of sustenance. They must be close to bursting from all they had consumed. Speaking of bean sprouts, nearly 10,000 pounds had been sold today. The total population of the territory was just over 1,000. On average, each individual had purchased nearly 10 pounds of bean sprouts. Jiang Guo was in awe of their appetite. How could they possibly consume so much? Today, with the upgrade, the territory had expanded tenfold, now encompassing 121,000 square meters. The farmland, fish ponds, and pastures that were originally planned had yet to be utilized, and now expansion was once again on the horizon. The initially planned 5,000 acres of farmland would be enlarged to 50,000. After all, farming was the true essence of this game.
Today,
She consulted with Chao Jian on the matter and gathered opinions from the residents of the territory. They sought substantial satiety and high yields, which primarily included sweet potatoes, wheat, soybeans, corn, rice, peanuts, and potatoes. For ease of management, Jiang Guo decided against planting everything and instead selected only 3 crops. The staples of rice and noodles required rice and wheat. Therefore, she would plant 20,000 wheat seeds and 20,000 rice seeds, leaving the remaining 10,000 for the quicker-growing potatoes. Wheat seeds 20,000, gold coins 2,000. Note: each seed has a 100 survival rate. Maturity occurs after 220 to 270 days, regardless of spring or winter wheat. Rice seeds 20,000, gold coins 2,000. Note: each seed has a 100 survival rate. Maturity occurs after 120 to 150 days. Potato seeds 10,000, gold coins 1,000. Note: each seed has a 100 survival rate. Maturity occurs after 60 to 120 days. After purchasing the crop seeds, Jiang was spent an additional 1,000 gold coins to acquire farming tools, storing everything in the warehouse area before planning the fish pond. The original 500 square meter fish pond would be expanded to 5,000. To prevent overcrowding, which could hinder growth, she decided on a stocking density of 3,000 fish. The aquaculture area resembled a small world, divided into 3 layers: upper, middle, and lower. Each layer possessed distinct physical and chemical properties. With varying types and quantities of natural feed available, different fish species thrived in different water layers. To maximize profits, mixing various fish types would allow them to find their preferred living spaces. Among the commonly seen fish, the silver carp and bighead carp occupied the upper layer, while grass carp and bream, wuchang fish or blunt snout bream, resided in the middle layer, and catfish, carp, and crucian carp inhabited the bottom layer. By combining fish from different layers, the aquaculture space could be utilized efficiently, significantly enhancing productivity. Though Jiang Guo lacked expertise in fish farming, she was confident that among the many residents in her territory, someone would possess the knowledge. She posted a notice seeking compensated suggestions. As a result, she learned quite a bit. Fortunately, she refrained from following her own instincts in fish farming. Otherwise, she might have carelessly thrown various fish together, leading to mutual slaughter and reduced yields. Ultimately, Jiang Guo decided to stock 1,000 silver carp and bighead carp fingerlings in the upper layer, as they served as water quality cleaners, maintaining optimal water fertility with a growth cycle of about 1 to 2 years. In the middle layer, she would introduce 1,000 grass carp fingerlings, which could eliminate weeds in the pond, taking approximately 2.5 to 3 years to mature. In the bottom layer, she would place 500 catfish fingerlings and 500 crucian carp fingerlings, with catfish requiring about 3 to 4 years to grow and crucian carp maturing in roughly 6 months. This arrangement would allow the fish to reside in their respective layers, consuming their preferred foods and maximizing the pond's effectiveness. The fish fry sold in the trading system also boasted a 100 survival rate. Jiang Guo directly introduced them into the fish pond. Finally, she added 200 ducks, which would mature in 45 to 90 days. With their glossy skin and tender, flavorful meat, one bite would be bursting with savory goodness. Roast duck, ha! Chapter 52. How tempting. Finally, there would be food. Jiang Guo gulped, swiftly waving away the tantalizing images in her mind. After several days of consuming instant meals, and with her own cooking not quite hitting the mark, she truly longed for the diverse delicacies from her world. Tomorrow, She would open a restaurant. Regardless of the cost, she could no longer endure it. The craving was too intense. Her thoughts briefly wandered. But Jiang Guo quickly refocused and continued her bustling activities. The pasture, originally covering 2,000 square meters, would now expand to 20,000. Chicks 2,000. Gold coins 20,000. Note: the survival rate of breeding is 100. The growth cycle is 4 to 6 months. Hens can lay eggs after 120 days. Little bunnies 2,000. Gold coins 20,000. Note: the survival rate of breeding is 100. The growth cycle is 120 to 150 days. Piglets 1,000. Gold coins 10,000. Note: the survival rate of breeding is 100. The growth cycle is 120 to 150 days. Rearrange the layout so that the ranch is at the back, the fish pond in the middle, and the farmland in front. Expand the warehouse to 5,000, placing it in front of the farmland, with a residential area for normal activities directly in front. To the left is Residential Area 1, comprising 6 buildings, each 2 buildings side by side, all 6 stories high. To the right is Residential Area 2, consisting of 4 buildings, each 15 stories tall. Tomorrow more residents are expected, as Jiang Guo has added 2 more 15-story buildings named Residential Area 2 Building 5 and Residential Area 2 Building 6. The bamboo house is situated not far in front of Residential Area 1, adjacent to the left light screen. Further ahead, there are a 3-story supermarket and a post-apocalyptic small red house. An enormous open space is left on the right. Currently, the third-level territory covers an area of 121,000 square meters. The farmland, fish pond, ranch, and warehouse occupy 80,000 square meters. The bamboo house, 3-story supermarket, post-apocalyptic supermarket, small red house, Residential Area 1, Residential Area 2 buildings, along with reserved road access, occupy approximately 4,000 square meters. Thus, this vast open space measures nearly 37,000 square meters. At present, the territory is most efficient in resources. A small supermarket has only 8,000 in stock. These past 2 days have seen one sold out after another, leading to insufficient inventory. The optimal solution would be to construct a supermarket capable of automatic restocking, akin to the small red house, but the drawback is glaringly evident. It is prohibitively expensive. The initial purchase of the small red house store cost 5,000 gold coins. At the first level, there are only 10 types of items, with each type having just 10 units, resulting in a total inventory of 100. Moreover, it only updates once a month. It's sold out the day after it was established. With over 20 days remaining until the restocking time, it relies solely on its own replenishment for sales. To achieve automatic restocking with greater volume and quicker updates, upgrades are necessary. However, upgrading to the second level requires 10,000 gold coins. This is exorbitant, compared to an ordinary small supermarket priced at 100 gold coins. The latter is still far more cost-effective. For just 100 gold coins, one can purchase 8,000 units of stock, and upon selling out, immediate profits are visible. It is a surefire profit. Jiang Guo has calculated that selling out a small supermarket can yield 88,000 crystal cores. It is important to note that this is in crystal cores. When converted to gold coins, the profit is even greater. Therefore, the small supermarket is a guaranteed investment, allowing for continuous operation. Sell out and reopen, sell out and reopen. 100 gold coins is a safe bet. Nevertheless, an automatic restocking supermarket is still necessary. In the long run, it proves to be cost-effective. After some contemplation, Jiang Guo decided to upgrade the small red house first. Gold coins, 10,000. Upgrade the post-apocalyptic store, small red house, to level 2. Store area expanded to 10 times, current area, 100. Number of slots increased by 90. Total current slots, 100. One slot can only display the same item. Each slot has a capacity of 100. Automatic restocking speed changed to once every half month. Upgrade, 100,000 gold coins. Subsequently, Jiang Guo, unable to resist her cravings, purchased a restaurant that can automatically restock 3 meals a day. Gold coins, 000. New building added to the territory. 1 experience points. 10. Building, delicious restaurant, level 1. Area, 30 square meters. Types, breakfast, lunch, dinner. Breakfast, served at 6 a.m. 3 random types daily, 5 portions each. Lunch, served at 12 p.m. 3 random types daily, 5 portions each. Dinner, served at 6 p.m. 3 random types daily, 5 portions each. Automatic restocking speed, once a day. Upgrade, 100,000 gold coins. So expensive. Oh, how exorbitantly priced. The upgrade surprisingly costs 100,000 gold coins. No matter, 3 random types are perfectly adequate. Jiang was mouth-watered at the thought and finally lay down to drift into dreams. Tomorrow, there will be delicious food to savor. I wonder what will be randomly refreshed. The following morning, Jiang Guo was awakened by her alarm clock. She groggily turned it off and tried to sleep for 5 more minutes. Subconsciously, it felt a bit quiet, and Jiang was suddenly jolted awake, glancing at the time, 7:36. Oh no, she was late. She only rested her eyes for a moment. How could so much time have passed? Oh no, her breakfast.
No.
There should still be some left. It's only 7:30. Perhaps they haven't woken up yet. Moreover, they are unaware of the breakfast shop. The location she chose is inconspicuous, so it shouldn't have been discovered so quickly. She hurriedly washed up, dressed, and rushed downstairs, but when she saw the orange house's entrance filled with people, her smile gradually faded.
No.
Why are you all up so early? Breakfast, there are only 15 portions available. Even though she had anticipated this. Upon entering and seeing the words sold out glaring back at her, her eyes couldn't help but well up with tears. Oh no, it's all gone. There's nothing left. The residents who had finished their meals were still savoring the flavors. My lord, you are truly wonderful. You've opened a breakfast shop for us. It's a blessing for someone like me who can't cook. The meat buns in the morning are so fragrant. Jiang Guo bit her lip. Meat buns.
Right.
Those meat buns are even tastier than what I had before the apocalypse. They're quite large, too, with thin skin and generous filling, tender and juicy. One bite fills the mouth with delectable flavor. The quantity is simply too limited, with only 5 in total, and each person can only buy 1. And the meatball spicy soup is delicious too. It's spicy, numbing, and fragrant, loaded with ingredients. The meatballs are made from beef. The accompaniments include carrots, green beans, potatoes, and cabbage. Honestly, after so long in the apocalypse, enjoying a bowl of such flavorful spicy soup is more delightful than anything else. Jiang Guo's lips trembled at the thought of the spicy soup. And there's more, the red bean cake. My favorite red bean cake. The red bean filling is cooked to a soft consistency, with just the right amount of sweetness, neither overly sugary nor too bland, retaining the natural sweetness of the red beans. The outer skin is crispy, yet the inside is soft and sweet. I don't enjoy the spicy or salty. In the morning, a light, sweet, and soft treat is the most delightful. Tears streamed down Jiang Guo's face as she thought of the red bean cake. Chapter 53. Can the Lord not get a meal?
Wow.
There's nothing she doesn't love to eat.
Why?
Why did she sleep those few minutes? To put it another way, why did she open that shop last night? Couldn't she have just opened it again this morning?
Now.
She's left craving it and unable to partake. My lord, what's wrong? Finally, someone noticed Jiang Guo's peculiar expression, which seemed to mirror the disappointment of those who failed to secure a meal. Surely not. She is the lord. She opened the shop herself. How could she not get to eat? Jiang Guo mustered a brave smile. It's nothing. I just feel that today's weather is splendid. The crowd responded. The weather in the territory, when is it not good? Many, like Jiang Guo, had not eaten, unaware that even as the lord, she too was competing for food with them. They lamented, my lord, you've provided so little food. Only 15 portions. It's impossible to grab any. Exactly. I barely caught a whiff of the aroma, and it was gone. My lord, is today really only going to sell this much? Is there really nothing left? Could you restock a bit more? Indeed, my lord, the aroma is simply exquisite. I am utterly tempted. After enduring this craving for over 2 years, The hunger pangs within me have awakened today, and it is truly unbearable. I, too, find myself salivating incessantly. I crave it so. It has been ages since I last indulged in steaming delicacies. Jiang Guo. She is not late, you know. However, she cleared her throat, adjusting her expression to convey apologies to everyone. I am truly sorry. We have run out. Meals are served at 6 a.m. each morning, so do come early tomorrow. Really out? Alas, the crowd sighed, and one enthusiastic individual called out to the others outside, relaying her message. The Lord has declared there are none left today. Everyone disperse. Come early tomorrow. Meals will be served at 6. Woe is me, truly gone. The Lord has spoken personally. There will be no restocking. The disappointment was palpable. What can we do? The Lord has stated there are none. Let us depart and return early tomorrow. With so many people vying for just 5 portions, let us arrive at 5:30. I fear that may be too late. Surely everyone will come earlier. How about 5 a.m.? Those passing by overheard and widened their eyes, gritting their teeth. If they were arriving at 5, then they must come at 4:30. A friend nudged this individual and asked, "What time do you plan to arrive tomorrow?" He waved dismissively. "Oh, I can't rise that early. We shall see. I'll probably wake around 7 or 8.
I,
Two struggled to wake up. Before long, the two met at the supermarket entrance, one holding a clock, both eagerly adjusted to their respective times, one for 4:30, the other for 5 o'clock. How fortuitous. Indeed. One by one, the crowd dispersed, none doubting Jiang Guo's words. After all, she was the Lord. How could the Lord deceive them? As the Lord watched everyone exit, she quietly closed the restaurant door and approached the management panel to tinker. She had initially intended to wait until noon for her first meal, but while fiddling with the restaurant management panel, she stumbled upon something wonderful. Owner's privilege. Daily meals, with the option to reserve one for the owner. The restaurant's daily portion is fixed, 15 meals each for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, with no possibility of increasing the quantity for the day. However, the owner could reserve one meal in advance for themselves. Jiang Guo was utterly thrilled. Oh, how splendid! After all, I am a lord, albeit in a virtual world, yet I am a lord. How could I be so unfortunate as to not secure a meal? Finally, she would enjoy a meal. Today's random lunch: 5 portions of mushroom chicken rice, 5 portions of hot dry noodles, 5 portions of roast duck wraps. Roast duck wraps. She had been contemplating roast duck the night before, and here it was today, truly a delightful surprise. A portion of roast duck wraps lunch has been reserved for the owner. Please collect it after noon at 12 p.m. Lunch was secured. And what about dinner? Jiang Guo continued to set preferences and saw below. Today's random dinner: 5 portions of millet pumpkin porridge, 5 portions of Orlun's roast chicken legs, 5 portions of shrimp fried corn rice. Millet pumpkin porridge is far too bland. Today, she wished to indulge. Having roast duck for lunch and roast legs for dinner might be a bit much. Shrimp fried corn rice. This shall be it. A portion of shrimp fried corn rice dinner has been reserved for the owner. Please collect it after 6 p.m. As she opened the restaurant door, Jiang Guo emerged with delight, only to collide with a few individuals who were eavesdropping. What are you up to? The group outside scratched their heads. How could they explain? After leaving, they found themselves increasingly troubled by her peculiar expression, distinctly reminiscent of the disappointment they felt from not securing a meal. This led to an outrageous speculation. Could it be that the Lord intended to hoard the food for herself? If that were true, her claim of no meals today would mean. As their suspicions deepened, they stealthily returned, only to find Jiang Guo had closed the door and had not emerged, intensifying their unease. So, do you suspect I am stealing food? Jiang Guo exclaimed, her face a picture of shock, as if wrongly accused. Her stubborn yet wounded gaze stirred feelings of guilt among them. And no, how could we suspect you of such? You are the Lord. This establishment is yours. You could have food any time. We are merely too tempted and came to savor the lingering aroma. Oh, I can still detect the scent of meat buns.
indeed.
I smell the spice soup. It is delightful. I caught a whiff of red bean cakes. The group seemed entranced, discussing among themselves, as if lost in the moment, forgetting Jiang Guo entirely. She, too, appeared oblivious, greeting them before departing. After about 10 steps, both parties exhaled in relief. The ones left behind wiped their brows and hurried away, narrowly avoiding being discovered by the Lord for suspecting her of theft. Jiang Guo hastily slipped away, lest she be caught, feeling guilty for her furtive escape. The hour was still early, and those awakening later who learned of the newly opened dining establishment lamented their late rising, regretting not having risen earlier. Those who could cook yearned for ready-made meals, while those less adept or with mediocre skills longed for the convenience of prepared food. Especially after hearing from those who had dined about the exquisite flavors, their cravings intensified. Oh, why did I sleep in? Regrettably, the dining establishment offered limited meals. Today, they would not savor any. Tomorrow, they must arise early to seize their chance. Many within the territory independently resolved to rise earlier. None scrutinized Jiang Guo's words closely, for she had said there were no meals today, but rather, there were none left this morning. Alas, few had heard her say this morning, and as the message spread, it morphed into there are none today, leading to confusion when they caught the enticing aromas wafting from the dining establishment at noon. Didn't he the Lord say there were none? Chapter 54. The territory is hiring. Exceptional benefits. With meals available only at noon, Jiang Guo returned to her bamboo cottage, printed several recruitment notices, and summoned Zheng Huan to post them on the territory's bulletin board. Currently, the farmland, fish ponds, and pastures all required manpower. You will oversee recruitment in this area. Seek individuals skilled in farming or animal husbandry. For farming, prioritize those with experience in rice, wheat, or potato cultivation. For animal husbandry, look for those who have raised chickens, rabbits, or pigs. For the fish pond, find those knowledgeable about fish farming techniques. Experience is preferred, but if not, seek individuals who are patient, meticulous, and earnest. The benefits are generous, no rental fees, daily water use within limits, a complete set of living essentials valued at 100 crystal cores, and a storage backpack. Items purchased in the small supermarket will be at an 88 discount, with a minimum daily wage of 10 crystal cores and a 5-day workweek. Jiang Guo patted his shoulder. This was devised just last night. You had nothing prior, so I'm providing this for you. The crystal cores from the past few days have already been deposited into your account. You will receive more than the others. Daily wages will be 30 crystal cores. Items in the small supermarket will be at a 50 discount. Zheng Huan was astounded. Daily wages of 30. That amounts to 900 for a month. Working for a month means I could buy a house. It is known that a high-rise apartment could be purchased for merely 500 crystal cores. Even at a daily wage of 10 crystal cores, saving up for 2 or 3 months could secure a home. This was far superior to the endless toil before the apocalypse.
Guo.
You are my savior. How can you be so wonderful? Zheng Huan's affection level, 1. Current affection level, 95. Jiang Guo. Jiang Guo had grown accustomed to such admiration. Children are easily moved. Zheng Huan assured her, Guojia, rest assured. I will devote myself to recruiting for you. Our territory offers such splendid benefits that we need not worry about finding the ideal individuals. Indeed, once the announcement was posted, everyone erupted in excitement. The territory is recruiting. The territory is recruiting. Good heavens, the benefits are extraordinary. Rent and water fees are entirely waived. My greatest daily expenditure is merely on water. If both rent and water are exempted, I would have no concerns whatsoever. Moreover, they also provide daily necessities and storage backpacks, which, mind you, are worth at least 50 crystal cores. And those are hard to come by. To add to that, there are daily essentials valued at 100 crystal cores. Doesn't that equate to a profit of 150 crystal cores right from the start? The salary is also quite appealing. With a daily wage of 10 crystal cores, that amounts to 300 crystal cores monthly, and working for a year could yield over 3,000. In 2 years, that would be over 6,000. Shopping at the small supermarket comes with a 12 discount, so expenses are minimal. After 2 years, one could easily afford a suite in the residential district. If one is not picky, a higher-level single room could be purchased within 2 months by saving diligently. I shall not be fussy. I currently reside in a high-level single room, and living alone is incredibly enjoyable. To think that I could buy a house after merely 2 months of hard work is something I wouldn't have dared to imagine before the apocalypse. Have you not noticed? They mentioned a minimum of 10 crystal cores. It might even be more. Woe is me, what a divine job this is. If only I knew how to farm. If only I could raise chickens, ducks, pigs, and fish. As the recruitment began, Jiang Guo was overwhelmed. The sheer number of applicants was staggering. The problem was that many of them had no farming experience whatsoever. They were merely trying their luck. Jiang Guo queried, "Excuse me, sir, with those muscles and wielding a spiked club, are you here to farm?" The burly man chuckled, dissipating his fierce demeanor. I possess metal abilities. Farming? I'd rather engage in battles outside. It's far more secure and stable than toiling in the territory. I would love to farm. I'm quite strong. Jiang Guo sighed. Please step aside, sir. No disruptions. Disheartened, the man left, and a girl promptly hopped onto a chair. Brother, I'm here to apply. Jiang Guo's eyelids twitched as he emphasized. We do not hire minors. Children, please go play elsewhere. The girl protested, slamming her hand on the table, causing it to splinter. It's broken. Jiang Guo stumbled back. Calm down, young lady. The child, now transformed into a young lady, retorted, It's just a table. The girl's mother hurried over, apologizing profusely. I'm so sorry, Manager Jiang. This child is too mischievous. I will take her away immediately. And about your table, I will compensate you. After the girl's mother compensated for the table, she dragged her daughter away, and snippets of their conversation could be heard. You troublesome child. They are conducting serious business here. What chaos are you creating? I'm not causing trouble. I came to apply. What do you know? Do you even know how to farm? Can you raise fish? Don't look down on me. The benefits are fantastic. Even if I don't know how. I'm young. I can learn, can't I? By the time I grow up, I'll have over a decade of experience. After that, applicants who couldn't distinguish between spinach and celery claimed they had grown up in the fields and were experts in agriculture. Some, flaunting their wealth, attempted to bribe Jiang Guo with 10 crystal cores for special treatment. Those utterly clueless performed dramatic displays of despair, trying to evoke sympathy in hopes of landing a position. After interviewing over 100 candidates, Jiang Guo's tears flowed in anguish. What on earth are these people? Gradually, Jiang Guo discerned the underlying reason. The majority of the newly recruited territory residents were either endowed with special abilities or were family members of those with such powers. The ability users, apart from those with wood-based abilities, possess little knowledge of farming or animal husbandry. A few family members, like Chun Sheng's mother, Chen Jinfeng, had indeed secured positions to grow potatoes. However, most had never engaged in farming or animal husbandry. At most, they had tended to a few potted plants on their balconies before the apocalypse. After some contemplation, Jiang Guo concluded the recruitment and, after consulting Jiang Guo, printed thousands of recruitment notices and left the territory. He decided to visit the A city base, where millions resided. Surely, he could find someone skilled in farming and animal husbandry there. Meanwhile, after sending Jiang Guo off, it was already 1 p.m. Jiang Guo, feeling the pangs of hunger, made her way to the dining establishment. However, upon reaching the entrance, she sensed a heavy atmosphere of resentment. Those lurking outside, upon spotting Jiang Guo, were instantly brought to tears. Lord, didn't you say there would be no food today? You've deceived us, sobbing. There was clearly food at noon. I just couldn't get any. Chapter 55. Feeding the Lord. She is still just a child. What is wrong with being a little greedy? The crowd dared not voice their anger. After all, she was their lord. Yet, their hearts felt cold. Jiang Guo, under their mournful gazes, sheepishly touched her nose. I didn't say there wouldn't be any food today. I merely mentioned there wasn't any this morning. You must have misheard. The crowd collectively sighed. This makes it even worse. Who spread the word? Why was it so distorted? Jiang Guo felt unjustly accused. Why couldn't she just want a meal? Opening a dining establishment wasn't lucrative. The operational costs were exorbitant, and she only served a handful of dishes daily. It was her own cravings that led her to start this business. She never expected the NPCs to be so greedy. Why are these NPCs so peculiar? Aren't they supposed to be content with enough food? Why do they, like her, succumb to the temptations of culinary delights from the real world? Jiang Guo was puzzled, yet she felt a twinge of guilt. Her words at noon had been somewhat misleading. She hadn't anticipated that these NPCs would be so fixated on food, to the point of giving her such forlorn looks, when they couldn't have any. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Does anyone here know how to cook? A middle-aged man in the crowd slowly raised his hand. I worked in the food industry before the apocalypse. Others turned to him, puzzled. If you can cook, why are you here scrambling for food? The man placed his hands on his hips, defiantly retorting. Who says someone who can cook can't buy food? What is wrong with being greedy? He had opened a dining establishment simply because he loved food. His son had strong abilities and could support him. After 2 years of hardship during the apocalypse, what was wrong with pursuing good cuisine? Jiang Guo promptly inquired. What kind of dishes are you skilled at making? The man proudly raised his chin. I excel in Sichuan cuisine. Mapo tofu, twice-cooked pork, couple's lungs, kung pao chicken. Fish-flavored shredded pork, spicy chicken, boiled fish, dompa pork, and garlic pork. None of them are beyond my capabilities. As he listed these dishes, the people around him began to salivate, and Jiang Guo nearly drooled. Woe is me, how could someone who can cook be right here? Why hadn't she thought of this sooner? With so many NPCs around. Surely, there must be a chef among them. Spending so much money to run a restaurant that only serves 15 meals a day is truly a loss. Jiang Guo wiped her mouth, her eyes sparkling. Would you like to open a restaurant? The second and third floors of the small supermarket are currently vacant. I'll rent the third floor to you without charging rent, but you'll need to pay 5 of your daily earnings as tax. What do you think? The man was taken aback, and so were the bystanders. Half an hour later, the man donned an apron and stood on the third floor of the small supermarket, clanging pots and pans with a bewildered mind. He had merely wanted a meal, and now he was opening a restaurant. And how could the Lord be so swift? She had promised to provide him with a space, and in the blink of an eye, all the kitchenware and ingredients were prepared. He had barely been shown around when the apron and spatula were thrust into his hands. Boss, I'd like a serving of fish-flavored shredded pork. I want boiled fish. I want spicy chicken. Twice-cooked pork. The boss was in a flurry, feeling as though he were being thrust into the deep end of the pool. He was still the duck after all. The boss's daughter-in-law, accompanied by her child, ventured to the supermarket downstairs. Upon hearing that meals were being sold on the third floor, they decided to investigate, only to be taken aback by the throngs of people. After much effort to squeeze to the front, they encountered a familiar face. Dad. The girl exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. Grandpa, she called out joyfully. At that moment, the middle-aged man looked up, his gaze falling upon his daughter-in-law and precious granddaughter, tears streaming down his cheeks. Juana, come help. The woman hastily ushered the child into the kitchen, where the 8-year-old eagerly assisted in washing and picking vegetables, while the woman busily chopped and served. The 3 of them were so occupied that they wished for 8 hands and 8 feet. Meanwhile, a man far from their territory, having just defeated a level 3 zombie, gleefully collected the crystal core. A level 3 crystal core could be converted into 100 level 1 cores. He could purchase a substantial amount with that, truly remarkable. This family relied on him. Unbeknownst to him, back in the territory, events were unfolding, and he fantasized about how his wife would praise him upon his return home. When evening came, he arrived home to find his father and wife, along with their daughter, carrying large bags filled with crystal cores. He was dumbfounded, silently concealing the level 3 crystal core in his hand, deciding it best not to reveal it and embarrass himself. The new restaurant had brought joy to those who were previously unable to cook, as they flocked to the third floor as if they hadn't eaten in 800 years. At this moment, who cared about the fact that Jiang Guo had deceived them? They only knew their lord truly listened. She wasn't one to bully the weak or wield power oppressively, nor did she treat them as slaves. Instead, she thoughtfully considered their needs, striving to create a sanctuary amidst the apocalypse, shielding them from the storm. And she was not merely making promises. She was genuinely taking action. No housing? She built immediately. No basic supplies available for purchase? She replenished stock right away. If there were fights or disturbances, if anyone sought to disrupt the harmony of the territory, she would not merely appease but would take decisive action. Those who deserved to be expelled would be expelled, and those who needed to be punished would be punished. She dealt strictly with those who thrived on trouble and bullying, and the community felt no injustice. Rather, they applauded her efforts. They were hungry, they craved food. And their lord acted without hesitation, promptly hiring chefs to establish a restaurant, ensuring that meals would be available whenever desired, without the need to wait. What was wrong with this slightly mischievous lord? What was wrong with wanting to eat? She was still young and growing, deserving of nourishment. They would provide for her. Not just food, but anything the Lord desired in the future, they would ensure she had. After organizing the men, Jiang Guo noticed the way everyone looked at her had shifted, imbued with an inexplicable warmth. Rubbing her arms, she dashed toward her little restaurant. Finally, there was no one competing with her for food. Upon reaching the restaurant, Jiang Guo retrieved her owner's meal, still steaming, perfectly preserved, and not at all cold. The aroma of roast duck was overwhelmingly enticing, causing her stomach to rumble instantly. The duck skin was a glorious golden hue, with the meat rich, yet not greasy. Sliced into perfectly uniform pieces, looking utterly delectable. Jiang Guo eagerly picked up a pancake, brushed it with a bit of sweet bean sauce. Added the star of the show, roast duck slices, along with a layer of green onions and cucumber, meticulously rolling the pancake up. With a single bite, the savory essence of the roast duck enveloped her senses, harmonized beautifully by the sweet bean sauce and the freshness of the onions and cucumber, rendering the combination indescribably delicious. It had truly been ages since she had tasted something so delightful. She nearly bit her tongue in her eagerness as the flavors exploded on her palate, bringing tears to her eyes. This was the epitome of culinary delight. She wouldn't even consider instant food for the next fortnight. With Zheng Huan away at the base, Jiang Guo took charge of the afternoon interviews. The situation was not much different from the morning, leading her to question her own existence. Farming was arduous. Everyone should think carefully before proceeding, Jiang Guo urged, yet the queue behind continued to grow, seemingly deaf to her words. With no other choice, she persisted, fortunately discovering a few who genuinely knew how to raise chickens and pigs, along with a few whose malice levels were notably low, appearing earnest in their work. She decided to keep them for a trial. Now, all she could do was hope Zheng Huan could recruit some people for the territory. Chapter 56. The Jinghe territory is recruiting. Hey, have you heard? The folks from Jinghe territory are back. Are they here to sell supplies? Too bad I have no crystal cores. I can't afford anything. They're not here to sell supplies. They're here to recruit. Recruit?
So,
They're looking for ability users? What does that have to do with us ordinary folks? Wait, let me finish. They're not looking for ability users. They're looking for those skilled in farming, fishing, and breeding. No powers required. And the benefits are fantastic. They're offering free housing, water, a complete set of living supplies worth 100 crystal cores, a storage backpack, an 88 discount at the territory as supermarket, and a minimum daily wage of 10 crystal cores. With 5 days on and 2 days off. We've seen the pictures. That territory looks amazing. Their houses are spacious and clean. Nothing like the cramped 10 square meter room I'm stuck in with 10 other people. Barely enough space for feet. Their place is pristine, with abundant resources. As they spoke, they noticed the person in front of them had dashed away. The speaker paused, then hurried after them. Wait, why are you running? Those who had shown no interest moments before now had their eyes gleaming. My dad. He's a professor at the Agricultural Research Institute. Exactly. ISN tier uncle capable? If it weren't for Lu Outyen supporting his father and forcibly dragging him down from the position of head of the Agricultural Research Institute to prevent anyone from utilizing him, you wouldn't. Without exchanging further words, they quickened their pace. In the crowded residential area of District C at the base, the angry shouts of a woman echoed through the dilapidated buildings.
get out.
Get out of my house. You people. You will face retribution one day. A few individuals clad in guard uniforms blocked the entrance to a small room, their expressions dripping with disdain. If you had let Good Song write down the solution earlier, we wouldn't have to rush you. Captain Liu has already shown you enough leniency by allowing you to stay here. Don't push your luck. If he doesn't get it written today, you'll be sent to District G. That's the tent area. A single tent crammed with 10 or more people, with water provided only once every 3 days. Given your old man's age, he wouldn't last long there. Previously, Good Song had discovered a type of plant that could grow healthily in polluted soil. If successful, it could lead to research on the suitability of growing edible crops in such soil. Due to the immense value of his discovery, Lu Outyen had taken an interest. And since Lu's father was also at the Agricultural Research Institute, acting as Good Song's assistant, they conspired to suppress Good Song and seize his research achievements. Unfortunately, that plan had recently encountered issues, prompting Lu Outyen to urgently send someone to find Gutsong for a solution. Gutsong insisted he needed to see the plant before making a judgment, but these guards were instructed not to let him near it. Fearing he might act rashly and ruin everything, they demanded a solution. Thus, a standoff ensued. Gutsong appeared weary and disheartened. How could research be treated so lightly? Seeing that they couldn't produce a solution, the guards exchanged glances and began to force their way in, smashing and kicking. Captain Lu said, "If you can't provide a solution, you won't let your family have an easy time either.
Stop.
You must stop." Guilin and his friends rushed forward to intervene, but how could they stand against armed guards empty-handed? In no time, they were dragged inside and beaten. Gutsong cried out in agony, "Stop hitting. If I can't see the situation, I truly can't come up with a solution.
Please stop.
We'll move. We'll go to District G, all right? Just don't hit us." The guards halted, commanding, "You may leave now. But our belongings." "What belongings? What is there here? All of these are from our area. You can just leave. There are tents in Area G for you to stay." Witnessing his proud father groveling, Guilin's eyes turned crimson, his teeth clenched in fury. He was filled with hatred. Hatred for Lu Outyen. Such blatant depression. He would never forgive them. The guards forcibly expelled them, locking the door behind them, and left with arrogant laughter as they made their way to Area G. Once they were out of sight, Guilin immediately turned to his parents. "Dad, Mom, let us go." "Go? Where to? Our family has no abilities. We were allowed to stay in Area C because of the base leader's goodwill, but now, for reasons unknown, we have been driven out." The mother expressed her concern. "At least in the base, we had some protection. If we venture out, we might as well be delivering ourselves to the zombies." Guilin replied, "No. We have somewhere to go. To Jinghe territory. The one advertised in the photos before." "Jinghe territory?" Wang Hongmei exclaimed, her eyes widening. "You mean the territory with abundant supplies?" "Many ability users have left recently, all saying they're going there. The family across from us, their daughter is an ability user, and they left yesterday. But son, we don't possess any abilities. That territory requires crystal nuclei for everything. How can we earn them?"
"Aunt."
"Your family can go." "Absolutely. I send to your husband a professor from the Agricultural Institute. That's impressive. They are currently recruiting people for farming and animal husbandry. The benefits are exceptional."
Acompanhem Yelin.
A friend pulled out a crumpled recruitment notice from his pocket and handed it to them. Wang Hongmei took it and, unable to contain her excitement, exclaimed, "Is this real? They are really hiring? For farming and animal husbandry?" Gutsong, who had been despondent, perked up. "Let me see." Upon looking, Gutsong's expression shifted. His hand traced the background image on the recruitment notice, which depicted a vast expanse of farmland. "Let us go. We are going." Gutsong was confident in his abilities. And indeed, when Zheng Huan learned of his identity, his eyes lit up. "Professor Ge, you truly wish to join us? My goodness, a professor from the Agricultural Institute. He has genuine expertise. I've savored many of the research outcomes he has produced." Gutsong, observing Zheng Huan's respect towards him, felt a deep sense of shame. "I am of little use, but I am truly grateful that you wish to employ me." "Professor Ge, how can you say that? I may not be well versed in academic matters, but the vegetable and fruit varieties you mentioned I have encountered and enjoyed. You possess real talent. How can you belittle yourself so?" Zheng Huan was perplexed by Gutsong's demeanor, as if offering him work was a privilege. He felt an inexplicable discomfort. This shouldn't be the case. Little did he know, his words of comfort profoundly touched Gokong. Ever since he had been oppressed by Lu Outyen, he had not felt such warmth for a long time. A glimmer of light sparked in Gutsong's dim and dispirited eyes, and though his eyes were slightly reddened, he could only express, "Thank you, thank you." Zheng Huan, feeling a mix of emotions, could sense that something troubling had transpired within Gutsong's family. He refrained from probing further and motioned for them to get into the vehicle. Chapter 57. Envy those going to the territory. "Zhao Yu, come with us. The guards have already spotted you. If we leave, they will surely trouble you." Guilin was immensely grateful for the warning and recalled how Zhao Yu had stood by him and his parents earlier. This friend was worth having. But Zhao Yu shook his head. "I have no abilities, nor can I farm. I would only be a burden to you. Don't worry, I'm clever. If they try to catch me, I'll just run. The base is vast, with millions of people, and without surveillance, it wouldn't be easy for them to catch me. The Gu family objected, especially Wang Hongmei. This young man is all alone now. How can we abandon him? He has always helped us with our work and troubles. We cannot be so ungrateful.
Come.
Go with your aunt. It's just your mouth. You won't burden us. If you truly feel guilty, just call me godmother, and I'll raise you as my son. From now on, you and Galin will help your uncle and me in our old age. Good Song had no objections. Whenever Galin was absent, it was Zhao Yu who stood up to protect him, even enduring beatings without yielding. Yes, you are now my uncle's godson. You've helped us so much. How can we forget your kindness and leave you behind while we seek a better life? If you refuse, we will be troubled in our hearts. Zhao Yu looked at Galin. Hurry and agree. You've always helped me. Let me repay you. We'll be family from now on. You'll have to call me brother. Zhao Yu's nose tinged with emotion as he gazed at the three, godfather, godmother, brother. He climbed into the vehicle. The four of them huddled together. The earlier gloom dissipated, and everything was moving towards a brighter future. Just as Zheng Huan had thought, the A-City base was truly teeming with talent. Although many lacked abilities before the apocalypse, they had each shown in their respective fields. They all had their own expertise. It was just that in this new world, their skills were no longer deemed useful, leading to the perception of their ineptitude. In reality, they were simply lacking the opportunity to prove themselves. After about 5 hours of recruitment, Lu Outyan's men arrived to seize him. Zheng Huan dashed to the vehicle, the protective shield repelling any attacks directed at him. Once in the vehicle, he provocatively smiled at them. You're too late, a bunch of scoundrels. Your pathetic leader will eventually face retribution. Goodbye, everyone. If you can't catch me, you'll be in for a reprimand, ha ha ha. Though Zheng Huan's vehicle was limited, other ability users headed to the territory were willing to help transport people for a fee. Thus, Zheng Huan departed the base with over 130 agricultural and husbandry specialists and experienced farmers. I truly envy them for being able to go to Jinghe territory. Envy, however, was futile. They only sought those skilled in farming, while they could not even distinguish between chives and wheat, let alone grow it. Don't say that. It's too heartbreaking. I had so much land back home, but I never took an interest. I only knew how to eat. Had I known, I would have learned a bit more. I feel so useless now since leaving my grandparents. Her parents had divorced long ago, and her grandparents had raised her. But the harshness of the apocalypse had claimed their lives early on. Those around her were aware of her circumstances and refrained from saying anything that might deepen her sorrow. Others from farming families also felt some regret, wishing they had helped more at home, done more work, and learned more. Opportunities had now arisen, but they had missed them. Yet some astute individuals saw a chance. The territory appeared much larger than the last they had seen. They refused to believe that there was no place for ordinary people. After all, they could no longer remain in this wretched base. Recently, Lu Outyan had been increasingly arrogant, rumored to be at odds with the two base leaders over some matters, leading to an intense conflict where neither side was willing to give in. With numerous ability users under Lu Outyan's command, they took pleasure in bullying ordinary individuals. If any of their people were part of a residential district's guard, life in that area was unbearable. We can't go on living like this. We must think of a way. If there are no opportunities, then we must create them. A city base, Little Knight's training ground. Congratulations to the young Li Yulua for successfully completing 3 days of rigorous training and officially becoming a member of our Little Knight Brigade. The girl, who had been called out, tilted her head back, her flushed cheeks breaking into a radiant smile. She persevered. She truly persevered. She has successfully joined the Little Knight Brigade. Observing his daughter's joyous expression, Li Qian, who had come to pick up his child, couldn't help but smile. Luo, Daddy. Li Yulua dashed towards him, her face brimming with a desire for praise. Father, I have passed the test. I have joined the Little Knight Brigade. Training in this apocalyptic world is no trivial matter. Many children join but do not take it seriously, potentially dragging others down. A single misstep could endanger both their lives and the lives of their companions. Thus, the training program for the Little Knight Brigade has established a threshold, allowing only those who have persevered for 3 days to officially join. The training itself is quite demanding, with scarcely any time for rest, continuously engaging in high-intensity physical exercises. Li Qian gently wiped the sweat from his daughter's face, yet refrained from suggesting a cessation of training, for he firmly believes in the importance of strength. In this merciless world, raising her as a delicate flower would only lead to dire circumstances, reminiscent of the last time when he nearly lost her. Our Luo Luo is truly remarkable.
Hihi.
Li Yuluo's eyes sparkled with delight. She is certain to become as formidable as her sister. After returning home for dinner, a water-type ability user from the team helped her clean up. Once dressed, they noticed the child had already succumbed to exhaustion and fallen asleep. Li Qian covered her with a blanket and turned to his team members. You should have all heard about the Jinghe territory? Yes, we have heard. It is said to be a pollution-free safe zone protected by a barrier. When they came last time to sell supplies, I bought some, and they were indeed all new items. The supplies are excellent. Moreover, they are cheaper than those at the base. In the past couple of days, many ability users have ventured there, and so far, no negative feedback has been reported. Instead, those who have visited are boasting about it, indicating that everything seems to be as advertised. Someone inquired, Captain, do you wish to go there? Li Qian raised an eyebrow. Do you wish to? The person scratched his nose. Who wouldn't want to? If it's as depicted in the promotional materials, it would be a veritable paradise in this apocalyptic world. The others remained silent, yet their sentiments were clear. Their team's strength is commendable, and they would fare well there, so why wouldn't they want to go? Chapter 58. When will I see that girl again? Li Qian glanced at his slumbering daughter. Once we have dealt with the matters at the base, we shall go. The two leaders of the base had clashed with Lu Outyen and his group. Lu Outyen's side boasts a plethora of ability users, while the base leaders have a strong grassroots support and control of a city's military defenses. The two factions had been in a state of mutual restraint until a meeting 2 days prior caused negotiations to collapse, leading to an open confrontation. Lu Outyen and his associates have since cast aside any pretense of ambition, their methods becoming increasingly brazen, resulting in several individuals suffering unwarranted misfortunes. Many ability users have left the base for the territory, perhaps seeking peace. Their formidable battle team has consistently sided with the base leaders, benefiting from military resources, and naturally, they cannot remain uninvolved this time. Once this internal strife settles, they will depart. The two leaders of the base have been quite good to our team over the past 2 years. We truly cannot retreat at this critical juncture. Indeed. Let us wait a bit longer. We have endured for 2 years. A few more days won't make a difference. Just that little Luo Luo will have to endure some hardships with us. I believe little Luo Luo is quite strong now. She probably doesn't feel like she is suffering at all, but rather finds joy in it. Li Qian chuckled softly. Originally, I intended to send her to the Jinghe territory first, and then have someone look after her while we sorted things out, but today at the training ground, seeing her throw punch after punch, drenched in sweat yet refusing to rest, filled me with a thought. Let her go, let her experience setbacks and grow. Perhaps it will be better for her. Since returning from the peace building, Luo Luo has indeed changed significantly, constantly mentioning her sister. That girl has truly transformed Luo Luo. Who knows when they will meet again? We still owe our Luo Luo a debt of gratitude for saving her life. Zhou He recalled that day's events with lingering trepidation and sighed. I too have yet to repay my debt of gratitude. Had it not been for that girl, I would have surely perished. What an extraordinary individual she is, effortlessly dispatching so many zombies. How cool. Who knows? Perhaps she is a hidden master. Anyway, I have searched our base thoroughly and found no one like her. She might be from another base. Who knows if we will ever encounter her again? The group contemplated Jiang Guo's identity, marveling at her impressive skills, while the praised Jiang Guo herself was in a small courtyard, sweating profusely. Phew. This body refinement technique is incredibly difficult. So exhausting. After completing a set of movements, Jiang Guo felt her heart racing as if it would leap from her chest, pounding heavily, leaving her breathless. The movements were completely unrelated, her breathing entirely off. This is hard, truly hard. Jiang Guo had always been quick to learn since childhood. Except for cooking, everything else posed no challenge. She could execute various gymnastics and dance routines perfectly after just one observation. Finally, she encountered her Waterloo. Staring at the seemingly simple movements, she couldn't fathom what was wrong. Breathing, It seems to be about breathing, but it's not quite the same as normal breathing. After struggling for over 3 hours, Jiang Guo finally synchronized the first page of movements and breathing. At that precise moment, a surge of warmth erupted from her feet, coursing through her body to the crown of her head, causing her soul to tremble. Jiang Guo was startled, and the energy dissipated. Yet, the extraordinary sensation of unity with the universe lingered, leaving her mouth agape, as if she had opened the door to a new world. Let us try again. This time, Jiang Guo focused intently, executing each move precisely as described in the book, coordinating her breathing accordingly. Huff. This time, it wasn't heavy panting but rather a refreshing exhalation. After exhaling, the impurities within her seemed to be expelled, and she felt light as a feather, as if even her steps were not so burdensome anymore. What a wonderful thing! Truly wonderful! Jiang Guo glanced at her skill list. Body refinement technique. 0. 10. Well, she had overestimated herself. After practicing all afternoon, there had been no change. Glancing at the thickness of the book, Jiang Guo sighed heavily, realizing the long road ahead. Nothing was easy to learn. Noticing the time, she saw it was already 6 p.m. After fetching dinner and enjoying it leisurely, she awaited Zheng Huan's return. Sister Guo, there are a total of 134 people, either technical talents or experienced in farming. Plus 1 heavyweight. Heavyweight? What kind? Jiang Guo asked curiously. A professor from the Agricultural Institute. Zheng Huan articulated each word, his face beaming with pride. Didn't he expect it? Did you? I managed to bring in a professor from the Agricultural Institute. Jiang Guo was indeed astonished. A professor from the Agricultural Institute? Such a prominent figure. Coming here to farm? Jiang Guo hesitated. Isn't that a bit of a waste of talent? No. Here, asked the situation. On the way, Zheng Huan had already learned from Guilin and Zhao Yu about the events that transpired, and he felt quite helpless about their situation. The base is currently.
Sigh.
After understanding the circumstances, Jiang Guo nodded. All right, you arrange for them to settle in. I've built dormitories located at the back of the territory. Take those people to check in and get their belongings sorted. Later, at 8:30 p.m., we will gather at the center of the territory. Okay. Zheng Huan replied eagerly and went to arrange for the newcomers. At the entrance of the territory, a multitude stood, while Zheng Huan meticulously read from the list, allowing individuals to enter without the need for an entrance fee. 6 individuals encountered a barrier on the luminous screen, and upon noticing their excessively high malice value, Zheng Huan promptly struck their names from the list, commanding them to depart immediately. Dissent arose among some, who protested. On what grounds? What have we done? You brought us all this way, and now deny us entry. Is this some sort of jest? You are nothing but frauds. I suspected as much. Surely you intend to swindle us. Their voices rose, echoing through the crowd, igniting doubt and hesitation among those waiting in line. Without indulging in further dialogue, Zheng Huan, wielding the privileges bestowed upon him by Jiang Guo, issued a stern decree to those unwilling to leave, who continued to push forward and shout, "Execute them at once." In an instant, the 3 individuals who had touched the barrier were obliterated, their physical forms reduced to mere remnants of ash. A wave of panic surged through the crowd. Many shrieked in terror. Observers from within the territory seemed to glimpse reflections of their former selves, only to calmly avert their gazes. Such scenes were perpetually recurring. Newcomers to the territory often included brash and arrogant individuals seeking to provoke trouble, only to be thoroughly reprimanded by the territory's protective barrier. Once admitted, who among them would not comply with the rules? Fear not, for these individuals possess dubious identities, and their malice values are alarmingly high. To safeguard the well-being of all and maintain harmony within the territory, such measures are necessary. Had they not attempted to breach our gates, we would not have resorted to such extreme actions. Zheng Huan reassured the assembly with a smile. Regrettably, few absorbed his words. Instead, they nodded fervently, their thoughts consumed by the desire to avoid conflict. As each person entered, they were taken aback. It was not a biting cold wind that greeted them, but a gentle, warm breeze, imbued with a subtle fragrance that invigorated the spirit. The people traversing the territory donned light garments, simple trousers and shirts, some even in short-sleeved dresses, conveying a sense of ease and comfort. In stark contrast, The newcomers instinctively tugged at their heavy winter attire, which clearly felt out of place here. Chapter 59. How Considerate the Lord Is. Walking along the picturesque stone path, flanked by expansive meadows, they approached orderly buildings, ultimately arriving at a 15-story edifice. The side of the building bore the inscription, Staff Dormitory. Building, Staff Dormitory. Number of rooms, 150, all single occupancy, 10 units per stairwell, 15 stories total. Room size, 10 square meters, no private bathrooms. Each floor has 2 communal restrooms, 2 communal showers, 2 elevators, and 1 fire escape. Maximum occupancy per room, 2 persons. Rental cost, free for staff. 1 guest may accompany at no charge. Duration of use, during the territory's working period. Staff may freely enter and exit the territory without incurring fees. Individual daily water quota, 10 L. Water unit price, free for staff. Note: for residents of the dormitory only. Resale is prohibited. Is this truly the staff dormitory?
So new?
Are we genuinely to reside here? Rent-free. Free water and electricity. Initially, the crowd felt a twinge of anxiety, haunted by the myriad scams of the pre-apocalyptic world. Even though they had seen photos, videos, and supplies, who could ascertain whether this was yet another elaborate con? Yet, the harshness of life in the apocalypse had left them weary. Death seemed a preferable alternative to enduring the agony of hunger and despair. Thus, they chose to take the plunge. Fortunately, their gamble paid off. If the scenic route they traversed spoke of little, the demeanor of the inhabitants within the territory revealed much. The quality of a person's life, their happiness, and their comfort could all be discerned from their outward appearance. Those they observed along the way had clean skin, well-fitted attire, and expressions radiating relaxation and joy, a palpable sense of contentment not easily feigned. They gazed upon these individuals with envy and longing, excited at the prospect of living in such an environment. Upon arriving at the dormitory, the anticipated bliss became tangible, more vivid than before. Jiang Guo smiled and affirmed, "Indeed, these accommodations are for you all. Each staff member is entitled to a rent-free single room. Each room is furnished with a set of furniture and a wooden bed. With complimentary water, albeit within limits, please avoid waste." At 8:30 p.m., everyone was to assemble on the central lawn at the front of the territory. You have some time to gather your belongings and organize yourselves. Please queue to ascend the building, entering your rooms sequentially. Upon confirming your information, keys will be automatically distributed. 1 room per person. Note: each room can accommodate a maximum of 2 individuals. Exceeding this limit will result in penalties, including but not limited to electric shocks and fines. Those with larger families grew anxious. "I have 4 family members, my wife and 2 children. Surely they can't be left without shelter?" The thought of seeking alternative accommodations loomed, for the Lord bore no obligation to house their entire family. Yet, the conditions were undeniably favorable, a rarity in this apocalyptic world. Indeed, the entrance fees were waived for our families as well, truly generous. What is there to worry about? Didn't the Lord mention daily crystalline cores? If we endure today, tomorrow we'll earn 10 crystalline cores, enough to rent any house in the territory. Our families won't suffer for long. With our salaries, acquiring a small single room will take just 2 or 3 months. Even if we don't buy, renting is acceptable. We all reside in new houses devoid of formaldehyde issues. The rent is reasonable, identical to our current accommodations, though we may need to spend a bit with our daily earnings of 10 crystalline cores. Is there any reason to fret over housing? Those initially concerned about family arrangements gradually eased their minds upon hearing the reassurances. They had previously perused the rental prices in pamphlets and were well aware of the costs. With daily earnings of 10 crystalline cores, they could comfortably cover their family's basic expenses. For a single individual, it could even facilitate a modestly affluent lifestyle. The crowd formed a queue, entering their assigned rooms one by one. Upon entry, they were greeted with delight. The rooms, though modest, were impeccably clean, each equipped with a window ensuring ample ventilation. In comparison to the chaotic, overcrowded dormitories of the base, where numerous individuals shared cramped spaces, this was a veritable paradise. Moreover, with a maximum occupancy of 2 persons, it was simply splendid. One person reveled in the luxury of having the entire bed to themselves, erupting in exhilaration, while 2 others exchanged knowing smiles. brimming with dreams of the future. 3 individuals deliberated on who would stay outside, while 4 considered what type of accommodation to rent, and 5 pondered their plans for the evening. The lights of the staff dormitory flickered to life, and long queues formed outside the communal showers. By 8 p.m., the crowd, now clad in light garments, descended to gather with renewed vigor. At 8:30, the grassy expanse brimmed with 128 individuals, all punctual. Their families accompanied them. Curious about the purpose of this assembly, Jiang Guo and Zheng Huan soon appeared, Zheng Huan cradling a multitude of storage rings. With a wave of his hand, over 100 backpacks materialized on the grass. Storage backpacks. Those are storage backpacks. I couldn't snag one after 2 days of trying. Goodness. I am truly envious. Why can't I farm? A wave of envy and admiration swept through the crowd as they caught sight of the coveted storage backpacks. They initially believed that the newcomers were there to impose rules and discuss work processes. Little did they know, they were there to receive gifts instead. The crowd's eyes sparkled with excitement, and Jiang Guo wasted no time in welcoming everyone to the Jinghe territory, introducing herself as Lord Jiang Guo. Without further ado, she instructed everyone to watch a series of videos, not just any videos, but those depicting various punishments meted out for violations of territorial regulations. After viewing them, the faces of the onlookers turned pale. With a gentle smile, Jiang Guo addressed the assembly, stating that her intention was not to instill fear, but to convey that the harmony and stability of the territory required the guardianship of each individual. She expressed her hope that, upon their arrival, they would adhere to the rules, cultivate civility, and facilitate a pleasant environment for one another. As the hour grew late and recognizing that many had just arrived and had much to organize, Jiang Guo proposed to postpone work discussions until the following day. She then instructed Zheng Huan to begin the registration process, announcing that the promised employment benefits would now be distributed. Among the gifts was a storage backpack, which already contained a package of essential living supplies. Jiang Guo requested that each person come forward to sign for their items, assuring them they could leave afterward. The backpack included a copy of the employee handbook, which they were encouraged to review at their leisure. She reminded them that they were to gather at the territory's warehouse at 8 a.m. the next morning for job assignments. Additionally, she offered employees the option to advance their salaries by requesting a cash advance of up to 30 crystal nuclei if they found themselves in urgent need. The crowd was taken aback. My lord, I wish to request an advance. Me too. My family of 3 needs to find a place to rent, and I don't have enough crystal nuclei. The lord was remarkably considerate, having anticipated their needs. Jiang Guo's generosity alleviated their worries about housing arrangements for the night. Chapter 60. The Lord is not a fool. Observing the lively scene on the lawn, the residents of other territories felt a complex mix of emotions. What was happening? They had always prided themselves on their unique abilities, yet now they found themselves envious of those skilled in farming and animal husbandry. It was merely a testament to the exceptional treatment afforded by the Lord. Compared to those with powers yet lacking agricultural skills, their lives were fraught with peril. Alas, they lamented their own deficiencies. Almost every employee took an advance on 3 days' wages, hurriedly collecting their storage backpacks and rushing off to rent accommodations.
Yekong.
After receiving the crystal nuclei, immediately allocated some to his 2 children. Can you and Alin share a place? I will reserve 10 crystal nuclei for each of you to buy whatever you need. Zhao Yu felt both delighted and anxious. I don't need the crystal nuclei. Having a place to stay is already wonderful. Wang Hongmei shot him a glare, feigning anger. Are you rejecting your godparents? Why the formality? You are our son now. It is only right that we provide you with crystal nuclei. How else will you manage to eat and drink? This child was speaking nonsense. Lin chimed in. Exactly.
We're going to share a bed tonight.
If you don't take the nuclei, how will you wash up? I refuse to sleep next to a smelly person. Although I'm stinky too, I'll be fresh soon. How dare you speak like that? Wang Hongmei scolded him. Aunt, godmother, please don't hit him. Lin is right. I will accept the crystal nuclei. Zhao Yu hastily agreed.
Yelin Hokled.
He knew his brother well. He was the kind of person who would refuse to accept kindness, not wanting to trouble others. Yet if you explained that refusing help could inadvertently cause greater inconvenience, he would relent. Zhao Yu understood Lin's motives. He knew it wasn't an insult, but rather a provocation. However, he truly couldn't resist the rationale. especially when Guilin would soon be clean and fresh, while he himself hadn't tea-bathed in over 2 years. How could he shamelessly share a bed with him? On their first day in the territory, even before starting work, everyone was thoroughly captivated. Despite having witnessed the severe punishments for violations, the living conditions within the territory were so alluring that they found it impossible to consider leaving. As the saying goes, it is easy to slip into luxury, but difficult to return to frugality. After bathing, purchasing supplies, breathing in the fresh air, and enjoying the abundant resources, who would wish to return to the crowded and filthy residential areas of the base? Unlike the base, which categorized them into tiers based on abilities, leaving those without powers with little space to survive and subject to bullying, here felt like paradise. As night fell, the territory gradually quieted. Many employees returned to their dormitories, excitedly rummaging through their storage backpacks. The living supplies included not only bedding and pillows but also toothbrushes, toothpaste, sanitary napkins, and toilet paper, everything from nail clippers to mops and brooms. Essentially, they wouldn't need to purchase any living supplies again. A couple marveled as they sifted through the items, exclaiming, "This is incredible. They provided so much." Indeed, I expected just a toothbrush and toothpaste to be considered living supplies, but this is so generous. The Lord was truly sincere. They could already envision how blissful life would be under her stewardship. Well, we must work hard for the Lord. With such earnestness, we cannot let her down. Absolutely. I will certainly do my best. Moreover, the Lord is no fool. Just look at that booklet in the backpack. The woman found a book. This? Yes, that's the employee handbook. Every backpack should contain one. It outlines our work guidelines. Not everyone will be retained, as there is a 3-day trial period. Those who do not meet the standards will be dismissed and must return their housing and backpacks. If qualified, job assignments will be based on performance, with varying work hours and pay, starting at a minimum of 10 crystal nuclei. More complex or demanding tasks will yield higher wages. The woman realized, so that's how it is. No wonder the Lord isn't worried about being deceived. With so many people, who can guarantee they will all be capable farmers? There might even be some pretenders. You must perform well. Laziness is not an option. It won't be a problem. The man assured her. You know my background. Having grown up in a wheat field with so many acres to tend, which one hasn't been cared for by me? You can rest easy. I will secure this position. After reviewing the employee handbook, some were reassured, others were enlightened, some were inspired, while others felt apprehensive. Each person harbored their own thoughts as they awaited the morrow. That night, as Jiang Guo bathed, she recalled the skin-enhancing lotion and poured a bottle into the bathtub. Upon emerging, she was pleasantly surprised. Although her complexion was fair, she had areas of pigmentation on her elbows and scars on her knees from childhood tumbles. Years of academic rigor had left calluses on her fingers. Yet now, those areas were visibly fair. They felt incredibly smooth and delicate to the touch. Jiang Guo found herself enamored with the results. Was this product truly that effective? No wonder it was valued at 500 gold coins in the trading system. Dr. Liu, you are my savior. That night, she listed the crystal nuclei earned that day, and they sold out in an instant. Her private messages filled with requests for nuclei left Jiang Guo too intimidated to open them. There were simply too many. She dared only to click on the pinned message from Wei Qing, who recounted his encounter with the 16th prince. The chubby shibe of the Our Empire. You have no idea. The 16th's reaction had me in stitches. I returned his earlier veiled insult today, and he just froze, his face turning redder by the moment. Eventually, he broke down and sat on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably in front of everyone. Photographs were taken and swiftly disseminated online, catapulting to the forefront of the our star system news, trending at the top of search lists in no time. Eventually, I managed to have it removed, as I did not wish for him to suffer such a significant loss of face. However, I saved the photos and will share them with you, Upon seeing the images, Jiang Guo could not help but chuckle. The 16th prince appeared rather plump, his face flushed from crying, looking quite pitiful. Yet, considering his past actions, one could only conclude that this embarrassment was not undeserved. After some conversation, Jiang Guo procured another batch of supplies from Wei Qing. After deducting costs for base construction and employee gifts, there remained 680,000 gold coins. Quite decent indeed. If this trend continues, daily profits will surely accumulate, leading to greater wealth. Perhaps due to the effects of body refinement techniques, Jiang Guo enjoyed a profoundly restful slumber. The following morning, she ventured to the dining establishment. And, unsurprisingly, it was teeming with patrons, even more than the previous day. My lord, our territory boasts such a remarkable place. Chapter 61. The spatula has broken 3 times. Indeed, there is a dining establishment? Had it not been for the throngs of people queuing at dawn, one might not have realized what was being sold here. The speakers were newcomers from the previous night, who found the eatery shuttered upon their arrival. They had not noticed any mention of it in the brochures. But upon rising early, they discovered a crowd amassing at a single location. Inquiring revealed that this place offered food. What delectable items awaited? Giant meat buns, spicy soup, red bean cakes, fragrant mushroom chicken rice, hot dry noodles, pancakes with roast duck, millet pumpkin porridge, Orleans-style grilled chicken legs, shrimp and corn rice. Just the names alone were enough to make one's mouth water. Their memories of these dishes lingered from 2 or 3 years ago. Upon hearing their descriptions, they momentarily failed to register the information, but as the memories of those culinary delights surfaced, the current scene came into focus. The entrance was lined with numerous rows. The end obscured from view, effectively blocking the doorway, and Jiang Guo nearly found herself unable to squeeze through. Confusion was etched on Jiang Guo's face.
Wait.
Why are you all here? Isn't there a dining establishment on the 3rd floor of the supermarket?
Ah?
Is there? I hadn't heard. They're closed today. I just saw it while buying bean sprouts. Closed. Jiang Guo exclaimed in horror. Why would they close? Boss, you can't be so obstinate. Are you really going to forgo profits? My dad's arm is injured. Someone raised their hand and declared loudly. Jiang Guo turned to see a young man supporting a middle-aged man with an arm in a sling. That middle-aged man was none other than the owner of the dining establishment from the previous day. But what had happened to his arm? The owner gazed at Jiang Guo with a solemn expression. Don't ask, it was due to wielding the spatula. These individuals appeared as if they hadn't eaten in 800 years. As he had managed to ruin 3 pans yesterday, his hands had hardly rested. He awoke this morning in such a state that he could hardly lift them. Coughing discreetly, Jiang Guo averted her gaze, refraining from further inquiries. She called out to the crowd outside. There are only 15 breakfast portions available, and with so many people here, not everyone will get a meal. Those at the back should disperse. The crowd was reluctant to leave, especially those who had queued the previous day without receiving food. Jiang Guo had made a similar announcement yesterday, and yet lunch had been available later, so they remained skeptical. My lord, rest assured, we won't compete with you. You go first. We'll buy whatever is left. Exactly, my lord. Take what you wish. We won't contest you. There's no need for you to mislead us. Jiang Guo was at a loss for words. I am not. She felt utterly exasperated. They spoke as if she were a glutton. The truth was, there simply wasn't enough. The dining establishment offered 3 items for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, with only 5 portions of each. I am not deceiving you. As you should know from yesterday, that was truly all there was. The crowd blinked in disbelief. Yes, there had only been 5 portions of each yesterday. But who could say whether that would be the case today? After all, the shops in the territory exhibited a peculiar magic, with restocking occurring randomly. For instance, the Little Red Shop, which everyone assumed had limited space and supplies, astonished those who returned to queue for restocking this morning. The shop had inexplicably expanded. What was once a mere 10 square meter space had suddenly grown to 100 square meters. Not only had it expanded, but the inventory had also multiplied significantly. Originally containing 10 slots, it now boasted 100. Moreover, the quantity of goods within each slot had increased from 10 to 100. The sign above had even changed to indicate restocking every half-month. All the previously stocked items, salt, sugar, flour, electric cookers, and storage backpacks, were not only replenished but also augmented by an additional 90 units. This revelation left those who had come to wait for supplies utterly ecstatic, as they never anticipated being able to purchase storage backpacks today. They even stumbled upon many superior items. This fostered a subconscious understanding that lingering, queuing, and waiting bore no harm. Upon hearing all of this, Jiang Guo felt helpless. It was because I upgraded the Little Red Shop. However, The dining establishment had not been upgraded, at least not today. She discreetly cast a glance at the middle-aged man's injured arm, cleared her throat, and added, "While my dining establishment has not been upgraded, other dining options may still emerge within the territory. Anyone with culinary skills, talent, or ideas is welcome to approach me." The third-floor supermarket has been entirely sold out. It has been rented out, but the second and first floors remain vacant, perfectly available for you as rental spaces. I will not charge rent, but for every 100 square meters occupied, a tax of 5 of the day's earnings must be paid. Those interested should come find me.
Now.
Those at the back can disperse. I truly am not misleading you. This little shop will only offer 15 meals today. Continuing to queue is simply a waste of time. Observing her expression, the crowd chose to believe her and gradually dispersed. Many who left began to contemplate their own thoughts. "Boss, how did you fare yesterday? Did you earn much?" Someone directly approached the middle-aged man with a question. Before the middle-aged man could respond, the young man beside him became defensive. "What business is it of yours?" The questioner quickly smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry, I meant no offense, just curious." "Nothing to disclose." The young man snapped. He continued to support his father as they walked away. Even at a distance, one could still hear the middle-aged man's disapproving voice. "TSK, he was merely inquiring. Look at your attitude. Father, we're in an apocalypse. Be a bit more discerning. Yesterday, you were misled into opening a store. Today, you're still so easily trusting of others. The Lord is straightforward and has not deceived you, but not everyone is like the Lord, who seeks nothing from you, especially regarding sensitive matters such as money. You lack any sense of boundaries. Why engage in conversation? Aren't you afraid of being sold out?" The middle-aged man swung his arm in annoyance. "What are you worrying about? I'm no fool. I don't believe just anyone." The young man disregarded his father's irritation and firmly led him forward. "Not a fool? How many people did you trust before the apocalypse? The tea sellers? The loan sharks? The ones who coaxed you into buying financial products for half a month? The so-called friends who borrowed money from you? After being deceived so many times, when will you learn your lesson?" The middle-aged man found himself at a loss for words, swatting his son away like a fly. "You're the clever one." The young man had grown accustomed to his father's embarrassment, merely nodding in response. "Well, of course. Go away. You're infuriating. How did I end up with such a troublesome son? I was born of my mother. You couldn't possibly conceive me. Don't flatter yourself. Besides, return the crystal nuclei you owe me from yesterday." "Cough, Dad, please calm down. I am merely concerned about you being deceived. Do take a good rest. In a few days, I will accompany you to the shop to assist." Chapter 62. Is the territory opening a noodle shop again? The two soon reverted to a harmonious father-son dynamic. Zhao Yu, who had been eavesdropping on their entire conversation, felt a spark of excitement in his eyes. Although he still hadn't gleaned how much money they had made, he recognized a young man he had seen at the base, a powerful ability user. Furthermore, his abilities were formidable. He was the type of person Zhao Yu admired, one who could sustain himself through his powers. Their family surely lacked for nothing in terms of crystal nuclei. But what had he just heard? Such a strong ability user was expressing a desire to help out at a restaurant. It was rumored that they had only opened for a day yesterday. And this young man already had such aspirations. This was a clear indication that running a restaurant was quite profitable, extremely lucrative. Zhao Yu was deeply moved. Even though the Guo family was willing to take care of him, Zhao Yu was not someone who liked to trouble others. In a post-apocalyptic world, every additional mouth to feed meant more resources spent, and he did not have the audacity to comfortably rely on others for sustenance. He had initially thought that upon arriving in the territory, he would be nothing more than a parasite, yet, unexpectedly, clenching his fist, Zhao Yu mustered his courage to return to the restaurant. He waited for Jiang Guo to finish her meal before stepping forward. "Lord, I also wish to open a shop. A noodle house." Half an hour later, Zhao Yu stood on the second floor of the small supermarket, gazing at the already arranged scene, feeling somewhat dreamlike. Is it really opening this soon? He had thought preparations would take several days, yet everything was ready? As his main focus was noodles, the ingredients were relatively simple, primarily consisting of flour. Jiang Guo had prepared everything for him. When he sold out today, the costs for kitchenware and ingredients would be deducted when he paid his taxes. Zhao Yu quickly shook off his momentary stupor, rolled up his sleeves. and began working without further ado. His hometown was renowned as the capital of carbohydrates, where noodles were abundant on the streets. His family had operated a noodle shop for 3 generations. Their skills were undoubtedly impeccable. Indeed, the newly opened noodle shop quickly drew in patrons. Given the current situation in the territory, anything food-related was bound to be a hit. The boss upstairs had excellent culinary skills, preparing Sichuan cuisine that was extremely authentic. What about today's offerings? Oil splash noodles? Belt noodles? Dipping noodles? Fried sauce noodles? Minced meat noodles? Fried noodles? Biangbing noodles? What on earth was that? I don't even recognize the characters. Haven't you heard of the capital of carbohydrates? Biangbing noodles are incredibly delicious. The noodles first attracted people from his hometown, their eyes lighting up when they spotted the noodles. Boss, these are handmade noodles. As Zhao Yu kneaded the dough, he smiled and responded, yes, entirely handmade. We can make pulled noodles or stretched noodles. Exactly. Noodles must be handmade. Those machine-made ones are utterly tasteless. I want a bowl of oil-splashed pulled noodles. I'll have a serving of fried sauce noodles. I want pulled noodles. I do like dipping noodles. Put extra chili in the sauce. I want a 4-in-1. A bit of every sauce. Noodle lovers felt as though they had arrived in a paradise of joy. The noodles, wide as belts and as thin as cicada wings, paired with tomatoes, eggs, and minced meat, adorned with vibrant red chilies and sesame seeds, sizzling with aroma, and garnished with brilliant green vegetables, were utterly mouth-watering. As they mixed, each belt noodle was enveloped in sauce, and with the first bite, a burst of flavor filled their mouths. Truly, these handmade noodles were delicious. They had the perfect texture. The taste of home. Never did I imagine I could savor the flavors of my hometown noodles again. I miss my mother, sobbing. Many who were not particularly fond of noodles decided to give them a try, and they were pleasantly surprised. Although noodles could not surpass rice in their hearts. After experiencing the apocalypse, even plain steamed buns could taste sweet. This bowl of noodles was far superior to the instant noodles found in supermarkets. Soon, the noodle shop was brimming with customers. Guolin, who had arrived a bit late, searched high and low but couldn't find anyone. Thinking to first go to the 3rd floor of the territory to buy sunbean sprouts for cooking, he unexpectedly spotted his good brother serving food as he ascended to the 2nd floor. Zhao Yu? Zhao Yu turned at the sound, his eyes lighting up with delight.
Yelin.
Hurry.
Come help.
A middle-aged man dining with his family paused at the mention of this familiar phrase. Why does that sound so familiar? How come you? Guolin was pulled into the kitchen, his mind in a whirl. Before he could ask anything, 2 bowls of noodles were already placed in his hands.
Quick.
Table 16 outside. Guolin didn't have time to speak and had to carry the noodles out, planning to ask later. However, once he stepped out, he found himself serving all morning. What on earth are you all eating noodles for so early in the day? By noon, Guolin thought he could finally catch a break, yet even more people arrived. Who eats noodles so early? They were all saving their appetites for lunch.
Yelin.
Once he got busy, there was no stopping. And at this moment, it was still only 8:30 in the morning. Unaware of the significant events involving his son and adopted son, Gutsong was inspecting the soil in the fields. Wonderful. This soil is exceptional. Not a hint of pollution. He carefully pinched the soil between his fingers, his eyes moist with excitement. Jiang Guo found him and politely nodded.
Professor Ye.
I'm counting on you here. I'm not well-versed in farming. We currently have seeds for wheat, rice, and potatoes in the warehouse. Please help plan how to plant them, including tilling the soil and watering. If you have any good suggestions, feel free to share with me. By the way, the growth rate of crops here differs from the outside world. All crops grow at triple the normal speed. You can help devise a plan to maximize harvest and yield. Triple? Gutsong's mind was consumed by that single phrase. What did you say? The growth cycle of these crops is 3 times the normal speed. How is that even possible? Jiang Guo merely smiled, and Gutsong was momentarily stunned before accepting the fact. In this post-apocalyptic world, with all manner of abilities and phenomena, nothing was beyond reason. Gutsong's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, even shining brilliantly. Such soil, such growth speed. It was the farmer's dream come true. Jiang Guo handed him a key, saying, "Oh, I also wish to appoint you as the agricultural supervisor for the fields." The permissions for the agricultural warehouse will be entrusted to you. You will decide how to plant this batch of wheat, rice, and potatoes, how to handle them after planting, and what to plant in the next field. Jiang Guo smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped. Let professionals handle professional tasks. I will leave this intellectual and technical work to you. Your salary will be adjusted to 40 crystal nuclei per day. What do you think? Good Song's breath caught, gazing into the girl's sincere eyes. The injustices he had faced at the base suddenly dissipated. All right, since you choose to trust me, I will exert my utmost effort to ensure this land yields a bountiful harvest. With such land and such a sincere young lady, no lord. He felt that there was nothing he could not accomplish. Chapter 63. A new supermarket is being built, and it's a frenzy. The agricultural supervisor for the fields is former Agricultural Academy Professor Gokong. The manager of the fish pond is once a city's prominent aquaculture tycoon, Cui Ziqian. The manager of the breeding zone is Qiao Kursen, a graduate in animal husbandry from the Agricultural University before the apocalypse. The first two possess rich experience, while the latter, despite lacking experience, has awakened an extraordinarily unique ability that allows her to control animals other than humans. Currently, her supernatural ability is at level 3. When faced with mutated creatures of a lower ability level, a mere thought is sufficient to cause them to self-destruct. Against creatures of the same level, she can immobilize them for approximately 10 seconds, thus securing precious time for her escape. As for dealing with ordinary poultry, it is a trivial matter requiring merely a flick of her finger. Despite possessing such powers, the allure of venturing into the perilous unknown pales in comparison to the safety of her territory, which offers free housing, abundant water, and a vast protective shield that grants her a sense of security. It would indeed be foolish for Qiao Kursen to choose the outside world. Jiang Guo, recognizing her lack of experience, refrained from diminishing her remuneration. As a professional with supernatural abilities, this young lady is exceptionally formidable. She is eager to offer her a chance to prove herself. Qiao Kursen holds an immense admiration for the Lord Jiang Guo, pledging an oath. As long as the Lord places her trust in me, I shall never betray her expectations. Rest assured, I will take excellent care of these little ones, striving to raise them plump and tender, ready to grace your dining table next year. Jiang Guo mused. There is something odd about her words. Perhaps I am simply feeling greedy. The farmland, fish ponds, and pastures have each appointed overseers and assigned staff, swiftly getting back on track. Naturally, Jiang Guo's experience points have significantly increased with this stable and abundant source. Cultivated 1 acre of farmland 1, experience points 1. Sowed seeds once, experience points 1. Watered farmland once, experience points 1. The 3-story small supermarket has been entirely sold out, and with ample land remaining in the territory and a considerable amount of gold coins accrued, Jiang Guo decided to construct a medium-sized shopping supermarket of 500 square meters. Gold coins, 700, new construction in territory. 1 experience, 10. Building, medium-sized shopping supermarket. Area, 500 square meters, 2 levels. Stock, 150,000. Note, the supermarket operates under automated management. Once sold out, it is done. The medium-sized shopping supermarket features increased zoning, with the food section now including a fresh and frozen area as well as a bulk snack section. The non-food section has expanded to include clothing and footwear. The total stock is vastly greater than that of the small supermarket, which only held 8,000 items, while the medium-sized shopping supermarket boasts 150,000 items. This sudden emergence of a large establishment has drawn the attention of all. Even the residents who did not witness it firsthand received notifications, including those living outside the territory. Notification: a new shopping supermarket has been constructed in the territory, rich in supplies, including daily necessities, food, fresh vegetables, fruits, home textiles, household items, electronics, and medicine. Those in need may come to purchase. Furthermore, the location coordinates were kindly provided. In no time, all residents, both within and outside the territory, were abuzz with excitement. A shopping supermarket. Yet another new supermarket. This morning, we saw that the small supermarket was completely out of stock. We had just set out to hunt for crystal cores. And now we must hurry back to seize supplies before they are snatched away. Indeed, let us rush back. With so many people in the territory now, Resources will be hard to come by. Aside from those who had exhausted their crystal cores, the remainder quickly returned. As they had predicted, a long line had already formed at the supermarket entrance, filled with those who had rushed over upon hearing the news.
Wow.
This supermarket is enormous. Indeed. Not only is it large, but it also has 2 stories. It's even bigger than the supermarket near my home, before the apocalypse. It seems there is plenty of stock this time. Finally, we can shop to our heart's content. Not necessarily. Just look at how the line stretches. There have been many newcomers to the territory these past few days. Although the supermarket appears vast, if everyone buys a little, it might not last 2 days. Upon entering, the first sight to greet them was a row of self-service shopping carts available in large, medium, and small sizes. Everyone selected their preferred model and followed the signs into the supermarket, feeling a nostalgic sense of leisurely shopping reminiscent of the pre-apocalyptic days. Honestly, this place is quite impressive. If I weren't certain I wasn't dreaming, I'd think I had been reborn into a peaceful era.
Indeed.
I yearn for those days when everything was abundant and nothing was lacking. Back then, I found supermarket visits tedious. Now, I wish I could shop every day. What kind of person is our Lord? How does she manage to create everything? Why overthink it? Our Lord has never intended to harm us. Based on the various fees in this territory, she simply desires crystal cores. True, there is no need for excessive contemplation. In this apocalypse, if our Lord can provide us with food, clothing, and a safe haven, she is, in my eyes, number 1. She is truly deserving of my respect. Many express their sentiments, reminiscing and feeling exhilarated, especially as the fresh section boasted live fish for sale.
Ah?
Live fish. I want some. I want to eat. Don't think about it. Let us grab some first. The fresh section was already too crowded to enter. Wasn't it just opened? How is it so packed? They've just stocked up with plenty of fresh meat and live fish. There's pork, lamb, beef, rabbit meat, everything. The live fish are massive.
Plus.
There are live shrimp and hairy crabs. Someone exclaimed in surprise, inadvertently attracting even more attention. At that moment, chaos erupted as everyone scrambled to seize items. Were it not for the strict regulations in place within the territory, a brawl would likely have ensued, with individuals becoming frantic in their fervor. The vegetable and fruit sections were similarly congested. However, the quality was indeed superb. Previously, the small supermarket only offered tomatoes, potatoes, cucumbers, bok choy, chili peppers, apples, oranges, and bananas. But now, a plethora of varieties had arrived, with almost all the commonly found vegetables and fruits in the old supermarkets available here. Some grew increasingly excited. Really? Do we have grapes? Are there grapes? Yes. Several varieties. Green, red, and purple.
Ah.
I'm going to grab grapes. The supermarket was abuzz with excitement, everyone feeling anxious. Yet mindful of the regulations, no one dared to act recklessly. Regardless of their urgency, they all obediently formed queues. Chapter 64. A fight breaks out. The supermarket also implemented a purchase limit, allowing each person to buy only one of each item. With this ample stock, it should not sell out in a single day, likely lasting 2 or 3 days. The farmland, fish ponds, and pastures have been put to use and are now operating smoothly, continually contributing experience points to the territory. Jiang Guo has no immediate plans to utilize other areas, reserving them for any unforeseen circumstances that may arise. Thus, these past few days, aside from waiting for the people from the base to arrive, there has been little to do. Jiang Guo contemplated this and felt at ease to pursue her own activities. Today, she primarily focused on practicing body refinement technique in her small courtyard. After executing a set of movements learned yesterday, everything flowed much more smoothly. She could feel the energy circulating within her body with each action, rendering her utterly invigorated. Once she mastered all the movements from the first chapter, Jiang Guo turned to the next chapter and, as expected, encountered a blockage. This time, she refrained from feeling anxious, diligently refining and studying. After roughly half a day, she successfully mastered another set. What a relief! With each bit learned, subtle changes occurred within her body, and the sensation of knowing her health was improving became oddly addictive. Jiang Guo exhaled. Although her progress in the body refinement technique remained at 0, she was genuinely pleased. Having only completed 2 chapters, she already felt the benefits.
Today,
Walking up and down the stairs was effortless, and her physical fitness had evidently improved significantly. Just imagining how she would feel upon completing this book made her want to laugh out loud. Just as she was preparing to take a shower and have a meal, Rudy burst in. "Lady Lord, you must come quickly. Brother Jiang Guo is fighting with someone." Jiang Guo hastily stepped outside, her mind racing with questions. "What transpired?" she inquired. "I am unsure," replied Lu Di, panting yet articulate. Brother Jiang Guo was initially at the entrance of the territory, organizing the newcomers, when a group approached him. I saw him momentarily stunned, and then one man from the group said something to him, which ignited Jiang Guo's fury, leading to a physical altercation. As they reached the outskirts of the territory, Jiang Guo's suspicions were confirmed. She beheld Jiang Guo, in a fit of rage, pummeling a man into submission. The man's companions attempted to intervene, yet Jiang Guo's protective barrier, bestowed upon him by Jiang Guo, repelled them, leaving them helplessly observing his one-sided assault. "Lord! Lord! You must see Director Jiang. We are utterly perplexed as to what has transpired. Our attempts to dissuade him have proven futile." The onlookers parted as Jiang Guo approached, calling out, "Jiang Guo." At that moment, Jiang Guo was evidently consumed by wrath. His eyes reddened as he tightened his grip around the man's throat.
Repeat that.
"What did you say happened to my parents?" The man on the ground turned crimson, struggling desperately for breath, his eyes rolling back in despair. Jiang Guo stepped forward, yanking him up. "Jiang Guo, calm yourself. You are suffocating him. He cannot respond." Jiang Guo snapped back to reality, his gaze shifting to Jiang Guo, as if she were his anchor. Tears cascaded down his cheeks. "Guojia, my parents, they." Jiang Guo clenched his fist, battling against the tears. "He is the childhood friend who deceived me." With a swift gesture, he pointed to several others nearby. "They are the members of the Ba Tian squad." Jiang Guo inhaled deeply. "He claimed to have seen my parents in the neighboring province. He said my father has a limp and my mother is gravely ill. On the brink of death, they stole all their supplies, and when they left, they saw them collapse, unsure if they survived." His voice trembled, faltering to a whisper. Jiang Guo placed a reassuring hand on him, her tone icy as she addressed the trembling man on the ground. "You would do well to swear that you speak the truth." The man trembled further, visibly terrified by Jiang Guo's wrath. The once timid individual had erupted with unexpected ferocity. "No, no. I lied to him. I merely intended to scare him. His parents are perfectly fine. Truly they are." Jiang Guo stepped on his hand, pressing down firmly. "Are you certain? Is that the truth?" Zhang Chao yelped in agony. To his dismay, he had evaded Jiang Guo but not Jiang Guo. The other members of the Ba Tian squad attempted to assist, only to be similarly repelled upon encountering Jiang Guo. They regarded the two with a mixture of awe and fear. What kind of power is this? How strange. They pondered Jiang Guo's miraculous escape from the peaceful building. Not only had he escaped, but he also thrived. They had heard others refer to this girl as the Lord of Jiang-He territory. Their arrival had stemmed from tales of this territory, rumors of abundant supplies, immaculate dwellings, and impenetrable protective barriers. The inhabitants of a city would venture outside daily, only to discover they all spoke of Jiang-He territory. The Ba Tian squad, having left the peaceful building due to water debts, had wandered for days without finding a true refuge. Naturally, upon hearing of this territory, their curiosity was piqued, compelling them to explore. Upon arrival, they were captivated. The streets were lined with vehicles, and ahead loomed a magnificent barrier, as if a divine miracle. Just as they were mesmerized, they spotted Jiang Guo at the entrance. Standing tall, adorned in resplendent attire, his formerly gaunt visage restored to health. They were astonished, questioning how he had managed to escape and thrive while they struggled. How could they not approach him? He was one of their own, a brother who had prospered. How could he forget them? They collectively adopted a menacing demeanor, advancing towards Jiang Guo. Is that not our Jiang Guo from the territory? What brings you here? You found a good path and failed to inform us? One taunted. Indeed. We were genuinely concerned for you, fearing you were suffering in the peaceful building. Yet here you are flourishing. Meanwhile, we have endured hardship. Yes, we are a team. Now that you've found success, you must lend us a hand. Otherwise, you know how our tempers can flare. One attempted to touch Zheng Huan's pristine garments, only to be repelled. They were perplexed. They had expected to intimidate him into submission, but instead, he stood his ground, retorting with biting sarcasm. "Oh, it's you. I hadn't even thought to seek you out. Yet here you are? It appears your circumstances are dire, but what does that concern me? I am far too busy reveling in my good fortune." Their frustration mounted, and in a moment of anger, Zhang Chong carelessly uttered words intended to provoke. Initially meant as a scare tactic, Zheng Huan took offense and retaliated with a punch, resulting in the current predicament. Zhang Chong, trembling, began to slap his own face. "I was merely trying to frighten you. Your parents are unharmed. I was just being reckless. Please spare me." Chapter 65. Childhood Friends? Absurd. Zhang Chong's pitiful pleas did not seem to convey deception, prompting Jiang Guo to release her foot. "He likely speaks the truth. However, he has undoubtedly encountered your parents. We should inquire further for specific details." Zheng Huan nodded, now fully composed, his gaze icy as he interrogated Zhang Chong. "Where exactly did you see my parents?" Zhang Chong winced in pain, his body aching all over, feeling the weight of his lies. He dared not fabricate another story. "In the neighboring province of R. I saw them in the tent area of the base. Your father was limping. I mentioned he was injured, but please, don't strike. He wasn't he truly hurt. I exaggerated to deceive you into leaving the base. He merely twisted his ankle. Your mother had a cough. She appeared unwell. I feared they would recognize me, so I left without greeting them. Then I came to a city, and I lied to you about going to the peaceful building. You are aware of what followed." Zheng Huan could not suppress his anger, and kicked him once more. They had been neighbors growing up together. But Zheng Huan had long since recognized the flaws in Zhang Chong's character. His tendency to dominate games, his refusal to share toys, and his propensity to evade responsibility by feigning innocence had once been minor irritations. However, upon entering high school, Zheng Huan found Zhang Chong's behavior increasingly intolerable, his mockery of the girls in class, his disruptive antics, and his casual contempt for teachers who showed concern for him, as well as his theft of his parents' money for internet access, all while blaming them for not purchasing him a computer. As I reflect upon the past, it becomes evident that Zhang Chong's character had long exhibited signs of his true nature. Yet, out of a sense of camaraderie forged in our childhood, I repeatedly made excuses for him, suppressing the discomfort he instilled within me time and again. Now, I can only liken my feelings to swallowing a fly, utterly repugnant. How could I have endured this individual for so many years? Even after the apocalypse, I naively believed in him, never questioning his words. The anger wells up within me as I recall how I was nearly deceived to the point of losing my life at the peace building. It was sheer folly on my part. Suddenly, a member of the Ba-Tian team broke the silence, pointing fingers at Zhang Chong to shift the blame.
Zheng Huan.
It was he who sought to deceive you initially. He claimed to have a friend with water abilities, someone we could easily fool, insisting he could lure you into our ranks as a source of water, even utilizing you for profit. Our team is weak. We had no choice but to comply. The others hastily nodded in agreement, pleading, "Zheng Huan, we didn't mean any harm. It was all Zhang Chong's idea. Please forgive us. We cannot survive out there. Considering our past as a team, let us rejoin your territory. We implore you." Zhang Chong's expression shifted dramatically, fury evident as he pointed accusingly at the Ba-Tian team. "Nonsense. You threatened me to coax him out or else you would cast me out of the team. This was all your scheme. And now you dare to pin the blame on me? Zheng Huan, do not believe them. They are the villains. I never intended to deceive you. I was coerced." The captain of the Ba-Tian team smirked, not denying the accusation. "Had you not informed us of a friend residing at the A city base, a level 3 water ability user, would we have even attempted to deceive him? Without you, we would not have known who Zheng Huan was. You are the true instigator of all this." "Enough." Zheng Huan interjected with a sharp exhale, fixing them with a cold gaze. "Regardless of who you are, I shall not place my trust in you. I only know that you are my adversaries." A dagger was handed to him, and Jiang Guo watched him with a smile. Zheng Huan returned her smile, accepting the dagger as he approached Zhang Chong. No. Zheng Huan, please remain calm. We grew up together as childhood friends. You cannot do this." "Childhood friends?" Zheng Huan scoffed, as if he had heard the most absurd of jokes. "You consider me a friend. yet conspired with others to deceive me? You label me a friend while you watch them torment and abuse me daily? You think of me as a friend only to exploit my value and then abandon me without a second thought? Did you ever contemplate whether I might perish in the peace building, drained of my abilities? Did you ever think about the vengeance of those to whom you owe water debts and whether they might take it out on me? You never considered me your friend back then. And now, you dare to claim we are friends?
Ha. No, no, Sengwan.
No, please, with a swift motion. The blade found its mark, and Zhang Chang's eyes widened in shock, hatred flickering in their depths. He could not comprehend why the usually placid Zheng Huan was now so unforgiving. Zhang Chang lay lifeless, and gasps of astonishment filled the air. A woman, hesitating as she prepared to enter the territory, grasped her teammate's arm, whispering, "Isn't fighting forbidden within the territory? A life has been taken, and the steward is the one committing murder, while the Lord watches with indifference. With such a Lord and steward, should we reconsider entering this territory?" Her teammate quickly reassured her, "Do not worry. Fighting is strictly prohibited within the territory. This occurred outside its bounds. Did you not hear? They deceived the steward first. They deserve their fate." "I still find it too cruel," the woman murmured, her discomfort palpable as she regarded Jiang Guo. "How can such a person be a lord?" Jiang Guo's piercing gaze was reminiscent of her insufferable sister, effortlessly drawing everyone's attention without lifting a finger. "Dear lady, if you are so sympathetic and cannot bear to witness his demise, why not take his place? Now that he is dead, your faux concern is rather nauseating. Indeed. Do you dare to accuse our lord of cruelty? I find you to be the truly repugnant one. After 2 years of apocalypse, where is your compassion? It is utterly insincere. Absolutely. I can hardly stand the sight of you. If you do not wish to enter the territory, then do not. We do not need you." Chapter 66. You have gone too far. The woman was taken aback, not expecting her words to be overheard or met with derision. You are being unreasonable. I merely voiced a single concern. They say the territory's security is well managed, yet the Lord stands by as the steward commits murder. Does that not inspire fear? Is it wrong to question the veracity of such claims? She bit her lip, adopting a demeanor of someone wronged. Her teammates exchanged glances, exasperated. After 2 years of apocalypse, her skin was rough and dry, yet she still believed her behavior would elicit sympathy. If not for her sister's prowess as a core team member, who would willingly endure the trouble she brought. As the woman prepared to speak again, a teammate swiftly covered her mouth, addressing the crowd apologetically. "Forgive us. She is a bit unhinged. I will take her away now," pulling her towards the territory. They were met with a sudden change in the atmosphere as they approached the luminescent barrier. "What is happening?" the teammate queried, perplexed. The woman, feigning calmness, clutched her hands tightly. "It's nothing. I just remembered I left something at the base. Please take me back to retrieve it." Her teammate, taken aback, could no longer contain their frustration. "Why did you not mention this before? I asked you several times, and you assured me you had everything. Now, upon reaching the territory, you claim you need to return. You didn't drive the entire way. You've caused endless delays. Now, at the entrance, you stir up anger and then say you can't enter because you forgot something?" The teammate scoffed, continuing, "You chatter endlessly, unaware of the hassle this entails. We spent over 3 hours waiting at the territory gate. If we go back now, who knows how long we will be delayed. Do you truly believe you are a princess? Were it not for your sister, who would even bother with you? If you wish to return to the base, so be it. Then go on your own. Have the audacity to speak up and drive yourself back. You may be a nuisance, but you accomplish little." The woman, prideful, felt her face flush with anger. "You, what of it? What is your ailment? Do you intend to enter or not? If not, I shall proceed without you. You can remain outside." The teammate's tone was exceedingly irate. "If you had only come with us from the start, I would not have needed to make this detour. What a burden you are. Hurry up." The woman trembled, realizing that laughter and mockery surrounded her, yet she lacked the courage to step forward. With such commotion, Jiang Guo naturally took notice, narrowing her eyes as she observed the scene. While others could not perceive it as the Lord, she recognized the alert above the woman as head. Detection. Human, malicious intent 60. For the sake of harmony and safety within the territory, automatic closure of entry options activated. Entry denied. Please vacate immediately. Failure to comply will result in electric expulsion. Forceful entry or malicious attacks on the barrier will activate automatic execution. No wonder she hesitated to enter. Jiang was scoffed, choosing to disregard the situation, as long as she did not enter her territory. It was of no concern to her. Zheng Huan had already dealt with the remaining members of the Batian team. Their malicious intent rendered them unworthy of sympathy. Sister Guo, I wish to discuss a matter with you, Zheng Huan said hesitantly. However, Jiang Guo had already surmised his intent. Was he hoping to seek out his uncle and aunt? Zheng Huan's eyes flickered, and he responded softly, yes. Go ahead. I will manage the territory in your absence. It is paramount that you locate your parents. Although Zhang Chang reassured us that your uncle and aunt are safe, their circumstances are still precarious. Surviving in this apocalyptic world is no small feat. The sooner you find them, the sooner you can rest easy, Jiang Guo advised. You may take the off-road vehicle. I rarely leave the territory and have no need for it. By the way, here is this storage ring. It contains supplies I've set aside for emergencies, including food and water. Take it with you. Zheng Huan's lips trembled as he grasped the ring tightly in his palm. Sister Guo. Jiang Guo patted his shoulder reassuringly. That's enough. Hurry along, don't waste time. Find your uncle and aunt and bring them back to the territory. That is the priority. Understood. Zheng Huan quickly wiped his eyes. His voice tinged with a hint of emotion. I will return as swiftly as possible. Jiang Guo shook her head. There's no need to rush. Just go with peace of mind. Zheng Huan's favorability level. 1. Current favorability, 96. Jiang Guo smiled as she watched him drive away. Once he had departed, she wielded her staff to lift the bodies of the Batian squad and Zhang Chang, casting them towards the light barrier. Automatic strangulation. In an instant, they were obliterated. A scream pierced the air. Jiang Guo turned to see the woman who had just been unable to enter. Upon meeting Jiang Guo's gaze, the woman froze, seemingly attempting to muster a smile, but her expression only contorted further. Jiang Guo remained indifferent, turning her back as she entered the territory. After all, she knew the woman could not enter. With such a high malevolence value, her only fate would be death if she attempted to breach the barrier. It would be wise for her to flee quickly. If she chose to linger, she would meet her demise, and Jiang Guo would not intervene. Seeing Jiang Guo depart, the woman exhaled in relief, yet her frustration towards her teammates remained unyielding. I refuse to go in. I want to return to the territory. I don't trust them. Just take me back. Her teammates, infuriated, felt as if their chests might burst. If you want to leave, I won't stop you. But first, you must explain yourself to your sister. You insisted on returning. It is not my fault for bringing you here. Having taken her sister's crystal core, she felt compelled to see things through. She could leave if she wished, but would she be willing to escort her? The only reason they were even arguing was the connection to the crystal core and her sister. Enough. If you don't wish to enter, fine. I'll go directly find your sister and have her come out to speak with you. I've already brought you here. I have no interest in wasting time with you. The woman opened her mouth to protest, but her teammate had already turned away. There were whispers amongst the others, discussing her, but the woman seemed oblivious. She possessed no supernatural abilities, dared not venture far, could not drive, and lacked a crystal core. Even if she wanted to leave, it would require that wretched girl to personally return her to the base, leaving behind a crystal core. It was she who had arranged for her own departure. She must take responsibility, and that high and mighty girl, she would surely return to expose her true nature. She would inform everyone of the heartless person she truly was. Warn them all to steer clear of this cursed place. To claim her malevolence value was high? Preposterous. Unbeknownst to Jiang Guo, who was unaware of the woman plotting to tarnish her territory's reputation, she was feeling somewhat troubled at the moment. With Zheng Huan gone, where could she find someone to assist her with the tasks at hand? She spent her days contemplating what to build, sorting and shelving the crystal cores, and selecting and purchasing items through the trading system, all of which consumed considerable mental energy. Now, with the added burden of training skills, she truly lacked the capacity to take on additional responsibilities. Perhaps a recruitment notice? It was time to gather more hands. That very afternoon, a new hiring notice was posted on the territory bulletin board. This time, the positions were for management roles, with no restrictions on supernatural abilities. The Lord is hiring again. No restrictions on abilities. Management roles available. Regular folks can apply. My mother can, exclaimed one applicant. She used to be the head of the Women's Federation. I can too. I was the president of the student council. You're not a supernatural being, so don't compete with us regular folks for jobs, crying. My abilities aren't that strong. It's far too dangerous to fight outside. Life in the territory is much more comfortable. I can't agree with you. The capable should rise to the top. As before, the recruitment drew a crowd. This time, without Zheng Huan's assistance, Jiang Guo added an experience requirement, narrowing down the pool of applicants. Then, she conducted a uniform assessment of their malevolence values, allowing candidates to enter based on their scores from low to high. Ultimately, she found that some candidates had values that were alarmingly low, while others were too high to trust. Those in the middle were acceptable, presenting rational arguments and demonstrating a clear sense of justice. Jiang Guo was particularly pleased with two individuals. One was Lu Nianxi, the former head of the Women's Federation, who exuded warmth and possessed high emotional intelligence. Jiang Guo appointed her to oversee the territory's public relations, guidance, and resident mediation. The other was a fiery young girl named Tu Na, who wielded fire abilities and displayed a rather tempestuous temperament. Her responses to Jiang Guo's inquiries were decisive, well-reasoned,
and fair.
Jiang Guo recognized that having someone with supernatural powers would instill a sense of authority. In this dystopian world, strength was paramount. A strong manager would ensure compliance among the subordinates. Tu Na was an excellent choice. Together with Lu Nianxi, they would provide a perfect balance of firmness and empathy. Jiang Guo instructed Tu Na to assume Zheng Huan's previous responsibilities while continuing to recruit personnel for the fields, fish ponds, and pastures. She requested an additional 10 individuals for the fields and pastures, and around 5 for the fish ponds. Meanwhile, the new recruits would also need to undergo evaluations. Those who did not meet the standards would be dismissed, and suitable candidates would continue to be sought. Recruiting was truly no easy task. Finding satisfactory individuals required considerable effort. Jiang Guo said to Tu Na, "Currently, there are no additional tasks. Your responsibilities are yet to be defined. I will inform you of any tasks that arise. If it's a busy period, there will be additional compensation. Your salary will be 20 crystal cores per day, and if you perform well, it will increase. You will have a single room in the staff dormitory rent-free during your employment, along with a storage backpack and daily necessities, just as the others have. Is that acceptable?" Tu Na pondered for a mere second. Yes. Excellent. Hear us to a fruitful collaboration. Jiang Guo beamed, extending her hand. Tu Na glanced at her, and ultimately accepted the handshake, her icy demeanor softening slightly. To a fruitful collaboration. After bidding farewell to Tu Na, Jiang Guo announced a pause in recruitment. At present, there were not many affairs to manage, and she was quite satisfied with these 2 hires. The remaining candidates had excessively high malevolence values, so she decided to postpone further recruitment for now. With new hires in place, Jiang Guo felt a wave of contentment as she headed off to have a meal, followed by a return to her small courtyard to delve into studying medicine. If there was one subject that proved most challenging to learn, she believed it was indeed medicine. The medical texts were far thicker than others. Jiang Guo found herself opening and closing the book multiple times. It truly embodied the adage, from initiation to abandonment. Yet, medicine was immensely useful. She genuinely yearned to master the skill. With a heavy heart, she turned to the first page, which she had already opened several times before. No. Today, she must conquer this page. With newfound determination, she buried herself in her studies. Meanwhile, at the central city base of Province R, 2 elderly individuals were confronting a theft. "How dare you steal my belongings? Guards, take them away." "No. We haven't taken anything from you." Zheng Qingzhou stood protectively in front of his wife, but due to an injury on his leg, he was easily shoved aside. "Old Zheng," his wife, "you man," exclaimed anxiously. Not far off, a man in a white lab coat impatiently urged, "Hurry up. Take them away. Dr. Pang is in urgent need of personnel." Zheng Qingzhou and Yu Mang had no time to utter a word before they were blindfolded and forcibly taken away. Nearby, many individuals in the tent area huddled, afraid to lift their heads. Such occurrences have become alarmingly frequent of late. It remains unclear what the higher-ups intend to do. as they continually harass the residents here with a myriad of unreasonable justifications, snatching people away at will. Those residing in the tent area have grown so fearful that they hardly dare to speak. During the day, they rush out to work, fearing to linger in this place. The unfortunate couple just now had particularly bad luck. Previously, they managed to evade capture while working, but a few days ago, the man's leg injury flared up, forcing him to remain in the tent area, and now, they have caught their unfortunate eye. Sister, why did they take Uncle Jiang and Aunt Yu? Two inconspicuous children cowered in the chaotic tent, the girl covering her brother's mouth with a finger to her lips. Shoo. Wait until they leave. Once the coast was clear, the girl gently touched her brother's forehead and replied, "The base is quite perilous lately. While I'm away during the day, you must hide well. Find a spot where no one can see you. If someone comes, just crouch beneath the tent. You're small, they won't see you." She could not answer his question, for she too was in the dark. All she knew was that the base was no longer a sanctuary for her and her brother. The little boy felt a rising panic. Uncle Jiang and Aunt Yu had always treated them kindly, and their capture worried him. Yet, he could discern from his sister's tone that this matter was grave, beyond their capacity to resolve. "All right, I will hide well. Sister, you must be careful when you go out during the day." Ren-Mo nodded, affectionately stroking her brother's hair in silence, her gaze fixed on the direction where the couple had been taken. Zheng Huan sped along the road, his heart suddenly lurching, filled with an ominous premonition. He pressed down harder on the accelerator, disregarding any obstacles in his path, urging himself to go faster, faster. By 3 a.m, Zheng Huan arrived at Province R. The base was eerily desolate, shrouded in darkness, with few people at the entrance. The guard, bleary-eyed, confirmed his humanity and allowed him entry after collecting the supplies he carried, which amounted to little more than a crumpled half-bag of instant noodles. In these times of dire scarcity, even half a bag of noodles held more value than a human life. Offering too much would only draw attention. The guard accepted the noodles, clearly eager to see him gone, forgetting to record his information, consumed by the thought of savoring the rare treat. Zheng Huan frowned but said nothing, his apprehension deepening. This base felt inferior to the one in City A. Something felt amiss. Stealthily, he inquired about the tent area and learned its whereabouts. The tent area was vast and chaotic, stretching endlessly before him, and with the night obscuring his vision, Zheng Huan found himself at a loss. He quietly awakened the nearest person in a tent. "Excuse me, do you know Zheng Qingzhou and Yu Mang?" The person, irritated at being roused in the middle of the night, was about to curse, but upon seeing the sausage Zheng Huan offered, he immediately perked up. "Huh? Who? I didn't quite catch that." Zheng Huan enunciated clearly, "Zheng Qingzhou and Yu Mang. A couple. The man is refined, and the woman has an oval face with double eyelids, a mole above her right eyebrow." "Wait, I think I do recall someone like that," the person replied. "Really? Where are they?" Zheng Huan exclaimed, surprised that the first person he asked recognized his parents. "Just a moment, let me think." The individual's gaze remained fixated on the sausage in Zheng Huan's hand. After a long pause, the person continued to stall, and Zheng Huan's expression soured. He swiftly drew a knife, demanding, "Do you recognize them or not?" The knife pressed to his neck made the man falter. "I don't know. Let go, let go." Seeing his voice rise in panic, Zheng Huan swiftly incapacitated him. He proceeded to question several more individuals, rewarding those who provided useful information with sausages or water, while those who feigned ignorance met the same fate as the first. After interrogating around 30 people across different tent sections, Zheng Huan finally gleaned the whereabouts of his parents and hurried towards the designated area. Suddenly, a faint sound caught his attention, and he turned to see a tall, slender girl lurking behind him, appearing rather furtive. "Show brother, I know where Uncle Jiang is. Follow me." Zheng Huan felt a wave of caution wash over him as he scanned the surroundings, but ultimately decided to follow her to a more concealed location. Ren-Mo explained, "I couldn't sleep and heard some commotion outside. I've been following you for a while. Brother, are you Zheng uncle and Aunt Yu's son? Is your name Zheng Huan?" Upon hearing this, Zheng Huan immediately confirmed that this girl genuinely knew his parents. "Yes, you know my parents, right? Where are they?" The girl scanned the area cautiously. They were taken away. 5 minutes later, Zheng Huan had pieced together a general understanding of the situation at the R province base. It was indeed inferior to the one in City A. Run Mo elaborated. Things were manageable 2 years ago, but last month, the base leader died unexpectedly and the deputy leader went missing. A group with black wings stormed in and seized control, plunging the base into chaos. The ability users are faring well, but those of us in the tent area have been utterly neglected. Over 1,000 people have died in the past 2 months. Many have been taken away after being maliciously targeted, including Uncle Zheng and Aunt Yu. I don't know what they want with us, but I do know where they were taken. Zheng Huan, filled with anger and anxiety, pressed, "Where? Take me there." Ran Mo shook her head, firmly stating, "There are too many people and guards. You likely won't be able to bring them back alone." Zheng Huan insisted, "Don't worry. I can get them out. Just tell me where." Ran Mo hesitated before looking at him earnestly. "I can take you there. But you must promise me one thing." "What is it?"
Just say it.
Jiang Guo was truly anxious. "When you leave, you must take me and my brother with you. I don't care where you're going. You have to take us along." Zhang Huan narrowed his eyes, gazing at the slender girl before him, whose determination shone through.
All right.
"I promise to take you both." Once he agreed, the girl rushed to awaken her brother. She instructed Zhang Huan to protect them and hid her brother in a nearby dumpster by the base entrance. Duo, hide well and don't make a sound. I'll come back for you soon." Duo nodded, covering his mouth. He knew how to hide well and would ensure he remained undetected. Zhang Huan watched the two children, his heart softening. Ran Mo settled her brother and turned back to him, whispering, "Let us go." At the Province Central Laboratory, Zheng Huan's heart tightened. A laboratory? What good could come from such a place? Entering here meant. Ran Mo grasped his arm. "Don't panic. There are many guards here. We mustn't be careless. A single misstep could lead to our discovery." Zhang Huan took a deep breath to compose himself, rummaging through his backpack. He recalled that Guojia had mentioned the presence of some protective gear inside. Indeed, he uncovered something valuable, an invisibility cloak. Item: invisibility cloak. Function: when worn, it remains undetectable under any circumstances by the naked eye, infrared, surveillance, or vision-based abilities. Note: usable for 24 hours at a time, with a maximum of 5 uses. Regrettably, there is only one. Zhang Huan glanced at the girl. "I know a place. You wait outside. Can you hide on your own?"
The girl nodded, yes.
She was highly alert and adept at concealing herself. Otherwise, she wouldn't have survived this long with her younger brother. Zhang Huan still felt a twinge of unease, handing her a multifunctional knife, a bottle of water, and 2 sausages. "You find a place to hide first. Once I locate the person, I will come out. If I'm not out by daytime, you and your brother should return to the tent area. I will definitely come looking for you." Ran Mo accepted the items, hesitating, her gaze fixed on him. "You promise?" "I promise." Ran Mo pinched her fingers. "All right. I'll take a gamble. I'll give you just 10 hours. If I don't see you, I'll call for help. At that point, we'll see if you're fortunate. If you've already fled, consider yourself lucky. But if you're still inside, don't blame me." She trusted no one. She wanted to live and hoped to find a safe haven after escaping with her brother. Zhang Huan bore her wariness with understanding. It was wise for such a young child to be cautious.
All right.
"Within 10 hours, I assure you I will emerge. Even if I fail to locate the person, I will at least come out to greet you."
Dynamo.
Zhang Huan donned the invisibility cloak and made his way to the laboratory entrance, where 4 individuals were still patrolling at that hour. He walked past them without drawing any suspicion. They merely sensed a sudden gust of wind, causing them to shiver slightly. Zhang Huan proceeded unhindered inside, encountering numerous surveillance cameras and infrared barriers along the way. Yet under the protection of the invisibility cloak, they were rendered utterly ineffective. However, he ultimately found himself stymied before a series of experimental doors, all requiring a password, fingerprint, and facial recognition to pass. Zhang Huan fell into a quandary, at which point he couldn't help but think of Jiang Guo. How he wished she were here. She possessed an exceptional skill set and a plethora of useful gadgets, effortlessly dealing with such obstacles. Alas, Jiang Guo was not present, and he had to devise a solution himself. In his search, Zheng Huan located the control room of the central laboratory. Chapter 69. Is anyone there? Discovered. 2 individuals were patrolling at the entrance of the control room. Zheng Huan stood before them, but they continued their rounds, entirely oblivious to his presence. After waiting for a while, someone emerged from within, and Zhang Huan seized the opportunity to slip inside. Upon looking up, he was nearly blinded by the multitude of electronic screens inside. The laboratory was impressively large, spanning 5 floors, 2 above ground and 3 below. Each level housed dozens of rooms, amounting to hundreds of electronic screens. 6 individuals were seated, fixated on the monitors. Zhang Huan quietly moved behind them to survey the scene. Suddenly, one person turned around, their sharp gaze landing on him. Zhang Huan held his breath as the individual approached. Standing merely half a meter away, their expression puzzled. "Lao Wang, what are you doing?" Someone called out to him. The man before Zhang Huan furrowed his brow. "I just heard movement behind me, right here." Other colleagues turned to look. "Lao Wang, you must be mistaken. There's nothing behind us." "Indeed, there's nothing. Perhaps you're too stressed and hallucinating?" Lao Wang pinched his brow. "Maybe so." He returned to his seat, and the others resumed their watch over the monitors. A job that required constant vigilance. Zhang Huan slowly exhaled, becoming even more cautious. Finally, after reviewing the surveillance, a surge of unnamed fury ignited within him. This base in Province R was indeed conducting human experiments. They were breeding mutated zombies using humans as their source. Those individuals appeared emaciated. Clearly the ordinary people from the base's tent area, crammed together in an enormous cage. Zhang Huan had not found his parents elsewhere and surmised they were likely here. However, rescuing just 2 people was insufficient. He lacked the ability to save them all. Once again, he longed for Jiang Guo. If only she were here, capable of accomplishing great feats. Zhang Huan didn't believe he could rescue everyone, even if he managed to save them. The heavily armed guards with abilities would make it impossible for him to escape with so many people. In fact, releasing them might hasten their demise. People are inherently selfish. Zhang Huan could only guarantee the safety of his parents, leaving everyone else behind. He gritted his teeth and retrieved a microbomb from his storage backpack. It must be said that Jiang Guo had prepared ample supplies. With this collection of items, he could navigate the end of the world with confidence. Since they were feeding zombies, if he detonated those zombies, they would no longer need to be fed. Without hesitation, Zhang Huan meticulously studied the layout from the control room, drafting a plan in his mind, and slipped out when the coast was clear. Over 2 hours later, Zhang Huan finally pinpointed his parents' location among the crowd. He didn't initially sabotage the surveillance in the cell block, but instead ran to disable the cameras in other, more distant areas, diverting most of the guards' attention elsewhere. In the cell block, most individuals were asleep, yet Zheng Qingzhou, who had just been captured that day, was wide awake. He held his frail wife in his arms, stroking the photograph in his hand. 2 years had passed since the apocalypse, and they still hadn't reached City A. Had he known, he would have resolutely forbade her from going to City A for work, so far from home that they couldn't even meet. He hadn't returned home in over half a year before the apocalypse. Afterward, they lost contact and could only find a way toward City A, having passed through 2 bases. By the time they arrived at the base in Province R, he had injured his leg, and his wife had fallen gravely ill, forcing them to remain here temporarily to recuperate. They hadn't had a chance to rest properly, nor sufficient resources to eat, nearly pushing them to the brink. They had survived solely through the hope of seeing their son again, but this ordeal had taken a toll on their health, rendering them incapable of continuing their journey. With the recent turmoil in the base, they had agreed to leave regardless of the circumstances, yet before they could escape, they were captured. Had they only persevered a bit longer, City A wasn't far away. Once captured, they lost all chance of seeing their son again. He couldn't help but wonder if his son was still alive.
"Dad."
Zhang Huan's voice rang in his father's ears, followed by an invisible hand tightly covering his mouth. "Dad, don't make a sound." In the chaos, Zhang Huan slipped into the cell block, quietly approaching his parents. Zheng Qingzhou initially thought he was imagining his son due to longing, but when the hands clamped down firmly, he realized it was indeed his foolish son. "You nearly suffocated me." Zheng Qingzhou grasped at the empty air around him, pulling outward while nodding. "I understand. I want to make a sound. Just be gentler. I'm about to choke." Understanding his father's expression, Zhang Huan quickly released his grip and whispered close to his father's ear, "Dad, I'm here to rescue you and Mom. Wake her quietly, then move closer to the cell door. I'll find a way to open it. Just focus on getting out." Leave the rest to me. Zhang Qingzhou blinked. Can this work? His son had never been particularly reliable.
Dad.
Trust me, Zheng Huan retorted, his voice resolute and unwavering. Zhang Qingzhou gazed at the air before him, ultimately choosing to place his trust in his son. To his astonishment, his son was revealed to be an extraordinary individual endowed with supernatural abilities. He had never imagined that this boy could possess such powers. It seemed he had an ability to render himself invisible, a trait that aligned perfectly with his son's elusive nature. It was as if the ancestral graves had suddenly emitted a plume of green smoke. Had it not been for the terrifying mutated flora that now enveloped the mountain where their ancestors lay, he would certainly have gone to pay his respects. Zheng Huan, unaware of his father's musings, observed as his father quietly roused his mother, and upon hearing his father's words, her expression was unmistakably one of disbelief, as if to say, "Have you lost your mind?" Yu Man glanced around and, lowering her voice, admonished him to stop daydreaming at such an hour and to sleep quickly, as they were uncertain of what tomorrow might bring. Zhang Qingzhou grew anxious, yet he dared not voice his objections loudly for fear of awakening others. Zheng Huan, with forthrightness, continued his previous actions of covering his father's mouth. After a moment of panic, Yu Man gradually regained her composure and, with wide eyes, communicated her belief to the air. Mom and Dad, hunch down and huddle together as closely as you can while moving outside. I possess an invisibility cloak that is quite large. I will shield you from the surveillance as you make your way to the cell door. The rest is up to me. Invisibility cloak? Both Zhang Qingzhou and Yu Man were taken aback, yet now was not the time for such thoughts. They held their breath and focused, bending down and embracing one another tightly. Zheng Huan unfurled the invisibility cloak behind them, and together they maneuvered past the slumbering individuals, safely reaching the cell door. Pretend as though you've been sleeping here all along. Don't move just yet, Zheng Huan whispered. The couple nodded in agreement. Zheng Huan stepped aside, exposing them to the surveillance. The guard monitoring the cell happened to be distracted by other screens, noticing nothing amiss and continuing to focus elsewhere. Zheng Huan had stealthily acquired the keys earlier. The lock on the cell door was merely hanging loosely, not truly secured. He exited, disabling 2 nearby cameras, leaving only 2 guards stationed around the cell. Taking a deep breath, Zheng Huan grasped his weapon firmly and swiftly knocked out each guard, then, in a flash, swung open the cell door. Zhang Qingzhou and Yu Man, who had been waiting at the entrance, immediately dove into his invisibility cloak. Chapter 70. Are you done? Now it's my turn. Once you're equipped with the invisibility cloak, when I say run, you run. When I say slow down, you slow down. As long as we remain undetected, we will surely escape. What about you?
Yu Man exclaimed in alarm.
Do not worry. I have other magical artifacts at my disposal. Just follow my lead. Move quickly, and don't waste time. Without waiting for their response, Zheng Huan dashed out. Zhang Qingzhou and Yu Man, already slender, had been rendered almost ethereal by the tribulations of the apocalypse. They huddled closely under the expansive invisibility cloak, rendering them nearly invisible. Zheng Huan felt reassured and sprinted forward for 200 meters, guiding them. The personnel in the monitoring room quickly spotted him, but the guards were still preoccupied elsewhere, unable to respond immediately, and could only frantically urge one another to act. Seizing the moment, Zheng Huan gestured run. Zhang Qingzhou and Yu Man gritted their teeth and followed him. The cell was located on the second sublevel, and as they reached the first sublevel, they encountered another guard.
Slow down,
Zheng Huan signaled. The 2 behind him promptly covered themselves with their clothing, anxiously watching ahead, fearful for their son's safety. To their shock, they witnessed a scene that made their hearts race. Any guard who approached their son was sent flying. Indeed, they were propelled away. Even the bullets fired at him could not reach his form, ricocheting back towards the guards. Not only were Zhang Qingzhou and Yu Man stunned, but the guards pursuing Zheng Huan were equally astonished. However, before any could articulate their disbelief, the bullets that had rebounded struck them squarely in the forehead. Thus, with Zheng Huan shielded by an invisible barrier and his parents cloaked from sight, they made their way to the ground floor. As they neared the entrance, a throng of guards, dispatched from the monitoring room, came charging in, having identified the true culprit, Zheng Huan. Zheng Huan positioned himself protectively in front of his parents, urging them to escape swiftly. Aware of their son's abilities, the couple dared not complicate matters further, hastening towards the exit, unseen by the guards. Drop your weapons. Otherwise, we will open fire. The remaining guards, oblivious to his protective barrier, believed they could intimidate Jiang Guo with their firearms. Jiang Guo scoffed, standing unfazed before over 100 armed men, displaying no hint of trepidation. Go ahead, fire, he said nonchalantly. The guards, incensed by his provocation, complied and fired. Then, they were left aghast. All the bullets seemed to lose their force mere meters away from Jiang Guo, repelled by an unseen barrier. And the guards in the front row were all struck. With 2 volleys, 2 rows of guards fell, and the remaining personnel hastily retracted their weapons, no longer daring to act recklessly. Are you finished? Now it's my turn, Jiang Guo declared with a chilling smile, revealing a button in his hand. This was a miniature bomb. Earlier, while cloaked, he had discreetly placed it within the zombie-esque containment chamber. He had surveyed the area and found that the chamber was located in the most secure room, constructed from super-resistant materials. If detonated, only the chamber containing the zombies would be affected. However, he had no intention of disclosing this information. The guards would think otherwise. Stop. As the object in his hand became visible, all retreated instinctively, only to realize they were backed against the laboratory and quickly advanced again, but Jiang Guo blocked their path. Unperturbed by their intentions, he pressed the button, and the guards, wary of his mysterious powers, hesitated to act, glancing at him as they retreated from the laboratory. Jiang Guo pulled 2 children from the shadows, and as some attempted to use them as leverage, he showed no mercy, feigning to press the button once more.
Don't.
Let them go. The guards quickly capitulated. Jiang Guo continued out of the base and into an off-road vehicle. Zheng Qingzhou and Yu Man followed closely, entering the vehicle first. Jiang Guo took the driver's seat, still gripping the button. The ambushed supernatural guards swiftly attempted to snatch it from him, but Jiang Guo tossed it into the crowd and sped away. In the ensuing chaos, someone shouted, "Don't move. Be careful not to step on anything." The crowd froze, paralyzed by fear, shining their flashlights everywhere, hesitant to make any sudden movements. By the time they finally located the button, Jiang Guo's vehicle had long vanished. Could that boy have been bluffing? That might not even be the bomb's button. Perhaps. Otherwise, why would he have thrown it? Or it could be a decoy. The real button might still be in his possession. No matter what, we must return and report to the doctor and conduct a thorough investigation. We need to locate the bomb. In a frenzied rush, they returned, sealing off the laboratory and halting all experiments to initiate a bomb search. After 10 arduous hours, they finally reviewed all the surveillance footage frame by frame. What they could confirm was that this boy possessed the ability to become invisible. Furthermore, he exhibited an inexplicable capacity to deflect certain attacks. Due to his invisibility, they could not discern many details, leaving them unable to ascertain whether he had indeed planted a bomb. A man, bespectacled and with a single ear, donned in a laboratory coat, fiddled with a small button in his hand, his gaze shadowed with melancholy. Is it real or not? Let us give it a try. The guards shivered in response. Everyone retreated outside the laboratory, carrying away all vital technical documents, excluding the feed in the cells, of course. The man stood at the forefront, his thumb poised over the button, his expression inscrutable. When he pressed it, a faint pop echoed, barely audible. A collective sigh of relief washed over the crowd.
Ha!
They thought he was something extraordinary. Turns out he was merely bluffing. What could such a small bomb possibly destroy? Destroy what? It could annihilate the mutant zombie they had been breeding. Upon witnessing the obliteration of his creation, Pang Mi's expression shattered, unleashing a terrifying fury. My experimental subject. Days passed amidst monitoring surveillance, transferring technical materials, and devising explosion plans, culminating in the fateful moment of detonation. As these events unfolded, the personnel in the laboratory were still laboriously scanning the footage, while Jiang Guo had already raced back to the territory at breakneck speed. He felt as though he had discovered a lifeline, having endured much anguish outside, and he called out to Jiang Guo, tears streaming down his face, "Sister Guo." Chapter 71. Merely expressing gratitude seemed insufficiently sincere. Jiang Guo gasped, "Are you saying that Province R is conducting human experiments? Breeding mutant zombies?" Indeed. Jiang Guo recounted his harrowing experiences with an air of trepidation.
My parents were captured by them.
Had I not ventured to Province last night, I might never see them again. He quickly added, by the way, Sister Guo, these are my parents, and these two children who guided me here, my sister Renamo and my brother Renduo. Upon noticing Jiang Guo's gaze, the couple immediately knelt, exclaiming, Miss Jiang, thank you for saving our son. He is our only child. Without you, we truly cannot bear to imagine what would have happened.
Thank you.
Jiang Guo had already informed them of the situation during their journey, and they understood that it was this very girl who had rescued their son and provided him with a safe haven. If their son were lost, they would find little meaning in their lives during this apocalypse. Thus, she had saved not just one life, but the lives of their entire family of 3. Jiang Guo was momentarily taken aback, nearly propelled away, and hurriedly urged, please get up.
Goodness.
Jiang Guo was equally astonished. Mom and Dad, what are you doing? Sister Guo does not appreciate this manner of gratitude. Zheng Qingzhou and Yu Man, accustomed to public service and teaching before the apocalypse, easily discerned Jiang Guo's discomfort and promptly rose, wearing apologetic smiles. Miss Jiang, we mean no offense. We are simply grateful. Truly, we are immensely thankful. In a world ravaged by catastrophe, they had little to offer in return, and mere words of thanks felt inadequate. They thought that kneeling before her would convey their sincerity. But instead, it startled her. Jiang Guo, noticing their embarrassment, smiled warmly. It's quite all right, Uncle Zheng and Aunt Yu. You needn't be so formal. Zheng Huan has been concerned about you both. He has remained here to assist me due to the multitude of matters arising from the establishment of the territory. The progress we've made owes much to his efforts, so I should be the one thanking him. You need not be so courteous. Once you arrive, you become part of the territory. The couple recognized her words as mere politeness, yet her kind demeanor greatly alleviated their awkwardness. Furthermore, her delicate and endearing round face, with large, glistening eyes that gazed earnestly during conversation, instantly endeared her to them. They could hardly help but wish to comply with her every request. Very well. They replied in unison, their faces brightening with affectionate smiles, feeling a fondness for her. Alas, such a wonderful girl. They could never produce a daughter like her. They envied her parents for having raised such a daughter. Surely, they must wake up smiling in their dreams. As for any thoughts of wishing she would become their daughter-in-law, not a chance. They were well aware of their son's shortcomings. Though he was indeed handsome, he fell far short of being a heartthrob. In terms of looks, he was outshone by this young lady, and his simplicity rendered him particularly gullible, lacking the intellect she possessed. As for physical prowess and overall strength, the disparity was glaringly evident. Should he dare entertain any aspirations, they would surely break his legs. He needed a reality check to see what delusions he was harboring. Zheng Huan was blissfully unaware of his parents' disdain, as he bid farewell to Jiang Guo. Sister Guo, I'll go arrange things for my parents and return in an hour. Forget about an hour. You haven't slept in a day. Rest well. Today you have a day off. Zheng Huan, touched, exclaimed, Sister Guo, you're truly wonderful. Jiang Guo chuckled lightly. Once you've rested, we can explore the territory together with your parents and ensure they are well settled. I'll also seek out any healing abilities within the territory to aid your father's leg. You need not worry about the territory. I've already recruited 2 individuals, so take this day to recuperate. 2 individuals? A sense of unease washed over Zheng Huan. Did Sister Guo acquire other dogs? No, they were not dogs. He silently resolved to do even better upon his return. He must not allow anyone to usurp his position in Sister Guo's heart. He was her most loyal little brother. Zheng Huan, along with the siblings, departed, renting them a single room and providing them with 50 crystal cores. I promised to take you with me, and now that we're here, you can see how secure it is. It's a very stable refuge. He hesitated for a moment but managed to say, I still have my parents, so I cannot support you indefinitely. Given your young age, I'll leave you these 50 crystal cores, but I've only rented the room for 3 days. During this time, you should consider what to do next. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek me out. I will assist if I can. Mo did not hesitate to accept the crystal cores, her dark skin illuminated by her bright eyes. Rest assured, we have no intention of imposing on you. I truly need these crystal cores, so I will gladly accept them. If I earn any in the future, I will repay you double. Thank you. She turned to Zheng Qingzhou and Yu Man, bowing deeply. Uncle Zheng.
Aunt Yu.
Thank you for your previous care towards me and my brother. Thank you for leading us away from Base R. Yu Man quickly helped her up, affectionately ruffling her hair. Do not mention it. Had it not been for you alerting Jing Huan, he wouldn't even have known where we were. You've saved us too. If you ever face hardship, do come to us. Never hesitate. You are still children and have the right to seek refuge. Miss Jiang's kindness saved her son, and the young girl's compassion rescued the couple, reinforcing their faith in the belief that the apocalypse was not solely characterized by selfishness and indifference, but could also harbor mutual aid and support. Once Zheng Huan departed, Jiang Guo pondered thoughtfully, stroking her chin. Province R? Human experiments? I don't recall any of this from the games I played. Could it be something I overlooked? With a sigh, she reflected. These NPCs truly know how to stir up trouble. That enormous base is beyond my jurisdiction, just like the internal strife within Base A. I only wish to manage my own little plot of land, earn more crystal cores and gold coins. I have no desire to meddle in matters beyond that. However, she remained indifferent, for there were plenty of others willing to intervene. With benevolence, she could disseminate this crucial information. Base A City. Lu Outyen. Do not be so arrogant. The supplies at the base have long been depleted. The number of ability users capable of producing resources is minimal. The output is utterly insufficient to cater to the multitude within the base. Now, with an opportunity to barter for supplies before us, on what grounds do you refuse? Chapter 72. The Girl Who Saved Luo Luo. In merely a few days, the base leader's complexion appeared as if drained of vitality, sustaining a frail body while furiously pointing at the man across from him. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense, charged with hostility. On the opposite side, the man seated centrally lounged with his legs crossed, his countenance reflecting disdain, declaring, "If I say we cannot trade, then we cannot trade." The crystal cores are meant for the research of ability evolution and enhancement. They are not to be squandered. The deputy base leader raised his voice, exclaiming, "Squander? We have already stated that a portion should be reserved for research, while the remainder can be utilized for bartering. This will not hinder the research. With several million survivors in the base, without supplies, do you intend for them to perish? Then let them die." The man retorted, his expression unperturbed, feigning innocence. "They are merely a bunch of useless eaters. Sustaining them is a waste of resources. Their demise would contribute to our cause by alleviating competition for resources." You. The deputy base leader clutched his chest. Lu Outyen remained unmoved, a malevolent smirk creeping upon his lips. "Deputy base leader, do take care of your health. The base leader is prone to agitation, and look at him now, collapsed. You are the sole remaining pillar. Be cautious, lest you succumb to rage. And then, what shall become of the base? Lu Outyen, you have gone too far." A hammer struck the ground before Lu Outyen, who deftly sidestepped, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the individuals behind the deputy base leader. "Captain Li, I harbor no intention of offending you. Let us maintain our peace. However, should you persist in aiding these old fools, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Li Qian's eyes blazed with fury. "Oh, just based on you?" Lu Outyen pressed his lips together. Many ability users had departed the base in recent days, and a significant number from his own team had fled. While the opposing side had also lost some members, they still retained control over military resources and inventory, with the backing of the central authority. Even though Jing City lay far from here, once the higher-ups were informed, they would target these anomalies for elimination. This was precisely the reason he had long desired to seize the base. Despite his considerable influence, he had yet to act. Furthermore, regarding those crystal cores, Lu Outyen felt the powers within him, his gaze darkening. Despite certain drawbacks, they remained an invaluable asset. To trade them for supplies for those useless individuals? What a waste. Lu Outyen feared the base leader, and they, in turn, were wary of him. This man was truly enigmatic, his strength unfathomable. No one knew his actual level. He commanded several rogue ability users, and should he be provoked, he could easily wield ordinary people from the base as pawns, a consequence they were desperate to avoid. The meeting once again ended in discord. "Captain Li, thank you." The deputy base leader sank into a chair, his voice heavy with a sense of weariness. Li Qian shook his head, Deputy Base Leader, do not fret. We will stand by you until the end. Moreover, Lu Outyen may not be as formidable as he appears. The members of the Zhongrong team cast puzzled glances at him. What do you mean by that, Captain? Indeed. While Lu Outyen may be contemptible, his prowess cannot be underestimated. He has even slain 5th-level mutated zombies. No wonder so many follow him. Li Qian's expression deepened. I have faced him before. There is something peculiar about his powers. A sense of insufficient energy, as if he is overextending himself.
Ah?
Insufficient energy? Hard to articulate, Li Qian replied, shaking his head. In any case, he has yet to make a move, which undoubtedly indicates his reservations. We must proceed with caution. There is no need to fear them. The group remained unconvinced. Having witnessed Lu Outyen's might firsthand, his strength was indeed formidable, and he excelled at recruiting ability users. Captain, do you think we could seek assistance from the Jinghe territory? I have heard their leader is exceptionally powerful and shrouded in mystery. Dealing with Lu Outyen should be a simple task for them. Not necessarily. They may not agree to our request. What do we have to offer as compensation?
Crystal cores.
Isn't that what the leader desires? If we provide her with ample crystal cores, she should be inclined to assist us in dealing with Lu Outyen. However, the crystal cores are currently guarded by Lu Outyen's men. If we attempt to seize them, he would retaliate against ordinary people. Then we shall not take them. We should approach the leader to negotiate terms. Make her a promise. You mean to offer empty promises in exchange for assistance? How shameless. I cannot bring myself to do that. Ultimately, the deputy base leader and his entourage resolved to give it a try, for they had no other options. They had been in a standoff with Lu Outyen for far too long. Continuing in this manner would only bring suffering to the ordinary people of the base. Supplies would not wait. It had been 3 or 4 days since Jiang Guo had mentioned that someone from a city base would come to discuss cooperation. And Jiang Guo had begun to believe they would not arrive. To her surprise, today they finally came. Jiang leader, long time no see. The deputy base leader, supporting himself, greeted with a smile that crinkled his face. Jiang Guo's lips twitched. The last time she was at the base, he certainly did not exhibit this demeanor. Of course, back then, she had deliberately played the fool, showcasing her acting prowess.
No wonder.
Jiang Guo scanned the room, asking, where is the base leader? The deputy base leader side is unwell. After conversing for a while, Jiang Guo gleaned their plight, hearing far more detailed accounts from the residents' perspectives. Indeed, life was difficult. Jiang leader, I once failed to recognize your stature and took your words lightly. The deputy base leader expressed his regret, wishing he had shown more enthusiasm and faith in her. Perhaps the base's circumstances would have improved sooner. Let us not dwell on that. I have not taken it to heart. Jiang Guo waved her hand. So, what brings you here? The deputy base leader looked around. The Zhongrong team members were too dignified to utter such shameless words, having entered only to make excuses to seize supplies. Now, only he and his 4 guards remained. The deputy base leader scratched his face, hesitating before speaking. I wish to request an advance on supplies. An advance on supplies? Jiang Guo was taken aback. It was her first time hearing such a term. After over half an hour, the two signed the agreement. Jiang Guo put away her pen. Smiling brightly, the items I provide must be repaid at 15 times the price. You absolutely must not go back on your word. Of course not. The deputy base leader hastily waved his hand. Previously, he had misjudged her. It was foolish of him to doubt. This young girl was capable of leading Dr. Lu and Zheng Huan out of the peaceful building. How could she be an ordinary individual? Base leader? Have you concluded your discussion? The members of the Zhongrong team approached, and a girl knocked on the door, peering into the courtyard, suddenly spotting a familiar face. It's you, the girl who saved Luo Luo. Chapter 73. A life debt repaid with life. Jiang Guo was somewhat perplexed.
Ah?
Do they know each other? Before she could inquire further, the girl dashed off in excitement, shouting, Captain Zhou He, everyone come quickly. I found the girl who saved Luo Luo. Luo Luo? Jiang Guo pondered for a moment before suddenly recalling. In the peaceful tower, she rescued a young girl, and upon her successful intervention, the game notified her of an increase in the favor of the entire Zhongrong team, including Li Yulua, Li Qian,
and Zhou He.
Thus, It seemed that the little girl she had saved was indeed Liulua, the very Lolo spoken of by the girl moments ago.
Consequently,
it could be inferred that the girl she had encountered was a member of the Jinrome team. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, a group of over 10 individuals entered, all gazing intently in her direction. Indeed, they had finally located her. It should have been obvious to search for her in their territory. The group was eagerly craning their necks, as if Jiang Guo were a rare specimen of wildlife. Jiang Guo's mouth twitched slightly as she opened the courtyard door, inviting them in. The ground floor of the bamboo house served as a reception area, and the small courtyard, spanning about 30 square meters, could accommodate the gathering. Despite their numbers, Li Qian and Zhou, he were the most animated among them. "Hello, Miss Jiang.
I am Li Qian.
Do you recall saving a little girl in the peaceful tower? That was my daughter, Liulua." Jiang Guo nodded, responding with a smile. "Yes, I remember."
How is she?
At the mention of his daughter, a warmth flickered in Li Qian's eyes. "She is doing wonderfully. Ever since you rescued her, she has been incessantly speaking of you, declaring you her idol. Unfortunately, she is currently training with the Night Corps at the base and could not be here. Otherwise, she would be overjoyed to know you are here." Jiang Guo recalled the girl's tearful expression and couldn't help but chuckle, assuring herself that they would meet again. "Of course," Li Qian continued, his gaze filled with a newfound resolve as he suddenly bowed deeply to Jiang Guo. "Thank you for saving Lolo's life. Lolo is my everything. By saving her, you have saved me. From this moment forth, my life belongs to you. You may command me as you wish." Zhou He, witnessing his captain's declaration, was momentarily taken aback, but recalling that he had narrowly escaped death in the peaceful tower, he too made a momentous decision. "Miss Jiang, I am Zhou He, the man who was gravely injured beside Lolo. You saved me as well. I am truly grateful. I cannot repay the life debt, but my life is yours. I will follow your every command." Suddenly, Jiang Guo found herself with 2 willing servants, momentarily bewildered. "Wait, we were just having a pleasant conversation. And now you are offering your lives so readily? Is this not rather hasty?" Yet it was not a decision made lightly. Since entering this territory, Li Qian had been attentively observing the surroundings, the defenses, the environment, the resources, the regulations, and the living conditions of the residents. It was evident that the territory's administrator was not like Lu Outyen, who misused his abilities and treated others with disdain. Instead, the administrator was capable, strategic, benevolent, and genuinely dedicated to the territory's development. Li Qian was greatly impressed by the administrator's competence and had already formulated plans to settle here once the affairs at the base were resolved. Discovering that the administrator was the very girl who had saved his daughter only heightened his astonishment, prompting him to speak without hesitation. Moreover, he noticed recruitment information posted at the territory's entrance, indicating a need for talent. Recognizing his abilities and the character of the administrator, his daughter's savior, he felt compelled to pledge his allegiance. Zhou He, not overthinking the implications, simply felt that if the captain could humbly offer himself, he, as one of the rescued, had no reason to remain aloof. After all, if it weren't for her, he would have perished, leaving him no standing to converse here. The others, though surprised, were undeterred in their blind loyalty to Li Qian. Wherever the captain went, they followed. Whatever the captain chose to do, they would do as well. The captain's benefactor was also their benefactor. Thus, Jiang Guo unwittingly acquired a formidable team of 16 supernatural beings in the post-apocalyptic realm. Would she accept? Undoubtedly. It would be foolish to decline. 16 supernatural beings, all of at least level 2 abilities, most being at level 3 or 4, with Li Qian himself boasting dual abilities of level 4 in both strength and lightning. How could she possibly refuse such an advantageous opportunity? "Very well. You shall accompany me from now on. I happen to have a task that requires your assistance, and your presence would be most beneficial." Jiang Guo elaborated on the matters concerning the province base, explaining that she needed individuals to relay messages to the capital city while also promoting the territory along the way. "I require a multitude of people. If you can assist, this task will become much simpler, and I shall not need to recruit further." The vice director of the base turned pale at her words. Is there truly such a situation? The province base? How dare they? A city belonged to S province, yet as the capital city, its base was essentially the heart of S province. The R province in close proximity had some interactions with them, and he was acquainted with the director and vice director of the R province base. Hearing that one had suddenly perished and the other had gone missing left him heartbroken and agitated. Moreover, how could he have received no prior news of such a momentous event, only learning of it through others? In this post-apocalyptic world, how had things deteriorated to such an extent? The A city base was already unstable, and now with the R province base experiencing such turmoil, one could only imagine the troubles faced by other bases. If the major bases could not endure, what hope remained for ordinary people in this harsh world? The vice director was filled with anxiety, while others fell into a heavy silence. Jiang Guo, however, was unconcerned. To her, this remained merely a game world. Occasionally she would empathize with the vivid narratives, but that was the extent of her emotional investment. Her singular, paramount objective was to amass crystal cores, an abundance of them. The supernatural beings in the A city base had already been extensively utilized, and the influx of individuals coming to the territory had diminished significantly. She needed to seek new residents. With a new recruitment announcement, her aim was to attract supernatural beings for exploration and promotion of the territory. However, with these 16 individuals now at her disposal, she no longer needed to recruit. Suddenly, the vice director sprang up, exclaiming, "No. We cannot turn a blind eye to what has transpired in the R province. Their population is comparable to ours, numbering in the millions. We cannot simply disregard their plight." Gritting his teeth, he beseeched Jiang Guo, "Lady Jiang, might you advance some additional resources?" Chapter 74. Jing and the Territory. Jiang Guo negotiated with the vice director while simultaneously spending a staggering 400,000 gold coins on weapons, medical supplies, food, nutritional supplements, combat gear, and protective shields within the trading system. They even cleared out the bean sprouts from the rooftop of the small supermarket. The sheer volume of supplies exceeded the capacity of the 2 trucks they had brought, even exhausting Jiang with storage ring, storage wristbands, and storage backpacks. With the overflow left outside, the residents of the territory were left in stunned silence. Where did all these supplies come from?
Oh,
They were all purchased from the Lord. The Lord? This was astonishing. They were aware that she possessed many valuable items, yet they had not anticipated such a vast quantity. What was loaded onto the trucks? Bombs? Cannons? Tanks? No, this was beyond comprehension. How could she possess everything? They had assumed she merely enjoyed selling supplies and renting out houses. But they had no idea she also dealt in such extraordinary items. Such things were not easily obtainable, and they appeared highly advanced, reminiscent of science fiction rather than anything they had seen on television. Where did the Lord acquire all these goods? The territory has no place to conceal them. It must be said that they had indeed underestimated her. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Guo's enigmatic allure and the reverence she commanded among the residents of her territory had significantly escalated. "My lord, let us accompany them back for now. We shall report here in 2 days." Li Qian amended his address, calling her my lord. Armed with such advanced weaponry and resources, Lu Outyan and his cohorts posed no threat. Any schemes or machinations would crumble before genuine strength. Lu Outyan's dominance in the base stemmed solely from his extraordinary abilities and prowess. Yet, in the face of truly formidable weaponry, all of this paled in comparison.
Jiang Guo nodded. "All right.
I shall await your return here. The outcome of this endeavor rests upon this pivotal moment." After bidding them farewell, she noticed the residents of her territory gazing at her with longing. "My lord, you possess such an abundance of resources? My lord, please sell us some of those supplies. We can offer crystal cores." "Indeed, my lord. We won't take advantage of you. We'll pay."
"Please stock more supplies."
"I truly desire that storage backpack." "Yes, look at them." They received theirs upon arrival, while we are left waiting in line, unable to secure any. "Please, my lord, just a little more." "My lord, we covet that cannon on their truck. It looks so impressive." The residents continued their plaintive pleas, lowering their voices in a charming display of persuasion upon noticing Jiang Guo's indifference. Jiang Guo, overwhelmed, made a hasty retreat and swiftly closed the courtyard gate behind her. However, she did not disappoint their expectations. That very afternoon, she stocked the apocalyptic shop with a plethora of supplies. There was no alternative. The resources she provided were merely in advance, and she urgently needed crystal cores to generate income. Otherwise, she would be unable to trade for gold coins. She wondered if they would succeed. She hoped those supplies wouldn't be in vain. Nonetheless, she reassured herself that even if they failed or defaulted later, should they dare deceive her, she would ensure they returned every morsel of the resources they had consumed. If they couldn't repay, she would take it upon herself. At that point, they would regret not returning her 15-fold in crystal cores. She would not spare the entire inventory of the A city base. Jiang Guo's worries proved to be unfounded. With the support of the supplies she had procured from Wei Qing, the internal strife concluded with remarkable swiftness. The inhabitants of a city base were caught off guard. The conflict was resolved before they could comprehend what had transpired. The realm governed by Wei Qing belonged to the stars. Even if its dimensionality was not the highest, its technology far surpassed that of Blue Star. The disparity was overwhelmingly pronounced. In just 2 days, Lu Outyan's significant power was entirely dismantled by the formidable Zhengrong battle team, led by the deputy base leader, leaving them utterly defenseless. The territories previously seized and controlled by Lu Outyan were reclaimed. Even Lu Outyan himself was taken aback, perplexed by their sudden downfall. They had been on the offensive, yet now found themselves under siege. Upon investigating, he discovered they had ventured into Jinghe territory, and his face darkened with anger. Jinghe territory? Is that the place mentioned in the promotional material? He recalled the girl who had saved Lu Jia and boasted in the base. He had even sent people to follow them, only to recall them halfway. Reflecting on this now filled him with regret. He should have eliminated that girl outright to avoid this turmoil. His city base was so close, just a hair's breadth away. It could have been his. Yet now it lay in ruins, and his plans were irrevocably thwarted. Despite his defeat, Lu Outyan retained some merit. Although vanquished, he managed to escape the A city base with a few subordinates.
Captain.
You're injured. What do we do now? Lu Outyan pressed a hand against his wound and retrieved a vial of blue liquid from his pocket, consuming it. In mere moments, his complexion began to regain its color. And as he released his grip, the wound had healed significantly. Lu Outyan's expression darkened. Let us head to the R province base. He had been defeated. But there were those even more powerful than he. While he could not contend with them, others certainly could. Meanwhile, the deputy base leader had not anticipated such an effortless victory. These weapons were astonishingly effective. However, he was acutely aware that this technology was not of Blue Star's origin. Jiang Guo. The deputy base leader pondered those 2 syllables, then sat down to compose a formal report. Upon completion, his first order of business was to account for the crystal cores. Jiang Guo had advanced them resources worth 4 million crystal cores, which amounted to 6 million when multiplied by 15. He meticulously tallied all the crystal cores in the base, reserving a small portion for the laboratory. While approximately 19 million cores remained, the majority derived from mutated creatures, followed by zombies and mutated plants, including 8 fifth-level cores. Without hesitation, the deputy base leader decided, withdraw 6 million cores to repay Lord Jiang, and procure an additional 2 million to purchase supplies for the territory. Ensure you converse amicably with Lord Jiang. Do not offend her. Overwhelmed with excitement, the deputy base leader fell ill, coincidentally as the base leader regained his strength, thus facilitating the handover of responsibilities. The base leader placed a reassuring hand on the deputy's shoulder. You've worked tirelessly during this time. The deputy leader shook his head, a faint smile illuminating his pale face. It hasn't been arduous. The base is recovered, and all is well. Indeed, all is well, the base leader remarked, his gaze solemn as he observed the deputy close his eyes in slumber. Once he departed to a secluded area devoid of onlookers, the base leader's expression shifted abruptly. His eyes, devoid of emotion, narrowed with determination. I shall see what capabilities this Lord of Jinghe possesses, daring to disrupt my plans. Chapter 75. You are not the base leader. As evening descended, Jiang Guo reveled in the sunset from her terrace. The territory she governed felt like an altogether different realm. The temperature and scenery diverged entirely from what she had known. The sky above was a brilliant azure, the breeze refreshingly crisp. With the sun rising in the morning and a splendid sunset in the evening, Jiang Guo gazed towards looming mountain, where a modest range lay within her territory. its peaks silhouetted by the golden hues of the setting sun, igniting the horizon. This game is astonishingly realistic. The visuals, the colors, golden mountains at sunset. Indeed, they do not deceive. It was breathtaking. She had never witnessed such beauty in the real world. To be fair, living only within her territory, without venturing beyond, had its merits. The air was pristine, the temperature pleasant, and she possessed a quaint little courtyard of her dreams. Yet, this was all but an illusion. One cannot dwell perpetually in fantasy. Ultimately, she would have to return to her original world. Jiang Guo captured dozens of photographs with her instant camera. Even though this place was fictional, she adored it. It was truly magnificent. She held no deep attachment to the real world, save for an unfinished academic pursuit. Living in this game world would not be so bad. However, this was an apocalyptic game, and despite her self-defense capabilities and the amiable nature of her residents, an ever-present sense of crisis lingered, instilling a feeling of insecurity. Warning! Warning! Detected malicious intent 70 for the harmony and safety of the territory. Automatic closure of entry options initiated. Entry prohibited. Jiang Guo heard the alert, but paid it little mind. In recent days, many had attempted to enter the territory, with numerous individuals barred due to their malicious intent. Since they could not enter, she felt no inclination to intervene. Those who dared to trespass were merely courting their own demise, and she had no intention of hindering their self-destructive desires. As Jiang Guo contemplated, she did not place much importance on the matter at hand. However, to her surprise, shortly thereafter, Lu Nianxi approached her with news that the leader of the A City base had come, bringing individuals along, ostensibly to return crystal cores and purchase supplies. Jiang Guo responded with an O, instructing her to lead them to her, without a second thought. She did not foresee any complications. They had arrived, and all that remained was for them to enter, wasn't it? Lu Nianxi wore a puzzled expression as she relayed that the base leader had mentioned being busy with affairs at the base and was in a hurry to return. Hence, he requested that she step outside to collect the crystal cores, after which he would promptly depart.
Ah?
You want me to go outside? Jiang Guo queried, her curiosity piqued. Yet she followed Lu Nianxi downstairs towards the territory's entrance. Upon reaching the entrance, she was indeed met with a sight of several large trucks from the A City base. This time 6 in total, a considerable increase from their last visit. Miss Jiang, greetings. It has been a while, exclaimed a man clad in a Zhongshan suit, his demeanor exuding a cultured smile as he extended his hand toward her. Jiang Guo smiled faintly, yet internally, alarm bells rang. Detection indicates human, malice value 70. For the harmony and safety of the territory, automatic entry options have been disabled. Entry prohibited. Please vacate promptly. Failure to comply will trigger electric expulsion, and any forceful intrusion or malicious attack on the barrier will initiate automatic extermination. A glaring warning message hovered above this individual's head. Others lacked the authority to perceive it, but as the Lord, she could see the status information of anyone detected. How could this be? Why would the base leader exhibit a malice value exceeding 70? Thoughts surged within Jiang Guo, yet her expression remained unchanged. She feigned ignorance towards his outstretched hand, tilting her head like a petulant child seeking to provoke. Didn't he, the base leader, previously say, I was just spouting nonsense and bragging? He even remarked that if I was unwilling to join the base, there was no need to deceive him, and he would wait to see me make a fool of myself. Why the sudden change in attitude now? The man before her momentarily faltered before swiftly regaining his composure. Oh, you mean back then? That was merely my ignorance, Miss Jiang. Please forgive my previous insolence. Thanks to you, our base is now able to. Jiang Guo, however, had discreetly drawn her celestial staff from her sleeve. During their initial encounter, the base leader had indeed expressed skepticism towards her boasts, yet had never uttered words of disdain or distrust. This individual fixated solely on her attitude, failing to refute having said those disparaging remarks. This man was not the base leader. The moment Jiang Guo made her move, the base leader sensed it, hastily retreating, his expression darkening, though a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Miss Jiang, what do you mean by this? I traveled all the way from the A City base to express my gratitude, and this is how you choose to host your guests? Frustrated by her missed strike, Jiang Guo resolved to practice her aim further. You are not the base leader, she retorted. dismissing any further dialogue and enlarging her celestial staff as she advanced towards him once more. Unexpectedly, a guard behind the man surged forward, a pair of black wings erupting from his back, clutching the base leader and evading her attack, soaring into the air.
Ah!
The residents surrounding the territory entrance were startled. This man can fly? Black wings? Could it be the notorious Blackwing Legion?
They gasped.
What are they doing here? I finally found a safe haven. It must not be destroyed. Fear not. Our lord is formidable. What is the Blackwing Legion to her? I trust in our leader. Jiang Guo overheard the murmurs around her, narrowing her eyes. The Blackwing Legion? Wasn't it the group that had once kidnapped the child Li Yulua?
Alas.
Li Qian and the others were not present today. After being rescued by his subordinate, Huang Qiansheng gazed down at Jiang Guo, his expression dark and perplexed. How did you know? Jiang Guo had no desire to engage in idle conversation. With a swift push of her feet, she leapt into the air. Humph. As if anyone cannot fly. Indeed, both individuals hovering in the air were taken aback upon witnessing Jiang Guo ascend. Who is this person? How does she possess such capabilities? Having effortlessly discerned their identities, Jiang Guo paid no heed to their queries and engaged them in combat. Had they not heard? Villains perish from excessive verbosity. While she did not consider herself a villain, she believed that excessive chatter during a fight merely provided an opportunity for the enemy to escape. Why inquire so much? She resolutely chose to ignore them. To their astonishment, Jiang Guo, without a word, rolled up her sleeves and initiated the confrontation. Huang Qiansheng, possessing the ability of disguise rather than flight, relied on his subordinate to whisk him away. The disparity in weight between two individuals and one was evident. Within mere seconds, Jiang Guo had them pinned beneath her feet. Attempt to flee? Not on my watch. Recognizing their unusual status, Jiang Guo refrained from employing her celestial staff as lethal skills, instead using considerable force to incapacitate them, rendering them unable to escape. You, bind them. She commanded the other guards with acceptable malice values. The guards promptly advanced to restrain the two, realizing that this man was not their base leader, but rather an imposter from the Blackwing Legion.
Speak.
Where is our base leader? Shouted a guard, stepping on Huang Qiansheng with authority. Chapter 76, The A City Base Plan, Failure. Huang Qiansheng, stripped of his previous arrogance, had initially believed he could manipulate Jiang Guo to glean information about the territory and procure supplies for the Legion. Yet, within moments of their encounter, he had revealed himself. And before he could utter a word, he found himself captured. Hurry up and speak.
No, Dalin.
The guard pressed down with force.
Ah!
It hurts, it hurts. Both men, already battered by Jiang Guo, felt as if their bones were shattering, and with the added pressure, they emitted cries akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Yet, even in their agony, they remained tight-lipped, unwilling to divulge the whereabouts of the base leader. A flicker of irritation crossed Jiang Guo's gaze as she approached, swiftly dispatching the flying guard with a lethal blow, then smiling menacingly at the terrified Huang Qiansheng. Since you refuse to speak, your fate is sealed. You might as well perish. Huang Qiansheng, drenched in sweat, was now a far cry from his previous cultured facade, resembling a defeated and wretched animal. His face contorted with fear as he gazed at Jiang Guo, her smile reminiscent of a specter demanding a soul. Jiang Guo pressed her foot against his chest. No more nonsense. Will you speak or not? Suppressing his terror, Huang Qiansheng trembled, gritting his teeth. Then promise me you won't kill me after I speak. Provide me with supplies, a vehicle, and I will tell you. Ha! Jiang Guo was unyielding, delivering a decisive kick to his abdomen. You dare threaten me? If you choose not to speak, then do not. Do you think I crave your words? If you wish to die, simply say so. No one will stop you. I can even ensure your demise is more excruciating. As she brandished a knife, her wrist twisting with intent, she studied him with a predatory glint. Lord, allow me to assist. Suddenly, Tuna stepped forward, her icy demeanor grave. I am studying forensic medicine, and can assure you that I can extract the most intricate and orderly flesh. And my technique is such that it will not lead to immediate death, allowing you to truly appreciate the rhythm of muscle contractions, listening to her words. Huang Qiansheng felt the pain in his abdomen amplify 100-fold, causing him to curl up in agony, overwhelmed with fear. As he witnessed Tu Na approaching with the knife, He could no longer bear it and surrendered. I will tell you. I will tell you. He is in my room. No, in his room. In the bedroom S cabinet. There S a hole. In the cabinet. The guard beside him gasped in shock and exclaimed angrily, "What have you done to the base commander? Have you locked him away in a cabinet?" "No, no. He is not dead. My shape-shifting ability can only be used once a day, and it requires me to see the person in order to transform. Each time I go out, I administer a sleeping pill to him. He merely fainted. He's not dead." As the guard prepared to strike him again, Huang Qiansheng hastily clarified. Jiang Guo narrowed her eyes and commanded, "You must return to the base immediately and inform the deputy commander. Also, search the base commander's residence. If you fail to locate him within 2 hours, I shall execute him myself. Should you find him, you may deal with the situation as you see fit." As she spoke, Jiang Guo observed Huang Qiansheng breathe a sigh of relief, indicating that he had not been dishonest. Jiang Guo instructed, "Tu Na, drag him inside." She activated the territory as permissions to allow Huang Qiansheng entry. Tu Na nodded and, with no hint of mercy, seized the rope and dragged the severely injured man, who suffered from paralysis and multiple fractures, into the territory, disregarding his head striking the ground as he whimpered in pain. Upon entering, Jiang Guo ordered Tu Na to bind him to the bulletin board, encircling him with a barricade. As people passed by, they instinctively halted to gawk. Isn't that the base commander from City A? But he is not the real base commander. He belongs to the Black Wing Corps, disguised as the base commander. We can only speculate on his nefarious intentions. Someone explained. So that is the case? I thought the Lord was collaborating with the base just days ago. How could they suddenly have him captured? It turns out he is an imposter. Another remarked. Those from the Black Wing Corps have no good intentions. The apocalypse is already chaotic enough. Why must they continue to sow discord? It's utterly vexing. Fear not. He has been apprehended by our Lord, which indicates he lacks any real power, certainly not as formidable as our Lord. Someone added, "Indeed, the Lord recognized them immediately and subdued them without hesitation, denying them any opportunity to cause further trouble." Many residents buzzed with excitement and admiration for Jiang Guo's recent triumph. However, some expressed their confusion. Why hasn't he the Lord executed him? Such a deceitful impostor deserves death. Patience. The Lord has dispatched individuals back to the City A base to locate both the base commander and the deputy commander. If they fail to find him within 2 hours, this man will be executed. I see. Then let us hope they find the base commander swiftly. Otherwise, he deserves his fate. Indeed. To impersonate the base commander. Who knows what they intend? It's certainly not for any good. The real base commander treated us well. This man has received his just desserts. If I thought he were on the brink of death, I'd be tempted to kick him myself. Absolutely. I hope they find the base commander soon. I'll remain here to keep watch. I shall join you, as I've already collected enough crystal cores for today. Let us hope they locate the base commander promptly. A throng of residents gathered near the bulletin board, fixated on the immobilized Huang Qiansheng. Not far outside the territory, 4 or 5 individuals huddled together, their expressions grave. "There are too many people. We can't rescue him," one lamented. "He has been beaten to such a state. He is of no further use. Let us withdraw." Agreed. Let us hasten to Province R, where the invasion plan has already succeeded. This Jiang and her territories seem rather ominous. We shall set aside our plans for City A for now. Understood. I shall report shortly that the City A base plan has failed. Unbeknownst to Huang Qiansheng, who still clung to the hope of rescue, he awaited the arrival of the real base commander and deputy commander. Instead, he was greeted by Jiang Guo's unwavering authority and a ruthless strike from her staff, but no saviors appeared. You promised." Huang Qiansheng glared, breathless. Jiang Guo remained unfazed. How naive. She had merely said he would be killed if they did not find the others. She had never claimed that finding them would spare his life. The base commander and deputy commander were momentarily taken aback by her sudden action. The first time they encountered this girl, there was still a hint of childishness in her eyes. How much had changed in such a short span? She now emanated a decisive aura. The deputy commander, despite his illness, expressed his gratitude, saying, "Miss Jiang, I owe you a debt for the crystal cores. We are indebted to you." Chapter 77. I am immensely grateful. They had amassed a total of 6 million crystal cores, filling 3 trucks, yet it still felt insufficient. Additionally, there were 20 storage rings and 10 storage backpacks, all brimming with resources. Jiang Guo instructed the trucks to enter the territory. Upon contact with a light barrier, the number of crystal cores was registered, revealing a total exceeding 6 million by 103 cores. She retrieved the excess and returned it to them, stating, "There are more than you accounted for." All were taken aback. The deputy commander looked perplexed. "More? But you haven't even counted." "Oh no. For someone of her capabilities, counting a crystal core is trivial." Though they thought this, a sense of astonishment remained. They had spent over 5 hours loading the cores, while she, without even tallying, discerned the surplus? "Miss Jiang, I truly do not know how to express my gratitude." "Thank you." The base commander bowed solemnly. Jiang Guo quickly assisted him, insisting, "No need for thanks. I have done little." "No, we must express our gratitude. Thank you for your willingness to help us. Thank you for saving me. Without you, the base would have fallen into their hands, and who knows what might have transpired. You have saved our entire city a base." The base commander's face was alight with emotion. His already gaunt visage now appeared even more skeletal, his cheeks hollow, and his eyes weary, as though he might collapse at any moment. After being rescued, the deputy commander urged him to rest, but he refused, insisting that he must come in person to convey his sincerity. The deputy commander, also struggling with his health, appeared on the verge of collapse, yet insisted on approaching Jiang Guo to apologize, saying, "Miss Jiang, I apologize for not realizing that the base commander was impersonated and for allowing him to come to negotiate with you." The deputy commander wore an expression of guilt and regret. Had anything happened to Jiang Guo as a result, he would never forgive himself. "He cannot harm me. There is no need for you to feel guilt. They were simply too cunning, and you were deceived as well." Jiang Guo observed their distressed appearances and felt a surge of apprehension. "You too should rest. There are places in the supermarket that sell medicine, and the apocalypse shops also carry nutritional supplements. Any matters can be discussed once you have recuperated." The two base commanders wished to say more, but Jiang Guo interrupted, urging, "After such a hard-won victory, the base requires your leadership now more than ever. You cannot afford to falter. The citizens of the base still need you." Those words struck a chord with both base commanders, and their guards nodded in agreement. Indeed, the two base commanders were exceptionally diligent, often neglecting their own health. Despite all efforts to convince them otherwise, they insisted on being present. If only Miss Jiang could persuade them. Regrettably, Jiang Guo's entreaty only swayed them momentarily, and ultimately, they remained resolute. The base commander sighed, "Thank you for your kindness, Miss Jiang, but the base cannot afford to wait. We are still able to move and eat. Yet many others are without water, starving, sick, and dying. Even a moment's delay could cost another life. We have come to request your assistance in providing additional supplies." Jiang Guo paused in silence, refraining from further persuasion, and simply nodded, responding, "Very well. What do you need? I shall prepare it for you." "Thank you, Miss Jiang." The two base leaders were instantly filled with excitement, cutting through the formalities. "What we primarily require are water and food. The food does not need to be overly elaborate. With our large population, the simplest rice and flour will suffice." Their supply of crystal cores was limited, and although the weapons and equipment they had purchased previously were effective, they were prohibitively expensive. Their immediate priority was to ensure that everyone had enough to eat. Taste was secondary. Given the sheer quantity needed to sustain the entire base, they could only purchase rice and flour directly through the trading system. However, buying through the trading system was not akin to the prices in a small supermarket. It was considerably costly. This way of purchasing would lead to high costs for them as well. Jiang Guo pressed her lips together and finally inquired, "Do you have any wood-type ability users? If so, we could collaborate." There were indeed some, but they were all engaged in cultivating food within the base. The agricultural experimental base in City still possessed some unpolluted soil, and with the assistance of soil-type ability users, the base had managed to open up some areas capable of supplying a portion of food, albeit in limited quantities. "Please, follow me," Jiang Guo instructed as she led them to the rear of the territory. The warehouse obstructed the view, so the base leaders and their deputy were taken aback when they rounded the warehouse and beheld the expansive fields, fish ponds, and pastures. Indeed, The reason they had come to recruit cultivators was precisely because this land was fertile. Yet, the promotional images could not compare to the awe-inspiring reality before them. The sight of abundant wheat and rice fields was brimming with vitality. The base leader's expression was one of exhilaration. Excellent. Wonderful. The deputy squatted down, gazing at the nearest wheat sprouts, tears glistening in his eyes. Agriculture is the foundation of livelihood. To live, one must eat, and the harshest cruelty of the apocalypse is the deprivation of resources necessary for survival. Without water to drink and land to cultivate crops, how can one endure? With so few ability users, the amount of food that could be cultivated was insufficient to satisfy even a fraction of the population, leaving many hungry. Hunger leads to despair. And with despair comes the inability to contemplate any development. Thus, in a mere 2 years, human order and civilization had crumbled and regressed. They wished to avert this reality, yet felt utterly powerless. If only the land could yield crops and people could be nourished. The two base leaders scarcely dared to imagine it. Simply staring vacantly at the fields, their hands trembling.
Lord.
Two base leaders. Gutsong, having anticipated Jiang Guo's visit for an inspection, hurried over, only to recognize the familiar faces of the two leaders.
Yikum.
The base leader was taken aback. What are you doing here? After a brief conversation, the base leader and deputy were filled with guilt. It is our failure to protect you.
No.
It is not your fault. Gutsong quickly shook her head. You have already done so much for us. If it weren't for you, my family would have perished long ago, let alone waiting for the Lord to recruit us. Look at me now. I am living quite well, even more comfortably than in the base. Understanding that Gutsong was trying to console them, the two base leaders said nothing, but silently resolved to send some crystal cores to her as compensation. Since the start of the work, Jiang Guo had not visited. So Gutsong reported the situation to her. Currently, the wheat, rice, and potatoes have all been planted. The soil and seeds are excellent. And with the help of ability users, a few plots have been expedited. Now, the wheat sprouts have begun to emerge. I have even redirected water from the fish pond and prepared farming tools. Jiang Guo listened attentively. She had already seen this through the surveillance, but chose not to dampen Gutsong's enthusiasm. Chapter 78. Astonishing. Triple growth rate? The two base leaders observed as well. What you have cultivated here is quite substantial. This territory can accelerate the growth of crops, allowing them to mature at triple the usual rate. For instance, potatoes that typically take 60 to 120 days to mature here only require about 20 days. The two base leaders gasped in disbelief. What did you say? Triple growth rate? Jiang Guo nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Triple the speed. As the territory expands, the rate will only increase. She was never shy about discussing these developments, as the changes in the territory were evident to all, rendering secrecy unnecessary. The two base leaders were nearly overwhelmed with excitement, unable to process the multitude of shocks they had received that day. Jiang Guo continued, if your ability users can come to assist, allowing for even faster harvesting, I can allocate 50 of the goods to prioritize your needs. Furthermore, purchasing from here will be significantly cheaper than buying finished rice and flour. Will you consider it? Absolutely. The base leader decisively slammed his hand down. There's no reason to hesitate. Miss Jiang is considering our needs. On behalf of myself and everyone at the A City base, I thank you. I will send for the wood-type ability users immediately. Jiang Guo beamed with delight. Great. You two can first visit the supermarket. There are some grains available for immediate procurement. If that is insufficient, I can assist in purchasing more, although the price will be a bit higher. Let's prepare 100,000 gene of grain, the base leader and deputy deliberated. It is midwinter, and people are dying from freezing and starvation daily. We cannot afford to wait any longer. Even if it costs more, we must ensure they have food. Agreed. Jiang Guo replied. Wasting no time, she promptly purchased 50,000 gene of rice and 50,000 gene of flour through the trading system, spending 400,000 gold coins, equivalent to 4 million crystal cores. The two base leaders winced at the expense but proceeded with the purchase. And water, Jiang Guo added. However, water was challenging to store. After some searching, she discovered a water storage pouch. Standing at nearly half a person's height, it appeared to hold merely 10 liters. yet it could actually store 1 million liters of water. The price was steep, requiring 500,000 gold coins, or 5 million crystal cores. The base leader and deputy deliberated for a moment before ultimately deciding to proceed with the purchase. Given the base's population of thousands, transporting water was indeed a daunting task. And this storage pouch was remarkably convenient. Moreover, once the supply was depleted, it could be refilled, though it could only store water and nothing else. With 9 million crystal cores vanished in an instant, and considering what they had already given Jiang Guo, the two leaders were reluctant to spend further. It was clear that cooperation in farming was essential. Otherwise, even if they managed to survive this ordeal, they would be unable to afford future purchases, leading to their downfall. Their faces were etched with worry, while Jiang Guo, having gained 9 million crystal cores, wore a broad smile and even gifted them 10 nutritional supplements. Such agreeable base leaders must not encounter any mishaps. It was imperative they maintain their health. The two base leaders, unaware of Jiang Guo's thoughts, were deeply touched by the receipt of the nutritional supplements. This girl is truly extraordinary. When she had previously spoken of building a safe, pollution-free territory for agriculture and livestock, they had found her claims hard to believe, thinking her to be boastful. Yet now they realized how wrong they had been. The young lady bore no grudge. Instead, she treated them with remarkable patience, never acting haughty or attempting to manipulate them. Even now, she continued to express concern for their well-being, which was truly commendable. The two base leaders, with tears in their eyes, were moved by her kindness. Jiang Guo, oblivious to their emotional state, packed the supplies and escorted them out of the territory. Remember to bring the wood-type ability users with you. Absolutely. We will gather them immediately. The base leader nodded earnestly. Jiang Guo grinned. Once they arrive, I cannot guarantee their return. By the way, if anyone in the territory is skilled at cooking, possesses medical knowledge, or has any useful skills, please help me spread the word. I am in dire need of such talents. Jiang Guo's voice echoed from behind as the vehicle gradually departed. The two base leaders suddenly realized her intention. She was attempting to poach personnel. Indeed, those with abilities and skills had already migrated to the territory, who remained in our base. After a moment of silence, the base leader sighed, acknowledging that people naturally strive for better circumstances. We cannot impede their choices, especially since the territory undoubtedly offers superior conditions.
Does it not?
The deputy base leader expressed concern, yet the base leader remained composed, insisting there were no buts. Our focus should be on why the base cannot retain its inhabitants, rather than blaming them for their unwillingness to stay. The territory may provide a better life for some, but it cannot accommodate everyone. The base has its own significance, housing millions. We cannot abandon them. With the resources she supplies, the base will gradually flourish. And there is no cause for alarm. The following day, Li Qian's team finally arrived in full.
Daddy.
Is it true? You're not lying to me, are you? I can really meet the sister who saved me? The girl in the car wiggled restlessly, bombarding him with questions, unable to sit still. Li Qian urged her to settle down, assuring her that he would never deceive her. We are almost there. Look, the luminous sky curtain ahead marks the territory. We shall soon meet your benefactor. Throughout the journey, Li Luo asked these questions no less than 10 times, yet Li Qian patiently repeated his answers. The Lord was their savior. No matter what, he would not be dismissive. Your benefactor sister is the master here. You must address her as Lord or Sister Lord. When you meet her, show proper respect. No rushing in, understood?
Li Qian reiterata.
Since joining the Knights, this child had been bursting with energy, and he feared her enthusiasm might overwhelm the Lord. Yes. Luo Luo is the most polite child. Liu Luo beamed with pride. However, as they approached, she suddenly grew anxious, her small hands fiddling nervously. Daddy, what if my sister doesn't tea like me? Chapter 79. The territory is unbelievably pristine. Li Qian gently ruffled his daughter's hair. I cannot guarantee your lord sister will certainly like you, but I can assure you she is a wonderful person, an idol worthy of your admiration. As long as Luo Luo behaves, she will have no reason to dislike you.
Li Yugoslavia Lu Nudayarnashli.
Her youthful voice filled with determination. I know. Sister Lord is exceptionally kind. I will treat her as my idol and strive to be as good as her. I will never do anything bad. The little girl may not have had many thoughts, But she vividly remembered every detail of that day. The beautiful sister clad in orange battle armor, wielding a golden scepter, deftly navigating through the grotesque monsters, swiftly repelling the dangers around her. When she turned, her sharp gaze pierced through the creature behind Liu Luo, but upon seeing her, her expression softened instantly, as she knelt to soothe the child's emotions. This scene replayed in Liu Luo's mind daily, planting a steadfast seed within her heart. She knew what kind of person she aspired to become. Upon arriving at the territory, the families of the Zhongrong battle team gazed at the descending light curtain, marveling at its majesty. So this is Jinghe territory? Truly deserving of its reputation. The images in the brochures were not exaggerated. They scarcely do justice to the splendor before us. It's astonishing. I once thought my daughter was exaggerating, but from here, the interior appears lush and vibrant, brimming with springtime charm, truly a world apart from the outside. How miraculous. The last visit had only seen 16 ability users, but in reality, the Zhongrong battle team comprised 25, along with their families, totaling 76 individuals. The group appeared substantial. Lu Nianxi immediately took note, and, upon recognizing Li Qian and his team, beamed. "The Lord inquired about you today. It's wonderful you've arrived. Come in quickly." Having pledged allegiance to Jiang Guo, Li Qian was granted access for all 16 members, allowing them to enter directly. Those with permissions could not help but lift their heads with a hint of pride, striding forward unobstructed. The 9 ability users and their families gazed enviously. Prideful, are we? Soon, we too shall make our appearance before the Lord. Once the Lord accepts us, we'll gain direct access. If only I had come last time. They stole a march on us. Hurry, hurry. I can't wait to showcase my abilities to the Lord. Everyone hastily paid their entry fees and rushed inside. Li Qian had already scrutinized the character and circumstances of the Zhongrong battle team members during recruitment, rejecting those who did not meet his standards. Thus, those who entered were his trusted comrades. After the light curtain-s inspection, all members had malicious intent values below standard, and no obstacles arose. Li Qian glanced at his team, a smile curling at his lips. Once inside, like many first-time entrants, they were immediately enveloped by the refreshing breeze. Reminiscent of stepping from a frozen block of ice into the warmth of a hearth, instantly filling their bodies with warmth. The pristine stone pathway lay before them, flanked by expansive grasslands, with passers-by clad in light, clean attire. One timidly raised a hand, suggesting, "Let us go rent a place first, settle in, and tidy up before meeting the Lord." Their team included water-based ability users, so they were not accustomed to going 2 years without bathing. However, water was precious. With so many people, washing one's face every 10 days or so was a luxury. In the base, they were considered quite clean, but upon witnessing others' immaculate faces, they felt like beggars who hadn't bathed in 800 years, filthy and disheveled. Indeed, we should clean ourselves up. This place is too pristine. I feel like a filthy thing, someone lamented. Even Liu Luo glanced down at herself, and then looked up with a pitiful expression. "Daddy. Luo wants to take a bath. If I go to meet Sister Lord like this, she will surely disdain me." Everyone unanimously decided to wash up first. They were not short on crystal cores and headed directly to the 6th floor to rent a 1-bedroom suite with a kitchen and bathroom. With limited suites available, Li Qian's group could only secure the remaining 18. The rest opted for single rooms. Once they settled in, the first order of business was to unpack and take a bath. After an hour, freshly cleaned and organized, they descended. "Let us report to the Lord. You all can explore the territory in the meantime. There's a supermarket and restaurants. Feel free to grab a bite if you're hungry." The families of the team nodded in agreement. "Yes, Li Qian, you all go ahead. Don't mind us. Indeed, we have crystal cores given to us by our children. We can buy whatever we need, and will not skimp on ourselves." Some parents remained uneasy about their own children, continuously offering words of caution. "Gongzi, when you meet the Lord, be sure to conduct yourself well. Do not provoke the Lord's ire, do you understand? Sweet girl, your abilities are so formidable. Make sure to showcase them to the Lord so that he may take you under his wing." Naturally, there were also parents who were endowed with extraordinary powers, anxiously imparting their own advice to the children left behind. "Father, although your powers are impressive, you're getting on in years. Please speak less when in the presence of the Lord. refrain from that preachy manner. You little rascal. Do you think I'm unaware? I will certainly heed the Lord's guidance. You needn't worry. Li Qian and others first sought out Lu Nianzi, who, after consulting with Jiang Guo, led them to wait in the small courtyard. Upon descending from the building, Jiang Guo was greeted by the sight of over 20 individuals and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It was high time to create a dedicated reception area. The bamboo house's first-floor reception room could only accommodate 50 or 6 stools. With such a large group, they could barely squeeze in. They had no choice but to stand in the courtyard. Lord Sister. A youthful and exuberant voice rang out, brimming with delight. The sound alone conveyed her joy. Jiang Guo turned to see a little girl clad in a lovely orange dress stepping forward, her big, watery eyes fixed upon her. Lord Sister, do you remember me? The girl blinked eagerly, her eyes sparkling with hope. Jiang Guo couldn't help but chuckle. Of course, little Liulua. Upon hearing her accurately state her name, Liulua's eyes widened in sheer delight. She eagerly extended her hand but, recalling her father's admonition against rushing toward her sister, abruptly halted, hopping in place with uncontainable excitement. Sister knows me. Sister knows my name. Jiang Guo smiled gently, bending down to ruffle the girl's hair. How adorable. At this, the exuberant child froze, gazing at Jiang Guo with a dazed expression, her cheeks flushing a bright red. Then, for reasons unknown, she hurriedly darted behind her father, peeking out with just her small head to observe Jiang Guo. Whenever Jiang Guo glanced in her direction, she would hide her head, but as soon as Jiang Guo turned away, she would sneak a look once more. Jiang Guo chuckled, allowing the shy little girl to scrutinize her in secret. The others watched this unfold, bemused. The little girl had been so excited on the journey that she almost toppled the carriage, yet now she was bashfully hiding away. They found themselves at a loss for words. Chapter 80. Everyone's favorability increases. My lord, please pardon the laughter, Li Qian said, affectionately tousling the little head behind him as he introduced the others to Jiang Guo. These are the other 9 members of my team, all endowed with extraordinary abilities. I hope they meet your satisfaction. Greetings, my lord. I am Li Cheng, a level 3 metal ability user. Hello, my lord.
I am Guan.
Li Cheng's younger brother, a level 3 strength ability user. Greetings, my lord. I am Feng Qiqi, a level 3 fire ability user. Hello, my lord. I am Qian Milu, a level 3 invisibility ability user. Each individual stepped forward to introduce themselves, demonstrating their unique powers, making Jiang Guo feel as though she were witnessing a wondrous and magical acrobatic performance. Clapping her hands, Jiang Guo beamed. Wonderful. All of you are splendid. Welcome to my territory. Initially, she had thought it would take several days to recruit extraordinary ability users, yet here they were, arriving like a dream. Most importantly, their favorability ratings were incredibly promising, making them even more trustworthy. Ever since she rescued Li Yulua at the Peace Building, every member of the Braving team had gained a 50-point increase in favorability. Li Qian and Zhou He had each gained an impressive 60 points. With such high favorability, they were far more reliable than other ability users. The group was astonished that Jiang Guo had accepted them all. They exchanged glances, their faces alight with surprise. Initially, they had worried about who might not be favored by Jiang Guo, and if that were the case, they would have to settle for logistical support. Little did they know that she had welcomed them all. Thank you, my lord. Thank you for believing in our team. We will certainly give our all. Indeed. From now on, the Braving team is at your service. Excellent. Jiang Guo replied with a smile. Just in time, I have an important task to assign to you. Currently, the territory was only at level 3, unable to open branches or unlock communication features. The only means of promotion was to venture out and seek it themselves, a process colloquially known as ground promotion. Reluctant to leave the territory, she had to delegate this task to others. One girl raised her hand. My lord, please tell us what the task is. The Braving team is formidable. We can handle anything, from fighting zombies to gathering supplies. Jiang Guo chuckled lightly. As for gathering supplies, that is unnecessary. We are not lacking in resources here. However, I am in need of personnel. Lacking personnel? Do you mean residents for the territory? Yes, Jiang Guo nodded. I would like you to form a promotional team to travel to other areas in City A, neighboring provinces, and beyond, bringing supplies to promote the territory. Upon hearing this, the group found the task quite novel. They had only ever searched for supplies. They had never distributed them. In the post-apocalyptic world, promoting while gathering supplies was virtually unheard of. Yet, under Jiang Guo's leadership, it made perfect sense. The territory was not short on resources. My lord, this task is not difficult. You can count on us. We promise to bring many, many people to you. The group was filled with enthusiasm, ready to spring into action. I believe in your capabilities. Jiang Guo cast them an encouraging glance before adding, there is one more matter regarding the human experiments in Province R. Given the scale of that base, I do not intend to take on the burden alone. Thus, we shall forego rescue. However, while you are promoting, please spread the word about the situation. It will undoubtedly reach higher authorities, and we need not concern ourselves with the rest. Li Qian and the others grew serious upon hearing about the human experiments. Feeding zombies? That is utterly insane. Very well. We will ensure that this information is disseminated. They noted that investigators from Jing City were being dispatched to various regions to secretly investigate the conditions of different bases. Perhaps they would encounter them along the way. The more they promoted and spread the news, the more likely they were to be informed. Jiang Guo prepared 5,000 bottles of water, 500 boxes of instant noodles, 5,000 packs of compressed biscuits, 5,000 self-heating hot pots, 5,000 bags of chocolate, and 5,000 sanitary napkins, all stored within her storage ring and backpack. Aware of the dangers they would face while working outside, Jiang Guo provided each of them with protective shields similar to Zheng Huan's, which brought tears to their eyes and collectively increased their favorability by 15 points. Li Qian and Zhou, he now had a favorability of 80. The others were at 65. This was an exceedingly high favorability rating. It appeared that in this post-apocalyptic world, the means of survival were the most valuable. When discussing the most important matters, she stated, your treatment will be the same as other employees. No rent and a daily water allowance within limits, along with essential supplies worth 100 crystal cores, a storage backpack, and an 88 discount on items in the supermarket. Salaries will be paid daily at 10 crystal cores, and for each resident successfully recruited, you will receive a reward of 1 crystal core. The more you recruit, the greater the reward, so aim to attract ability users and those with survival skills, as those who cannot stand on their own will struggle to survive in the territory. By the way, any zombies you encounter along the way will yield crystal cores that you can keep for yourselves. The group was instantly elated. This treatment is too generous. So many supplies. And a guaranteed daily income of 10 crystal cores. Everything they defeat is theirs, and there are rewards for recruiting people, though each individual only earned 1 crystal core. The territory's conditions were more than adequate to draw people in. They would not need to exert much effort in persuasion. Recruiting would be a simple task. The only challenge would be safely bringing people back. But with their large team, that would pose no difficulty. Furthermore, if they attracted ability users, they could come on their own without needing protection. Some could hardly contain their excitement, eagerly inquiring, when shall we embark? Tomorrow morning, perhaps, Jiang Guo suggested. We cannot ascertain how long our outing might take. Since you have just arrived in the territory today, it would be prudent to rest for a day, explore your surroundings, and ensure everything is properly arranged, allowing for a worry-free expedition tomorrow. Thank you, my lord. You are exceedingly considerate. They had already developed a fondness for her due to her saving Li Yulua, and now, through genuine interaction, they discovered that she was not the aloof figure they had imagined, but rather a cheerful and patient young lady, akin to a friend or classmate, making their conversations exceedingly pleasant. Such a superior would be impossible to find even with a lantern in the pre-apocalyptic world. Yet, in this post-apocalyptic era, they were fortunate enough to encounter her. Who could deny their good fortune? Understanding that her father and various uncles and aunts were about to embark on another mission, Li Yulua suppressed her shyness and approached Jiang Guo, inquiring, Sister Lord, is there a young knight brigade here? May I join? Having withdrawn from the small knight brigade at the base to come to the territory, her father had assured her that the territory contained numerous extraordinary individuals who could assist in finding a mentor for her. If none could be found, they would personally instruct her. However, since her father would be away at work, if there were a young knight brigade in the territory, it would spare them the hassle. Jiang Guo furrowed her brow in contemplation. A young knight brigade? Chapter 81. The examination concludes. Sequential elimination. My lord, The Young Knight Brigade is a training camp established by the A city base for children who wish to learn self-defense, akin to juvenile soldiers, someone clarified.
Oh.
That sounds quite intriguing, Jiang Guo replied, turning her gaze to the little girl before her. However, Sister Luo, there is no Young Knight Brigade here. But you could establish your own team. Li Yulua was momentarily taken aback, before her eyes sparkled with excitement. I can build my own team? Indeed, Jiang Guo encouraged. And you could even be the captain. Though she was reluctant to undertake such a task, she couldn't completely disregard the eager little girl, so she offered a suggestion. Jiang Guo's advice indeed moved young Li Yulua. Daddy, I want to establish a battle team. Li Qian pinched his brow in exasperation, feeling somewhat helpless. Yet he did not wish to diminish her confidence. Instead, he earnestly stated, Luo, are you certain you want to create a team? As captain, you must be able to command respect, manage effectively, and possess a sense of responsibility for each member of the team. It is not merely child's play.
Liulu blinked.
Her excitement dampened by her father's words. Father is the captain, and I have witnessed many such instances. I understand well. To command respect means to possess strength. I must be superior to the other team members. Responsibility entails that each member is part of the team and cannot be discarded at will. I must consider each of their needs. Father, I comprehend. Luo will strive to enhance her abilities. Teach me, Father. Li Yulua gazed up at him with her innocent face. Indeed, her father could not resist her charm. Very well. I shall accompany your uncles and aunts on this mission. But may I first find you a teacher at the base? Let us focus on enhancing your abilities before discussing the establishment of your battle team.
Liulu e ajarlinuda.
Okay. As Li Qian and the others departed the small courtyard, Zheng Huan approached. Guijie, the employee assessment for the farmland, fish pond, and ranch has concluded today.
Yikum.
Cui Ziqian and Xiao Kersen have asked me to inquire if you would like to go see the results. Jiang Guo, having barely settled, stood up once more, took a sip of water, and replied, let us go. It is essential to observe the new employees who have passed the assessment. In the warehouse, there was still nothing to harvest. It was empty. Today's employee assessment results would be announced here. Successful candidates would become official employees, while those who failed would be dismissed on the spot, required to return their living supplies and the 3 days' wages, along with any previously awarded storage packs and rent-free housing. Anxiety pervaded the crowd, each fearing they might be the one eliminated. Compared to the base, this place felt like paradise, with independent, comfortable rooms, a clean and beautiful living environment, access to drinking water, the ability to bathe when dirty, and the chance to procure supplies when hungry. They were living in bliss for a mere 10 crystal cores a day. Transitioning from frugality to luxury is easy, but from luxury back to frugality is a daunting task. After experiencing these few days of pleasant living, they could hardly bear to imagine returning to the base. As Jiang Guo arrived, over 100 individuals instinctively straightened their backs, their expressions serious and solemn, while their peripheral vision remained fixed on Jiang Guo, silently praying to leave a positive impression on their lord. Please do not eliminate me. The warehouse was enveloped in silence, making Jiang Guo's footsteps feel lighter. Gutsong spoke first, handing Jiang Guo a notebook. My lord, this contains the work details of each individual in the farmland over the past 3 days. I have graded each based on the results of my inspection, ranked from highest to lowest. Cui Ziqian also approached, presenting another notebook. My lord, this is from our fish pond. I selected individuals based on work efficiency and professionalism, also ranked from highest to lowest. My lord, I too. Xiao Kersen chimed in, cheerfully presenting a notebook. I have also assigned scores based on their work efficiency, technical skills, and attitudes, arranged from highest to lowest. Jiang Guo flipped through the notebooks in order. Gutsong's data was meticulous, indicating each person's contributions in percentages, while Cui Ziqian's was more concise, straightforwardly detailing who had performed poorly. Xiao Kersen's report was comprehensive, adorned with illustrations alongside the text. Each person's situation was transparently laid out. The 3 had summarized the rankings from highest to lowest. Those listed were not necessarily inadequate, as some were merely unremarkable, neither excelling nor failing. However, there were also those explicitly marked as unqualified, destined for elimination. Jiang Guo assessed the reports, satisfied with the results. Let us proceed accordingly. All unqualified individuals shall be dismissed. And we will eliminate the final 10. Those who are merely average are either lacking in skills, attitude, or simply unremarkable. Jiang Guo was not a benevolent philanthropist. She had no intentions of offering charity. She did not desire these individuals. Good Song, please begin reading the names. Zhao Tsuingen, unqualified. Lu Desheng, unqualified. Wu Yazong, unqualified. After Gut Song finished, Cui Ziqian and Xiao Kersen sequentially announced the names of those to be eliminated. Those whose names were called immediately displayed expressions of despair. Some felt resentment, yet upon glancing at Jiang Guo on the stage, they dared not protest and could only exit the ranks dejectedly. With this assessment concluded, only 71 individuals remained. Over the past 2 days, Tu Na had assisted in recruiting around 30 more individuals who were still undergoing assessment. Jiang Guo addressed Zheng Huan and Tu Na, "We must continue recruiting. You two should collaborate closely to attract more candidates, initially screening them. When recruiting, inform them in advance that there will be a 3-day assessment. This should deter some of those attempting to take advantage." Among those eliminated were several who, despite possessing no skills, had boasted their way into the team, only to attempt to slack off when it came to actual work. Jiang Guo could not afford such individuals. Zheng Huan felt a pang of guilt. "It was my oversight. I was deceived by a few boastful individuals. Who could have known that once they entered, they would be utterly incapable?" It infuriated him. Jiang Guo understood his nature. He was easily duped, and some individuals excelled at masquerading, appearing sincere while articulating their fabrications so convincingly that even she might have difficulty discerning the truth. Learn from this experience. Do not blame yourself. This time, Tu Na will accompany you, and together you will scrutinize the candidates. Tu Na was decisive in her actions, with a clear sense of reward and punishment, not to mention her astute perspectives. A solitary individual may struggle to discern right from wrong. However, when two minds converge, each offering their unique perspectives, clarity often emerges. Zheng Huan cast a glance at his frigid colleague, who returned his gaze with a frosty stare. He instinctively recoiled, nodding vigorously, understood. Before Jiang Guo departed, Chao Jianxi, a member of the agricultural team, returned 50 crystal nuclei to her. "My lord, this is the crystal nuclei you lent me previously. I sold my bean sprouts at the base and made quite a profit, so I am returning your crystals." "Thank you." Upon finishing his gratitude, he reported on his work. The tomatoes and cucumbers cultivated on the rooftops of buildings 1 and 2 were thriving, expected to ripen in approximately 6 to 7 days. Professor Ge has also imparted some hydroponic techniques to me and assigned 2 ability users to assist. He added, somewhat bashfully, "My lord, now that I receive a salary and enjoy employee benefits, with others sharing my workload, I no longer wish to claim the profit share we discussed earlier." Although he felt a twinge of reluctance, he recognized the folly of greed. At the beginning, when the territory lacked space, he had taken advantage of the situation to negotiate a share with the Lord, but now he felt he lacked the face to do so. Prolonged indulgence could breed resentment, and the Lord might also harbor dissatisfaction towards him. His current circumstances were already superior to those of many others. He should take what was due and refrain from coveting what was not. Chapter 82. One must not be insatiably greedy. Indeed, Jiang Guo nodded. Once these 2 buildings are completed, we shall cease planting there and move all hydroponics to the supermarket rooftop. After all, residential buildings are meant for habitation. It was acceptable when the population was sparse, but now that many residents have purchased homes, occupying the rooftops for such endeavors is indeed inappropriate. Chao Jianxi had no objections. He knew that despite his caution while tending to the vegetables, he inevitably disturbed other residents. Many, out of respect for the Lord's stature, refrained from voicing their grievances. Yet he often encountered disdainful glances. Following this evaluation, those eliminated were summoned to return their keys and storage backpacks. Some clung desperately to their belongings, only to be met with a slap from their companions. "Do you wish to perish?" they admonished. "Have you forgotten the fate of those who broke the rules?" The chastised individuals whimpered, "I know, but I do not wish to leave. I truly cannot bear the life in the base any longer." Among the compliant employees, someone scoffed, "If your skills are lacking, who can you blame?" When they were recruiting, they boasted so grandly, yet never anticipated this day would come. Indeed, it is all their own doing. The Lord has already shown great mercy, by not demanding the return of your wages for these 3 days. You have also enjoyed 3 days of housing and water. The Lord even provided you with daily necessities without asking for them back. One must not be insatiably greedy. Exactly. If you do not work diligently, how can you expect to leave willingly? Where do you find such audacity? The individuals unwilling to return their items were left blushing and ashamed, unable to lift their heads, hastily placing their belongings down. Their ability to access the territory's light curtain indicated they were not utterly depraved. Rather, they had merely been somewhat cunning and greedy. Having enjoyed the comforts of the territory for too long, reluctant to depart. Nevertheless, they still possessed a sense of shame, combined with a fear of the territory, ultimately leading them to abandon their belongings and leave in disgrace. The onlookers, still in their probationary period, felt a surge of anxiety at the sight of their peers, fearing they might share the same fate. Subsequently, the 3 overseers noticed that this batch of probationary employees was invigorated, exhibiting an alarming level of enthusiasm. One individual could now accomplish the work of 3, all the while fearing they might not do enough, which led even those who had already passed their probation to become flustered and join in, resulting in a significant boost in work efficiency. Meanwhile, Jiang Guo, who had interviewed alongside Tu Na, finally recognized the formidable nature of his colleague. She had boldly displayed a sign that read, 3-day probation period. Those whose work capabilities do not meet interview standards will forfeit all rewards and compensate with 50 crystal nuclei. But Jiang Guo did not say this. Jiang Guo murmured. Tu Na shot him a cold glance. Do you still wish to recruit those who would take advantage? Of course not. Jiang Guo quickly shook his head. Tu Na replied nonchalantly. Then let it be as stated. Those with talent will naturally prove themselves, while the inept will be deterred, achieving our objective. As for the wording on the sign, Tu Na pointed to the smallest line at the bottom, which read, the interpretation of the above content belongs to Tu Na. She maintained a serious demeanor, stating, do you see? This is not the Lord's decree. It is my own. It has nothing to do with the Lord. If someone is eliminated, and the Lord does not demand compensation, they will be even more pleased. They might even feel gratitude towards the Lord. Furthermore, I believe very few of those we bring in will be those who take advantage. Ultimately, there should be minimal eliminations. If there are no eliminations, the truth of this statement remains untested. The Lord's ultimate goal was to find those who were diligent. As long as that objective was met, the rest was inconsequential. Jiang Guo pondered briefly before finally giving her a thumbs up. Indeed, Tu Na's approach, albeit somewhat crude, proved effective, deterring many. Those who genuinely dared to apply were all individuals of real capability, resulting in very few eliminations. With the territory sparsely populated, the 2 proceeded to the base to promote recruitment. This time, absent Liu Outyan's interference, everything progressed smoothly, with the 2 base leaders even establishing a designated recruitment area to maintain order. While Tu Na looked down upon Jiang Guo's indecisiveness and hesitance, she could not deny his unwavering loyalty to the Lord. Regardless of the task, he consistently considered it from the Lord's perspective. Whatever the Lord decreed, he would comply without question. It is no exaggeration to say that if the Lord ordered him to die, he would likely do so without hesitation. Previously, she had not understood why the Lord had appointed such a person as an overseer. Aside from his water-based abilities, he possessed no remarkable attributes, and the territory was not in need of water. However, she now realized that his loyalty surpassed that of anyone else. While his performance may not have been stellar, he was someone the Lord could entrust with any task without fear of betrayal. Jiang Guo shared similar sentiments as she managed the significant affairs of the territory herself, issuing commands for Jiang Guo to execute. Naturally, she required someone trustworthy to ensure her peace of mind. Through surveillance, she observed Tu Na's operations but chose not to intervene, instead tacitly approving of this method, as it proved more effective. In terms of decisiveness, she still had much to learn. Li Qian had recruited 3 teachers for his daughter, each specializing in language, mathematics, and martial arts. He believed that, even in the apocalypse, essential knowledge must be acquired, for the disparity between the educated and uneducated was vast. Having arranged for his daughter's education, the next day, Li Qian departed the territory with his Zhenrong combat team, a total of 10 vehicles, each with 2 or 3 individuals forming small teams, departed, laden with supplies and promotional materials, heading in every direction from the territory. Watching their departure, Jiang Guo smiled to herself. The agricultural fields were operational, and the fish pond and pasture had been established. The workforce had expanded significantly, with tasks being executed collaboratively. Truly a splendid situation. Continuing in this manner, the territory was destined to flourish. Jiang would gleefully envision the future before hastening back to the small building. With assistance on hand, she remained diligent, seizing the opportunity to enhance her skills. Knowing that once time resumed its normal flow outside, opportunities to learn would be scarce. Chapter 83. Rescued two key figures. In a county at the intersection of Province R and City S, a man and a woman found themselves encircled by a dozen zombies. The man tightly grasped the woman's hand, shielding her behind him with an unwavering protective stance. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the woman cradled her abdomen, her lower belly slightly protruding. As the man wielded his extraordinary abilities to vanquish the ravenous zombies that lunged at them like famished wolves, he simultaneously shielded the woman, retreating cautiously. However, the undead drawn by the cacophony surged around them like an unrelenting tide, and even the nearby mutated creatures were stirred into action, gradually trapping the pair in a dead-end alley. A glimmer of despair flickered in the woman's eyes. After their arduous escape, was it fate that they were to perish here? Ji Yun, do not fear. The man spoke, his tone imbued with tenderness despite the fierce determination reflected in his gaze. The woman, glancing at the monstrous creatures encircling them and then at the man who had steadfastly protected her, took a deep breath, a newfound resolve igniting within her.
Ian.
You must go. Do not concern yourself with me. You can escape on your own. There's no need to bear this burden. I will only drag you down. She felt she had already owed him too much. She had not wished to live, and she saw no reason to further complicate his life. She could never repay him. Upon hearing this, the man's expression shifted dramatically as he grasped her firmly. Do not be foolish. Trust me. We can escape. He spoke rapidly, suddenly pushing the woman behind him while drawing forth a slender needle, channeling all his powers into a singular attack aimed at the encroaching beasts. As a level 4 wind elemental ability user, his strength was formidable. With that concentrated effort, he finally carved out a path for their salvation. His heart soared with joy as he prepared to flee with the woman, only to discover a massive mutated vulture diving from the sky behind her. Without a moment's hesitation, Fu Ziyuan threw himself over the woman, shielding her with his back.
Ziyuan. No.
Shen Jiyun's pupils dilated in terror. No. This cannot be happening. Why must fate be so cruel to me? I have lost everything. Ziyuan is all I have left. I cannot lose him. I cannot let him sacrifice himself for me. With a surge of unexpected strength, she thrust the man aside, confronting the descending beast directly. Jian. Fu Ziyuan could hardly believe his eyes, his expression one of utter disbelief. Just as despair enveloped them, the sharp crack of a gunshot erupted nearby. Looking back, they saw the vulture had collapsed to the ground.
Jian. Jian.
Fu Ziyuan sprang upright, enveloping the woman in his arms. His instinct to chastise her for her reckless act momentarily caught in his throat, his eyes brimming with tears, at a loss for words. Shen Jiyun, pale with fright, was momentarily stunned, but as reality set in, her face was streaked with tears. At the alley's entrance, 3 well-equipped figures emerged into their line of sight, donned in battle armor and wielding weapons, exuding an imposing aura. Li Qian, Zui Chen, and Qian Milu swiftly dispatched the remaining mutated creatures and approached the pair. Are you both all right? Fu Ziyuan turned to the trio, his apology sincere. We're fine.
Thank you. Thank you.
Shen Jiyun wiped her tears, nodding in gratitude. She had truly believed they would meet their end this time. It mattered little to her, as she only wished to spare Ziyuan further suffering. Thankfully, fate had granted her a modicum of mercy. They had been rescued. Ziyuan had not perished because of her. A wave of relief and gratitude washed over Shen Jiyun, but her expression suddenly shifted, pain coursing through her abdomen. Fu Ziyuan immediately sensed something was amiss, his voice laced with concern. Jiyun, what's wrong? My stomach. It hurts so badly, Shen Jiyun grimaced, trembling all over. With mutated beasts still soaring above, Li Qian urged, quick, get in the vehicle. Fu Ziyuan scooped Shen Jiyun into his arms, and with Li Qian and the others providing cover, they hurried towards a nearby SUV. The vehicle, a 7-seater, had only 2 seats available in the back, the rest filled with basic supplies and weapons. Li Qian took charge of the rear, dispatching the approaching mutated creatures one by one. Zhuo Chun, possessing spatial abilities, gathered the crystal cores. Qian Milu swiftly opened the back door, assisting Fu Ziyuan in placing Xin Jiyun inside, laying her on the vacant seat before quickly shutting the door. She is pregnant? Qian Milu observed the woman's hands cradling her abdomen, which appeared distinctly at odds with her frail form, slightly protruding. Yes, Fu Ziyuan's eyes flickered with anguish, riddled with self-reproach. I failed to protect her. Qian Milu had initially intended to chastise the man for allowing a pregnancy during such dire times. But upon witnessing his expression and recalling the lengths he had gone to protect the woman, she recognized there was more to the story. This is bad. She has a fever. The woman clutched her abdomen, agony etched across her face. Qian Milu felt her temperature surging, and upon checking her forehead, it was indeed scorching. A fever? Fu Ziyuan's voice trembled as he grasped her hand. Jiyun, please don't scare me. How could this happen? What should we do? His complexion paled, his mind racing with panic. Stay calm. Qian Milu rummaged through her storage ring for medicinal supplies, discovering no medications for maintaining a pregnancy. But she did find pain relievers and antipyretics. However, with the abdominal pain still present, she was uncertain if it was safe to administer the fever reducer. Holding out the medications, she explained this is a pain reliever and this is an antipyretic, but under the current circumstances. Regaining a semblance of composure, Fu Ziyuan remembered that he was a doctor. He could not succumb to panic.
Jiyan needed him.
Unable to ascertain the cause of her distress, he dared not take any chances. Do you have any cooling patches? Or alcohol? Yes. Qian Milu produced the requested items. Fu Ziyuan swiftly applied a cooling patch to the woman's forehead, instructing Qian Milu, please help me wipe her down with alcohol. In that moment, the boundaries of propriety were cast aside as he uttered a silent apology, and together with Qian Milu, they gently assisted in removing the woman's clothing to apply the alcohol. As Qian Milu sensed the man's quiet apology, she realized that their relationship seemed to transcend mere friendship or romantic involvement. Otherwise, he would not be so cautious. Stealing a glance at him, she focused on her task of tending to the woman. The physical intervention yielded some effect, while the fever did not subside. It did not escalate either. Qian Milu used a cloth to shield the woman's body. Understanding that medications could not be recklessly administered, she would have to endure this on her own. The man remained silent, his lips pressed tightly together. Yet his grip on the woman's hand was unwavering as he continuously wiped the sweat from her brow. After a while, Li Qian and Zhuo Chun returned, having collected the crystal cores, and took their seats in the front of the vehicle.
How is she?
Zhuo Chun inquired. She has a fever, Qian Milu replied. A fever? Zhuo Chun echoed in surprise, casually adding, could it be that she is about to awaken her powers? The two in the back froze momentarily, and Qian Milu glanced at the woman, realizing it was indeed a possibility. The fever had struck so suddenly. Fu Ziyuan was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of hope igniting in his heart as he fervently prayed they were right. Brothers, where did you come from? Do you have a destination in mind?
Fu Ziyuan,
diverting a portion of his focus, responded, we just escaped from the province base. We have no specific destination yet. They had merely sought to flee, without considering where to go next. Upon mentioning the province base, the man's voice noticeably darkened. The province base? Li Qian and Li Qian exchanged glances. Li Qian exclaimed in surprise, what a coincidence. We were just heading to the province base. Could you share your experiences there? You're going to the province base? Fu Ziyuan's brow furrowed in concern. Do not go. It is a hellish place. He then proceeded to recount the dire circumstances surrounding the province base. Xin Jiyun is the daughter of the former base leader of our province, while he is the son of the deputy base leader. A few months ago, a traitor emerged within the base, colluding with the Black Wing Corps, resulting in both base leaders meeting with misfortune. The Black Wing Corps seized control of our base, capturing both him and Xin Jiyun. 2 days prior, chaos erupted in the province base laboratory when an unknown intruder broke in and obliterated their most crucial research achievements, throwing the base into disarray. Seizing the opportunity while everyone was preoccupied with tracking down the intruder, he managed to escape, locate Xin Jiyun, and rescue her. The two fled together and eventually arrived at this place. What he recounted aligned closely with what Li Qian and the others had learned from Jiang Guo, but he distinctly identified those involved as members of the Blackwing Corps. The Blackwing Corps. Again, it is them. Qian Milu exclaimed in fury. They were the very ones who abducted Luo Luo. Truly a swarm of pests. Are you familiar with the Blackwing Corps?
Fu Ziyan asked.
Astonished. Qian Milu refrained from elaborating further, instead shifting the topic. Since you have managed to escape, there's no need to return. We'll take you to a wonderful place. What wonderful place? A flicker of caution arose within Fu Ziyan. The three individuals before him were evidently no ordinary people. Each possessed extraordinary abilities, and the leader, a dual ability wielder, was of considerable rank, a rarity indeed within the province space. Who were these three? He realized he had acted hastily and should have remained more vigilant. After all, they had painstakingly rescued Jiyun. He could not afford to lead her back into the tiger's den. Rest assured. We mean you no harm. Qian Miller gestured towards a nearby medicine and indicated the boxes behind them. You can see for yourself. We are all quite strong, and we possess ample supplies. What could we possibly gain from you two? Fu Ziyan squinted slightly, apologizing. I was being overly suspicious. Not at all. Take a look at this. Qian Milu produced a promotional image for him. You too must desire a secure place to settle down, right? Look here, it has a protective shield and plenty of resources. Upon examining the image, Fu Ziyan was filled with astonishment, gazing at the picturesque landscapes depicted. He questioned, how can this be possible? In this apocalyptic winter, the people depicted are dressed in light clothing, some even in short sleeves and skirts, clearly not appropriate for the season. Furthermore, there are vast farmlands teeming with crops. The animals in the enclosures are all unmutated, and a supermarket. Where in this apocalypse would one find such a tidy and well-stocked supermarket? The shelves are brimming with goods, including fresh vegetables and fruits. It seemed utterly implausible. Then, what do you make of this? A large apple appeared before Fu Ziyan, even from a meter away. He could discern the intricate patterns on its surface and inhale its unfamiliar yet enticing fragrance. No, this could have been cultivated by a wood-type ability user. We have those at the province base, albeit they are quite rare. The ones we grow are not as large, not as red, nor do they emit such a fragrant aroma. And these? Qian Milu then revealed bananas, oranges, and strawberries, along with bread, ham, and instant noodles. Fu Ziyan's eyes widened in disbelief as he hurriedly checked the expiration dates. Fresh. All of it was brand new. How? How can this be? And this? Qian Milu showcased a storage wristband and ring. All the supplies are contained within. These items function like spatial abilities, possessing an independent space for storage. These are from Jing and the territory. Do you think they are fake? Fu Ziyan's gaze became unfocused, as if the very foundation of his worldview had crumbled. Yet he quickly regained his composure. If this were indeed true, he looked down at the woman, observing her gaunt visage and recalling the torment she endured at the base. With a pained caress of her face, he affirmed, "All right. I believe you. We will go there." Qian Milu smiled. That's the spirit. However, you must wait a moment. We need to handle some matters at the province base before we all return together. We can go on our own. Fu Ziyan immediately shook his head, his gaze falling upon the woman's abdomen, his eyes filled with sorrow. Jiyun had barely escaped. If he had not arrived just in time, he would never have seen her again. She could not endure any more stress. No, she is heavily pregnant. What if we encounter trouble again on the way? Qian Milu sensed his concerns and addressed the front. Captain Zhuqin, how about I take them back first while you two handle things at the province base? She had the Lord's protective shield, ensuring their safe return to the territory. Li Qian and Zhuqin trusted her abilities, and after a brief discussion, they nodded. All right.
Just be careful on the way.
If it were anyone else, they would surely not bother with this trip, but given the identities of these two, it was imperative that nothing went awry, especially with the woman in her condition. Qian Milu inquired, did you drive? Is the car still here? Fu Ziyan replied, yes. But it's out of fuel, otherwise, we wouldn't have abandoned it when we encountered zombies. Having a car is sufficient. We have fuel. Li Qian drove to the location indicated by Fu Ziyan, and indeed, they found a vehicle. After refueling, Qian Milu took some supplies and then parted ways with Li Qian and the others. At that moment, Shun Ziyun had ceased to cry out in pain, her eyes closed. It was unclear if she had fainted or fallen asleep. Qian Milo helped her into suitable clothing, and the two gently transferred her into the car. Fu Ziyan took the wheel while she remained in the back, caring for Shun Ziyun as they headed back toward their territory. Along the journey, whenever they encountered zombies or mutated animals, Qian Milu was the first to eliminate them. In instances where she could not confront them, she effortlessly retreated. Fu Ziyan was repeatedly astonished and grew more curious about the territory of Jing and the remarkable resources they claimed to possess. The only concern along the way was Shen Jiyun. Fortunately, after 6 or 7 hours, she finally woke up. Chapter 85. This is not the end. Returning to the real world is not the conclusion.
Ha!
I remember now. Jiang Guo lifted her head from the desk, her face aglow with excitement. The first page of Volume 1 of Learning Medicine from Scratch. I've finally memorized it all. Oh, heaven knows how arduous this has been. After days of study, she had made progress in physical training and computer technology, but her attempts at medicine had always faltered at the threshold of giving up. Today, she had finally made some advancement. Jiang Guo allocated her time each day as follows. She would rise at 7:30 a.m., have breakfast, and check the surveillance to identify any shortages in supplies, purchasing what was needed through the trading system to replenish resources. After managing the affairs of her territory, she would practice a set of physical training techniques she had learned in the small courtyard, followed by studying medicine, as mornings were the optimal time for memory retention, making it ideal for tackling the more challenging subjects. By 11 or 12 o'clock, she enjoyed her free time, doing whatever she pleased. After lunch, she would take a nap for about an hour, then rise to learn new physical training techniques, which required careful contemplation due to their complexity. At 6 p.m., she would have dinner, take a stroll outside to enjoy the fresh air and browse around. By 7 p.m., she would return to her bamboo house to begin studying computer technology, a subject she excelled in and found particularly intriguing, engaging in immersive learning until around 9:30 p.m. At that point, she would organize the crystal cores obtained that day, list them on the trading system, and address any issues arising within the trading system. By around 10 p.m., she would shower, freshen up, and retire for the night. Jiang Guo was somewhat of a homebody. Staying indoors had no adverse effects on her. Instead, it constituted her comfort zone. After a day of such fulfilling activities, she felt utterly content. Jiang Guo was on the verge of falling in love with this game world. However, every so often, when she glimpsed the outside world and observed the residents struggling in the post-apocalyptic landscape, an inexplicable sense of disconnection washed over her, making her acutely aware that everything felt achingly real, especially the residents, each with their own unique stories, appearances, personalities, and experiences. It was hard to fathom that they were merely NPCs. But if they were not NPCs, then what could they possibly be? Surely this could not be a mere game world, but rather a genuine reality? Yet, how could that be? The trading system, her territory, and everything she could effortlessly manipulate at her fingertips reminded her that this was indeed a game. Jiang was stepped onto the terrace. Gazing at the residents moving about in her territory, observing the myriad expressions of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness on their faces, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Enough of this overthinking. It would only serve to vex her. Regardless of the circumstances, she would manage her territory well and complete her tasks, knowing that answers would eventually reveal themselves. As a member of the Huaxia people, she understood from a young age the importance of preparing for the worst and remaining vigilant in times of peace. She, too, would take advantage of the ample time at her disposal to learn and elevate herself, ensuring that she could navigate any situation with ease in the future, free from the constraints of others. Even if she returned to the real world and chose to do nothing, simply lying flat, she could still live without regrets. After all, people nowadays were so competitive. Even the security guards in her community were becoming increasingly young and highly educated. Jiang would consider herself quite intelligent, yet she was not arrogant enough to believe she was superior to everyone. Technology was evolving at a rapid pace, and should she choose to remain idle, she could easily find herself obsolete. Currently, she was still in school and felt no urgency, but who could say what the future held after graduation? Learning more could only be beneficial. Moreover, deep within her subconscious, a voice seemed to incessantly whisper to her, "This is not the end. Returning to the real world is not the conclusion." This feeling was intensely profound, lingering persistently in her heart. She was unsure of the origin of this intuition. Yet she felt no fear. Rather, she was filled with a sense of eager anticipation, as if a mysterious force were guiding her, making her aware that she had an unfinished mission. Guojia, someone came to ask me if we have abortion pills. Jiang Guo knocked on her door downstairs. And Jiang Guo invited him up, hearing him say this. Abortion pills? Jiang Guo was taken aback. Ever since the apocalypse began, everyone had conscientiously taken precautions against pregnancy. After all, bringing a child into this environment was a calamity for both mother and child. The medium-sized supermarket now had a medical section, but it only stocked basic emergency supplies. Such items were simply unavailable. What kind of scoundrel could not control himself in such dire times, causing someone to become pregnant, only to then seek an abortion? Jiang Guo furrowed her brow. Was it a voluntary purchase? Or was it forced? Never mind, I'll go take a look with you. Time rewound to earlier. Qianmi Lu and the others had yet to arrive at the territory. You're awake? Jiyun is awake. Qianmi Lu sat in the back row with Xin Jiyun, and the moment Xin Jiyun stirred, Qianmi Lu noticed. Upon hearing Qianmi Lu's voice, Fu Zian immediately pulled the car over and turned to look back. Xin Jiyun felt her entire body aching, as if all her strength had been drained away. Blinking in confusion, she murmured, Am I still alive? She attempted to rise but found herself utterly powerless. Fu Zian quickly said, Jiyun, don't move. You just had a fever. It's normal to feel weak right now. You should eat something first. He then turned to Qianmi Lu to inquire about purchasing supplies. Water. 5 crystal cores per bottle. Bread. 8 crystal cores per bag. Chocolate. 6 crystal cores per piece. Sausage. 10 crystal cores each. Self-heating rice. 30 crystal cores per box. And fruit. Apples at 15 crystal cores each. Bananas at 15 crystal cores each. And fragrant pears at 12 crystal cores each. These were supplies procured exclusively by the Lord and were a bit pricier than those in the supermarket. Ji Yun, what would you like to eat? Xin Ji Yun was still dazed, unable to grasp what was being said. Water? Bread? Chocolate? Sausage? And what else? Fruit. Fruit. Qianmi Lu noticed her confusion and immediately began to introduce her to Game.Why territory, her eyes sparkling with pride as she spoke.
How about that?
Isn't it wonderful? Our Game.Why territory is like a paradise in the apocalypse. We have a particularly kind and loving Lord who thinks of us in every way possible, building numerous residential buildings, supermarkets, and even farmlands and pastures. Soon, we'll be able to achieve self-sufficiency. Look, all these items are from our Game.Why territory. They are all fresh. You just had a fever, so you need to replenish your strength. Qianmi Lu was doing her utmost to promote the supplies, and as Xin Jiyun began to understand, she felt an overwhelming sense of shock. The sweet scent of fruit wafted through the air, and she couldn't help but swallow hard, glancing over at Fu Zian. Vian, how many crystal cores do we have? Upon hearing the word we, Fu Zian's expression softened significantly. Jiyun, don't worry about the crystal cores. When I left, I managed to get 2 level 4 crystal cores and 5 level 3 crystal cores. I also collected some on the way here. The prices here are based on level 1 crystal cores. So we effectively have over 2,600 crystal cores, which is more than enough. Buy whatever you want. Shun Jiyun sighed in relief and asked Fu Zian, what about you? Have you eaten yet? Before Fu Zian could respond, Qianmi Lu interjected, no. He was too busy worrying about you. When I asked him, he said he couldn't eat. He was too focused on speeding back to the territory with you. Chapter 86. The Filthy Bloodline. I don't want it. Shun Jiyun couldn't help but glance at Fu Zian, who turned his face away, revealing only a slightly flushed ear, as he muttered, no, I wasn't hungry. Not hungry, indeed. They had escaped from the air base without daring to bring any belongings, rushing along without time to eat or drink. And there was nothing available to consume. She was not made of iron. How could she not be hungry? Shun Jiyun clenched her fists, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears before she quickly suppressed them. I'm hungry. You should eat something too.
Fu Zian replied, all right.
The two of them purchased 2 bottles of water, 2 apples, and 2 servings of self-heating rice. Fu Zian also bought some toilet paper, wet wipes, and other supplies, patiently caring for Shun Jiyun. They behaved quite appropriately, yet Qianmi Lu caught a glimpse of them and felt immensely uncomfortable, as if she were a glaring light bulb. Shaking her head, she quickly made her way to the driver's seat, deciding it was best for her to take the wheel. After finishing their meal, Shen Jiyan regained some strength, even feeling slightly overstuffed. Although the sensation of fullness was uncomfortable, it brought with it a long-forgotten urge to shed tears of gratitude. Fu Zian inquired, Jiyan, how are you feeling now? Is there anywhere that still feels uncomfortable? Not anymore. My stomach doesn't hurt. Shen Jiyan instinctively touched her belly, but as the realization hit her, the smile on her face froze. The child within her. Just thinking about the experiences of those past days drained the color from Shen Jiyan's face. She lowered her hand from her abdomen, tightly clenching her palm. This child, a symbol of that humiliating experience, bearing the tainted bloodline of those individuals, she absolutely did not want. The journey back to the territory was smooth, and Fu Zian assisted Shen Jiyan as they descended from the vehicle, both immediately captivated by the sight before them. This was the protective barrier of the territory, stretching endlessly above them, appearing as though it had descended from the heavens, cleaving the inside from the outside. Qian Milu introduced the two, explaining that simply touching a light screen would allow them to pay the entrance fee. If they wished to drive their vehicle inside, an additional parking fee would be required. However, those unwilling to incur this expense could leave their cars parked outside, where an informal patrol had been organized by the community to keep an eye on the vehicles. Given the exorbitant parking fees within the territory, most people opted to park outside. As the number of cars increased, owners banded together to form a patrol team, taking turns to safeguard each other's vehicles. For those who preferred not to take on a patrol shift, a small payment of crystal cores could be made to others for assistance, a cost significantly lower than the fees charged within the territory, making this option quite popular. Jiang Guo did not intervene, recognizing that the vehicles were taking up too much space, and she preferred not to have cars strewn about within the territory. High parking fees only served to deter them. Let us park over there, Shen Jiyan suggested to Fu Zian. Every little bit saved counts, especially with the expenses in the territory.
Fu Zian readily acquiesced, replying, all right.
Wait here for me. I will be back shortly. In under 10 minutes, Fu Zian returned, breathless from running, clearly anxious about leaving Shen Jiyan alone. Let's go, he urged. Upon entering the territory, their eyes roamed curiously, taking in all the wonders around them. Qian Milu observed their expressions and smirked. What do you think? I wasn't exaggerating, was I? She pointed towards a location. Look over there. That's where supplies are sold. The red building is the Apocalyptic supermarket, stocked with advanced technology items tailored for the end of the world, such as multifunctional knives, cold-resistant clothing, storage backpacks, and silenced firearms, among others. The 3-story building next to it was once a store but has now been converted into a dining establishment. Fresh bean sprouts are sold on the rooftop every few days, while the 3rd floor offers rice and stir-fried dishes, and the 2nd floor serves handmade noodles. The 1st floor is currently up for lease, and many are vying for it. The Lord has organized a culinary competition. Tonight, the winner will secure the lease. And over there, she continued, that 2-story supermarket is quite large, with a variety of goods available, encompassing food, beverages, and fresh fruits. Of course, most items have been snatched up, but thanks to purchase limits, some stock remains. The Lord has promised that once everything is sold out, a new supermarket will be built, replenishing our supplies. Fu Zian and Shen Jiyan found themselves at a loss for words, silently processing everything. When they escaped from Baysar, they had not dared to envision what their future would hold, their minds filled with grim imaginings, being besieged by zombies, falling victim to a dreadful base, or perishing from starvation, or freezing in a similar establishment. In short, they had not even dared to dream of a situation like this. Fu Zian pointed towards the back and inquired, Miss Qian, those are the residential buildings, correct? Qian Mila confirmed, yes. Over there are residential areas 1 and 2. You must be weary from your journey. I shall escort you to find accommodations. Which type of housing would you prefer? We have 3 options as advertised. There are single rooms on the 6th floor, accommodating up to 2 individuals, occupying an area of 10. Additionally, there are 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom suites on the 6th floor, suitable for 3 occupants and covering 50 square meters. Lastly, there are single rooms in a 15-story building, equal in size to the 6th floor single rooms, but due to their cramped nature, they are half the price.
Fu Zian asked,
Are there any rooms available on the 1st floor of the 6-story building? Qian Milu, noticing Shun Jiyun's condition, surmised his concern, though she did not outright dismiss him. She said, "There likely aren't any, but I can assist you in speaking with the manager to see if any arrangements can be made." Qian Milu called for Zheng Huan, who, after understanding the situation, led others to negotiate. Fu Zian wasted no time, producing 10 crystal cores, and swiftly found someone willing to exchange. Ultimately, they rented room 103 on the first floor of Building 6 in Area 1. Considering Shun Jiyun's physical limitations, Fu Zian deemed it unwise for her to share a bathroom with others, opting for the privacy of a separate washroom. Initially, he intended to rent a room nearby for himself, but was stopped by Shin Jiyun. "Don't waste crystal cores. This suite is sufficient. I noticed a sign outside indicating alterations can be made. If we partition the living room, we can each have our own room." Initially apprehensive about offending her, Fu Zian felt his ears flush as he realized her intent to ease her own discomfort.
He nodded, all right.
Once they were settled, Fu Zian turned to converse with Qian Milu, while Shun Jiyun discreetly stepped beside Zheng Huan, quickly and quietly asking, "Officer Zheng, do you have any abortion pills for sale?" In that moment, Zheng Huan momentarily thought he misheard her, but, upon seeing the earnestness in her eyes, he quickly recognized her seriousness. As he opened his mouth to inquire further, Fu Zian returned, causing Shin Ziyun to retreat a few steps, creating distance as if they had not just conversed. Zheng Huan regarded the calm determination in her gaze, feeling overwhelmed. What is going on here? Chapter 87. Bearing an anomalous fetus. The curse. Jiang Guo's expression turned grave the moment she laid eyes on Shin Jiyun. Above her head, 3 lines of text were inscribed. Name: Shin Jiyun, abnormal. Ability: curse, suppressed state. Note: bearing an anomalous fetus. The anomalous fetus will drain the host of all nourishment and vitality, infecting the host. These 3 lines glowed in red, visible only to Jiang Guo. Even Shin Jiyun herself could not see them, only her own name. "Officer Zheng? Who is this?" Fu Zian asked, puzzled as they approached. "This is our territory's lord, Jiang Guo," Zheng Huan proudly introduced. "Our lord has heard you come from Base R and has some inquiries to make." He fabricated an excuse. And Fu Zian, not delving deeper, nodded for the two to enter. Shin Jiyun had initially focused on Zheng Huan, seeking an answer in his gaze. Upon hearing this, she immediately shifted her attention to Jiang Guo. The latter offered a slight nod, conveying a sense of calm reassurance. Seated on the sofa, they engaged in light conversation about Base R until Zheng Huan discreetly excused Fu Zian. Jiang Guo then glanced at Shun Ziyun's abdomen, pursing her lips slightly. "You seek abortion pills?" Shun Jiyun maintained her composure, affirming, "Yes, my lord, I cannot keep this child." Jiang Guo pondered for a moment, gazing directly at her. "I don't know what has transpired in your life, nor the details leading up to this moment, but I do possess abortion pills, and I can provide them. However, before you decide, I must inform you that this child cannot be kept." "What does the lord mean by this?" Shun Jiyun was taken aback. Jiang Guo replied candidly, "Regarding your situation, I have no reason to withhold the truth. I can detect that your child is an anomalous fetus. If you choose to carry it, it may drain your life force, leading to infection, resulting in either death or transformation into a zombie." "What?" A startled exclamation came from the doorway. Zheng Huan looked awkwardly at Jiang Guo and Shin Jiyun. The man had been overly vigilant. Their previous conversation had been pleasant, yet he suddenly turned to leave. Although he was unaware of the background, it was clear that Shin Jiyun had avoided discussing this matter in front of him, indicating her desire for discretion. Unfortunately, he could not intervene in time. "My lord, what did you just say?" Fu Zian gasped, unable to comprehend the gravity of her words. Before Jiang Guo could utter a word, Shin Jiyun rose and grasped his hand, her countenance remarkably tranquil. "Since you have overheard, I shall not conceal the truth from you any longer. I intend to terminate this pregnancy. Hence, I sought the Lord for an abortion pill. To my astonishment, the Lord discovered that the child within me is of an unusual lineage. I kept this from you because I feared your disapproval. You have expressed your desire to treat this child as your own, and I was apprehensive of your reaction." Upon hearing this, Fu Zian's lips trembled as he enveloped the woman in his embrace, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, brimming with compassion. "It is not that I wish to prevent you from terminating this child. Rather, I am terrified The procedure of abortion inherently inflicts harm upon the body, and any negligence may lead to severe infection. Moreover, we are currently on the run, devoid of a stable shelter, surrounded by disease. Under such circumstances, how could I possibly feel at ease with your intention to abort? Fu Zian's voice quivered as he continued. I fear that the loss of this child might endanger your life. In comparison to your well-being, a mere child holds no significance. My show of affection towards the child is merely to spare you heartache. Shun Jiyun's eyes instantly filled with tears. She had perceived this child as a source of shame and had not wished to impose upon him the burden of feigning affection for it. To her surprise, he had only been considering her feelings. Then I shall proceed with the termination. Shun Jiyun wiped her tears and fixed her gaze upon him with unwavering determination. Fu Zian clasped her hand. Very well. Since it is an unusual child, retaining it would only cause you further harm. Let us proceed with the abortion. He then turned to Jiang Guo, inquiring, My lord, can the abortion pill effectively terminate an unusual pregnancy? Will it pose a danger to the mother? Jiang Guo, still in the early stages of her medical training and not yet fully adept, replied, I cannot speak with certainty. But terminating the pregnancy is undoubtedly preferable to allowing it to continue. There are healers and medical personnel in the territory. You may seek their assistance. Indeed. I shall find them immediately.
Fu Zian nodded vigorously.
Jiang Guo instructed Zheng Huan to accompany him, stating, All individuals who came for the interview have their information logged. Go with him to expedite the search. Understood. Zheng Huan agreed, and the two departed. Jiang Guo then turned back to Shin Jiyun, saying, There is one more matter to discuss. You have awakened your special ability, known as a curse. I am uncertain how your powers function, but I implore you, once you recover, do not utilize this ability within the territory. If I discover you doing so, I will not hesitate to expel you from the land. As she spoke, Jiang Guo's expression grew serious, her eyes filled with a warning. Shin Jiyun, caught off guard by the revelation of her powers, promptly assured her, I promise I will not use this ability in the territory. I would never harm anyone here. You have welcomed us, and your people have saved us. I could never repay such kindness with ingratitude. Jiang Guo's expression softened. I hope you will uphold your promise. She accessed the trading system to procure the abortion pill. Potent abortion pill, 300 crystal nuclei. Effective for humans, beasts, monsters, demons, and all manner of creatures. Effects observable within 1 hour, clean and residue-free. Given the unusual nature of the pregnancy, it was crucial that the procedure be executed flawlessly. Fu Zian soon returned with a doctor, 2 nurses, and a healer. After listening to Jiang Guo's explanation, he promptly produced the crystal nuclei, insisting on acquiring the medication. Very well. Jiang Guo quickly completed the transaction, presenting them with an unremarkable red pill. Shun Jiyun swallowed the pill, feeling no immediate effect until precisely 1 hour later, when she suddenly clutched her abdomen, perspiring profusely, and dashed to the restroom, slamming the door shut behind her. Fu Zian attempted to follow but was restrained by Jiang Guo. Do not interfere. She does not wish for you to witness this. Indeed, from within the restroom came Shin Jiyun's muffled cries of pain. Fu Zian, do not come in. An hour later, Shin Jiyun emerged, her face pale yet adorned with a smile, her eyes glistening with moisture, as though reborn. It's done, it's done. She murmured before collapsing.
Jian.
Fu Zian gasped, his mind racing as he grappled with the situation. Although he was a surgeon with some knowledge of obstetrics and gynecology, Shun Jiyun's condition left him utterly bewildered, uncertain of how to assist. Fortunately, the doctor they had summoned proved competent. He took her pulse and promptly began his examination. The nurses supported Shin Jiyun while the healer activated their abilities, channeling healing energy throughout her body. Jiang Guo glanced at Shin Jiyun's status, once more, this time. The crimson text had transformed to a normal hue. Name: Shin Jiyun. Ability: Curse, Awakened State. Chapter 88. Culinary Competition. A Feast for the Senses. Jiang Guo surmised that Shin Jiyun's fainting spell was not a result of the abortion, but rather the liberation of her innate powers following the termination of the unusual pregnancy. However, she chose not to divulge this insight, not even to Fu Zian, as it was Shin Jiyun's personal secret, one she had no right to disclose. Upon awakening, Shin Jiyun immediately sought Jiang Guo's gaze, sharing a smile that only the two of them could comprehend. She felt it. Her powers had awakened. Jiang Guo returned her smile, silently offering her congratulations. As they exited the residential building, Zheng Huan invited Jiang Guo to witness the culinary competition within the territory. Sister Guo, you cannot imagine the lengths to which people will go to secure a stall. Some even attempted to bribe me with crystal nuclei. Jiang Guo raised an eyebrow. And did you accept? Zheng Huan feigned innocence. Sister Guo, I am your most loyal subordinate. How could I engage in such treachery? However, he chuckled. Producing 5 crystal nuclei, I did manage to place those who bribed me in a more favorable position. Ultimately, it is the taste that matters. Winning is unrelated to the order of presentation. I received a total of 10 crystal nuclei, which we shall split. Jiang Guo, taken aback, mused, bribery. And yet you share this with me? Should I commend your cunning or chastise your foolishness? Moreover, 10 nuclei? Have even the residents of the territory recognized your ineptitude in handling bribes? Feeling somewhat disheartened, Jiang Guo patted his shoulder. You may keep it. Zheng Huan's eyes lit up. Thank you, Sister Guo.
Crystal nuclei.
As night fell, the territory illuminated with lights. On the expansive lawn, over 300 participants lined up with their signature dishes, adorned with identification tags, while a throng of onlookers and tasters gathered around.
Wow.
So many competitors? Exclaimed one. Those selling vegetables and noodles must be raking in profits.
Who wouldn't envy that?
Selling food in the territory is far better than engaging in battle.
Indeed.
The territory is much safer. The profits are substantial. But do all these people possess culinary skills? Are there really so many hidden talents in our territory? Not all. Many are ordinary citizens from Base A. I heard our lord requested the base leader to promote the event, calling upon skilled chefs to join us, which attracted over 200 participants. Many are 5-star chefs from before the apocalypse. Then we shall be in for a treat. I have never tasted dishes from 5-star chefs before the apocalypse. Exactly. The first place winner will undoubtedly create something delectable. But the elimination rate is somewhat daunting. With over 300 participants, many will be eliminated for just one stall. Not quite. I heard that after the rankings are announced, the first place winner will secure a stall, while the remaining participants will be given the opportunity to rent stalls after the supplies at the medium-sized supermarket are sold out. Really? It works that way? That 2-story supermarket is quite sizable. It could accommodate at least 20 stalls. Indeed, the abundance of competitors is a testament to the allure of the contest. Even those who do not secure the first place may still find themselves ranked among the rest. How delightful it is to envision a future brimming with delectable offerings in our territory. Alas, my culinary skills leave much to be desired. Otherwise, I too would partake in this competition. The onlookers, their noses twitching, were nearly entranced by the myriad of enticing aromas, their mouths watering in anticipation. Hurry, hurry. Their impatience was palpable. Not only were the spectators eager, but the competitors themselves felt the urgency, for some of their creations had time constraints, and a delay could render them unpalatable. Zheng Huan cleared his throat and proclaimed, "Let us dispense with the pleasantries. The rules of the competition are quite simple. It will be conducted in 2 rounds. The first round will judge food based on its color and flavor. The spectators will enter the arena and cast their votes within a span of 20 minutes, each having but 1 vote. The top 100 vote-getters will advance to the second round. The second round will focus solely on taste. 100 spectators will be randomly selected to sample 3 dishes each, casting their votes, with the highest vote recipient emerging victorious and securing the right to lease a shop on the first floor of the marketplace. The remaining eliminated contestants may freely sell their culinary creations. Now, let the competition commence." At Zheng Huan's shout, the crowd surged forward into the venue. Each contestant had prepared 3 small portions of their dishes, neatly arranged and held aloft as the spectators perused, inhaling the fragrant offerings and casting their votes for the most tantalizing dishes. With only 20 minutes at their disposal, each individual swiftly scanned the selections, eager to discover what most captivated them. Time passed swiftly. The first round concluded. Voting ceased. The 30 individuals tasked with counting the votes immediately rushed forward to tally the results. Once Zheng Huan received the outcome, he promptly announced the standings from highest to lowest: Yu Maozhen, Lin Shuyan, Dong Bai, and Wang Dehai. Those whose names were called wore expressions of astonishment. some maintaining their composure while others beamed with confidence, certain of their success. The second round of competition officially commenced. Now let us select 100 random audience members. Each chosen spectator is granted 3 votes. This time, Jiang will utilize the system to randomly select individuals from the crowd, and those selected received immediate notification in their minds. Congratulations! You have been chosen as a lucky audience member for the second round of the inaugural Jianghe Territory Culinary Competition. You possess 3 votes and may now enter the competition area to select the dishes you wish to sample. Did you hear that?
What?
The announcement. I've been chosen as a voting spectator. I can go in and taste the food for free.
Wow.
You are incredibly lucky. Oh, I wish I could have that chance. I'm nearly starving. Her friend chuckled. I'll tell you all about it when I return. No time to chat, I'm going inside. Each selected individual was filled with excitement at the prospect of indulging in the chef's creations. How marvelous! With a tinge of personal bias, Jiang Guo randomly selected only 96 spectators, reserving the remaining 4 spots for herself, Zheng Huan, Tu Na, and Lu Nianxi. The others raised no objections, for the territory belonged to the Lord, and she was merely inviting a few staff members to partake in the culinary delights. Jiang Guo surveyed the area, feeling as though she had stepped into a paradise of dreams. The aromas were intoxicating. Though many fragrances mingled together, one could still distinguish their individual scents. Sweet, sour, spicy, numbing and fragrant, every flavor imaginable was present. As Jiang Guo explored, her mouth nearly watered in anticipation. This culinary competition should be held more frequently. After all, it is merely a marketplace. There is ample space within the territory. She could certainly afford it. The thought of having whatever she desired to eat in the future made her eyes sparkle with delight. Chapter 89. Eating and Voting with Glee. Jiang Guo wandered through the expansive venue, meticulously selecting the dishes she wished to sample. With each step she took, the contestants' eyes followed her, filled with longing and expectation. As if to say, "My lord, look at me. Pay attention to me." The fervent gazes quickened Jiang Guo's pace, and she hastily moved on from those she did not select, fearing they might call out to her from behind. Soon, her gaze settled upon a dish of squirrel fish. Squirrel fish, also known as squirrel mandarin fish, is derived from the same species. It earned its name due to the clever preparation that transforms the fish into a shape resembling a squirrel upon frying, with its head slightly raised and its tail fluffy like that of a squirrel, hence the name. The squirrel fish she beheld boasted a golden hue, elegantly presented on a fine plate, tantalizingly appetizing, with the most alluring aspect being the rich, red sauce drizzled over it, emanating an enticing aroma that awakened her appetite merely by its scent. "My lord, would you care to sample this?" The contestant holding the squirrel fish plate eagerly raised it, his eyes wide with anticipation and a beaming smile. "Well, I suppose I shall give it a try," she replied, indeed feeling inclined to indulge. As the ingredients for this dish had appeared on her procurement list for the competition, she had anticipated its inclusion, and here it was. It was one of her favorite dishes. Preparing 3 portions of fish would be prohibitively expensive, and cutting it into 3 pieces would compromise its aesthetic appeal, so the contestant had thoughtfully provided disposable chopsticks. Each taster could only take 1 piece. Jiang Guo accepted the chopsticks and delicately picked up a piece of fish. Each morsel was enveloped in a crispy outer layer, adorned with distinct sesame seeds. As she bit into it, the initial crunch gave way to the tender, succulent fish within. The outer crispness complemented the sweet and sour flavors. Delicious. Jiang Guo's eyes lit up, yearning for a bowl of rice to accompany it. The flavor was perfect for mixing with rice. Truly exquisite. Wang Dahai, who had been nervously gripping his hands, instantly relaxed, a smile spreading across his face as he offered her another pair of chopsticks. "My lord, if you enjoyed it, please have some more." "Oh, is that appropriate?" She mused aloud, yet her hand instinctively accepted the chopsticks and grabbed another piece from the side. The sweet and sour crunch exploded on her palate, and Jiang Guo felt an urge to shout in delight, "Oh my goodness! This is simply too delicious." Seeing her enjoyment, Wang Dahai's smile widened as he presented her with another pair of chopsticks. "My lord, don't be shy. Feel free to try more."
No.
"You still have to compete." Jiang Guo managed to suppress her cravings and decisively pulled out a voting ticket, adding a thumbs up as she said, "Here, It's absolutely wonderful. Thank you, my lord. Wang Dahai grinned broadly, a look of satisfaction on his face as he watched her move on to explore other stalls. The other vendors, witnessing Jiang Guo's generous voting, set aside their inhibitions and called out, "My lord, look at me. I have cola chicken wings. My lord, snow pear and white fungus soup. Super nourishing. Spicy clams. A perfect appetizer, my lord. Do try it." Jiang Guo turned and fled. No, no, please don't shout. It disrupts the other stalls. The crowd that had just shouted quickly fell silent, reluctantly putting down their food. For her second dish, Jiang Guo chose the spicy and stimulating black duck neck, prepared by a girl with a warm smile. Delicious. Although it's quite spicy, the more I eat, the more I crave it. Plus, there's no fishy taste whatsoever. This flavor is absolutely fantastic. Better than what I've had at the store before. Jiang Guo lavished praise, causing Hua Yingying to smile with her eyes nearly squinting in delight. My family has been selling marinated delicacies for generations. Everyone in the 10-mile radius knows we are the best. We even had several branch stores before, and many people come to us for recipes. This flavor is guaranteed. Jiang Guo savored the taste and, without hesitation, pulled out a voting ticket, exclaiming, "Indeed, it's splendid. Here you go." Hua Yingying was momentarily overwhelmed with excitement, hastily retrieving a box from her backpack. "Thank you, my lord. I have another box here containing 10 pieces. You can have them all if you wish." Jiang Guo found it hard to refuse, for they were truly delectable treats, perfect for snacking. "Are you planning to sell these once the event concludes? I wouldn't dream of taking them for free. Your efforts in crafting these delicacies must have required considerable resources, after all. How could you possibly engage in a loss-making venture?" Jiang Guo declared with confidence, "Name your price. How many crystal cores do you require? I am not short of funds." Hua Yingying bit her lip, her eyes sparkling with delight as she offered Jiang Guo a shy smile. "I intend to sell them for 5 crystal cores each. So you may take this box for 40 crystal cores."
Ah,
That is a fair price. For such a delightful flavor, it is worth every bit. Jiang Guo produced 5 second-level crystal cores and handed them over, cradling the box as she sauntered away. "You are truly wonderful." Hua Yingying gazed at Jiang Guo's retreating figure, dabbing at her eyes before lifting her gaze again, wearing a warm smile, hoping someone would pause to converse with her. Jiang Guo bestowed her third ticket upon a lady named Lin Xuyan, who specialized in desserts and had recently secured second place in the first round of voting. After indulging in spicy fare, Jiang Guo craved something sweet and was drawn to Lin Xuyan's stall. The desserts displayed a vibrant array of colors: red, orange, yellow, and green, each shaped into charming forms resembling kittens, rabbits, and parrots, even including a remarkably lifelike crystal core cake. However, in stark contrast to the lively display, the woman's countenance was shrouded in gloom. Her gaunt cheeks, long and thick eyebrows, prominent nose, and thin, downturned lips conveyed an air of melancholy. Her sunken, dark eyes lacked expression, revealing a hint of desolation and solitude, while her pallid skin suggested a life devoid of sunlight. Lin Xuyan's frail physique exuded a sense of fragility, clad in black attire that, when the wind stirred, revealed the bony structure beneath. She stood there, seemingly attempting to conceal herself within the shadows. Jiang Guo hesitated for a moment upon witnessing her expression, but upon checking, realized the malice value was only 39, prompting her to resolutely advance. "Hello, may I sample some?" Lin Xuyan looked at her in surprise, evidently unaccustomed to such inquiries. During the first round, her eye-catching dishes had garnered attention, but the brief voting period left many focused solely on the food, neglecting to notice her. In the second round, however, upon reaching her stall, the sight of her expression sent patrons fleeing. Jiang Guo was the first to approach with genuine interest. Lin Xuyan attempted a faint smile, her voice hoarse from disuse. "Yes."
feel free to try.
Jiang Guo scanned the offerings and selected a plump, white peach cake. The cake exuded a delightful aroma, sweet yet not cloying, imbued with a subtle essence of cream and fruit. A gentle bite revealed a cloud-like texture, rich and smooth with a hint of chocolate. Most importantly, it was not overly sweet. Jiang Guo, who detested excessively sugary treats, found this one perfectly balanced, evoking a sense of bliss that was particularly gratifying after her earlier spicy indulgence. Here you go, she proclaimed, placing a ticket before Lin Shuyan. Seeing her smile, Lin Shuyan opened her mouth, slowly accepting the ticket. Thank you. No need for thanks. As Jiang Guo turned to leave, her arm was unexpectedly grasped by a long, slender hand, a sensation that felt almost bony. What is it? Jiang Guo asked, and before she could finish, she found herself being handed 2 boxes of prepared desserts, one containing coconut rolls, the other peach crisps. I can't accept this, Jiang Guo protested. Take them, Lin Shuyan insisted, lowering her gaze as if she wished to withdraw from the conversation. Jiang Guo scratched her face and placed 5 second-level crystal cores in front of her, hastily departing, eager to avoid any refusal. The aura emanating from this woman was unsettling, not due to any imminent danger, but rather the sight of her emaciated form and the vacant, lifeless gaze that elicited a suffocating discomfort. Moreover, Jiang Guo couldn't shake the feeling that when Lin Shuyan had briefly met her gaze, there had been a flicker of something complex in her expression, a hint of sorrow that vanished as swiftly as it appeared, replaced by an impenetrable indifference. Jiang Guo clenched her teeth, quietly marking Lin Shuyan as a subject of concern, vowing to remain vigilant for any signs of danger while she remained in the territory. The second round of the competition soon concluded, and after tallying the votes, Zheng Huan presented the results to Jiang Guo. Glancing at the list, she was taken aback to discover that her 3 votes hadn't even placed her in the top 30. As she examined the leading entries, she found them to be rather commonplace. The first was Wan Fatsai, selling buns. The second, Sun Hong, offering savory pancakes. And the third, Tong Seer, presenting fried dough twists. It was curious. Many of the dishes she had relished, like the squirrel fish and sweet cakes, were positioned further down the rankings, as were those crafted by renowned chefs. Jiang Guo furrowed her brow in confusion, prompting Lu Nianxi to provide clarity. My lord, the dishes ranked lower are by no means unpalatable. They are exquisite. However, we are living in apocalyptic times. Realization struck Jiang Guo. Having lived within the protective confines of her territory, she had not genuinely experienced the hardships of the apocalypse, where sustenance was a daily struggle. Lu Nianxi continued, not many can afford to indulge in luxury meals every day. For most, food must be delicious, affordable, and filling. Take the top-ranking buns, for instance. The vendor is skilled. His buns are thin-skinned and generously stuffed. Just 1 or 2 is enough to satisfy hunger. And they are reasonably priced at only 1 crystal core each. Naturally, patrons flocked to support him. While the pricier offerings were indeed delightful, it was only natural for people within the territory to seek better value. Jiang Guo sighed in understanding. I see now. Let us proceed according to this list. The results were swiftly disseminated. Wan Fatsai, overwhelmed with emotion, covered his face and wept. A mere ordinary man without any special abilities. He had thrived by selling buns before the apocalypse, only to be rendered powerless in this new world. He had traveled from a base to participate in the competition, leaving behind his wife and children. Previously, when Wu Zhonglin had targeted his child, his wife had fiercely protected him, suffering grievous injuries that left her blind. Thankfully, Wu Zhonglin had met his end shortly thereafter, but her affliction remained. In the midst of the apocalypse, such circumstances often spelled certain doom. Wan Fatsai had worked tirelessly, barely scraping by to keep his family alive. Yet, unexpectedly, a power struggle within the base had brought an end to his grim existence. The base had collaborated with Jinghe territory, acquiring abundant supplies, and during those days, they enjoyed warm, hearty meals and clean water. On that very day, the base announced to everyone that Jing and the territory were recruiting skilled culinary enthusiasts. Initially, he held little hope. But considering his wife's eyes could only be healed by an ability user and with children to support, he gritted his teeth and signed up. He boarded the vehicle prepared by the base to participate in the competition. To his astonishment, to his surprise, Wan Fatsai was ecstatic, and Sun Hong was equally thrilled. She had been selected. Selected. Even if it was only second place, she would be at the front of the line when the shop opened next time. Sun Hong, now in her 50s, already had a son and granddaughter. Before the apocalypse, their family was harmonious and happy, but since the world fell into chaos, resources became scarce. And she and her husband became a burden to their son, causing familial tensions to rise. Their entire family relied solely on their son, who, lacking special abilities, was fortunate enough to be a doctor capable of handling minor injuries and ailments at the base, barely managing to support them all. Yet, sustaining 5 mouths was an insurmountable challenge. The originally gentle daughter-in-law began to find them increasingly intolerable, and her son, growing ever more exhausted, fell ill a few days prior. Sun Hong felt immense pain and guilt. They had previously agreed with her husband that it would be better to perish than to burden their children. Who would have thought that she would hear the news of the territory's recruitment? She had no doubt about her abilities. Making fragrant pancakes was a breeze. Many of the pancakes sold in the market were limp and lacked flavor, but hers were savory and crispy, earning praise from all who tasted them. Sun Hong merely took a chance, never expecting her fragrant pancakes to be this popular. She truly secured an opportunity to open a shop. If she could establish a fragrant pancake store, she would have her own income and would no longer be a burden to her children. Overwhelmed with excitement, she spotted her daughter-in-law in the audience, her gaze filled with complexity. She waved her hand and smiled in response. It was simply human nature. Anyone would feel the same. And besides, her daughter-in-law had merely shown a sour expression, not actually driving them away. Neither the daughter-in-law nor she was at fault. It was the world that had gone awry. Chapter 91. Another explosion. Sun Hong's daughter-in-law, seeing her mother-in-law smile, was instantly moved to tears. She could not fathom how she had become so harsh. After all, she had once despised such behavior. The third-place contestant, Tong Seer, was equally elated and incredulous, never imagining his oil tea twist would secure third place. However, Tong Seer held great confidence in his craft, a skill passed down through generations. Their family's oil tea twist had always been a favorite among the locals, known for its authenticity and delightful taste. Moreover, he had a natural advantage with a massive barrel containing multiple servings. While others prepared 3 portions, he could serve dozens or even hundreds, ensuring that passers-by would stop for a taste, warming their hearts and stomachs, leaving a lingering flavor on their lips and naturally, earning him many tickets. Jiang Guo began to feel a pang of hunger and noticed Tong Seer still had a bit left in his oil tea barrel. She approached and asked, "How many crystal cores for a cup? I'd like 1 too." After the competition, all the untested food was sold on the spot without waste. Seeing Jiang Guo, Tong Seer immediately poured her a cup, refusing to accept any payment. "My lord, I'll give you extra. It's delicious." Jiang Guo was accustomed to such generosity and smiled as she accepted the cup. Upon taking a sip, her eyes widened in astonishment. It was fragrant, truly fragrant. The oil tea was made from wheat flour as the base, complemented by almonds, sesame seeds, yellow soybeans, peanuts, and other dried fruits, seasoned with Sichuan pepper and carefully fried in clear oil to create a delectable broth. Jiang Guo had previously tasted it, but had only encountered the subpar versions. The authentic ones were hard to find in stores, and the instant packets available online often resulted in an unappetizing oil-water separation. But this was fragrant. It was indeed fragrant. The rich texture and complex layers danced on her palate, intoxicating her senses. The twist was the piece de resistance of this delicacy, resembling an intricate hinge, golden and splendid, with a sweet and crisp taste that was delightful yet not cloying, leaving a lingering flavor in the mouth. Despite being fried, the twist had no greasy feel, instead offering a refreshing sensation akin to a gentle morning breeze. Sipping the oil tea alone was soft and savory. If one were to dip the twist into the oil tea until it softened before consuming, it would reveal an entirely different flavor. The savory richness of the oil tea mingled with the sweetness and crispness of the twist, enhanced by the fragrant aroma of the dried fruits. Each sip combined the warmth of the oil, the fragrance of the flour, and the crushed aromas of sesame, almonds, yellow soybeans, and peanuts, creating a comforting torrent that instantly dispelled her hunger, leaving a delightful aftertaste. The only drawback was that it was slightly lukewarm, not hot enough. After finishing, Jiang Guo stood by and observed others paying 3 crystal cores for a cup. She placed her own 3 crystal cores down. Tong Seer, holding the barrel and seeing the lord depart, wore a face of helplessness. After tasting the oil tea twist, Jiang Guo also purchased a few other items she desired. After sampling numerous delectable treats, she patted her belly and smacked her lips. Oh no, everything was so delicious. Surely all the skilled chefs in City A are gathered here. Is it a bit too few to only rent to one person? What will happen if I want to eat more in the future? Jiang would notice the residents of the territory wandering about, searching for food, with some contestants even forming lines in front of their stalls. Although there was no bustling atmosphere, it reminded her of the snack streets of the past. The open space in the territory was quite ample. Perhaps she could establish a snack street? However, she needed to carefully consider how to set up and manage the snack street. She certainly did not want the territory to become chaotic and greasy. That night, nearly all the residents gathered here. Fortunately, the area was spacious enough to accommodate everyone, allowing even the children to run and play without crowding. Sister Guo, look. You've really built a sanctuary for everyone, Zheng Huan suddenly remarked, standing beside Jiang Guo. Following his gaze, she saw the smiling faces of every individual. People leisurely strolled, chatted and purchased food, families sharing with one another, friends laughing and joking, while children dashed about joyfully. Jiang Guo stood in a daze, her heart swelling with an indescribable warmth. My lord, thank you. Someone locked eyes with Jiang Guo and, out of nowhere, found the courage to shout. In an instant, the surroundings fell silent, only to erupt into a chorus of voices. Yes, my lord. Thank you for providing us with a sanctuary. Thank you, my lord. We are grateful. The warmth that had just blossomed within Jiang was shattered in an instant, replaced by an overwhelming sense of embarrassment that surged from her toes to her entire body, turning her cheeks and ears a bright crimson. No need to thank me, no need at all, she chuckled awkwardly, retreating as she sought an escape route and dashed away. The lord is shy. The lord is simply adorable. Both ears and face are red. Everyone, let us refrain from this in the future. The lord has to maintain some dignity. Fu Zian and Shen Jiyun, who had also come out to observe, exchanged glances, both catching a glimpse of mirth in each other's eyes, momentarily taken aback. How long had it been since they had seen such expressions on each other's faces? This lightheartedness, this joy, radiating a sense of ease. Even before the incidents at our base, they had been burdened with solemn expressions and tense bodies, merely striving to survive better in this apocalyptic world. Such tranquility and relaxation had truly been absent for far too long. Fu Zian couldn't help but exclaim, "She is an exceptional lord." Shen Ziyun nodded, feeling truly fortunate to be a resident here. The lord is both powerful and benevolent, not oppressing the populace. The territory is secure and prosperous, brimming with abundant resources, and everything is well protected. Even fulfilling just one of these criteria would make for a commendable base in this apocalyptic world, yet the Jinghe territory satisfies them all. Such a lord undoubtedly deserves the affection of her subjects. Unlike them, after our base was seized, many residents likely harbored resentment towards her and Fu Zian's father, blaming them for failing to safeguard the base. Noticing Shen Jiyun's somber mood, Fu Zian promptly grasped her shoulder. Do not dwell on it. Your primary task now is to stabilize your health and state of mind. I have faith in us. We shall exact our vengeance. Jiyun's father had died suddenly. Her mother had met a tragic end, and her brother had been brutally murdered, leaving her utterly alone. This was why Fu Zian treated her with such delicate care. His fondness for her was coupled with deep sympathy. Shen Ziyun inhaled deeply, suppressing the turmoil within, and looked at Fu Zian, a glimmer of fierce determination flashing in her eyes. Yes, we will avenge. After she spoke, she suddenly leaned closer to Fu Zian, burying her head in his embrace. We shall take revenge together. Her hatred was palpable, and Fu Zian shared her sentiments. He too had lost his mother at a young age, and now his only remaining kin was unaccounted for, having been spared by the Blackwing Corps due to his wind-based abilities. Both were engulfed in sadness, often on the brink of despair. Yet Fu Zian had been more attentive to her needs, while she had seldom acknowledged his emotional state. Fu Zian was momentarily taken aback by her actions, but upon hearing her words, he remained silent, simply holding her tighter. Two individuals, each burdened by their own grievances, sought warmth from one another, striving to convey their shared warmth amidst the chaos of their lives. In their territory, tranquility reigned, yet dark clouds loomed over our base. Investigate. I demand a thorough investigation. Who is responsible? In the largest office of the administrative hall, Mo San, the commander of the Blackwing Corps 3rd Division, was seething with rage. 10 villas within the base had been blown to smithereens. The crucial detail was that all 10 villas belonged to members of the Blackwing Corps. Chapter 92. Interception at the Jing City base. There were 38 ability users, 12 dead, 23 injured, with only 2 unscathed. The ordinary citizens fared even worse, suffering 46 casualties, 24 dead and 22 injured. The losses were catastrophic. The villas were heavily fortified. Who could possibly bypass such extensive surveillance and plant explosives right under the noses of so many ability users? Mo San's expression darkened as he recalled the earlier incident involving the base laboratory explosion. The perpetrator of that crime had yet to be apprehended, and now the villas had been attacked. This was nothing short of a provocation against the Blackwing Corps. The last time they encountered such a formidable challenge was with the bravery team from a city. Though the bravery team was indeed formidable, they were not significantly superior to the Blackwing Corps, nor did they possess an abundance of explosives at their disposal. Yet, if it wasn't the bravery team, who else could it be? Mo San was unaware that his speculations were, in fact, quite accurate.
Hey, Captain.
Look at that blaze. Those scoundrels finally got their comeuppance, haha. Zhua Chun laughed heartily, his face alight with schadenfreude. Li Qian, however, maintained a stoic expression, his hands still busy retrieving explosives. Let's prepare another round. We can stock up on more supplies when we return to the territory. They had yet to exact full retribution for the kidnapping of Luo Luo. Zhua Chun adjusted his invisibility cloak and added, Captain, didn't you plan this before leaving? How else could we obtain so many fine goods from the Lord? Li Qian did not deny it. The Blackwing Corps already held a grudge against them, having kidnapped Luo Luo and nearly caused her and Zhou He's demise.
Now,
they had seized our base, harmed 2 base leaders, and engaged in such heinous experiments. Such a faction should not exist. Indeed, were it not for the Lord, Luo Luo and Zhou, he would have long since. Zhua Chen's expression hardened. Explode. Blow them to smithereens. The two continued their covert operations, and before long, more members of the Blackwing Corps met their demise in explosions, plunging the entire base into chaos. After exhausting their equipment, the duo made their escape. But not far down the road, they were intercepted at a corner. Captain, we have company. The two exchanged wary glances, remaining in their vehicle until several soldiers clad in special operations attire emerged from the opposing vehicle. Greetings, we are the Central Special Team 1, Qingtian. I am Captain Feng Yan. The leader, arms crossed and weapon at the ready, had strikingly defined features and piercing eyes that exuded a decisive aura. Standing before their vehicle and offering a salute, the soldiers behind him, dressed in matching tactical gear, were equally well-trained and impressive, also saluting Li Qian and Zhua Chen. Li Qian and Zhua Chen instinctively straightened up. Captain, what should we do? Should we get out? Zhua Chen scratched his head, feeling somewhat at a loss. Li Qian narrowed his eyes. Let us get out. They appear to be genuine special forces. It's fortuitous that we need to relay a message to Jing City. And now they come to us. The two exited the vehicle and approached each other, scrutinizing one another. Hello, I am Li Qian, captain of the bravery team. I am Zhua Chen. After introductions, Feng Yan glanced towards our base. Did you two just come from our base?
Li Qian nudda.
Yes. Feng Yan narrowed his eyes, observing their neat and clean attire. We just heard some commotion at the base. Do you know what transpired?
Li Qian maintain atacam dameano.
Oh, it's nothing. Just some explosions occurred, and we were responsible. Zhua Chen gave his captain a thumbs up from behind. Captain, you're so bold. I absolutely love it. Explosions? You did this? The members of the Qingtian team gasped in disbelief. Feng Yan's expression darkened as he scrutinized Li Qian and Zhua Chen.
Why?
There are still so many civilians in the base. Zhua Chen quickly interjected. Hey, you're overthinking it. We only targeted the scum. Not a single resident was harmed. Feng Yan and the others furrowed their brows, and Zhua Chen chuckled. Don't doubt us. We're quite powerful, and besides, we have some excellent items. Zhua Chen glanced at his captain, receiving a confirming nod, and immediately began to shout, Come, take a look. He produced a storage ring and randomly pulled out an item, causing a heap of supplies to materialize on the ground. These are the good things I specifically selected. The hard currency of the apocalypse. Water, salt, flour, rice, sugar, instant noodles, cigarettes. alcohol, multifunctional knives, silenced guns. The members of the Qingtian team instinctively took a step back, but once they saw what lay on the ground, their serious expressions crumbled in shock. This. How could there be so many supplies? Rice? Flour? How do you have all this?
Instant noodles.
3 entire boxes, and they seem undamaged. Coughing, Zhuo Chen observed their astonishment and leisurely pulled out a promotional flyer. Look here, look. Jinghe territory, completely safe and pollution-free, with a temperate climate year-round, abundant water sources and fertile land, and a shop selling cutting-edge technology for the apocalypse, brimming with resources and everything one could desire. The members of the Qingtian team exchanged glances, filled with confusion and curiosity. After a moment of silence, Feng Yan extended his hand to take the promotional flyer, signaling his teammates to come closer. Upon reading it, they were all astonished. This must be a fake, right? How is this possible? It's the middle of winter, and these people are still wearing short sleeves. They didn't even bother to make it look real. But how could they explain the newness of their supplies? Collecting them was simply implausible. Should we? Perhaps not. Could it really be true? Our Beijing base is the largest and most prosperous. Yet nothing like this has ever occurred. After finishing the pamphlet, Feng Yan's expression had drastically changed. Clenching the flyer, his gaze was piercing. Are you certain this is authentic? Indeed, Li Qian replied with a calm demeanor, unflinching. You may verify its authenticity yourselves. Would you like to purchase these supplies? If not, we shall take them back. Purchase. Feng Yan inquired. We want them all. What is the price? Li Qian exchanged a glance with Zhuo Chen. As expected, a wealthy patron. Chapter 93. Human Meat Shield? Fighting to be won? Zhuo Chen grinned. Just trade for crystal nuclei. The total value in this storage ring amounts to 4,800 crystal nuclei, though you may exchange it for nuclei of other grades. 1 level 2 nucleus for 10 level 1 nuclei, 1 level 3 for 100 level 1 nuclei, and so forth. Feng Yan summoned the spatial ability user from their team. Let us see how many crystal nuclei we have. Everyone knew crystal nuclei were valuable, yet few understood their utility. Nevertheless, every major base was actively collecting them, so it was common for everyone to gather the nuclei from their battles. Throughout their journey from Beijing, they had indeed accumulated several. Captain, we have 5 level 4 nuclei, 8 level 3, 46 level 2, and 201 level 1 nuclei. Feng Yan quickly calculated. That totals to 6,461. Wrap it up. We will take them all, he declared. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly inquired, what about your storage item?
Oh.
You mean the storage ring? This is our Lord's advanced technology. We have not only storage rings but also storage backpacks and storage bracelets, each with varying capacities. The storage ring contains 100 compartments, each 1 cubic meter in size, functioning similarly to spatial abilities, allowing for the storage of items. This is also for sale. Do you need it? The spatial ability user beside Feng Yan looked intrigued and turned to his captain. Captain, should we also purchase a couple? As a level 4 spatial ability user with 1,000 square meters of space, he found their team's tasks often left his storage overflowing. With such a storage ring, he wouldn't have to follow everyone around. Every time they found supplies, he had to sprint. With the storage ring, you can collect it yourself. Feng Yan replied with a nod. How much for it? 400 crystal nuclei each, Zhuo Chen answered. 400? The members of the Qingtian team gasped in astonishment. How is that expensive? Would you trade 400 for a spatial ability? You have a point. 400 crystal nuclei for one ability is quite a bargain. With only 1661 crystal nuclei remaining, Feng Yan decisively claimed 4. Zhuo Chen's eyes lit up. All right. Once the 4 storage rings were in hand, Feng Yan allocated them to the team, prioritizing those who were swift and adept at locating supplies. Although the others felt disappointed, they understood it was for the best. Especially since the captain promised to visit the Jinghe territory afterward to procure more for them. What about those scraps you mentioned? Feng Yan redirected the conversation to the pressing matter. Li Qian's expression grew solemn. Initially, we intended to come to Beijing to relay information, but since you have arrived, we shall speak plainly. The Blackwing Legion is conducting human experiments. Captain, the intel from the investigator is indeed true. Someone exclaimed in anger. There are people at base are conducting human experiments. Both Li Qian and Zhuo Chen were taken aback, you know? Feng Yan nodded. Having confirmed the two bore no ill intent, he explained, "Apologies for the caution. We did not inform you directly. We received word from an investigator in city are about an anomalous force occupying Base R, capturing ordinary humans for clandestine experiments. Thus, we were dispatched to investigate." Li Qian inquired. "An investigator?" "Yes," Feng Yan affirmed. "For 2 years, Beijing has stabilized. To assess the conditions of bases nationwide, the central government dispatched numerous investigators. The situation here was reported back by the investigator from Base R, who was sent to resolve the issue. We arrived just in time to see flames at the base. And before we could enter, we spotted you driving out, which prompted us to intercept. In truth, the A City base also sent investigators, but when they departed, the A City investigator had yet to return, hence their ignorance of the situation there, including the Jinghe territory, which they had never heard of." "Now I see." Li Qian and Zuochen understood. "Then you should go. We just detonated many Blackwing Legion members. They're in disarray. Now is the perfect time to swoop in and capture them all." Feng Yan's gaze was earnest about your explosives. Zuochen quickly shook his head. "We're out of those. They were all purchased at our team's expense, not from the territory. We have a grudge against the Blackwing Legion, and we merely sought revenge while passing through. If you want explosives, you'll have to buy them from the territory." The members of Feng Yan's team exchanged glances. A flicker of disappointment crossed their faces, but the prospect of acquiring them later invigorated their spirits. Their curiosity about the Jinghe territory was growing. Just as both parties were preparing to part ways, Li Qian suddenly had a thought and said to Zuochen, "Let us join them." Zuochen blinked in surprise. "Huh? Aren't we supposed to promote?" Li Qian pointed back towards Base R. "Look at what's inside." "What?" Zuochen widened his eyes and glanced over, asking. Li Qian rubbed his forehead. "People. There are people inside. I initially planned to create chaos at Base R to take revenge and cause the Blackwing Legion to falter. There are plenty of ability users within, and they are not foolish. They will naturally seize the opportunity to usurp power. This way, the Blackwing Legion 1T have the luxury to focus on ordinary people. During that time, we would relay information back to Beijing and have them send reinforcements, resolving the situation at Base R. Once this is settled, Base R can become a stable promotional territory like a city. But now, we no longer need to go to Beijing to convey messages. They have come to us. This means we 1T have to wait long. We just need to follow them." Zuochen excitedly slapped his thigh. "Right. Let us go. Captain, let us follow them. I haven't had enough of the explosions yet. There are plenty of people now. No need to hide or be cautious. I'm going to smash them." With the two joining in, Feng Yan welcomed them. More hands meant more strength, especially with two ability users who possess treasure chests. They might just unveil something extraordinary. Indeed, once they stormed into the base and engaged in combat, it became apparent that these two not only possessed formidable offensive capabilities, but also had a remarkably unique defensive function. Anyone who attempted to attack them was immediately repelled, including bullets that rebounded. The members of the Qingtian team stood in stunned silence, then quietly positioned themselves behind the two. A humanoid meat shield that could automatically pave the way. Why not make use of it?
"Hey,
You're not playing fair." Zuochen protested angrily. "Then lend me your treasure, and I'll be your meat shield," someone eagerly proposed. As soon as he spoke, others chimed in. Me. I can do it too. As long as you lend it, I'll take the role. I want to lend it, but I'll give you crystal nuclei to rent it for a while. I'll be your meat shield." Zuochen. "I've seen people fight for food, but this is the first time I've seen people scramble to be a meat shield." Zuochen was speechless, retreating a few steps while covering his clothing. If they wanted a meat shield, so be it. After all, no one could harm him. Chapter 94. Promotional Territory. Robot Spraying. The combat prowess of Feng Yan and his companions was indeed formidable, eliciting a flicker of respect from Li Qian. This was the first time he had encountered such formidable individuals apart from the Lord himself. It was no wonder that, amidst the significant events at our base, only this small contingent was dispatched by the capital. Their strength surpassed that of an entire regiment. The Blackwing Corps was already in disarray due to the explosion, and it did not take long for Feng Yan and his allies, joined by Li Qian, to purge the area. Emosin gazed at Li Qian in disbelief, unable to comprehend how he had been captured so easily. Unfortunately, despite his struggles, he could not escape death. He watched helplessly as his life was extinguished, with Li Qian delivering several final blows, ensuring that this body was entirely devoid of any resurrection capability. Confronted by the eyes of Feng Yan and his group, he maintained an air of calm. They were not fully aware that the Blackwing Corps was notoriously cunning, often acting contrary to reason. It was not beyond the realm of possibility for them to resurrect after death, and they were not limited to this small group. Numerous others lay in wait across various locales, brimming with superpowers. Slaying these individuals was merely dealing with the minions. Moreover, the members of the Sky Pillar battle team were taken aback. A single detachment had managed to seize a base, and there were additional teams? It was almost unfathomable. One of them expressed confusion. Why are there so many people aligning themselves with them? It resembles a cult. Li Qian shook his head, uncertain, but surmised it was likely related to their experiments. They did not only conduct human trials, but engaged in various other experiments. During previous encounters, they discovered that sometimes their superpowers would be replenished shortly after depletion. I suspect they possess a serum that can restore superpowers. Strangely, most members of the Blackwing Corps exhibited flying abilities. Feng Yan pondered, superpower awakenings are typically random, yet the majority manifest the same abilities. There seems to be something amiss. Suddenly, someone rushed in, shouting, "Captain! The doctor remains unfound. The laboratory currently only holds the detained civilians and a few other researchers. In the lowest level of the lab, we located some documents pertaining to human experiments, but much more is missing." Feng Yan reluctantly set aside his thoughts and commanded, "Verify the identities of those civilians and researchers to prevent any infiltrators. Once confirmed, release them, but detain anyone who exhibits abnormalities." Understood. With special orders from the capital, Feng Yan swiftly took charge of the situation, and within 2 days, our base underwent a remarkable transformation. During this time, Li Qian and Zuoqin busied themselves, promoting their territory to ensure that everyone was aware of Jinghe. The results were exceedingly evident. By the time they prepared to depart after selling out their supplies, lines of people eager to visit Jinghe stretched down several streets. Feng Yan bid them farewell, explaining that he would be occupied for a while and requested Captain Li to escort them to visit the Lord. Li Qian responded with a gentle smile. "Not a bother at all. Captain Feng, please remember to promote our territory further. Mutual benefit is the key to all cooperation." Leading the way, Li Qian and Zuoqin were followed by a convoy of vehicles filled with residents liberated from our base. "Ha ha ha, Captain. This is a significant achievement. So many people. The Lord will surely be pleased," Zuoqin exclaimed, catching a glimpse of the seemingly endless line of vehicles in the rearview mirror, unable to contain his laughter. Li Qian mirrored his joy with a smile. They had not disappointed the Lord. Completing this task would ensure the Lord could utilize their efforts effectively. Meanwhile, Jiang Guo was blissfully unaware that a contingent was heading toward her territory. She stood at the entrance of a medium-sized supermarket, surrounded by a crowd, ready to cut the ribbon. Upon glancing up, she noticed that the sign had been changed to Food City at some point. "On behalf of the 50 small dining establishments, I declare the grand opening of Jinghe Territory Food City." At the moment Jiang Guo cut the ribbon, Zheng Huan set off fireworks and the atmosphere erupted with excitement. "Hooray! It's open! Finally, we can eat. I love all the things here, haha. Long live the Lord." The Lord truly had a tough exterior but a soft heart. He had initially claimed only to lease to the first applicant, yet within 2 days, he had swiftly cleared out the supermarket, reopening it with 50 slots available for vendors. Those who had been eliminated now had the chance to open their own shops. Indeed, many of those eliminated weren't disliked. Rather, their prices were exorbitant, lacking value for money. However, if one saved a bit, indulging occasionally was still a pleasure. "Stop talking. The line is starting to move. Hey, don't rush. Do you want to be electrocuted with a fine?" One by one, people queued to enter, and the once 2-story supermarket was now divided into numerous small rooms, neatly arranged around the perimeter. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, and snacks were all available. In the center stood communal dining tables, reminiscent of a food city from before the apocalypse.
Wow.
My crispy sauce-flavored pancake. My little cake. Sweet little cake.
Milk tea.
My favorite milk tea. And barbecue. Shouldn't we grab a drink tonight? Do they have snail noodles? I miss that flavor. The crowd's eyes widened with excitement as they surged toward their desired dishes. Although somewhat pricey, they had endured hardships for so long. What harm was there in savoring a delicious bite? Life devoid of culinary delights held little meaning. Upon tasting a dish, a chorus of exclamations erupted. Delicious. Truly delightful. After one bite, they could continue browsing. As long as they possessed crystal cores, they could indulge in whatever they desired. A dreamlike return to the food city of the pre-apocalyptic era. A tangible sense of happiness enveloped them. Most of these dining establishments occupied around 20 square meters. Some larger at 30 or 40, while a few were as small as 5 or 10. Water fees were the same as for residential buildings, and costs for ingredients and cookware had to be covered by the vendors. The communal dining tables required no cleaning from them, thus making the rent quite steep, 10 crystal cores per square meter, payable monthly, along with a 5% revenue share each month. This stipulation deterred many, but it also allowed those who had been eliminated but could accept the terms to remain. Although the shops were small, the enthusiasm was palpable, and the food city unexpectedly flourished beyond Jiang Guo's expectations. The sweeping robot she had purchased seemed almost dizzy from the hustle and bustle. Make way. Make way. Give Saw some space. Don't crowd. Saw will get broken. No, I can't take it anymore.
Saw is exhausted.
Saw might go on strike. Chapter 95. Lord. I have recruited many people. Despite Saw's incessant chatter, it worked efficiently, being an interstellar robot. Cleaning 2 floors was a breeze for it. Tidying up plates, wiping tables, sweeping, and mopping seamlessly as it navigated between the first and second floors. However, its little mouth never seemed to stop, and the expressions on its electronic screen changed rapidly, exhibiting a wide range of emotions that attracted many to tease it. You naughty humans! If you keep bullying Saw, I will tell the Lord.
Block Saw?
Do you want to help carry trays? Here, take it. Upon hearing this, those in front hurriedly dispersed, waving their hands in refusal. It was a joke. If the robot disliked working, surely the humans would too. The food city was packed with people, and after cutting the ribbon, Jiang Guo headed to her own dining establishment. Today, it was finally less crowded, and the daily specials included steamed perch, hand-torn cabbage, and mushroom chicken soup. Jiang Guo generously ordered a portion of everything. Coupled with rice, the selection was a feast for the senses. What a heavenly day. Simply splendid. Once she finished her meal, she spotted the Guo family entering. Gutsong, Wang Hongmei, Gulin, and Zhao Yu. The moment the 4 of them saw Jiang Guo, they greeted her enthusiastically. My lord, what a pleasant coincidence. Jiang Guo smiled in return, acknowledging the serendipity. Are you here for a meal? Why not go to the gourmet city? Oh, it's far too crowded over there. We simply couldn't squeeze in. Wang Hongmei waved her hand dismissively, a broad smile lighting up her face as she patted Zhao Yu on the shoulder. Besides, today is a momentous occasion for Zhao Yu. He has bought a house. We are here to celebrate. Since the gourmet city was overflowing with patrons, they thought of Jiang Guo's dining establishment, which would surely be less crowded today. It was a perfect opportunity for the family to enjoy a quiet meal together. Bought a house. Congratulations! Jiang Guo exclaimed, looking at Zhao Yu in surprise. The latter sheepishly scratched his head. It's just a single room on a high floor. My godfather lent me some money. Otherwise, I wouldn't have managed. Single rooms are inherently small, and Zhao Yu often shared his space with Gulin, who frequently yielded his bed for him to sleep on. Feeling a bit guilty, Zhao Yu still longed for a place of his own. Ever since he opened the noodle shop, he had worked tirelessly, and fortunately, as the dining establishments in the territory were few, he had earned a considerable sum. He thought renting was not truly his own, so, with a determined heart, he decided to purchase a property. What happened to your hand? Jiang Guo noticed the bandage on his wrist and inquired. Upon her question, she regretted her words instantly. As expected, Zhao Yu replied, I run a noodle shop. Making handmade noodles requires manual labor, and I developed tendinitis. Clearing her throat, Jiang Guo recalled the man from the territory's previous stir-fry restaurant who had overexerted himself and felt at a loss for words. The residents in her territory indeed possessed remarkable fortitude when it came to food. Gutsong casually chatted with Jiang Guo, my lord. With the assistance of those from Base A, the tomatoes on the rooftop of Building 1 and the cucumbers on Building 2 are ripening nicely. They should all be ready by tomorrow. Once ripe, shall we sell them in the supermarket? Jiang Guo was pleasantly surprised. This was indeed good news. However, his inquiry was quite pertinent, as tomatoes and cucumbers were planted atop residential buildings. Unlike the previous supermarket, selling directly from the rooftops might disturb the residents of buildings 1 and 2. Please apply to Zheng Huan for some communal storage rings. And gather all the tomatoes and cucumbers from the rooftops into storage. We can arrange for sales at the warehouse tomorrow, Jiang Guo instructed. Gutsong nodded in agreement. Jiang Guo chose not to linger further. Please enjoy your meal. I must take my leave. Goodbye, my lord. The four bid her farewell. As Jiang Guo reached the door, she could faintly hear the sounds of their conversation. The dishes today are quite abundant. Steamed base. Your dad loves this. Zhao Yu chimed in. I love it too. Let us get 2. I adore hand-torn cabbage. Let us have 2 servings of chicken soup. There are 4 of us. They laughed and chatted. The warmth of their camaraderie palpable, even to Jiang Guo. Observing the flourishing territory and its residents, a smile blossomed in her eyes. However, her smile was short-lived. The very next morning, after breakfast, the weight of busyness settled upon her. My lord, we've recruited many people. Come out and see. Just as she returned to her small courtyard after breakfast, Zuochen rushed over, grinning widely, his joy reminiscent of Zheng Huan's. Jiang Guo had just opened the door when it slammed shut again. You recruited many people? Yes, my lord. You won't believe it. The captain and I went to Bazaar and then, we completely stunned them. They couldn't find us at all. Later, unexpectedly, when we came out, we encountered a special operations team from Jing City. Zuochen was bubbling with excitement. Those people were incredible, with so many crystal cores. We directly bought a storage ring. With the storage ring, we earned over 6,000 crystal cores. After that, we followed them back to Bazaar. They were swift and efficient, quickly resolving matters there. The Black Wing Legion at Bazaar was completely eradicated, and we stayed behind to promote our territory. The captain was quite accommodating and helped us advertise. Not to brag. But now not a single person at Bazaar is unaware of our Jinghe territory. The vehicles that came with us today number at least 50. Among them are 3 buses and 5 large trucks. There could have been more, but many ran out of fuel, and we've sold out of our gas. So we could only bring these people back. As he spoke, they reached the territory entrance, and Jiang Guo felt overwhelmed. So many. This is truly a multitude. 3 buses and 5 large trucks had brought over 500 people. Including those from other vehicles, nearly 700 people had arrived. Well done. Your commission will be substantial. Jiang Guo praised, though her steps involuntarily retreated. I suddenly have something to attend to. Please assist Zheng Huan, Tu Na, and Aunt Lu in welcoming them. Having hosted those from base a last time had nearly exhausted her. She adamantly refused to take on that workload again. After all, she was the lord. She had the right to rest when desired. Jiang Guo fled, leaving Zuochen in a state of confusion. Li Qian, accompanied by several members of the Qing Tian team, approached, perplexed. Whereas the lord? Zuochen, his eyes wide with bewilderment, replied, I don't know. I brought the lord to see outside. And then she suddenly said she had something to do, and just left? Something to do? Let us search for her later. We can explore other areas in the meantime. Where is the apocalyptic shop you mentioned? The members of the Qing Tian team chimed in eagerly. They had long coveted those advanced technologies. Moreover, the last time they had purchased storage rings, they hadn't had enough to distribute among everyone. Chapter 96. Astonishment. Noticing their eagerness, Li Qian led them to the apocalyptic shop, while Zuochen hurriedly gathered Zheng Huan, Lu Nianxi, and Tu Na to assist with the residents' accommodation. Back in her courtyard, Jiang Guo did not simply rest. She promptly opened the panel. With so many people, accommodations would undoubtedly be insufficient. Thus, new residential buildings must be constructed. Purchase 6-story residential building, single room. Cost 300 gold coins. Placement confirmed. Construction initiated. Construction successful. Placed at Residential Area 1. Building 7. New building added to the territory. 1. Experience. 10. Purchase 6-story residential building, 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom. Cost 800 gold coins. Placement confirmed. Construction initiated. Construction successful. Placed at Residential Area 1, Building 8. New building added to the territory. 1. Experience. 10. Jiang Guo bought 4 buildings in succession. 1 6-story single room, 1 6-story suite, and 2 15-story high-rise buildings. Now there would be ample space for everyone. However, mere housing was insufficient. She needed to assess the supplies. The territory currently boasted 1 apocalyptic shop, a 3-story dining establishment, a 2-story gourmet city, and a medium-sized supermarket newly constructed just days ago. With such a sudden influx of people, the supermarket's supplies were likely insufficient, so she resolved to purchase another medium-sized supermarket. Cost, 700 gold coins. New building added to the territory. 1. Experience. 10. A medium-sized supermarket occupied 500 square meters, and Jiang Guo preferred not to monopolize too much space. Hence, she opted for stacking, combining 2 medium-sized supermarkets into a 4-story supermarket. The clamor of construction startled the newly arrived residents. Did you see that?
I saw it.
A flat foundation rising into tall buildings. Unbelievable.
My goodness.
I must still be dreaming. No one mentioned it would be so surreal before we came. This is a bit exaggerated, right? Is this still Blue Star? Have I traversed to another world? Every individual who entered was met with a flurry of questions and exclamations, initially believing that the apocalypse and supernatural abilities were fantastical enough. Little did they anticipate witnessing something even more outrageous today. At what point did this world transform into an unfamiliar realm? Yet, aside from their astonishment, joy blossomed within them. An exhilaration and excitement emanated from their very cores. This was even more splendid than depicted in the promotional pamphlet. They had indeed arrived at the right place. What lay beyond? A plethora of flowers at the entrance, throngs of people, a culinary paradise. Is it as I imagined? This wasn't he mentioned in the flyers. Upon entering, those with discerning eyes were naturally drawn to the peculiarities. Towering above was a magnificent edifice emblazoned with the grand words Food City. Observing the bustling crowd within, every person emerged with food in hand, their mouths glistening with grease.
Food.
Truly, it was food. I think I spotted skewers. Grilled skewers. Let us take a closer look.
Goodness.
So much food. Everyone, come quickly. Everything I love is here. Snail noodles. I can smell the aroma of snail noodles wafting through the air. Due to its overpowering scent, the snail noodle shop was strategically positioned on the 2nd floor, the first establishment by the window, allowing those on the ground floor to catch a whiff. Upon discovering the culinary delights, who could possibly resist? Instantly, a swarm rushed towards this direction. Cravings for pancakes, buns, rice. Everything is so tempting.
Hey.
Move forward, please. Don't crowd here. I can't think clearly. What's the rush? What are you anxious about? The people behind are blocked. It's so cramped. Please, let others exit first. Unexpectedly, within moments, a congestion erupted in Food City. The previously outside, Tu Na swiftly received reports and hurried over. Her gaze was sharp, demanding order. Once inside the territory, rules must be followed. Anyone lacking decorum and causing chaos would be expelled. Blacklisted. The newcomers from our base, unfamiliar with the rules, immediately fell silent, queuing obediently. While a portion discovered the culinary haven, another segment dashed towards the residential buildings, eager to seize their desired lodgings. They had thoroughly studied the pamphlet and knew exactly what to do. Yet another group inquired at the entrance for Zheng Huan, seeking employment opportunities. Zheng Huan pulled out a notebook to register them, only for a throng of others behind to rush forward, clamoring to sign up. They all came seeking work within the territory. Without crystal cores for renting or purchasing supplies, if they failed to secure employment, they would have no choice but to relocate to a base. Due to this influx, Zheng Huan was compelled to pause his guiding duties and conduct on-site recruitment, summoning Tu Na, who had just quelled the disturbance. Only Lu Nianxi and Zhuo Chen remained, laboriously directing at the entrance. Fortunately, it wasn't too long before the warm-hearted residents of the territory noticed their plight and came forth to assist. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Zhuo Chen looked upon them as if they were saviors. Qi Ming and the others shook their heads, exclaiming, "This is nothing. We are simply eager to lend a hand." Those from our base who had yet to enter felt an immediate affinity towards the territory. What kind of divine place is this? Even the residents are so amicable. Encountering such helpfulness amidst the apocalypse is rarer than winning the lottery. With residents so kind, the Lord must be exceptional. This ignited a sense of anticipation in everyone regarding life within the territory. Once inside, individuals rented homes, procured supplies, and dined, each curiously exploring their new surroundings. Every corner satisfied their desires. This place is truly splendid. Compared to my past hardships, what kind of miserable life was I leading? At last, I've found a stable haven replete with resources. Did you see that? The barrier outside obliterated the attacking mutated creatures into a bloody mist. Doesn't this prove the territory as safety? Living in such a place is reassuring, knowing that the currency here is crystal cores. I'm grateful for the few I managed to obtain along the way. Otherwise, I would be left longing for these treasures. More hunting is essential. Though the rent is affordable, water and supplies are quite costly. Surviving is easy, but thriving is a challenge. Nevertheless, even in the harshest circumstances, life is assured. This is something no other base can compare to. This territory is indeed remarkable. As numerous individuals flocked to the territory, the other residents naturally took notice.
Fujian,
Who had just exited Jiang Guo restaurant with Shun Jiyun, detected the unusual presence. Do you see those individuals? Are they from our base? Shun Jiyun's pale face froze momentarily. Our base? How did they end up here? Upon closer inspection, she indeed recognized some familiar faces. Chapter 97. The Cursed Ability. Fu Zian's missing father. Shun Jiyun suddenly grasped Fu Zian's hand, her tone laced with anticipation. Could it be that something has happened to them? And please help me find out what is going on at her base. For days, she had been employing her cursed abilities, envisioning the grim fates of those individuals. Just nights prior, her mind was flooded with vivid images of explosions and dismembered bodies. The following day, she felt utterly drained, devoid of energy. Even healers could offer her no relief. Fu Zian was as anxious as a grasshopper on a hot plate, yet Shun Jiyun understood that her abilities had likely come into play. The mere sight of our base individuals in the territory spoke volumes. As predicted, she received the answer she sought. They reported that a special team had been dispatched from Jing City days ago and had fortuitously encountered Li Qian and Zuichen, collaborating to eliminate the Black Wing Troop. Some were obliterated, others slain. The captives previously held by the Black Wing Troop were released, and the base was in the process of restructuring. They had come to Jinghe territory after hearing the announcements made by Li Qian and his companions. The enemies perished so easily, leaving Fu Zian feeling a tinge of melancholy, while concern gnawed at her heart. Where could her father be now? Had he recovered? During the chaos with the Black Wing Troop, her father sustained severe injuries. He had urged Uncle Yong to flee with him while he served as bait. She ensured their escape from the base, but thereafter, she had heard nothing. Her father's gunshot wound was to the chest. She feared for his well-being. Fu Zian concealed her worries expertly, ensuring Shun Jiyun remained unaware. Shun Jiyun absorbed the news, oblivious to Fu Zian's internal turmoil. Exploded? Killed?
Ha!
Retribution. Retribution. Shun Jiyun laughed heartily, tears streaming uncontrollably. Gasping for breath, her pallor deepened, yet her heart brimmed with relief. Her curse resembled a form of word magic, albeit one that could only inflict malevolent curses. Over the past few days, she had relentlessly exercised her powers, cursing those individuals to meet their doom, wishing for their tragic ends. However, her ability was still at a low level, unable to manifest absolute outcomes. It merely made their lives more unfortunate. Indeed, misfortune has befallen them. They encountered the propagandists sent by the Lord. They met the special team from Jing City. They are dead. All of them. Although she sensed that the dreamlike scenes were not solely the result of her cursed abilities, her curse likely had a mere 1/10 effect. Merely amplifying their misfortunes, this still brought a sense of relief to Shun Jiyun. Yet she knew this was not the end. Those individuals had treated her as a plaything, speaking openly, without regard for her presence. She understood that the people from our base were merely a subdivision of the Black Wing Troop, and the forces behind them were still immensely powerful. Eliminating the Arbase squad was merely severing a significant branch. A dark resolve brewed within Shun Jiyun's eyes. Her vengeance was far from complete. She would not rest until she had dealt with the Black Wing Troop. Dean, shall we return to base or for a visit? Fu Zine's brows knitted in concern. But your health? I am perfectly fine. I have merely exhausted my abilities, Shen Jin whispered. Fu Zine was taken aback. Abilities? When did you awaken your powers? How was I unaware of this? Shen Jin pressed her lips together. I have awakened a curse ability, and it is somewhat concerning. I fear you might be frightened of me. Any lingering anger within Fu Zine dissipated instantly as he exclaimed, How could I ever fear you? My only concern is for your well-being. What kind of curse is this ability? Does it pose any danger to you? Is your recent ill health related to it? A warm light flickered in Shen Jiyun's eyes. No, it is simply due to my overexertion in using my powers these past few days. I just need to rest for a few days, and I shall recover.
Fu Zine sighed in relief.
Then rest for a few days. Once you are well, I will accompany you to Basar. Yes, we can inquire thoroughly then. At worst, we can spend some crystal cores to help locate Uncle. Fu Zine felt a warmth in his heart, touched that she still remembered his family.
All right.
Meanwhile, in M Province, neighboring base R and City a man was ravenously consuming instant noodles. Foam Chi-Chi continued to persuade him, We're about to head back. Are you truly not coming with us? Our Jinghe territory is exceptionally good. You have seen the promotional materials. The supplies you hold are from our supermarket, all very fresh, right? Don't you wish to see it for yourself? This man was an ability user, having swiftly procured supplies with crystal cores moments ago. Yet he remained unmoved by her enticing offer. Foam Chi-Chi had encountered her first tough nut to crack on her journey, and she was determined to succeed. Surely, no ability user could resist the allure of their territory. After quenching her thirst, she was preparing to speak again when the man gulped down the last of his noodles, wiped his mouth, and, feeling somewhat satiated, sighed with relief. Miss, I appreciate your kindness, but I have other matters to attend to. Your Jinghe territory does indeed sound appealing, and I may visit in the future. He stood up, lifting the supplies he had just purchased, and turned to leave. Hey, wait. Foam Chi-Chi called out. Should we let this go? Let's find someone else? But this person has already bought quite a bit of supplies. He has made a profit. Foam Chi-Chi was undeterred. She had made a bet with Li Chung about who could recruit more people. The loser would owe the other 300 crystal cores. Who could resist such temptation? The man had purchased a significant amount of goods, including 2 storage backpacks and multifunctional knives, indicating he likely had companions. Let us follow him. Perhaps there will be a surprise. That sounds feasible. They had gained experience on their journey. Wherever there were ability users, there would certainly be others. Most were teammates and companions, all possessing crystal cores. Even if they could not recruit anyone, selling some supplies would still be advantageous. Unbeknownst to Wu Yong, he was being followed. He hastily jogged with his supplies until he reached an upscale residential area. The entrance of this high-end community had been reinforced with metal abilities, the door towering and thick. He deftly opened a small hole in the door and slipped in a piece of chocolate, prompting a small gate to open from within. A person poked their head out, glanced at the outside, then at Wu Yong's backpack and quietly said, Come in. Wu Yong's expression remained impassive as he stepped inside, but as the door began to close, Fan Jian quickly pressed the horn. Foam Chi-Chi and Wang Fu also poked their heads out from the vehicle. Hey, wait for us. We're coming too. They realized that this was a small safe zone likely populated. However, Wu Yong's expression soured upon seeing them. He was no longer the amiable figure from before. Instead, he sternly berated. Did you follow me? This is not a place for you. Leave at once. The guard at the gate narrowed his eyes, surveying Foam Chi-Chi and her companions, before flashing a toothy grin. Oh, wait a moment. Friends from afar. Why the rush? The outside world is perilous. Come inside. He promptly opened the door, gesturing for the vehicle to enter. Chapter 98. Severely injured, seeking his son. Wu Yong's face darkened, wanting to intervene, but being blocked. Foam Chi-Chi and the others sensed the awkwardness, yet they remained calm and unafraid. Wang Fu displayed a round, amiable face, seemingly oblivious to the tension, and smiled at Wu Yong. Brother Wu, why didn't you tell us about such a wonderful place? It's quite far from the nearest base, and we have nowhere to go. Wu Yong opened his mouth, realizing the trio would not heed his warnings. He forced a smile and replied, I was worried you might try to snatch my supplies. You all saw I found a piece of chocolate. Had I not acted quickly, it could have been yours. You followed me this far. Surely you're not still trying to steal, are you? Of course not, Wang Fu said, though a look of regret crossed his face. The guards exchanged glances, understanding the situation. Though they had their doubts, Wu Yong had indeed slipped a chocolate inside, which could easily entice others to follow him. Even resorting to violence to seize it would be deemed reasonable. Regardless, it mattered little whether the claims were true or not, now that they were inside. The details became irrelevant. Hurry up and get in. There are mutated beasts outside. If those mutated rats get stirred up, it could be disastrous, urged one of the guards. Wu Yong and Wang Fu fell silent, while Fan Jian drove the car inside. Almost the instant they entered, the rear gate slammed shut. In that moment, a dozen thugs wielding spiked clubs suddenly emerged from the shadows, surrounding their vehicle. The leader, the tallest and most robust among them, wore a fierce expression. His fists metallic and colliding with a resonating clang, exuding an intimidating presence. Unfortunately for Feng Qiqi and her companions, their intimidation tactics held no sway over them. Feigning fear, they exchanged glances. What do you want? Ha, look at how terrified they are. The leader laughed maniacally, his face twisted in malice. Get out of the vehicle. Hand over your supplies. The trio shared a knowing look and slowly exited the car, clutching their storage backpacks. Hurry. Stop dawdling. Quickly produce your supplies. They lowered their heads, pretending to panic as they rummaged through their bags. They pulled out their dirty clothes, worn shoes, and empty bottles. What is this? Don't tell me you have no supplies. The leader sneered. You're not fools. Be honest. The trio feigned embarrassment and continued to dig. Finally, they managed to extract a few remnants of food, some leftover instant noodles and bits of stale bread. As they continued to empty their bags, they turned them upside down, exclaiming, Look, truly, there is nothing left. We have exhausted our supplies, otherwise, we wouldn't have followed that guy for chocolate. Seeing the empty backpacks, the leader cursed under his breath, then glanced at the trio, pointing specifically at Feng Qiqi and the shorter Wang Fu. Throw them into the proton camp. He directed the remaining thug, who was the most imposing, to search for supplies. Otherwise, I'll kill them. Fan Jian, filled with anger yet only showing anxiety on his face, exclaimed, No, don't harm them. I'll find supplies. I can help you. The leader, seeing his willingness, snorted coldly and pointed at Wu Yong. You follow him. Keep an eye on each other. If either of you dares to flee, your proton will be killed. However, if you find supplies and perform well, I might grant you a chance to see the proton. Now move. Allow me to take you on a journey of discovery. Fortuitously, Wu Yong has unearthed some chocolate, which serves as a reward. Wu Yong, with a demeanor of submission, uttered not a word. Though referred to as the proton camp, it is merely a residential building, with each unit occupied and the corridors guarded. Upon locating a room, an individual forcibly pushed Wu Yong inside, granting him a mere 10 minutes. If he did not emerge within that time, I shall ensure your demise. After issuing this threat, he pointed at Fan Jian, commanding you, Go inside and oversee them. Once you procure supplies for me in the future, I shall allow you to see your friend. Fan Jian nodded in acquiescence and promptly entered the chamber. Upon entry, an unpleasant odor assailed him, a nauseating blend of blood and various foul smells. Fan Jian grimaced, holding his breath. Apologies, it's a bit of a mess here, Wu Yong acknowledged with a nod. His footsteps hurried as he ventured deeper. Inside, a man lay unconscious, burning with fever, his shirt stained with blood. Fuga, awaken. Wu Yong, taken aback by his fever, felt a surge of fear, urging, Fugo, do not frighten me. I have found a way to escape. We shall soon be free. Please, awaken. Regrettably, the louder he shouted, the paler the man's complexion became. Witnessing this, Fan Jian immediately stepped forward to assess the situation and identified the source of the issue. His wound was infected. Step aside. Wu Yong opened his mouth to speak but was shoved aside by Fan Jian, who placed his hand on Fu Xinglong's chest, emitting a faint green glow. You are a healing ability user? Wu Yong exclaimed in astonishment. Fan Jian nodded. Yes, the most formidable in our team is actually Qiqi, the young lady I've been promoting to you. While I am the weakest, I never expected to encounter you all. Under Fan Jian's touch, Fu Xinglong's wound rapidly healed, and within mere seconds, his complexion improved significantly. You just mentioned a way to escape? What is that method? How many others are here? Are many like us? Are there numerous ability users? Wu Yong, overwhelmed by the barrage of questions, could only respond with simplicity. This building is filled with protons. One person per room. The remainder are those with slightly greater strength, dispatched to procure supplies. If they succeed, they may see their loved ones. But failure means their families will starve and suffer until death. In truth, these individuals are not particularly formidable. It was just that Fugo was injured. I usually accompany him, making it inconvenient, and we were deceived into entering here, hoping to find supplies while waiting for him to recover. Thus we did not leave. I warned you not to enter, yet you insisted, Wu Yong lamented. Seeing your determination and recognizing your strength, I thought you were not afraid of them. So, I ceased to intervene. For you, leaving should be quite easy, correct? Fan Jian nodded. Yes. Do you wish to depart now? Let us go together. Wu Yong agreed eagerly, of course. Those with strength are best accompanied. Fan Jian smiled. Before we leave, let us seize a grand opportunity. Chapter 99 Mere Minions, Minor Issues. Is it ready? Time's up. Hurry out. An impatient voice called from the entrance. The protons must remain alive for others to obey. Hence, the guards typically turn a blind eye when allowing entry, lest they provoke someone into desperation. Just then, Fu Xinglong awakened, and upon seeing Fan Jian, he appeared somewhat astonished.
Wu Yong gastily explained, Fuji.
There's no time for details. We must get you out. Recognizing the urgency, Fu Xinglong rose without hesitation. Discovering that his chest wound had also healed. Although shocked, his trust in Wu Yong prevented him from asking questions. There would be ample opportunity to inquire outside. Clearly, this was not the right moment, and he had to suppress his curiosity. Fan Jian had anticipated a delay, but was surprised by Fu Xinglong's swift reaction. Thus not wasting a moment as he instructed both men to flank him closely. Stay behind me. Rest assured, I shall ensure a clear passage. As he uttered these words, not only did the two men harbor doubts, but even Fan Jian himself found the statement absurd. However, the reality witnessed by the two men proved otherwise. Upon reaching the entrance, the guards, noticing the trio emerging, immediately swung their iron rods to strike them. What are you doing? You return. No one is permitted to leave. Wu Yong, possessing earth-based abilities, conjured earthen spikes that struck the guard's neck, delivering a fatal blow. As they exited the room and stepped into the corridor, more guards, alerted by their emergence, gathered to attack. Wu Yong struggled to cope with the onslaught, intending to draw his silenced firearm when he noticed his companions striding forward, seemingly unfazed by the attackers. Fu Xinglong grew anxious, his eyes widening in shock as if he had seen a ghost. These individuals lacked firearms, relying solely on their abilities and clubs, yet, before their weapons could even reach the trio, an unseen barrier repelled them, causing them to rebound and strike themselves. Wu Yong was left dumbfounded. The two men followed Fan Jian in a daze as they carved a path through their adversaries. Emerging from the proton camp to witness Feng Qi and Wang Fu having dispatched numerous foes. The previously arrogant metal ability user, who had led the charge at the entrance, was now being trampled beneath Feng Qi's feet, howling in agony, stripped of all former bravado. Behave. Feng Qi tossed a small flame, singeing a tuft of the opponent's remaining hair.
It burns.
Spare me, valiant heroine, the metal ability user cried out, rolling into a ball. Are all the foes dealt with? Fan Jian inquired. Feng Qi, rubbing her nose with her thumb, replied proudly, naturally. With me, Feng Qi. In action, it's a piece of cake. Fan Jian chuckled. I knew with your temperament, you would certainly engage in a grand battle. I too have led my group to break free. Feng Qi chuckled. Since everything is settled and the danger is past, let us release the protons. Wu Yong interjected. Just shout, and the door can be opened from the inside. Hey, everyone come out. The danger has passed. You may all exit. Wang Fu shouted up to the building. Before long, numerous cautious heads peeked out from the windows of the proton camp. Upon seeing the corpses strewn below, they gaped in disbelief, exclaiming, they are truly dead. Is it safe now? I heard commotion outside earlier, but dared not venture out. It seems we have been rescued. Do not linger. Quick, let us flee. Yes, yes. We are free. Hurry down. The sound of pounding echoed from above. The elevator was out of service, and everyone eagerly rushed down the staircase. Upon exiting, their faces were alight with exhilaration. They had truly made it out. They had genuinely escaped. They had feared starvation within, yet lo and behold, heaven has indeed bestowed its favor, finally delivering retribution upon these scoundrels. Indeed, I had intended to head to Baysar. I merely sought refuge inside, only to discover I could not leave. My husband was coerced into searching for supplies. If he failed, he could not see me. Every 3 days, they would check on us, and if we were close to starvation, they would dangle a small amount of filthy water before us. My neighbor succumbed to illness. I truly felt as though I could not endure any longer. I was deceived into entering and found myself unable to exit. The metal ability user forged numerous iron rods. Outnumbered, my son, whose abilities are not strong, dared not escape and has endured until now. As Feng Chi and the others listened to their tales, their fury mounted. Those who had guardians received mere scraps of filthy water and food, while those abandoned were beaten to death. Those sent to procure supplies met the same grim fate. If a proton starved or succumbed to illness, it was deemed their own fault. Should they dare resist, they were slain on the spot. Feng Chi's face turned a ghastly shade of green with rage as she instructed Wang Fu to bind the metallic ability user and hang him from a tree. With a thunderous shout, she rallied the crowd, declaring, "Let those who bear grudges seek vengeance. Let those with grievances express their ire.
Do not hold back."
Upon hearing her words, flames of fury ignited within the onlookers.
Charge.
"Let us beat him to a pulp," they shouted in unison, unleashing their pent-up rage upon the helpless figure suspended from the tree, who could do nothing but writhe in pain, his cries falling on deaf ears as the strikes intensified. "Die, you scoundrel! Wretched scum! Heartless cur! Malignant specter! This is what you get for your arrogance. For the torment you've inflicted." The crowd vented their fury, each blow landing with visceral impact. Before long, the metallic ability user was gasping for breath, his cries diminishing. "Continue binding him. We shall deliver another beating when our family and friends return," someone suggested fervently. "Indeed, to spare him would be an injustice. He shall suffer a fate worse than death." This man had once been a mere security guard in their community, but when the apocalypse struck, he awakened his powers and, along with a few lackeys, began to intercept residents, hoarding supplies. As his abilities climbed to level 4, he amassed a band of followers, slowly establishing a nefarious power. Feng Chi's father possessed wood-based abilities, and their family had been trapped by this tyrant for 2 long years. Many had perished due to his actions. He was nothing short of a malignant tumor in this post-apocalyptic world. Such tales were not rare. The end times had birthed countless horrors, and even now, no one took action. Alas, their salvation had finally arrived. Without further inquiry, Feng Chi and her companions exchanged glances before stating, "We are emissaries of the Jinghe territory, merely passing through. If you find yourselves without a place to go, you are welcome to join us at Jinghe. I assure you, our territory is truly splendid." Feng Chi then launched into a fervent promotion, leaving the crowd in astonished silence. Is this genuine? Does such a place truly exist? Are we being deceived once more? Having escaped one trap only to stumble into another, tell us, what will you do if we refuse to go? Wait. You've misunderstood. Feng Chi hastily produced supplies. Look, these are all from Jinghe territory. Such treasures cannot simply be fabricated, can they? These are authentic, high-quality goods. In Chapter 100, Jinghe territory? Truly, this is no boast. The crowd's eyes sparkled at the sight of the provisions, yet they were acutely aware of the strength of these newcomers. So they refrained from harboring ill intentions, though tumultuous waves churned within their hearts. This appears to be genuine. After 2 years of the apocalypse, even previously existing items could not maintain such pristine condition, not to mention the vast array of goods, food, medicine, weapons, daily necessities, all imaginable. This was indeed beyond mere exaggeration. Enraptured, Feng Chi seized the moment to inquire, "Is anyone interested in purchasing supplies? As long as you have crystal cores, everything is negotiable." "I am." A mother and daughter duo squeezed forward, exclaiming, "We wish to buy." The mother hurriedly set down her backpack and poured out a multitude of crystal cores. These were all saved by my husband. The locals here have no use for them, so he collected them, believing we would eventually escape and need them at the base. He brought home 3 or 4 each day, and now we have amassed this many. Wang Fu counted swiftly, revealing a total of 51 level 1 crystal cores, 8 level 2, and 3 level 3, all converted to level 1, amounting to a value of 431. The woman, clutching her frail daughter, anxiously inquired, "Is this enough?" "I want to buy a bottle of water and a loaf of bread." "Absolutely." Feng Qiqi nodded vigorously. "You have plenty of crystal cores, and you can purchase more. Our water is 5 crystal cores per bottle, bread is 8 per bag, chocolate is 6 per piece, ham sausage is 10 per stick, and self-heating rice is 30 per box. That's sufficient. I will take 2 bottles of water and 2 loaves of bread." The woman breathed a sigh of relief, though she felt reluctant to waste any of the hard-earned cores. Feng Qiqi, undeterred, accepted the cores with a smile, handing over the requested items. "Here are your water and bread." The woman immediately opened the water bottle and offered it to her daughter, whose parched lips eagerly moved as she clasped the bottle. Drinking with urgency. "Slow down, don't choke. Take a few sips and have some bread," the mother gently encouraged, steadying the bottle for her. The girl, obedient to her mother's words, paused after a few sips, understanding the preciousness of water in the apocalypse. Just being able to drink was a great blessing. As the mother and daughter savored their food and water, they drew envious glances from those around them, some even contemplating taking the duo's crystal cores. A middle-aged man shamelessly piped up, "Hey, could you lend me 300 crystal cores? My son will return shortly and repay you." While the proposal sounded reasonable, the sum of 300 was audacious. Feng Qiqi discerned the man's calculating gaze and recognized him as a nefarious character. He was asking for nearly the entirety of their total. Fuming, the man retorted, "My son will absolutely repay you. He is quite capable." Yet, his shifty eyes betrayed his words, revealing the truth. Feng Qiqi scoffed. "If your son were truly so capable, he wouldn't be stuck here with you. At most, he is a trifling ability user. If he hadn't saved any crystal cores, how could he possibly produce such an amount?" She had no desire to engage in further banter, positioning herself protectively beside the woman. With a flick of her fire abilities, she declared, "Let it be known. Do not lay a finger on them. Anyone harboring ill intentions will not escape my wrath." Those who had thoughts of seizing the mother and daughter's crystal cores immediately abandoned their schemes. It was absurd. Those who had once imprisoned them had been vanquished by these newcomers, and they, the captives, stood no chance against her, only to face a grim fate. The woman gazed at Feng Qiqi with profound gratitude, saying, Thank you, sister." The girl chimed in, looking up. Feng Qiqi shook her head. She had never been this compassionate before, but since the Lord had saved Luo, he had become her idol, transforming her perspective. What harm was there in saving a few more? As long as it was within her means and caused no trouble to others, she might just be saving a family. We also have some crystal cores.
Can we buy?"
At that moment, a timid hand raised. There were not many with cores among the crowd, but 8 or 9 had saved a few. Feng Qiqi, regaining her composure, smiled and assured, "Of course you can buy." Before long, those with crystal cores were enjoying water and food, while the others, despite their hunger, dared not act. They awaited the return of those who had ventured out for supplies. Feng Qiqi and her companions remained patient, knowing that the returning individuals would be the ones capable of independent survival, either inherently strong or endowed with abilities, making them the key to their promotion. As time passed, waves of people returned. Upon entering, they were astonished to find the ruffian bound to the tree and witness others selling supplies, while their family and friends sat below. "Liang Feng, I'm here."
Dad.
A tall, broad-shouldered man rushed in, and the mother and daughter instantly stood up upon seeing him. Gu Liang Feng, taken aback for a moment, dashed towards his wife and daughter. "Xiaoru, what is the matter? We have been rescued." Tears glistened in Ningru's eyes as she briefly recounted the situation, hastily offering him a bottle of water and a loaf of bread. "Hurry and eat. I just bought this. It has been ages since you've had a proper meal." Gu Liangfeng had just seen the supplies in front of Feng Qiqi's vehicle. So he refrained from asking further and took the water, drinking eagerly. After a sip, he lowered his gaze and inquired, "What about you and Tong Tong?"
Dad.
"Mom and I have already had our share of water and bread. Please eat. This is what we saved for you." The girl, nestled between the two, looked up obediently. For a fleeting moment, Gu Yangfeng's gaze softened, and he affectionately ruffled her hair before continuing to drink, finishing the bread in just a few bites. Once his hunger was satiated, he asked, "How many crystal cores do we have?" They seemed to possess quite a few. Ningru handed him the bag, revealing a substantial amount of crystal cores, thanks to his consistent efforts in saving them. Seeing the large bundle of crystal cores and glancing around at the people nearby, Gu Yangfeng questioned, "Has anyone given you trouble?" Chapter 101. Together to Jinghe Territory, Taoyuan Village. Gu Yangfeng's concerns were entirely justified. Such a considerable stash of crystal cores would inevitably attract unwanted attention. Ningru shook her head with a smile. "No, there was one person who tried to cause trouble. But that girl selling supplies came to my aid." Upon hearing this, Gu Liangfeng's sharp gaze turned to a middle-aged man lurking nearby. The man, undeterred, had been covertly watching the mother and daughter duo, and upon meeting Gu Liangfeng's fierce eyes, he was instantly struck with fear. Even more alarmingly, Gu Liangfeng approached him directly. The middle-aged man, panicking, attempted to flee but was swiftly knocked down after just a couple of steps. "Spare me! Spare me! I didn't even manage to borrow any crystal cores. I didn't lay a finger on her." Gu Liangfeng sneered, pressing his foot down on the man's neck. "That's because someone intervened. Otherwise, you would surely have resorted to outright threats. What would you have done if she refused to lend you any?" The middle-aged man found himself at a loss for words, as his original plan was to resort to robbery if borrowing failed, not anticipating that others would interfere. Noticing the man's guilty expression, Gu Liangfeng delivered a series of kicks until the man was left battered and bruised, curled up in a pitiful state before departing. Witnessing his ruthless demeanor, the onlookers instinctively took a few steps back. After all, borrowing crystal cores from his wife had turned into such a brutal affair. Leaving the victim in such a state was akin to death in this apocalyptic world. Gu Liangfeng paid no heed to the judgment of others. If this could diminish their contempt for his wife and daughter, making them reluctant to provoke them, then it was worth it. Approaching Feng Qiqi, he first expressed his gratitude before examining the items laid out on the ground, each marked with a price. Gu Liangfeng selected a storage backpack, a multifunctional knife, and 2 packets of sanitary pads, purchasing the remaining supplies of water and food. "When do you plan to leave here?" "We will accompany you." Initially, Gu Liangfeng intended to head to the base after departing from this place, but he had now changed his mind. An instinct within him suggested that this Jinghe territory would undoubtedly offer them surprises. "We leave first thing in the morning." Feng Qiqi's eyes sparkled with excitement, her smile widening. "Once everyone who is out returns, we can spread the word, rest for the night, and set off tomorrow morning." Gu Liangfeng nodded in agreement. He approached his wife and daughter, stating, "We will follow them tomorrow." Ningru had no objections, smiling gently. "All right. Wherever we go, as long as we are together." "It is fine." Shortly thereafter, the middle-aged man's son returned, but, upon witnessing Gu Liangfeng's intimidating presence, he cowered, aware of the man's notorious reputation for cruelty. He had encountered Gu Liangfeng before and recognized that although his abilities were not particularly high, his ferocity was unmatched. It was best to avoid conflict. The man left, carrying his father in shame, not daring to utter a word. Aside from Gu Liangfeng, several others opted to accompany Feng Qiqi to Jinghe territory with their families and friends, totaling around 50 people. Feng Qiqi was quite pleased, exclaiming, "Wonderful. This is a substantial number." As night fell and everyone prepared to rest, the metal ability user tied to a tree had already succumbed to his fate. Feng Qiqi, unsheathing her knife, swiftly dealt him a final blow. In the treacherous landscape of the apocalypse, her skill in delivering a finishing strike had become second nature. After a night's rest, Feng Qiqi organized the group for their departure, while those choosing not to join them formed teams to head to the nearest star base. Jiang Guo, unaware of the new wave of crystal cores and experience points approaching her, awoke to delightful news that morning. Jiang Guo's general store has accumulated 500 5-star reviews. The current store level is 2 stars, and the review count meets the criteria for promotion. Would you like to upgrade? Haha, the day has finally arrived. Thanks to the success of her small shop, she had managed to amass such a wealth of positive feedback. Heaven knows how painful it was to see the 40 service fee deducted each time. With earnings so minimal, losing nearly half was truly disheartening. Now, she could finally upgrade. 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 Jiang Guo exclaimed eagerly. Upgrade successful. Store information updated as follows. ID, Jiang Guo, Wandering Merchant. Store name, Jiang Guo's General Store. Store star level, 3-star regular store, 0 to 10 stars. Deposit, 1,000 gold coins. Service fee, 35 coins per transaction. The higher the store star level, the lower the service fee. Gold coins, 9, 561, 330. Store products, Skin Revitalizing Elixir, Level 1 Crystal Cores, Level 2 Crystal Cores, Level 3 Crystal Cores, Level 4 Crystal Cores. Ha, just 35. Earning gold coins will be even easier now.
Besides,
I'm about to hit 10 million gold coins. Gazing at the lengthy string of numbers, Jiang Guo felt exhilaration and satisfaction swell within her. He, so many gold coins. Jiang Guo was in high spirits. Standing on the terrace, she gazed at the vacant central grassland, and a thought struck her. She felt it was time. Gold coins.
Check. Grassland. Check.
If not now, when? My paradise. Here I come. Purchase ordinary village. Cost 3,000 gold coins. Placement confirmed. Construction commenced. Construction successful. New buildings added to the territory. 30 households. Experience 300. Today, the residents of the territory sensed some changes, but could not pinpoint what it was. As they strolled through the central grassland, they soon discovered, why has this area suddenly shrunk? It was never this small before. Then a notification chimed in their ears. New village added to the territory. Residents interested in residing may proceed to rent. Buildings, Resident District 3, Taoyuan Village. Number of rooms, 30, detached wooden houses. Area per household, 100 square meters, 2-story wooden houses, occupying 50, with an additional 50 for a small garden. Maximum residence, 1 to 5. Rental price, no daily rentals. Monthly rentals start at 3 months, 300 crystal cores per month, annual rental 3,000 crystal cores. Purchase price, 20,000 crystal cores, permanent. Renting or purchasing a house allows free access to the territory during the contract period without entry fees. Any paid entry fees can be deducted from the housing cost. The territory has built new houses again? Why is it so peculiar this time? The Lord constructed a village? Indeed, it is rather peculiar to have established a village. However, the name itself suggests an air of prestige. How many villages would dare to call themselves Peach Blossom Village? When others claim the name, it feels like mere boasting. But our Lord's audacity to name it thus imbues it with authenticity. I am so intrigued that I wish to see it for myself. Let us go and uncover its true nature. The residents of the territory surged towards Peach Blossom Village, surprisingly situated to the left of the Lord's bamboo cottage. Upon arrival, their eyes widened in astonishment. How splendid it is! Each household stands alone, complete with small courtyards for growing vegetables. Oh my, I have longed to cultivate my own garden. Though I am no expert like those farmers, the thought of nurturing my own flowers and vegetables for sustenance is simply delightful.
Chaque terre 102.
Let us rent one of these. The spaces between the houses are quite generous. 2 homes face each other in a row of merely 15, spacious and tranquil, reminiscent of my hometown. Sitting in the courtyard at night, gazing up at the stars, who can truly understand that ambience? It is indeed marvelous. Yet the rent is exorbitant.
We cannot afford it, alas.
While we may be unable to pay, there are those with the means to do so. For the powerful, renting for a year amounts to merely 3 4th-level crystal nuclei. A 4th-level nucleus is equivalent to a 4th-level mutated creature or zombie. How terrifying. I would certainly avoid such encounters. While you may lack the courage, others do not. Beyond the mountains lies a realm teeming with high-level mutated beasts. Several peculiar individuals from our territory often venture there. Chun Jinfeng was exhilarated upon seeing this place, tugging at her son's sleeve. Son, let us rent one of these. I have saved around 50 nuclei. And I recall you have acquired a few 4th-level nuclei. Lend me some so I can rent for 3 months. I am eager to grow my own vegetables.
You see?
The crops in our territory grow exceptionally fast, at 3 times the normal rate. Whatever we plant thrives. When I toil in the fields, I often think how wonderful it would be if it were in our own land. And now here it is. Chunxing sighed, Mother, why speak of borrowing? I will simply rent it for you. I possess plenty of nuclei. I will rent it for an entire year. Chun Jinfeng playfully chided him. No matter how many you have, they are all earned through your hard work. I know my limits. 3 months is sufficient. This place can accommodate 5 people. I just want to indulge my gardening passion. At 3 times the growth rate, I can stockpile quite a bit of produce. The prices at the supermarket are exorbitant. Growing our own is far more economical. Even if we cannot consume it all, we can sell the surplus. We won't incur any losses. Chunxing nodded. Very well. Let us rent it for 3 months. He could see that his mother was genuinely fond of this place. It reminded her greatly of her maternal home. Yet, she did not voice this sentiment, and he refrained from mentioning it as well, only thinking to himself, I must strive harder. I shall gather more nuclei. I aim to purchase this for her. Chen Sheng was the first to rent a unit, becoming the inaugural resident of Peach Blossom Village. Others not short on nuclei began to secure their own rentals as well. Before long, only 13 units remained. Jiang Guo did not anticipate such enthusiasm. She initially thought that the high rental cost would deter tenants, yet several units were successfully leased. 1 unit in Peach Blossom Village for rent, accommodating 5 residents. Experience points 90 by 5. 1 unit in Peach Blossom Village for rent, accommodating 4 residents. Experience points 90 by 4. 1 unit in Peach Blossom Village for rent, accommodating 5 residents. Experience points 90 by 5. Experience points surged dramatically, and Jiang Guo could hardly contain her joy. Ha ha ha, how swiftly it increases. Let it rise. Let it soar. Elevating the territory to level 4 requires an astounding 500,000 experience points, an immense sum that Jiang Guo has yet to accumulate. However, considering she has only been managing the territory for less than a month, the rate of advancement is already impressively rapid, relieving her of any urgency. Once Peach Blossom Village was established, Jiang Guo began embellishing its surroundings. She planted a peach orchard, positioned 2 wells at the village entrance, and transplanted a colossal walnut tree, encircling its base with stone stools to create a cozy leisure area. As it began to resemble a genuine rural setting, minus the mosquitoes, many residents shed tears of envy, yearning to reside there. This truly is the epitome of a luxurious dwelling within the territory. The development of Peach Blossom Village sparked a fervent discussion, with many residents discussing it for several consecutive days. The village's beauty was so captivating that some residents visited 3 times a day, leading to complaints of disturbances, which ultimately necessitated the establishment of regulations. Chun Jinfeng had quickly discovered the joys of her new surroundings. Indeed, the crops grow at triple speed. Each day upon returning from work, she busied herself in her little garden. Upon realizing the community's underlying tensions, she took it upon herself to soothe the populace, always speaking with a warm smile and sincere words, successfully defusing conflicts. Jiang Guo contemplated this and summoned Chen Jinfeng. Aunt Chen, I feel placing you in the fields is a waste of your talents. Would you be interested in becoming the village chief of Peach Blossom Village? To manage the villagers and enhance the development of the village? Chun Jinfeng was momentarily taken aback, then her face lit up with immense delight. Really, my lord?
Me?
As the village chief? Jiang Guo nodded affirmatively, indeed. As village chief, you will receive a 10 discount on your rent for residing in Peach Blossom Village. And your salary will rise to 20 nuclei per day. Absolutely. How could I refuse such a fortunate opportunity? My lord, your consideration for me is truly. Jiang Guo smiled. Naturally, I think of you when good fortune arises. You were among the first to believe in me. I may not remember others, but Aunt Chen, I will always remember you. Chun Jinfeng was deeply moved, realizing that the Lord remembered them as the pioneering residents of the territory. Witnessing the gradual transformation of the village each day filled her heart with joy.
All right.
I will accept the role of village chief. I promise to cultivate a harmonious and flourishing community, ensuring that no disturbances arise. Jiang Guo had complete faith in her, exchanged a few more words, and then took her leave. After Jiang Guo departed, Chen Jinfeng's first act was to establish a suggestion box at her doorstep. Many residents, intimidated by the territory and Jiang Guo, often refrained from voicing their opinions, enduring grievances in silence. Though the territory appeared peaceful, underneath lay a plethora of unresolved conflicts. Living in the residential building, Chen Jinfeng was well aware that many harbored discontent towards the territory. Now that she had assumed the role of village chief, she felt a responsibility to manage this small piece of land, ensuring that every resident felt a sense of belonging and had no grievances against the lord. The first suggestion in the box was a complaint about the excessive number of visitors, which disturbed the residents. Anticipating this, Chen Jinfeng had already consulted with Jiang Guo and promptly erected a sign at the entrance of Peach Blossom Village. Access restricted to residents only. Outsiders are prohibited. Below it, in smaller text, it read, "For house viewing, please contact the village chief. A maximum of 3 visitors permitted at a time." With this new regulation, the number of idle wanderers in Peach Blossom Village diminished, allowing the residents to enjoy a quieter environment and significantly increasing their satisfaction with their living conditions.
Yet,
Minor conflicts still arose, such as issues regarding the water wells. As with the previous residential units, each household had its own faucet, but there were limitations on water usage. Once their domestic water supply was exhausted, residents wishing to irrigate their gardens had to fetch water themselves. The wells were free to use, yet it required hauling buckets. And many who initially thought to take advantage of the situation quickly regretted it after a couple of trips, finding it excessively burdensome, especially since the water could not be taken outside the village. This regulation aimed to prevent waste, yet it also sparked dissatisfaction among some, who found the task of fetching water too cumbersome.